Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7DF Chapter 359 The Seventh Devil. The 8 adventurers lying on the ground also woke up. The first thing they saw when they opened their eyes was a golden light. At that moment, they thought that the gods had appeared and saved them. A few days later, the territory of the Rem Empire. Owen came to find a new labyrinth. The location of the new labyrinth has been confirmed by Owen, and it is in the middle of the forest of the Rem Empire. He is on his way there. As the value of the labyrinth is gradually known to the world, more and more people dare to enter the labyrinth. Evan can't guarantee that no one has completed the raid on the maze, so it is necessary to speed up. On the way to the labyrinth, Evan found many adventurers just like him, many of them strong. The Rem Empire, under the protection of Shazad, one of the 3 remaining Magis in the world, has a history of more than 200 years and a simple culture. Besides Magi Shazad, the Rem Empire is also known for its powerful fighting clan, the Farnalis. Almost all the Fanaris have weapons, and each of them possesses fighting abilities far beyond that of ordinary humans. As they entered the forest, Owen saw 10 tall men with red hair and golden armor escorting a soft young man forward. Except for Fanaris, no one has such facial features. The two sides saw that they were 450 to each other, but they just exchanged glances, and neither of them paid attention to each other. The Fanaris have become accustomed to this attitude. To them, everyone except themselves and the Imperial Mage Sahad is scum. And Ivan really doesn't care about this group of people, but is a strong warrior. For now, Ivan's magic suit is very strong, Ivan said. After having used the devil's suit a few times, Ivan has begun to like this simple and crude but very effective fighting method. Compared with the demon god suit, other abilities and skills are greatly inferior in all aspects. Golden light spell, thunder technique, body technique, charm technique, sword technique. These skills are much lower in strength than the demon god suit. During this period of time, Evan has mastered the status of several sets of demon god and magic outfits. By switching between these sets of demon god and magic outfits, Evan is confident that he can handle most situations. Even in the face of the Fanaris, Evan wouldn't mind beating them here if they didn't know how to lift them up. That's it, Your Highness Nerva, Lord Alex is here. The soldiers guarding the labyrinth were soldiers of the Rem Empire, and as soon as they, Seba, saw the Fanaris approaching, they immediately let go. Advertisement, well done. The leader of the Fanaris clan, a man with a red beard, smiled at the soldiers, and then led everyone to escort the boy into the labyrinth. After 10 members of the Fanaris clan escorted the boy into the labyrinth, the soldiers blocked the entrance to the labyrinth again. A few happy adventurers have gathered around. They may have arrived long ago, but they were blocked when they came. It's not that they don't want to go in, it's that the soldiers don't let them in. The armies of the Rem Empire are true warriors, strong enough in battle, not to mention particularly cohesive. If you attack the soldiers of the Rem Empire, you will be hunted to death. No one dared to attack the soldiers rashly, and could only watch the 10 members of the Fanaris tribe enter the labyrinth. Some adventurers sighed that they had no chance and began to disperse. Evan saw the nearby scene, did not decide to wait and leave, did not decide to break out. Instead, he took out his Goblin Stalker short sword, equipped it in an instant, then turned on Goblin Stalker invisibility, bypassed adventurers, bypassed soldiers, and stepped into the labyrinth. After entering the middle of the maze, Owen was still in a state of invisibility. Through the mask, Owen saw a large fog. Whoa, 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 the sound of water could be heard in front of him. Apparently there was a lake or other area. It's impossible to get through these fogs. My lord. I smell Shakespeare. This is Shax's place. Shax, the demon god of the 44th pillar, the demon god of mist and perception, master has the power of the water attribute, and also has the ability to capture the senses of others. When the 6 demon gods realized that this was Shax's labyrinth, each of them had a bad look on their faces. Because they knew that Shax was one of the most difficult demon gods. Master, beware of the fog. Shakespeare has the ability to use the fog to rob other people's emotions, of course. It shouldn't directly release its power, but still can't relax. Asteros, who didn't seem to be interested in Shax, warned Evan first. Okay, Paimon, can you dispel the fog? Evan asked Paimon, the devil's wind god. I can try. Paimon replied, and then a cyclone came in and out of Evan's ear. In the blink of an eye, he was an amazing hurricane. The fog in front of him quickly dissipated. Advertisement: the fog dissipated, revealing a blue lake with several stone pillars in the depths of the lake. After dispelling the invisibility technique, but not dispelling the evil spirits, Owen took a step forward, jumped on the large and small stone pillars, and started walking inwards along the direction of the stone pillars. The 11 people from the Rem Empire had just entered, but they were no longer visible. Maybe they were in front, maybe they fell into the lake. When Evan was galloping on the road, the whirlwind around him kept rising, blowing away the mist that was getting closer and closer. Evan suddenly heard a sudden pop. Who is 97? Evan instinctively raised his hand and grabbed it. He immediately grabbed what was flying at him with a short spear. It was his favorite. What power! The short spear must have flown some distance, but it's still powerful, and if Evan hadn't already equipped his Goblin Stalker, he probably wouldn't have been able to catch the blow, as it had eluded his hand. That short spear wasn't meant to be thrown at me, before, in battle? Throwing the short spear, Owen went into stealth mode again, and quickly jumped in the direction the short spear was thrown, and soon, the short spear was thrown out. Boom. Protect her Royal Highness. Kill those monsters. Kill. Just a monster. How dare you grin in front of our Fenari's warriors, look at your fists. Help. 46 Judging from the sound, it was the one who entered first. Owen slowed his pace, and the whirlwind stopped chasing the fog, only surrounding himself in a circle, not letting it approach. After a few more steps, I could finally see a few blurry figures. Owen opened his eagle eyes and tried his best to release the colors in his field of vision. Finally, we saw a strange sight. 9 of the 10 Fenaris were now fighting each other with all their might. Only the leading red-bearded warrior did not participate, and only used himself to cover Nerva, chapter 360 The Last Shack. He held a string of jade beads in his hand, and the jade beads emitted a golden light, shrouding him and the red-bearded warrior from the mist. With a short spear in his hand, the Redbeard would use the occasional minion to get out of the fight, but the Redbeard apparently took his foot off the gas pedal, and soon he got up again, roaring into the fight. Both the Nava and the Redbeards panicked, wondering what had happened and why their comrades would suddenly go mad. Naturally, these two are now having a hard time defending themselves. It is impossible for them to discover that a jellyfish-like monster is actually floating above their heads, with mist swirling around it from its vents. In the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom, there is a sea monster, shaped like a jellyfish, capable of creating mist and hallucinations, which lures ships into the sea to destroy the cannibals in its lair. The translucent creature in the air apparently resembled a mirage, spewing mist and creating an illusion of chaos. Evan nearly missed it with his eagle eye, and when he spotted the creature, Evan pulled his red-backed drill from behind and aimed it at the monster. "Who are you?" Evan asked. 99. Wash. The red back turned into a stab of red light and fired. The monster didn't even have time to react. Peeved. 9. The monster was shot, and immediately a translucent blood spurted out of it. What? At this moment, the red-bearded warrior noticed the strangeness on the top of his head and threw the short spear in his hand. Puff, that monster was hit again. Like you. Hey, who hit me in the face? B*********, D. We've just been beaten. At this time, the 9 people who were mad at each other also woke up, and the smartest among them quickly realized that their human beings had fallen into an illusion. Snapped. HSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS and the red-haired bull had been used back by Evan's royal magic. And just when everyone's attention was focused on the translucent monster, Owen silently stepped over the people, over the stone pillar, and walked into the new cave inside. Owen walked along the cave, about 100 meters, and there was no way. Only on the top of his head was a clear blue. He reached out and dipped his fingers into the blue overhead. His fingers slid through the wet touch with ease. Advertisement, that's water. Here's the end of that channel overhead. There is no way out, this is. Should I sneak in here? Owen guessed that the next step would be to cross from above, through the body of water. Unfortunately, I don't know how to operate a submarine. Since Owen also has a capsule submarine that he can use for a while if he knows how to operate it. It's just a matter of trying. Paimon. Owen took off his goblin and put on his magical Paimon suit. The cyclone completely enveloped Evan, forming a protective shield on the water. Evan took a symbolic deep breath and plunged into the blue sea. Cuckoo 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 cuckoo. The blisters boiled around Evan, and there was indeed azure water around him. Although the protection of the airflow keeps Owen from worrying about running out of oxygen, he certainly can't stay underwater all the time. Come to the water. Evan controlled the airflow, pushing himself up, looking like a big rising bubble from the outside. Rise for a minute, no end in sight. 2 minutes, still no end in sight. There is a limit to how long a person can hold their breath. 2 minutes is enough for the average person, and even the best fighters in the world have a hard time holding on to 10 minutes without outside intervention. 5 minutes later, Owen thought he saw a light coming from the water, and Owen's spirit was lifted. At this time, he saw a man in the water. Speed up towards the water. Finally seeing hope, Owen accelerated the airflow and increased the thrust. The water is in sight. Grr, 9, Owen heard a splash and immediately turned his head to look, then. Roar. A fish. What a big fish. A tiger shark. A big fish that looks like a shark, but has huge stripes on its body and swims very fast. Open its big mouth. Each tusk is half a meter long. North Kanchi. 11, clap clap clap. A pitch-black thunderstorm rolled out from Yifan's body. Advertisement: the vitality and magic power are released together. One is to supply the wind wall to support the dream, and the other is to launch a thunderbolt to sweep away the strange fish. For Flowers .0 at this time, Evan cannot use the power of 2 demons at the same time, let alone 2 or more demons in the same magic outfit. Roar. Although it is a fish, the strange fish that roars like a wild beast wants to break through the barrier of the thunderbolt and attack Evan, but as soon as it touches the thunderbolt, the strange fish can roar. Roar. The negative states of cold, sickness, and weakness appeared together. The strange fish realized that Evan was not easy to deal with, and struggled to break free from the restraint of Yin Lei, and ran away with its tail wagging. 46 Evan watched the strange fish go away, and his heart became a little calmer. Evan had no experience and no skills, so he couldn't fight in the water. Of course, it was the best. After driving away the strange fish, Evan took Yin Lei to continue upstream. This time he was really not far from the water surface, and soon Evan came out of the water, soaring into the air, breathing the fresh air. Evan felt the heart outside so comfortable. 0. Nico. There are walls all around, not even a palm-wide path like Ball's labyrinth, and on closer inspection, there seems to be only one exit upstairs. 2 huge griffins flew down from the wall, flapping their wings, creating a hurricane that stopped Evan's ascent. As soon as the griffin dodged, Owen rushed over. The strong wind released by the griffin blew it away. Meanwhile, the turbulence hit the griffin, the darling of the wind, but lost his balance in the storm, swayed his body, and hit the wall like a drunk. Call. After running for a while, he finally fell to the ground. Then, as soon as he stood up, he saw the prominent palace treasury in front of him. 10. Nico. After taking a few deep breaths, Evan looked around and found that there was still no way out. Owen grabs the drift belt and throws it out. Endless turbulence is forming. Storm turbulence. Griffin is also a master of wind power, riding a hurricane through the air. Compared with the wind demon, it is nothing compared to the wind. The air is so fresh, so comfortable. What's next? With the fluctuation of the surrounding air, he flew along the wall and climbed higher and higher, and then, he encountered a monster. 99. Who are you? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Owen wears a magic suit and can fly, so he's not afraid of this terrain. Up there? Well, fly up and see. Boom. Chapter 361. The 7 Great Demon Gods Quest Rewards. Ha ha ha. Owen landed on the door of the palace, waved his hand, opened the door of the palace, walked in, and saw a huge demon god hovering over countless treasures, as if sleeping. This demon god has the blue skin unique to demon gods, a feminine stance, thigh-long blue hair, and a pair of feather-like wings behind him, and a lazy expression appeared on his face. Shax. Here I am. Evan walked into the hall and looked at the lazy devil. Shax glanced at Evan, straightened up, put a hand over his mouth, and yawned. Well, you already have 6 demon gods, don't you know if it's enough? The shaking sound was very magnetic, and she could feel the number of demon gods in Evan's body. Satisfied, even if there is only one demon god, I am very satisfied. However, for the number of weapons I have, I would like to see where the limit is. 4, 5, 3, Owen said with a smile, and Shakespeare shrugged helplessly. Okay, come on, you break through the maze, then you are my master, take out your metal weapon, and I'm done. 99. Shakespeare decided to recognize Owen, and announced that he would recognize him as his master. Owen took out a silver ring from his finger, and Shax nodded. 6 polygonal patterns appeared on the ring, indicating that Owen had found the 7th demon. And the moment Shax enters the ring, climb aboard and follow him. Mission. Main quest, the limits of the labyrinth. Rewards completed, issued. Mission. The main quest, the limits of the labyrinth, has been completed and the bounty has been issued. Award. Bodhi Dew X1, Chi Gathering Pill X3, Sky Dance X1, Jasper Boulder X1, Giant Key X1, World Teleportation Point X1. Notice. The adventure dungeon of Sinbad in the Magic Flute dungeon is about to end, and the host will be sent back within 24 hours, or it can be returned earlier. A voice from the system rang in his ears. After Owen won the favor of the 7 gods of magic, he finally reached his limit and could return to the real world. Only then did he realize that he had already arrived. Limit. The labyrinth began to become illusory, and a white magic circle appeared, sending Owen and 10 members of the Fenaris family and Emperor Neva out of the labyrinth. The 11 people were wet when they came out of the water, and they had obviously been in the water before. And Prince Nerva was in a coma, and just came out. The red-bearded warrior is still giving him mouth-to-mouth CPR. Well, the picture is very beautiful. Advertisement. Cough cough cough. Adios. 66 rubbing his keen eyes. The next moment, Owen manipulated the surrounding treasures to fly into the sky. Thunder and lightning bloomed on Owen's body, turned into a magic suit, and flew out in the blink of an eye. The red-bearded warrior below was blushing, and he had to make obscene gestures to rescue the drowning and unconscious prince. He thought he would not come out, but he did not expect to live in the blink of an eye. The skinny Prince Nerva was lying in the arms of a muscular man who looked like a red-bearded warrior, soft and boneless, without any resistance. The eyes of the adventurer who had not yet disappeared shone. The boring days are coming. Evan flew the treasure far away and found a hidden place to land. After dispersing the magic suit, Evan packed up the treasures, then found a teleportation point, found a relatively hidden cave, and put the treasures in it. After putting it away, in the name of Magic Flute, Evan did not decide to leave immediately, but took out the reward for this mission. Bodhi's Dew. The enlightened congenital Bodhi tree. A drop of dew on the tree also has the effect of enlightenment. After taking it, you can immerse yourself in the state of enlightenment for 3 days and relieve all your senses. Chi Dan, a single pill can restore all energy for a short period of time, with no attributes. Air Dance, the stronger the air force, the higher the flight speed. Jasper Boulder, the giant stone of the pygmy bird. Carry it with the keystone to evolve to a stronger position in a short period of time. Keystone, a super evolution prop in the world of Pokemon, worn by the trainer. When the Pokemon wearing the stone is attached, it can make the Pokemon enter the state of super evolution. Not counting the teleportation points, these 5 rewards are quite good. This Rosa Bodhi is equivalent to a super enhanced version of the incense. If you use it, it is very likely to complete the enlightenment of the Sea of Chi, sea of the decisive battle that he wants to fully understand. Looking at the small dewdrop bottle in his hand, Evan almost couldn't help drinking it on the spot. 3 days of enlightenment was the key to Evan, and he couldn't drink it immediately because Evan's time in this world was running out. Return. Advertisement. Evan stood on the teleportation array, and with a flash of white light, he left this world. And at this moment, Evan also disappeared. Somewhere in the mysterious space, the blue giant squatted beside the stone bed, looked at the child sleeping on the stone bed, and smiled slightly. But then, Pam and their smell, disappeared? What happened here? The giant stood up, closed his eyes, and strips of golden scarves began to gather around him, chattering about something. After a while, outsiders? From other worlds? The giants knew of several reports about Owen that Rufus had told him. After listening to Rufus' report, the giant was silent, and after a long time, he sighed and spoke slowly. Oh, King. I didn't expect that the world you created would attract people from the outside world. Hey, I don't know if this is good or bad, and I don't know what will happen to Ball and the others in the future. I can only bless them. Light bloomed in Evan's room, and soon Evan came out in white light. When he walked outside, Evan did not go to see his family immediately, but simply put on some talismans and sealed the doors and windows. There was a system prompt in his ear, informing him that the rest period is 7 days a week, and Evan will teach the exercises in the first 3 days. Grumpy. Evan swallowed the dew in the small bottle. To be honest, there was too little dew, and 1.0 didn't feel anything. Evan looked at the bottle in confusion, and finally put down the bottle. But the moment Evan put the bottle aside, his heart was broken. Boom. A powerful heartbeat erupted. Evan instantly entered some kind of detached state. Underworld Shiju, Golden Light Mantra, Thunder Technique, Kingdom Technique, Heavenly Amulet, Remaining Soul Commander, 7-star Steps, System, 8 Limits, Demon God Meditation. In addition to supernatural powers, other exercises that Evan cultivated also began to enter a state of super understanding at this time. One after another, the same villains as Evan appeared in his mind, and each of them was comprehending the exercises. Because many of them were very strong, thousands of villains soon appeared in Evan's mind. The initially slow progress of the black and silver number began to accelerate. I think, within 3 days, Evan will be able to fully comprehend this practice, Evan said. Chapter 362 The Attack of the Black Cat. And just after Evan returned to the real world, the familiar door of space opened all over the world. All kinds of monsters came out of the gate, but they soon started crazy action. These monsters are from all over the world. These monsters from the magic flute world are countless. Beasts, birds, sea beasts. The number is very large. Half of them are sea beasts. These beasts live in their original world and combine with Rufus, who gives them the magical powers they need to survive. Without their magic, these beasts are still beasts. When they are teleported to the real world, they quickly realize that there is not a single drop of magic in this world. In this world, there is not a single drop of magic. Not even a scarf, let alone magic. Without magic power, like fish without water, the demon beasts cannot last long, and from the loss of magic power, they will not die for a long time. It was because of this threat of death that the beasts lost their minds and became furious. In just 1 day, all the beasts were attacked. In just 24 days, there were attacks all over the world. Numerous beasts attacked everyone who saw it. News of the attack came from many countries, and of all the countries or regions attacked, the oceans suffered the most. These sea beasts are much larger than other countries. These sea beasts are much larger than those on land. From seahorses more than 10 meters high, to sea dragons tens of meters long, to sea turtles like small islands. The attacks of these sea beasts are all to protect them. The next day, these beasts attacked. Long Guo received a cry for help from Neon. When the sea beast came ashore, several countries as islands were naturally attacked the most. These sea beasts have large bodies and tough skins, and ordinary firearms are useless, and heavy weapons must be used to complete the task. 1/10 of the territory of the Neon Kingdom was wiped out in 1 day, and the coastal areas were almost wiped out. If the sea beast continues to attack in this way for 10 days and a half months, then it is very doubtful whether Neon can still exist. People in this world don't know that these beasts can't live long without their magical powers. In 3 or 4 days at most, they will exhaust their magic power and die on their own. Advertisement. In addition to some overseas islands being attacked, sea beasts also appeared in the inland sea of the Dragon Kingdom, but when these sea beasts appeared, there was a group of tyrannosaurs not far away. Then, these sea beasts found that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was even more ferocious. Their attack power was also stronger. Before they even approached the Tyrannosaur group, they were scorched by a powerful, lethal beam of light. The Dragon Kingdom's satellites monitored the Tyrannosaur group, and after they discovered this scene and forwarded the video, the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were unanimously happy that they did not directly attack the Tyrannosaur group, because if they did, there would be no natural line of defense at the moment. If they had, there wouldn't be that natural line of defense. All is well now. The Dragon Kingdom only needs to deal with the magical monsters that appear in the inland, and the damage from them is also very small. Long Guo also got a bunch of monster corpses for nothing, not even dead. Time went back to when Evan had just returned and entered a state of epiphany. The beasts began to descend. A group of magical beasts that looked a bit like cats but were much larger, with purple-black fur and 2 wings on their backs, appeared outside the Guangai Mountains in the Dragon Country. Known for their agility, purple-winged cats are about 1 meter tall and 5 meters long, while their tails are about 2 meters long. Their attack power is very powerful. They can use shadow magic, and they are natural killers. There are 13 of them. After coming to the real world, these purple-winged cats quickly felt the gap in the magic around them. Like other beasts, these purple-winged cats were quickly provoked and began to attack all creatures in front of them. As they crossed the mountains and it was already dark, a large group of cats smelled people and other creatures in the air, and a group of purple-winged cats started rushing towards the viewing platform, trying to attack the viewing platform. At this time, troops have been deployed around the observation platform, and some defense facilities have been set up. The soldiers standing guard at the top of the watchtower did not notice the approach of the purple-winged cat. These big cats are naturally good at shadow magic and will use it instinctively even when provoked. Shadow magic is good for concealment and works better in the dark. Soon, these big cats appeared at the army fortifications, flapping their wings one by one, swooping over the guardrails with ease, sneaking into the barracks, ready to hunt their prey. But right now, buzz, a magical force spread from inside the viewing platform. It went through the bodies of those big cats and sent a jolt in them. Wake up! Advertisement. Feeling this magic, these big cats came out of the rampage. Buzz buzz, after the swaying magic started to hit wave after wave, these big cats immediately let out a comfortable whimper and then... Jingle bell. The newly installed machine gun started firing, which is the strongest firepower in the garrison today. Just now, the purple-winged cat was in the barracks, so he couldn't fire for fear of accidental damage, but now there is no such worry. The two machine guns roared at the same time. In an instant, the entire barracks was blown up. Soldiers 453 immediately drew their guns and rushed in. Without a word, they started shooting at the big cat. In the face of not small purple-winged cats, they shot almost without exception. Da da da. Da da da. Some of the big cats even came out of their hiding places because they were so comfortable, exposing themselves to the soldiers. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Shadow energy seemed to envelope the big cats like liquid, and bullets could not hit them. Then, the roar of the leading purple-winged cat sounded, and all the purple-winged cats flew out of the barracks immediately. They flew to the viewing platform. 1. The leading cat let out a low roar, and the team dispersed immediately, but the 4 big cats could not escape quickly and were hit by machine guns. Huh? There are monsters outside. Raise the alarm. Boom. 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 0. The garrison commander looked at the action of the purple-winged cat. His face darkened. If any harm was done to the people on the observation deck, the consequences would be disastrous. The soldiers who can be stationed here are first-class figures in the army, and their marksmanship is above all impeccable. Oh no. We can't let these monsters go. Fight, only. Chapter 363. Hug the cat's neck. Rifles and pistols do limited bodily damage to beasts, but powerful weapons can still injure them, but to kill them, they must keep attacking until they die. Proud. 99. The leader of the purple-winged cat roared, dodging the machine gun, and the rest of the purple-winged cats quickly flew into the forest, looking for their injured companions. The leader of the purple-winged cat turned his head and spewed out a large cloud of mist, blocking his sight, and the commander hurriedly ordered to stop. Bloody hell. It's over, it's over, it's over, quick, contact Colonel Lim. This forest was originally an observation area, and it would be even worse if they continued to shoot people indiscriminately, but now they can only report to their superiors. While the army was in chaos outside, the big cats in the forest found their wounded compatriots. Woohoo! Woo! Meow meow! 4 injured purple-winged cats were scattered in the middle of the forest, and their companions found them and licked the wounds of the purple-winged cats with their tongues. The large caliber bullet was still in the wound, and a layer of shadow energy enveloped it, pushing the bullet slightly outward. The 4 purple-winged cats were not killed, and although they were seriously injured, their movements were as difficult as possible. In the forest to the north, 2 uninjured purple-winged cats guarded the wounded. One licked the wound and the other looked at him. For purple-winged cats, this is an unfamiliar place, and danger can occur at any time, so they must remain vigilant. However, vigilance is useful. Boom! Suddenly, a fresh tree root flew past him. The anxious purple-winged cat let out a low growl, waving its sharp claws. It shattered, knocking the root straight out of his feet. Guy horse. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure about 2 meters high appeared in the eyes of the purple-winged cat, with a huge body, slender arms, and a yellow circle on its chest. A round bear, one of Natsu's early collection of Pokemon, now a guardian of the boreal forest, has slender shoulder-length hair that looks like a female bear at first glance. Advertisement. Ow. Ow. Feeling the threat, the vigilant purple-winged cat pounced on the circling bear with a low growl, like hazy lightning. But you can only watch. The circling black bear lifted his right leg, then slammed it down. Boom. A dark yellow shockwave came in. The speed was so fast, the purple-winged cat was caught off guard and was sent flying. He rolled on the ground and quickly got up again. Calm down. Stomping hard. A elf's skill. The attack power of the ground attribute is not particularly high, but the range is large, the speed is high, and it has a slowing effect after being hit. Purple-winged cats rely on speed and attack power to eat, and if they lose speed, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. What? But even in 2-on-1, as the guardian of the northern forest, Yuan Shi has no timidity. Guy horse. The bear roared. Sha-sha, sha-sha, sha-sha single. Forest elves appeared from all directions, and the number quickly exceeded 10. During this period, Natsu caught a few more elves and carried them into the forest. Now the number of elves in the entire observatory area, not counting the seaside ones, has exceeded 100. Fortunately, the observatory is very large, otherwise it would be slightly if they are small, they will not be able to feed them. Guy horse. Seeing that all the helpers had arrived, the round bear spit out 2 air currents from his nostrils, his 2 thick and long arms glowed crimson, and the big battle attribute skill arm hammer was displayed, and then he roared towards the purple-winged cat. Meanwhile, the battle between Pokemon and purple-winged cat is also going on elsewhere in the forest. In another corner of the northern forest, Round Bear's second partner, a rogue panda with a bamboo leaf in its mouth, knocked a purple-winged cat flying with 1 punch. This is a male rogue panda, with fighting plus evil attributes. It should be a good fit for the circle bear, but I don't know why this guy is the circle bear's deputy. He is obviously in the body of the circle bear in the guy's ship. There are big plans. He is fast against the purple-winged cat, but the rogue panda's fist is even faster. The speed at which the bullet pierces is astonishingly fast. Even at the speed of the purple-winged cat, there is no way to avoid him. In less than a few minutes, the 3 purple-winged cats were lying there, unable to resist. Advertisement: the northern forest is almost finished, and the southern forest is almost finished. King Nito stepped on a purple-winged cat, its sharp claws glowed purple, and the 3 purple-winged cats beside him were poisoned and lay on the ground weakly. In another part of the southern forest, a stinking mucus-like Alsaurus, with poisonous gas churning around, pushed its body away from the purple-winged cat, and the 3 purple-winged cats were also poisoned and fell to the ground. In this way, among the 13 purple-winged cats that entered the forest, only 1 alpha remained, still fighting. The purple-winged cats have used a little bit of their own magic power, but they really have lost a little bit. At this time, the leader of the big cat is also fighting hard, and his opponent is Zoroark. Baked. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The phantom split, and dozens of Zoroarks appeared in front of the leader of the purple-winged cat. Thinking of this possibility, the leader of the purple-winged cat couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Purple-winged cats are magical beasts and are born with magic, and their strongest attack is also magic. However, soon, the leader of the purple-winged cat realized that there was no movement from his group around, as if. Seeing the change in the leader of the purple-winged cat, Zoroark finally cheered up and looked at the purple-winged cat that was flying towards him quickly. Only then did Zoroark realize his situation. Zoroark stepped out and split the phantom. They weren't paying attention before, but now they've recovered and are ready to go. Hey Ming. Strong. The leader of the purple-winged cat was stunned for a moment, and then jumped at him directly, tearing off a clone with 1 paw, and quickly cut most of the clones. Light blue shadow flames erupted on the leader's body. Everything the flames touched paled and died. However, there is no magic at all in this world. Before, when they didn't feel the magic, the purple-winged cats would burst out collectively, but now, in the observatory, although the magic kept coming from the inside, it was still not dense enough. Just now, in order to confuse the attacking troops, the leader of the purple-winged cat released a spell that blocked the range, which cost him some magic power. Now he doesn't dare to use it again, so he can only be beaten passively. Are they destroyed? Zoroark looked at the leader of the purple-winged cat with a blank face, and threw the wave of evil in his hand to the leader of the purple-winged cat, looking at the leader of the purple-winged cat with envy as if he had no money. Chapter 364 Decisive Battle Heiken. But, alas, few. Although the flame of shadow is powerful, it also consumes a lot of energy, and soon the magic power of the leader of the purple-winged cat has dried up. I saw the leader of the purple-winged cat's movements slowed down in an instant, at the moment when the flame of shadow went out. Sawyer. A black light passed by the leader of the purple-winged cat, and Zoroark appeared behind the leader of the purple-winged cat with his claws crossed. Deceptive attack. Evil attribute attack is very powerful after 1 hit. Boom. The leader of the purple-winged cat fell to the ground resentfully, losing his fighting power. At this time, all the monsters in the observation area station were defeated, and it took less than 5 minutes in total. Outside the forest, Nashi is floating in the air in her pajamas, next to the red light in Hudi's eyes, making her and Nashi prosperous. When the last leader of the purple-winged cat fell to the ground, a smile appeared at the corner of Nashi's mouth. HMPH. Yes, I'm a little weak, Jang. Go and tell Zoroark to arrest all the intruders and let them stay together and wait for me to pass later. Natsu floated out of Gengar behind him, and after hearing the order 457, he flew to the forest, ready to deliver the message. Natsu and Woody then returned to the villa. Natsu changed clothes, then brought healing wounds and antidote, and finally. Natsu looked in Owen's direction. This guy came back without saying hello, but his breathing has been getting faster. Has he made a breakthrough? Forget it, no matter if he comes in, don't disturb him at this time. After preparing everything necessary, Naji left the room with Woody. Zoroark and others should have brought all the purple-winged cats by this time. Naki is very interested in these strange creatures. If possible, she wants to study them and see. These otherworld, what's the difference between a creature and elf? There was no major upheaval on the observatory side. The entire purple-winged cat colony was breached within minutes. Natsu handled the attack brilliantly, but militarily. What's the matter? What the hell? You can make this happen to him. Lin Zhengji arrived at night, and the expression on his face was very unpleasant. Advertisement: he only returned from the capital 3 days ago and took over the job of guarding Hagon again. He didn't expect such a big mess to happen in just 3 days. Lin Zhengji had no idea about the situation in the Guane building. He didn't know if there were any casualties. He didn't know what kind of monster it was, let alone. Seeing that he didn't answer the phone, Lin Zhengji was as worried as an ant on a hot pan. Lin Zhengji got up to ring the doorbell, but only clapped his hands. Beep beep. The phone is ringing. Lin Zhengji hurriedly opened it to take a look. Duao? Hello. What's the matter? Lin Zhengji's tone was not very pleasant. And on Duao's side, HMPH, did something happen as soon as I left? Don't worry, there's nothing wrong. I've already asked Elder Tien, and the old man said that the problem has been solved. Take your time, take your time. 11. Du was also taken aback when he received the news. He had promised to protect the safety of Guanhaidai, but who knew that something would happen in less than a month? In the end, it was Duao who summoned the courage to find Elder Tien and explained the situation. It's alright, Naki has fixed the problem and is now playing with the cat. Duao said. Purple-winged cats are the kind of beasts that are friendly to humans and will not attack humans for no reason. The purple-winged cats that attacked the observation deck are now gathered in the garden not far from the north side of the villa, and they can clearly feel the magic power emanating from the villa. The cats are now lying on the grass with blindfolds on their backs, eyes closed and asleep. Hypnosis. The two hypnosis masters were so good at hypnosis that even the beasts couldn't resist the urge to sleep, so Seba, fell asleep on the grass, at the mercy of Nanasi. Cats are lazy by nature, and so are Warcraft. There is a constant flow of magic around the hut, and only a small amount of magic can calm the big cats who have run away from home for lack of magic. Combined with the effect of hypnosis, Woody and Chi subconsciously hypnosis the will of the purple-winged cat, and they let them know not to attack people at will. In this way, even if the big cat wakes up, it will not accidentally hurt people. Advertisement. When Lin Zhengji rang the doorbell and asked for permission to enter the observatory, it was not far from dawn. Yang Minghao got on the phone and sent a card to pick him up. Soon Lin Zhengji met with Natsu, and he had already started preparing food for the Pokemon. Miss Natsu. That monster from last night. Lin Zhengji didn't go to Chi's father and Chi's mother, but went directly to Natsu, and asked the purple-winged cat situation directly. Natsu looked at Lin Zhengji, and found that Lin Zhengji's face was a little anxious and haggard. Obviously, he didn't rest well all night, but Lin Zhengji's golden light spell also reached a certain level of cultivation, so it was not a problem for him to not sleep all night. Those big cats are alright, I put them in the garden, guarded by my elf, and they'll be alright. After a night of manipulation, when the hint has been done and the wound is almost healed, Zoroark and Zhang Jia are still watching them, and nothing can happen. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If it weren't for that surging magic power that attracted the attention of the purple-winged cat might have been hunted in the military camp. What, you call him? Miss Nashi, this time. Did Mr. Chi make a move? Haven't seen each other for a long time, and haven't called him back? Lin Zhengji was speechless for a while. The purple-winged cat group that Natsu was talking about turned out to be a monster that almost destroyed the garrison. But, Nashi's tone began to change, and she frowned. You'd better not disturb him first. He is retreating and breaking through now. I can feel his aura is strengthening. These days should be a critical period, if he is affected by your call. Natsu was telling the truth. A few trees were still broken by Ring Bear and Zoroark, and the loss of Purple-Winged Cat was almost negligible. Lin Zhengji heard something wrong from Nashi's tone. Ah, yes, I called a few times, but it didn't get through. Evan has not shown up for almost a month. Lin Zhengji has a suspicion that Evan is not in Guanhailu. Casualties? No, just broken a few trees, cleared a few places, only a few big cats, not even a third of the woodland. It's okay, everything is okay. This is what Lin Zhengji is most worried about. Make sure that no one in the observation station has an accident. No casualties? In short, everything went well. Lin Zhengji breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked carefully. Chapter 365 Yang Lifa. Speaking of which, Qi was silent, but Lin Zhengji already understood everything, and a drop of cold sweat dripped down his back. Cultivating the golden light mantra by myself likes to be alone and not disturbed. If disturbed, it is easy to get angry and cause small internal injuries. Among the cultivators selected by the army, there were a few strong ones who were spitting blood from their mouths due to the loss of qi and blood, so it became an unwritten rule that new cultivators should not disturb them during their cultivation. If something happens to Evan because of Lin Zhengji's phone call, Lin Zhengji's responsibility will be even greater, Lin Zhengji said. Yuan. It turns out that Mr. Qi is breaking through. That's my recklessness. Lin Zhengji was slightly stunned. He opened his mouth and said in a heartbeat. Natsu waved her hand. Her superpower controlled 2 large buckets of food for the elves, ready to feed the elves for breakfast. You'd better not call him recently. Go find Uncle Yang's contact number and just call him in the future. 1. Natsu left, leaving Lin Zhengji standing there with a bunch of thoughts in his mind. Time, soon approaching the 3rd day of Evan's return. During these 3 days, Evan was in a state of epiphany, and many exercises have made breakthrough progress. The Golden Light Mantra has been completed, and its strength, controllability and power have been greatly improved, but it has not yet reached the level of the old Celestial Master, who is a level higher than him. Due to Evan's physique, the lightning spell has only reached the peak of the great achievement and cannot be further improved. Realizing this, Evan did not continue to divide his energy into lightning spells, but instead focused on improving other spells. The national art has been improved, and soul cutting has appeared on top of the gods, specializing in soul cutting. The intensity of manipulation has been improved, and the speed and power have also increased again. Heavenly Talisman and Lingbo Microstep have also improved, but because they are scroll skills, they are in the peak state of Dacheng. Mainly because Evan didn't put all his energy into them, otherwise breakouts wouldn't be a problem. Decisive Battle of the Sea of Gas. This was Evan's main goal this time around, and he used almost all of his insight on this fairly high level of technology. This exercise is an extension of the ancient demon cultivation method, so the difficulty is quite high, and the difficulty is also matched with it. It took Evan 2 days to fully comprehend this exercise. Then he started to activate the exercise, comprehend the power of the giant fly from the North Underworld, and unlock his Dantian energy. The coon is so big that it is not even 1,000 miles long, it swallows up the world and becomes a self-contained body. Advertisement. The first and most important step for a dove to occupy a magpie's nest is to discover the Chi-Hai Dantian. Only after opening up the Sea of Biming can there be a place to store the power of giant flies. There was already some power in Evan's Dantian, and under the influence of Chi-Hai Ju, it had gradually turned into dark energy. This energy was devouring his Dantian, and Evan felt a chill in his heart. He gritted his teeth and persisted, accumulating the energy of his Dantian faster. The formation of Dantian. A black fish-like pattern appeared in his Dantian and on the tendons of his whole body. Dantian and meridians are getting stronger, wider, and tougher until now. Thus, this state continues until the last few minutes of the Epiphany state. All the energy in Owen was completely transformed by the power of black meditation, but it was not enough. However, around Owen, the 7 metal demon weapons glowed, unleashing a great deal of magic from the moment they came to this world. Most of these magic powers entered Evan's body, and only a small part was emitted, and it was the fluctuations of these magic powers that made the purple-winged cats realize this. At first, the 7 demon gods were also stunned. 1 second they were still in their own world, and the next second they were in a completely unfamiliar place. They did not feel the presence of magical powers, and their connection with Yugo was severed. Owen entered a state of epiphany. He was not disturbed by the things around him, nor did he hear the question of the devil. After a period of time, darkness came, and the 7 demon gods couldn't wait any longer. In order to find out what happened in this world, the 7 demon gods took the initiative to release their magic power, trying to use their magic power to explore the world. At first, their magic was still spreading, and it was through this that they attracted the purple-winged cat to themselves. The magic power of the 7 demon gods has spread to the entire mountain range and shallow sea, ready to explore further at this time. Owen is out. The insight of the demon god's meditation was strengthened, which made the meditation work automatically and attracted the surrounding magic into his body. Since he was very close to the source of the shot, a large amount of magic was immediately absorbed by Owen, and the magic exploration of the demon gods was suspended. For Flowers. 0 at first, the demons didn't care about absorbing Owen, thinking that if Owen had absorbed enough, it would stop on its own, but to their surprise, Owen not only did not stop, but instead absorbed more and faster. Until the 3rd day. The speed at which Evan absorbs magic can be said to be extremely fast. The amount is huge. All the magic power that poured into Evan's body was transformed into black energy in the blink of an eye, pouring into Evan's Dantian. In the last few minutes, Owen's Dantian has been filled with black energy. There is no way to increase it. Advertisement. Once the energy is full, Owen realizes this is the last step. Focus. The countless villains in his mind converge into one. Evan gathers all his power. Squeeze the power in his Dantian into a black dot. Squeeze into a little black dot, extreme shrinkage, and then. On 99. Wow. The final contraction point is open. A huge energy hits the Dantian. Evan's entire Dantian has swelled up again. Owen's perception? The Dantian is shattered. Flood. Although the Dantian is broken, Evan is not panicked because it is a sign of success. The original Dantian in his body has disappeared, replaced by a piece of Wang Yang. The Black Sea is surging. The black energy is surging all over his body. The meridians disappear inch by inch. Instead, a river of black energy spreads all over Owen's body. Owen's entire body is covered in black light. A supreme black light emanates from his body. He shoots into the sky. Boom. The roof of Owen's room was instantly destroyed. Fortunately, there was no room above Evan's room, and the black light pierced the roof. At this time, Evan's room was also destroyed. What? What happened? This is a little sea child. 97. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? A black light flows into the sky. Everyone who notices it behaves differently. Some people leaned over. Chi's father and Chi's mother, Tian Lao, Natsu, Yang Mingji, etc. Lin Zhengji anxiously looked at Ten through the binoculars from the outside. Chapter 366 Magic Competition High. Then, everyone saw it. A big black fish swam out of the room with a black light. It flew into the air, opened its huge mouth, and sucked the air hard. Clap clap. The endless black light flowed all back, entered the belly of the fish. Then, the fish's body curled up. The light dissipated. Evan fell slowly from the air. Little C. Xiaoqi's father and mother didn't think much of it at all. They immediately ran up, raised their hands, made a mocking expression, and checked Evan's situation. Owen. You guys are G huh. Evan looked at the worried parents, who were at a loss. What to do? What to do? You're making noise, scaring people, asking us why. Chi's mother stretched out her hand, grabbed Yifan's ear with 457, and shouted into it. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry for you, I'm sorry for you. Evan hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Hai, what was that of you just now? What a powerful force. But that power, a little strange. Tian Lao walked over and said that although Tian Lao hadn't been down the mountain for decades, his knowledge was still extraordinary. The black aura just now made Tian Lao feel as if he saw a giant carp jump out of the water, with a strange aura. In fact, it is not. The Yin Shiju underground sea was born by the Kunpeng method, but it is completely suitable for the human race, has disappeared. Strange. No, Master, it's normal, isn't it? This is the power I just developed, Master, look. Evan took the opportunity to rush out of Chi's mother's clutches and walked towards Tian Lao, raised his hand, a black energy appeared on his palm, and then turned into a dazzling golden light in a blink of an eye. This is the power of the golden light spell. Such pure golden light. A spiritual ocean. I feel that your golden power seems to have restored the innate power. Didn't you use Yin Lei? Then the golden light would not be so pure, it's strange. In fact, the golden light spell is also the best to practice as a boy, and it is more pure. In the past, Evan's golden light spell was not even the purest power, but now it has been restored to the purest power after the demonstration of the decisive battle against Heiken Chihai. What? Advertisement. Evan was stunned for a moment, then a sea of anger surged, and black energy poured out of his body. I saw Evan holding the thundermark tightly in both hands, take a shot in a nearby open space. Palm lightning. Boom. As Evan's voice fell, a blue and white pure solar lightning came in and out from Evan's fingertips. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt and landed on the ground, piece by piece. Yang Lei Fa. Lin Hai, can this kid's body recover? Tian Lao was stunned. That Yang Lei Fa is the symbol of a boy's body. Evan cultivates Yin Lei, which everyone sees, so the palm lei should also be black. But the palm lei just now, it's pure yang, yes, it's positive lightning. Tian Lao couldn't help but put away his palms and looked at Tian Lao in puzzlement, but waved his hands to let the onlookers and servants leave. Back in the house, there was only one family left, Evan explained. Master, the exercises I have recently practiced can imitate the attributes of other exercises, that's why this is the case. Evan recounted the situation of his retreat and cultivation in the past 3 days, and Mr. Tien sighed after hearing it. Being able to imitate other exercises, Ling Hai, if you put this exercise in my master's world, you can definitely rise to the ranks of the 8 major exercises. It's incredible. Elder Tien sighed, this apprentice surprised him in many ways. Hey, I've only just started, and when I'm big, the 8 great skills will be nothing. By the way, Dad, Mom, Natsu, nothing happened while I was away, right? What's going on outside? Sample. Evan asked about the situation outside. He had been back for 3 days, and he still didn't know the news of the arrival of the beast. The outside world is fairly peaceful, but 3 days ago, monsters were destroying everywhere in the world. Although there was news today that the monsters were basically suppressed, the countries still suffered heavy losses, 000. Nothing happened in the Dragon Kingdom. A group of sea beasts were wiped out by Tyrannosaurus before they could get close. Of course, sea beasts are more powerful. Nashi said proudly that at this time she represented the world of elves. Regardless of Nashi's lofty attitude, Evan learned from Nashi's story that the 3 days outside were not very peaceful. Monsters. I don't know why these beasts are so reckless, but luckily his family wasn't in trouble. Evan is about to learn more, but, boss, that's not a good thing. There's something wrong with these big cats. Yang Minghao ran over and shouted. After Natsu heard it, he frowned, turned his head and rushed out. Advertisement. Owen still didn't understand what happened. He looked at his parents and Tian Lao, and then followed. Ow. Ow. 66 in the middle of the garden at this moment, the 13 purple-winged cats came back angrily, but Zoroark's eyes were fiery, his eyes were full of flames. Created the illusion that the flames devoured all the purple-winged cats. The purple-winged cats were provoked, but instinctively did not rush into the fire, and never broke through. Soon, Nashi arrived. Seeing where the purple-winged cats were, she frowned. What happened? Everything was fine before. When Nashi entered the garden through the hallucination of flames, all the purple-winged cats let out a low growl, but did not attack immediately. Hypnosis hints are effective even when she's on a rampage, and now the purple-winged cats aren't attacking people indiscriminately. Good boy, don't be afraid. Natsu unleashed her power, sensing the thoughts of the purple-winged cat, and soon a wave of anger. Fear. A feeling of desire appeared 1.0. They. Do you want anything? Natsu was a little puzzled. The purple-winged cat seems to be angry because of what has been lost, but, what is it lost? Paimon. Evan took a step forward and the force of the wind rushed into his earpin. It shattered Zoroark's illusion and pinned all the purple-winged cats in the wind. What are you doing? Natsu turned around and grinned at Owen, angry at Owen's attack on the purple-winged cat. 10. Look. 99. Evan reluctantly pointed at the purple-winged cat. Under the impact of the strong wind, the big cats fell silent one by one, enjoying the magic of the wind and the rumbling sound in their stomachs. What exactly is going on? Nashi shook his head in disbelief. Chapter 367 Giant Demon Tree Magical Power. The reason why the purple-winged cat came out was naturally because of the magical power. After Evan left the customs, the 7 demon gods no longer released their magic power. Without their magic power, the purple-winged cat naturally felt a crisis, and soon fell into a state of rage. Along the way, the 7 devils finally found the opportunity and asked Evan a few questions. Bar. My lord, what is this place? Why, I can't feel Rufus anymore. Benitez. Compared to Rufus, there is no magic here, this place. I don't think this is our world anymore. Layla King. Oh, I don't care, it's the same everywhere. The demon god asked, and Owen also gave the answer. This is my world, I left the world you were in before, there is no so-called magic in this world. Another world. No wonder many things can no longer be felt. Ashtaros said. Several demon gods had already guessed this, and did not show any surprise. Then, as Owen followed them into the garden, he saw the purple-winged cats. 24. Those kittens. Those are the purple-winged cats of our world, right? Why are they here too? Because of a storm without magic? Konishi is a connoisseur of flora and fauna, and recognized these purple-winged cats at a glance. Warcraft will die without magic power, these monsters will not last 3 days without magic power. Shakespeare said. What are we supposed to do then? Do you want me to give you some magic? Evan now has a lot of magic power, and the energy in his chi is like the sea, and it can also be converted into a large amount of magic power, so it is also possible to release some, but... Master, your magic power has been refined into you, and they can't absorb it if you release it, so let me do it. Paiwan's voice sounded, and then a pure magic Uzumaki burst out, overwhelmed the purple-winged cat, and channeled the magic. Meow, due to the effect of magic, the purple-winged cats fell into silence again. They lay down on the grass one by one and regained their composure. Advertisement, The leader of the purple-winged cat put his head close to Natsu and asked her to reach out and stroke it, with a very comfortable expression. These big cats are monsters from another world, and they need an energy called magic, which they rely on to survive. Owen explained. There is no such power in this world, so they go crazy. I can unleash magic, and with magic, these guys go quiet. After hearing Evan's words, Natsu frowned slightly. If it is true as Evan said, then those purple-winged cats are a ticking time bomb. In that case, what should these people do? When you leave again, they will be mad. Natsu muttered a few words to himself, stroking the silky hair of the purple-winged leader. Really, I have to go to another world in a few days, there is no way to go, maybe I have to .99. Since Owen is also very embarrassed. What Natsu said is indeed a problem. If Owen is gone, those purple-winged cats will still be domineering. In order to prevent this from happening, let's drive those purple-winged cats away. But then, Master, this is not something to worry about, you just need to keep any of us here, and we will have a steady supply of magic, you don't need to worry about other things. Saigo spoke, his tone sounding rather alert. Leave the devil behind. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? The 7 demon gods in Evan's hands, although Saigo is the only milk, but his evil taste is not very similar to Evan's, his ability is good, but unfortunately he is a pervert. My lord, I mean you can leave me, I can cast magic to quiet these babies, and then I sense that there are a lot of plants around, I like plants, I can help you strengthen some plants if I stay, this is all good zero. Saigo's words made Owen think about it, and after thinking about it, this is the only way. But which demon was left behind? That's something Irving has a say in. Sai-kun, you're right, since that's the case, you'll show me a few first, and I'll tell you the rest after I've seen the effect. As soon as Owen finished saying this, he took out his impulsive Tai Chi and threw it out. Puff. The blade was half sunk into the ground, but the green glow of the blade covered the purple glow. Suddenly, a huge magic burst out from the blade. It covered the entire observation station. Advertisement Paimon has gathered the power of wind and magic at this time, and then... Boom. The ground trembled, and the purple-winged cats jumped up and left the garden around Naki. Naki was held by the leader of the purple-winged cats and left the trembling place. Within a day, these purple-winged cats seemed to have an effect on Naki. A considerable degree of benevolence. Dustpans began to emerge from one side of the garden and spread quickly. Nito. Beep, Guy Horse. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The trunk continued to grow until it reached a height of nearly 30 meters, and then the original bare trunk immediately began to grow green buds and white flowers, turning into a giant tree dotted with white flowers in a blink of an eye. These points of light are the purest magic and also contain life energy. The purple-winged cats were bathed in this rich magic, and everyone let out a comfortable meow. When the giant tree appeared, Evan felt that the power of the earth was quickly absorbed. Several branches suddenly grew out of the place where the pulse Tai Chi was inserted. They caught the pulse Tai Katana and pulled it out of the ground, in the next instant. Boom. Meow. This giant tree is very sturdy, it has already crossed the highest point of the villa, occupying half of the garden, and the huge underground root system is even more intricate, extending far to the boundary of the villa. Not only the purple-winged cat, the overturned ground and those flowers and plants were also buried, but after the light spot fell into the soil and returned to the ground, various flowers and plants began to emerge from the ground and under the trees, and soon became a green garden. Then, the Pokemon in the forest rumbled, and many flying Pokemon rose to the sky. The thicker and thicker branches are constantly being pulled out. The ground is collapsing. the people in the villa felt tremors and ran outside, thinking it was an earthquake, and as the power of the earth was absorbed, countless flowers bloomed under the canopy, and when the wind blew, pale golden light spots scattered from the flowers, fell on the earth, and merged with the earth. But a huge 457-day-old tree is rising from the ground. Some thick roots are exposed, and the thickest part of the tree is thick enough for two people to hug. Roar. 93 Although there is no Rufus who can create and transport magic power in this world, as the demon god of the earth, Sai can still draw power from the earth and convert it into magic power. Chapter 368 They all become light. This guy, Sai Gao. The action is quite big. Owen reached out to catch some light, felt pure magic entering his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. These points of light, if absorbed regularly, are good for the body, as they carry the force of life, and regular exposure will certainly prolong life. The entire site overlooking the sea, including the barracks outside, was within the range of these light spots, although by the time the barracks arrived, there were few spots of light. The trees in the forest start to grow after being baptized by the light spot, especially the fruit saplings and seeds planted by Naki. They all grow at an amazing rate. It may take a few years at first to flower and bear fruit, now it is only a matter of days. Ha 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 ha, earth, forest, this is what I like. Sai Gao's voice came from within the throbbing Tai Sui, which was now trapped by a branch, standing in the center of the trunk, twitching slightly. The purple-winged cats approached the big tree, flapped their wings one by one, flew up the trunk, and played in the ultimate of magic. Natsu stroked the head of the leader of the purple-winged cat, jumped off the cat's back, and the leader of the purple-winged cat also flew up. Hey, you little ones, don't mess with me, you little ones, go away. Sai Gong doesn't seem to like purple-winged cats jumping around on tree trunks, waving branches to drive them away, but Sagong, don't touch them. 66 Owen hurriedly stopped Sai Gong's movements. In the future, don't attack any creatures that are not hostile, whether they are humans or beasts. Yes, I see. Hearing Owen's order, Sai Gong put away the branches and stopped chasing the cats. Evan nodded secretly, sighed heavily, and looked up at the huge canopy. A giant tree dozens of meters high appeared in front of him at an incredible speed, which would not have happened before. And at that moment, many people were more excited and shocked than Owen. Advertisement: the people in the villa were okay, they were not surprised, but on the other side of the military camp, Lin Zhengji was looking at the tree with his binoculars, his mouth closed in surprise. And the big black cat that jumped up and down on the tree trunk must be the monster that sneaked in here 3 days ago, and it looked exactly the same as the soldier described. A monster like a wolf, like a tiger in the eyes of the soldiers. As soon as he entered the viewing platform, he turned into a pet with nothing. This contrast made Lin Zhengji grit his teeth. Really? How much power are you still hiding that you haven't shown yet, carrot? Boom. Lin Zhengji gritted his teeth, crushed the telescope in his hand, stared at the giant tree that suddenly appeared, and fell into contemplation. The giant tree that suddenly appeared on the construction site overlooking the sea was known the next day. Not only reports of giant trees, but also falling golden spots of light. Since it was by the sea breeze was fairly normal, and the wind was blowing toward the mountains, bringing a few golden spots of light directly into the barracks. Many soldiers touched these blips, and each of them felt as good as an elixir afterward. Some soldiers who were physically injured by training found that their old wounds were relieved and healed, and some elites who had practiced Qigong also reported an improvement in their true Qi. When this phenomenon emerged, senior leaders were shocked. Such a big tree? Did it pop up out of nowhere? Yes, it's all under 3 minutes, and here are the original local photos. 2 photos were released with stark contrasts, a large tree towering over the terrain. Indeed. Hey, nothing to be surprised about, nothing is happening in this world right now. 99. The superior leaders were used to it and were only surprised by the appearance of the big tree, but what really shocked everyone was the effect of the golden light spot. Tell me about this golden light spot, is there any side effect? When a group of executives heard the effect of the golden light spot, they were quite moved. Some executives were not too young, and as they got older, they also had some old wounds on their bodies. If the effect of the golden light spot had no side effects, they really wanted to try it. At present, no side effects have been found, but there should not be any. Our military camp is relatively outside, and the golden light spots hovering around them are limited, and the interior of the observatory is also full of golden light spots. If there are side effects, I think Mr. Chi can do it. Find and block. 99 advertisement Lin Zhengji guessed. Then, alas, in this case, we have only collected a small number of defective products. Colonel Lin, is there a way to create a giant tree, or a way to generate golden light spots? Lin Zhengji looked at him with a calm expression on his face. In turn, thanks to hypnosis and Natsu's efforts, the cats became very close to Natsu and the people on the observation deck. At this time, Evan's life Dantian turned into a huge ocean, black waves covered his body, and he could easily control it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's good to have scraps. This time we let the monsters attack the platform overlooking the sea. It is already our dereliction of duty. We claim to protect their safety, but we do nothing. With such a result, we still dare to open our mouths and say no. Evan has never encountered Kai, but everyone has Kai. It comes from the body, from the breath. When Evan successfully cultivated Heiken's Shi Heidao, the other exercises and skills he learned gained unified energy, and the original infuriating energy, magic power and hockey became the power of Heiken. After that, hey, well, that's it, Colonel Lin, you still have to contact them, you still have to work hard, the situation is getting more and more chaotic, this time it's a monster, it may be the devil next time, and we have to become stronger ourselves, after all, it is our duty to protect the people in the country, although it is a bit daring, we still have to do it. The time has come to the 5th day after Evan's return. Today, there are no reports of monster attacks in various countries. Basically, all the monsters have exhausted their magic power and died. Okay, I'll give it a try. Meow, meow. Natsu has plenty of magic power, so he doesn't worry about eating and drinking. He takes good care of these big cats. He eats better than humans at every meal. This is the skill that all Earthlings use to control their chi to achieve the effect of flying with chi. Today, Evan is also sitting under the tree to practice. His black energy element surrounds him, and every breath will form several kinds of energy. The chief spoke, Lin Zhengji nodded, and the reason was settled. So far, there are only 13 purple-winged cats in the observatory left in the world of Warcraft. The senior officer asked. For the past 2 days, Evan has been practicing Dance of the Sky. Chapter 369 Moonwalk. Ordinary people can increase their chi through breathing exercises, but the effect may vary and the limits may vary. Chi is a relatively basic form of energy, and it's not too difficult to get started with. After sitting under the tree for half an hour, Master Owen got gas. Evan stretched out his hand, and a pale white ball appeared in his palm, which means that he has learned to use chi. After creating chi, Evan launched Heiken Chi Heidao to devour chi, analyze the structure of chi, assimilate and absorb chi, and finally, boom. At the same time as Evan unleashed his power, white light immediately burst out from Evan's side. A powerful breath set off an air current and swept the flowers around him. At this time, Evan can gather chi in one place and radiate outward just like turtle qigong. Like the famous Turtle School Qigong, there are still many skills in the Turtle School Qigong. It is not a simple chi shoot. If it is just a simple release, the power will be much smaller. Without trying, Evan began to practice aerial dance according to the exercises, and soon he was up in the air. 1 day later, Evan was able to fly freely. After practicing Wukong, Evan posted 460 and found that his aura had grown a lot. In the process of obtaining chi, Evan opens the treasures of the human body, and between breaths, chi enters his body and then increases his chi C. If others found out, they might die of envy. As for air dance, Evan doesn't plan to pass it on, it depends on the future situation. Air dance is a flying skill with great influence, and the threshold for cultivation is not high. As long as you practice hard and add a little talent, it is not difficult to learn to fly. After Evan learned it by himself, he only passed on the air dance technique to his parents, Tian Lao, Naja and Yang Minghao. Qi Lao's father and mother were not interested in this. For Shao Qi's father, having a golden light spell to save his life is a good thing. But Shao Qi's mother has never been interested in cultivation. Natch can fly on her own, although she needs Woody's help for long flights. Wukongshu was also not very interested, but he did not express dislike and wrote it down anyway. Tian Lao and Yang Minghao are most interested. Tian Lao is interested in learning the principles and manifestations of air dance, while Minghao is completely interested in flying. Yang Minghao has been practicing the Seiba power recently. It's not that Evan is stingy and doesn't give better golden light spells to practice, but Yang Minghao didn't learn it because golden light spells are not suitable for him, and the effect is slow, while the power of Seiba is more direct. The reason is that Yang Minghao is no longer young but old, otherwise Evan would want to give him the Vulcan skill. Advertisement passing the air dance technique to his family. Evan took the wind speed dog and the bee to blow the wind. The trees around him have more than doubled in size on average, and some fruit trees are beginning to bear fruit. The faint fragrance of flowers permeated the air, and the wind speed dog was intoxicated by the breath of his hometown. Running out of the woods outside the watchtower, one person and one dog rushed frantically under the watchful eyes of the guarded soldiers. Beagle Eagle. The little eagle has risen to the clouds, soaring freely among them. Boom. Boom boom boom. 33 As soon as Shaft, Owen, and Wind Speed Dog reached the wide area, they started to use it continuously, and one person and one dog shot out like lightning. Shaft's use has reached a fairly high level of Wind Speed Dog, even higher than Owen's. Usually, in Elf's Dream Island, the Wind Speed Dog does not relax and trains often. Evan walked behind the Wind Speed Dog and watched it enjoy it and had a lot of fun, so it was very comfortable to run. Big caught up and flew over the Wind Dog's head. Owen saw this, his eyes lit up, he jumped up and flew into the sky. Dance Sky. A circle of white flames appeared around Evan's body. With the power going, Evan was chasing bigger like a cannonball. Hey, the dog with average speed looked confused that day. Did they all turn into light and fly away? Come to think of it, in Evan's team, the Wind Speed Dog is the only one who can't fly right now. Although he ran very fast, the pleasure of flying in the sky made the Wind Speed Dog a little jealous. Wind Dog. Owen pulled the white airflow back, swam over, reached out and touched the head of the Wind Speed Dog in a very bad mood, and said to the Wind Speed Dog. Wind Speed Dog, do you want to fly? Advertisement? Proud. The Wind Speed Dog came to the spirit, looked at Yifan, and waited to see what Yifan said. Haha, come on, I'll teach you another C-stand, moonwalk. When you learn moonwalk, you can fly. Moonstep is a skill that Evan learned when he was very young. It is one of the 6 nautical dances. It can make him fly across the sky by stepping. It is very suitable for destroying the already powerful Windspeed dog. What? Hearing Owen's words, the Windspeed dog was excited, nodding his big head frantically, trying to absorb it. Owen smiled, dissipated the air around him, lowered his body, and prepared to learn moonwalk with the Windspeed dog. The principle of moonwalk is not complicated. The difficulty lies in the strength of one's own body. Whether it can withstand the explosive force of moonwalk is the key. Owen explained this to Windspeed dog, who he and his dog were about to give it a shot. Strange eagle. There was a chirping sound from the bird, and Owen turned his head to see that the caravan had just crossed the entrance of the mountain and was heading towards the observation deck. Is that a military vehicle? Looking at the green military pickup truck rolling in, Irving didn't decide to give way, because Irving was spotted. The convoy stopped a few hundred yards away, and then Mr. Chi. Lin Jungji got out of the car and ran up quickly. Evan's mental power probed Lin Jungji's cultivation base and found that Lin Jungji's body was full of golden light, and his internal organs began to be covered with golden light. This is the performance after the golden light spell became smaller. At this stage, the golden light spell has already become smaller, and it is moving towards the end. Cool, come back next time, this guy will have nothing to do. Mr. Chi. What are you doing here? Lin Jungji walked over quickly and asked enthusiastically. Hey, you went out for a walk? Just came back? Owen looked at Lin Jungji's troubled appearance and hurriedly Kaido. Oh, yes, I just came back. A few days ago, due to our negligence, we let a monster into the observatory. It was really inappropriate. I went back to report. Later, the chief sent a few more people. Don't worry, Mr. Chi, there will be no next time, 99 Lin Jungji said. If there is a next time, it will definitely be stepping on our flesh and blood. Lin Jungji came back this time with 50 people, all of whom were the strongest fighters in the army, the strongest fighters among those who practiced the exercises. Chapter 370 Sit down. It is said to protect the platform overlooking the sea, but the main goal is the golden light spot. With the golden light, the warrior's cultivation speed will also increase, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not all exaggeration. In the end, those monsters are actually not your fault. Fortunately, your subordinates were not injured. Owen knew in his heart that the purple-winged cats were not weak. With the soldiers' current combat effectiveness, it would be difficult to stop them without training. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Thank you Master Chi for your generosity. Despite what you say, our determination to defend the observatory is firm, and we will not disappoint your expectations in the future. 93. Lin Jungji assured. This is too exaggerated. If you really encounter a crisis that cannot be solved, retreat to Guanay Terrace and find Elder Najation, they will help you. 99. After all, it was Yi Fan's fault. There are so many monsters in this world, and there may be many more in the future. Yi Fan felt a little guilty about this. And when Lin Jungji heard Evan's words, he was stunned for a moment, and kept feeling that something was wrong. Okay, go over there, don't let the people in the car wait, I'll keep walking, and I'll be back soon. The Windspeed dog sped away, leaving Lin Jungji standing alone. The Windspeed dog ran with Owen for a while and left the platform overlooking the sea. Along the way, the Windspeed dog tried to use the crescent step, and the frequency of stepping on the ground with its 4 paws became higher and higher. It was visible to the naked eye. Every time the Windspeed dog stepped on it, an airflow would be produced under its feet. It turned out to be a talent. Evan looked blankly at the fast-growing wind dog that gradually began to slide. Does that mean, is it the advantage of having 4 legs? Evan rolled over and jumped to the ground, his feet moving to the beat of the wind dog's gait. Since he doesn't know how to use moonwalk, the Windspeed dog is not very fast. Evan easily catches up with him, and my lord, this kind of footwork is a very good technique of walking in the wind, stepping on the air, using the density of the air, and ascending step by step like a step. The person who invented this method is also a wizard. As the devil of the wind, Paimon has absolute control over the power of the wind and soon discovers moonwalk's secret. Have you solved this principle? Well, Paimon, you can help? Owen stomped his feet hard in the air. Air has density, but it's easier said than done. It's impossible to step on it. Air has density, but it's easier said than done. Really, I'm still fighting with my dog. Forget it, let's go. He controlled the flow of air under Evan's feet with his other hand and then select. Evan shoots into the sky. Advertisement. Too much power. Due to the sudden incident, Evan didn't have time to let go, and his whole body was trampled to pieces instantly. The dog stopped at the air vent at the speed of sliding, looking up at Owen in the sky, his expression full of admiration. Time, soon to the 7th day. The time for adventure is coming. After packing up his belongings, Owen did not go first, but walked to the foot of the giant tree. Cheesy, I'm going to take an adventure in another world. If I take you with me, what will happen here? Owen said, looking at the pulse of the Tai Chi diagram on the giant tree. How could he know that Sai Gong is the only healer? If Sai Gong is by his side, he can save a lot of medicine in Santo. This is. Lord, I am now bound to the earth, and if I leave this tree, this land will surely wither, so I cannot leave. Hearing Owen's words, Saigo was stunned, and then replied. Real, Owen shook his head, and then, he lied, my lord, This tree is completely rooted here. Even if there is no magic power, it can absorb the power of the ley lines to generate magic power on its own. The number will be slightly smaller, but it can already circulate on its own. It does not matter. Lee Larkin dismantled the old base in Saigon without hesitation. You. The body of the demon god rose from the veins of Taijitu and shouted angrily. But he's not finished yet. You're too much, Saigon, come on. Owen shouted. The pulse sword wrapped around the branch instantly fell off the branch and flew into Owen's hand. Sai Kong, since you recognize me as the master, don't play tricks and lie to me, otherwise. Owen's eyes became a little cold. Sai Gong could feel Owen's anger. This was not a fake. Ah, Abba. My lord, I'm just joking. How could I possibly leave my lord and be alone? For Flowers Zero Saigo hurriedly spoke. HMPH, next time I'll seal you up and throw it where you can never get out. Advertisement. Owen looked at the Sky Tai Sway. After speaking, he took out the scabbard, put the Sky Tai Sway into the scabbard, and crossed it with the thousand-edged demon sword behind him. With Seko, Owen returned to his room. The roof of the room was repaired. Owen returned to the bed, stood on the teleportation net, activated the teleportation net, a white light flashed, and Owen disappeared into the room. A flash of white light flashed, and Evan fell to the ground gently, silent, safe and expressionless. Looking at the fresh sight of the blue sky and white clouds and the vast land around him, Evan did not hesitate in his heart. After experiencing this carefree transmission for a long time, I always feel that I want to find some excitement. 0. Another not-so-simple teleportation system. What is this place? Owen said to the system in his heart that when he arrived at the station, it was time to schedule tasks. The system is also very responsive. Dungeon level detection, warning, medium danger level. Task. Main quest released. Obtain the Jade of 4 Souls. Obtain the Jade of the 4 Souls for 3 days. Obtained after completing the mission. The quest to enchant random body parts failed. Mission. Main quest 2 inches released. Complete the 100 Ghosts catalog. Seal 100 Ghosts, complete Atlas. The minimum completion degree is 100, and the time is not limited. The quest item, 100 Ghosts catalog, for completing 100 Ghosts catalog, has been released. Rewards will be issued upon completion of the task. There is no penalty for mission failure. The Jade of the 4 Souls, Inuyasha? As soon as he saw the quest clue with the Jade of 4 Souls, Evan's first thought was Inuyasha. Inuyasha is the story of a young exorcist girl who falls in love with a big dog, and the map is full of. Oh no, the story is about finding pieces. The story takes place in 2 places. Neon in the Sengoku period, which is the main map and timeline, and Neon in modern times, where Kagome the exorcist travels back and forth between the 2 timelines through a dry well. We need to find the Jade of 4 Souls. I wonder what time it is. Has Kagome arrived yet? Is it too late? Plus chapter 371. The Animal Welfare Association wants to beat people after seeing it. Inuyasha's timeline is not short. If you start from scratch, it will take more than a year. Owen didn't know what time period he was in, whether the Jade 4 Souls were damaged or not. And that. Evan holds a book in his hand that feels metallic to the touch, with a cover of dark gold metal with the word Hyaki written on it. The book is blank, but a message pops into Evan's mind. The Book of Ghosts. Number of entries. After killing a demon, you can use this book to seal its true spirit. It is a quest item and has no other effect. This book is just a prop to seal the monster, which reminds Evan of Natsumi Friend, but Natsumi Friend does not need to kill the monster. Seal a demon. Can we turn them into pets? By the way, there seem to be a lot of powerful, 460, and good-looking monsters in this world. If we can adopt them, they should be able to become a good fighting force. Unexpectedly, Yi-Fan immediately thought of it. Pet space qualification task. Defeat the first 5 demons you see, for any time limit. After completing the task, you will get X1 qualification to enter the zoo. There is no penalty for mission failure. The system has released the task of the pet space, but... System, even if I don't have any extra pets now, can I use pets to complete missions? There is no conflict between pet space and number of pets. Then. You didn't bring it to me when you were in the magic flute world. Hurry up, make it up. No matter what Owen said, the system didn't respond. And just when Evan thought he was losing badly, boom. The sky in the distance exploded. What? Owen looked up and saw. Magnificent fireworks soared into the sky. They turned into countless beams and spread out in all directions. That is. Jade Soul. Owen still remembers the scene in front of him. Obviously, it was the scene where Guo Wei shot an arrow at the 4-soul Jade at the beginning of the story. The 4-soul Jade that was shot by the arrow shattered into a large number of fragments. It whizzed through the air at a very fast speed. Advertisement, Golden Light Spell. As soon as Owen saw this scene, he immediately jumped up. A spell dancing in the air. Evan was lifted into the sky. Then, the golden light spell spread out, blocking the way of some fragments. Bang dang. Only when, Paimon. A series of raindrops erupted, followed by a violent hurricane in Owen's ears. It became a wall of wind and held back some debris. When the remaining pieces were scattered, Owen collected all the blocked pieces, 20 in all. Mission. The main quest, acquiring the Jade of the 4 Souls, is completed. It is found that the host has not obtained all the 4-soul Jade, whether it is necessary to hand in the task, the more complete the 4-soul jade collected, the higher the reward. 93. The fragments of the 4-soul jade were obtained, which was considered a condition for Evan to complete the mission. I don't know yet. There are still 3 days left to complete the task, and Evan is not in a hurry for 1 or 2 days, because he can complete the task at any time, and he naturally wants to maximize the profit. Jade 4 souls. Fired from that direction. Look, the current Zubaji must be the weakest. Gathered a fragment of the 4-soul jade and placed it in the system space, so that even Goryo couldn't sense it. Owen flew directly from the air, flew toward the 4-soul jade explosion, air surging soon. Hey, you idiot. Who are you? What have you done to see? What are you crying? What are you shouting? I deliberately do it. It is not because you are so cocky. If you arrive early to do, everything will be fine. Blame me. You be *********, D, sit down, boom. In a grove outside the village where a beautiful girl dressed in a sailor suit and white-haired demon Inuyasha is quarrel. Inuyasha is ready to open play, but there is a binding him props on his neck, with the help of which squatting, Inuyasha put his head fell to the ground. You be *******, D, Inuyasha furious. Then, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down, sit down. Hey Ming, pig this kid is awe-inspiring girls to roast dead. Owen shrugged, looked at them after a while, off the ground, walked over to them. You two, do not show affection of .11. Who is loving the show? X2. Advertisement, why did you imitate me? X2, sit down. Oops. Inuyasha and slumped on the ground, high-dimensional turning his head up high, looking at Evan. Evan seen wearing modern clothes, his eyes lit up. Your suit. You also modern, God knows when this, gentle, the girl came to this world full of monsters, how much pressure to bear. Yeah, but I come from the dragon country, so I do not know how I got here. Realized his genes a little conspicuous, Owen did not hide his personal life, to put it bluntly. You are dragon people do? Then why are you holding a samurai sword? Jie Wei pointed pole on Owen belt, in appearance, which the pulse is too similar to the knife does Shendao. Ha Long, Shendao also by our country evolved Tang knife, 2 knives and neon I really have nothing in common. 99. Owen heard rather harsh answer, high-dimensional realize this cannot go on a topic. Jie Wei very solemnly bowed, Owen nodded in response. Soaring Knife 2, is the product of science, or at least a prototype borrowed 2 knife. Hey, man, you is not normal that 2 swords, they're the devil's sword, is not it? And your body of these gold? He, and in Irving in high-dimensional greeting when the pig has stood up and looked at Owen's swords, asked with a keen eye. Owen, unemotional said awkwardly. Kagome stunned for a moment, unconsciously stroking his hair. 1.0. The stream flow of the sea. Chi-Lu? High-dimensional quickly he said, if not mouth twitched, Evan will believe high-dimensional words. Devil's sword, a knife into a demon powers, Inuyasha could feel the magic of the metal weapons, and that it is a special kind of demonic power. A bit like that in this world, with 12 powerful weapon is simply life insurance, is not it, big dog? Nice to meet you, Kagome, my name is Owen, from the Dragon Country. Yes, I can see this is a good name. The magic flute is 1000 edge basaltic country in Wuluki create magic weapon, in line with the background Dragon Country. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Right, you say? Oh, that's right, do not know your name. My name is Kagome Higurashi, a junior high school student under neon lights. Chapter 372 The winner has been decided, my name is Inuyasha. Okay, big dog, no problem, big dog. B*******, D. You want to fight, left and right. Inuyasha was still too irritable, and a sentence or two angered him. Inuyasha, don't do this. Galway pulled Inuyasha back, not wanting to let Inuyasha and Irwin fight. And Irving. Fight? Yes, actually, that's what I came for. Hearing Owen's words, Jie Wei was stunned, with a puzzled expression on his face, wondering what happened. Jie Wei, let's go, this guy is not an ordinary person, he just flew here. 59. Houndstooth pushed Jie Wei away, and it seemed that Evan's appearance had long been discovered by Houndstooth. Flying in? Jie Wei was taken aback. Oh, did you find out that I'm here? As expected of a big dog, I said, her nose is very sensitive. You be ******, D, if you dare to call me a big dog, I will bite you to death. Inuyasha grinned at Evan, his iron claws gleaming coldly. Make way for Miss Kagome, don't worry, we are just learning from each other, not fighting for life and death, it's just a matter of winning or losing. Owen wanted to take advantage of Inuyasha's opportunity to taunt 24 in advance, and do his own work by the way. You be ******, D. You be ******, D. The attitude. The tone of voice. Who are you looking down on? You be ******, D. Look at the paws. The fangs broke free from Galway's palm, and his feet moved quickly towards Owen's face. His sharp claws grabbed Owen's chest. Soul claws. Bang dang. The fangs came staggered. 5 icy claws grabbed Owen's chest, and the powerful force forced Owen to take a few steps back before he stabilized his body. Well. This force is not too big, and the speed is very fast. Could it be that Inuyasha is already so strong at this time? Owen's chest glowed with gold, and it was even darker under his clothes. The golden light spell can block Inuyasha's attack, but after being hit by Inuyasha's claws, the golden light spell also disappeared, showing that Inuyasha's strength is very strong. This you guy. A bit of strength. Inuyasha saw Owen catch his paw. Nothing happened. The anger on his face quickly disappeared. He turned around and looked at Owen with a calm expression. Advertisement. Owen stroked his chest, then grinned. This is your strength, big dog. You didn't even penetrate my defenses. If this is your ability, then this contest will be meaningless. Owen is constantly provoking Inuyasha. He wants to test the strongest strength of Inuyasha. During this period of time, Inuyasha had not yet obtained iron-cracked teeth, and his combat power was not so explosive, and could only be regarded as a small force among monsters. If Evan can't even beat the current Inuyasha, then there is no need for the monsters who follow him to find death. This time, when Inuyasha heard Owen's words, he was not provoked, he just snorted coldly, and then walked towards Owen quickly. Soul Claws. Inuyasha's 2 claws erupted at the same time. The cold light broke through the protection of the golden light spell. Evan did not counterattack, but just blindly defended, and the golden light spell of the Great Perfection gradually couldn't support the crazily arrogant attack, and the golden light became weaker and weaker. Look at that fist. Owen suddenly raised his hand and continued to defend. At this time, he realized that his fist had been smashed to pieces. The black armed color is all over his right hand. A punch hit Erwin in the face. Buzz. Hounds the teeth, jumps to the side, dodging the attack. Owen strikes the ground. Boom. The ground shattered to pieces under Owen's blow. Rocks and dirt were scattered all over the place, and the intertwined arms blocked the dirt, and then. Step by step, take a look, when you are in the heart. With a wave of Owen's hand, he found that he was being hugged by the fangs, and his left elbow was raised. Shibu slammed into the fang's chest. Wow. Inuyasha has been knocked out by Owen's elbow. Crimson dog blood seeps from the corner of his mouth. Inuyasha. Seeing Inuyasha's wound, Godiva's worry could not be concealed. Although they had only been together for less than 2 days, she had been rescued by Inuyasha several times, and a strange feeling for him had been brewing in her heart. Stop fighting. Galway stepped forward, ready to stop the fight. Evan frowned as Galway stepped forward, but before he could speak, he frowned. Let me go. Houndstooth jumped over Galway's head, wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth with his right hand, and punched Evan. Advertisement. Flying knife blood claw. Oh. 5 bloody claw knives go in and out. It's a dog-toothed ranged attack style. Come on. Keep going. Evan crossed his arms to block the blood blades. Under the spell of golden light and arm color, those blood blades couldn't cut through Evan's skin at all. Yeah. The iron claws of the soul scattering. Inuyasha dodged, and increased the strength of his claws to grab Evan. Don't you have any other skills? Nord Quentin. Wow. Iron claw followed by iron claw. Erwin raised his hand and raised the black razor Inuyasha before he could get close to Owen's body before being knocked down by yin lightning. What the hell? My powers have been absorbed. The strong self-esteem kept Inuyasha from falling, and Inuyasha held his breath and tried to fight back. Inuyasha was angry that he had to lose to this man today. Looking at Galway's back, a familiar feeling flashed in Inuyasha's mind, but before Inuyasha could say anything, a darkness invaded his consciousness. Inuyasha closed his eyes and fell headlong in the pale pool superior. But, 5 thunders of Yangshu. Lightning in the palm of your hand. Inuyasha with scattered hair looked at Evan and gritted his teeth, but his body was unable to move. At this time Galway ran over, stepped on the pale pool, stretched out his arms in front of Inuyasha, and shouted at Evan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And just when the dog's teeth crossed, stop playing the winner. It's decided, isn't it? Boom. Boom. Inuyasha jumped up, shredded the yin thunder with his claws, and stepped barefoot on the pale pool, 460 apparently being sucked out of his own power. This is the end. Bright lightning struck Inuyasha. Inuyasha wanted to escape, but when he buckled his legs, it was too late, and he was focused by Yongguo's lightning in the next second. The intertwined hair exploded in an instant. It was a bit off topic, but when Yonglei disappeared, Inuyasha didn't fall. U B ****** D. Chapter 373 Chasing the Tyrannosaurus. Duao and Lin Zhengji came here together and said they wanted to discuss some things with Evan. Evan felt that he didn't care for those few minutes and went to see the two of them. When he came to the living room, Evan saw Duao and Lin Zhengji sitting there from a distance. The expression on Lin Zhengji's face was a little cold, as if he didn't like Duao very much, until Evan appeared. He calmed down a little. General Du has not seen you for a long time. Do you have anything to contact today? Evan also got straight to the point and directly asked Duao why he was here. Duao had nothing to do. He must have brought something. When Duao and Lin Zhengji saw Evan appear, they immediately stood up, and Duao greeted them with a smile. When Mr. Qi said this, I felt a little embarrassed. Although I am embarrassed, I still have a few things to do. 22. Duao didn't talk nonsense. He quickly explained his purpose. This time I want to talk to Mr. Qi about a topic that has been discussed before about the Tyrannosaurus group. 99. After the three of them were seated, Duao mentioned the Tyrannosaurus group. Tyrannosaurus herd. What, you decided to do this? 1. Duao did not say that Owen had forgotten that the country was also considering the issue of the Tyrannosaurus group. Hey, we have to do it, and we don't want to act rashly if we can. The expression on Duao's face was a bit bitter and he looked helpless. What's wrong? Did something happen? It seems that it should be the fault of the Tyrannosaurus group. Well, 2 days ago, these tyrannosaurs moved to a small island in the sea, close to Gulong, Duo Island, which is also our territory. There are more than 600 citizens living there, and they usually make a living by fishing in the sea. Things have been very calm. The last time the sea beasts appeared did not affect the island, but the day before yesterday, after a group of tyrannosaurs approached, so far, 3 fishing boats have been attacked. Although there were no deaths, 13 people were seriously injured and slightly injured. Injury, the situation is a bit grim. The country sent warships and helicopters to rescue as soon as it heard the news. The islanders have been rescued to the mainland. The superiors believe that these tyrannosaurs have endangered the safety of the country and the people need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Duao told Evan what happened a few days ago, and at the same time showed the country's determination to deal with the Tyrannosaurus. Advertisement, so that's the case, what are you going to do? Also, why did you come to me? Yi Fan nodded slightly, then looked at Duao and asked. Master Qi, this time I am indeed here to bring rescuers. Our fleet has gathered near Gulong Island, and there must be some movement, but I am ashamed to say that we have already had a little contact with Tyrannosaurus, and our people have completely defeated, a battleship destroyed, 93. Duao was sweating profusely. The Tyrannosaur's attack power was very strong, and the steel battleships could not resist it. Moreover, these Tyrannosaurs could attack from underwater. The weapons on the warships could not hit the Tyrannosaurs at all. The army was very passive. The superior's intention is to ask me to ask Mr. Qi to help. Naturally, the ghost dragon should be dealt with by the ghost dragon. We know that there are some ghost dragons with water attributes in Kangtai Bay, which were collected by Mr. Qi. We're here this time. Kick Tyrannosaurus out of the water with these water-type ghost dragons. 39. After a long conversation, I realized that Duao was playing with the idea of a water-type elf. Indeed, Tyrannosaurs can dive, warship weapons are ineffective, and things like submarines are simply not as flexible as Tyrannosaurs. The ones who can really threaten the Tyrannosaur group are the water-type pokers. Evan replied, frowning after listening to him for a while. These elves with water attributes belong to NASA, so I have no right to decide, but if you promise me a condition, I can help you solve these Tyrannosaurs. 33. Owen did not agree, but said something that made Duao and Lin Zhengji's eyes light up. Mr. Qi, can you help us solve the Tyrannosaurus problem? Lin Zhengji asked impatiently. If it's just a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's not a big problem for me. With a little effort, I can collect them all. By the way, have you calculated how many Tyrannosaurus are in this pack? Owen knew that the country was observing the movements of the Tyrannosaurus group and should know their specific numbers. The exact number. Certainly more than 30, if we speak now. Duao thought for a while and then said an uncertain number. Why so many? Isn't there only a dozen or 20? Owen thought when he looked at the photo, there shouldn't be that much. Originally there were none, but recently there have been sporadic Tyrannosaurs flocking to Gulong Island, and there have been more than 30 in the past few days. Duao frowned. The country's intention was actually to better collect Tyrannosaurus. Originally there were only a dozen or so, and the number of Pokemon balls in the country's hands was barely enough. Advertisement, but these Tyrannosaurs were not dealt with at that time, and some of these Pokemon balls were used in other places, such as set up bodyguards for some high-ranking officials. After all these configurations, the number of Pokeballs was reduced to single digits. Luckily, Owen was rewarded with 10 Pokeballs 2 days ago, and the country was working hard to recover, which was enough, but the collection of other scattered Tyrannosaurs made the number of Pokeballs insufficient. If there are so many, even if Natsu lends you all her water-type pixies, she is not your match. Natsu only has less than 30 water-type elves, and only a dozen elves can fight the Tyrannosaurus in the sea, making them afraid to shoot easily, and they can't deal with the team of more than 30 Tyrannosaurus. B. The expression on Duao's face was a little worried, and Owen spoke at this time. Then, if you can agree to my conditions, I can help deal with these Tyrannosaurs, and then as long as you give me 20 Tyrannosaurs in the end, I will pay for the Pokeballs collected, and the rest will be yours. Evan can't ask for anything else. It would be nice if he can help Natsu complete the mission, the kings. Duao looked at Lin Zhengji, but Lin Zhengji ignored him. Can I contact my superiors? I can't make a decision on this. Duao said with a wry smile. Don't be shy. Evan made a gesture to Duju, asking him to ask for instructions with confidence. Duao got up and left and made a phone call. After getting through to the boss, after explaining the reason, the boss spoke up. I agree, this is only beneficial to us. The golden ball does not need to be consumed, and we can also get some Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tibetan Sea problem can also be solved, and by the way, we can also observe the real strength of this Mr. Qi. Why not do it? The old chief immediately agreed. Duao hung up the phone, and after returning, he made it clear that the military would fully cooperate with Evan's operation. Evan smiled and stood up. Well then, I'll go get ready. This time I must make sure nothing goes wrong. Don't let the Tyrannosaurs run away. Chapter 374. The hairs knotted. Owen's hand moved his Taijiquan and suddenly aimed at the wooden building. Crack! Suddenly there was a huge thunder. Boom! The entire wooden building was instantly destroyed by thunder. A figure jumped out of the wooden hut, landed on a strand of hair, and stayed in the air for a while. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a woman with outstanding appearance and figure. Sure enough, it's you. Kira's reverse haircut. There are many popular yokai in Inuyasha, such as Kagura, and Kagaya. What? Why are they all women? Of course, not because they are beautiful. Kara, the comb-haired demon who appears at the beginning of the series, is able to control hair and kill many people. In the story, the demon attacks Inuyasha and Furui, and is eventually killed by both of them. He's not weak and caused a lot of trouble for Inuyasha, he didn't get his iron teeth. At this time, no one else, but Kira with reverse hair appeared in front of Owen. A taller teenager, dressed in, cool, with a small dagger around her waist, standing in her hair, looking at Owen amusingly. Do you know me? Am I already so famous? The backward-haired Kira covered her mouth and chuckled, laughing happily, but Owen was not in the mood to appreciate it at the moment, and there were headless corpses lying around. Did you kill those people, Stutter? Although he was almost certain who the killer was, Owen asked. Yes, I chopped off their heads to expand my collection. What? Would you like to go too? Too bad your hair is too short for my liking? Reverse-haired Buell doesn't seem to be interested in Evan, but the voice just fell. Palm thunder. Boom. The galloping lightning smashed down in an instant, hit the back and knotted it. Kiro, who was hanging upside down, fell pitifully to the ground, his body covered in smoke, and he looked at Owen angrily. You be *****D. Who are you? I'm going to kill you. Advertisement in anger. Uzel pulled out a large clump of hair. The hair turned into tentacles and rolled towards Owen. Owen's face was ugly. Golden light spell. The golden light spell is out. There are cut hairs everywhere, messy. The tentacles of the hair can only be wrapped around the outside and can't get close. Yang Wulei curse. White floating thunder. Evan can now use Yang Wulei, and has learned a bit of basic moves. The White Thunder Suns came in and out like snakes. At this time, Evan realized that the White Thunder Suns turned out to be his own. What is this? Bai Lei flashed his hair and rushed towards him, but he had just been struck by lightning and was already alert, so he immediately jumped aside to save himself. But Bai Lei followed him like a maggot, and the entire fortress was under Evan's control. As long as he was within this range, no matter where he hid, he would be caught up. Bloody hell. Get up. Seeing that he couldn't run away, he pulled out his fingers. The headless corpses on the ground suddenly stood up one by one. They blocked the white thunder with their mutilated bodies. Seeing this scene, Owen's expression became indifferent to the extreme. His left hand stretched out and grabbed the hair that was still curling outward. As soon as Owen grabbed it, those hairs curled up and twisted as fast as they had found a breakthrough. But, next moment, Ashtaroth, my lord, heed your call, look. Boom. A column of flame bloomed on Evan's body, soaring into the sky in an instant. The flames burned the surrounding hair, touched houses or corpses, and were immediately ignited, and the entire fortress became a sea of fire in an instant. In this day and age, there was no gunpowder smoke on the mountain, and there was no 3-day imprisonment, and even if the whole, Seba, mountain was burned, no one would come to care. Kira, *****D me off. The pillar of flame dissipated. Evan appeared, completely changing into his costume. His upper body is gone, a snake-shaped gold necklace hangs around his neck, his fresh short hair has turned into waist-length orange long hair, and his arms are protected by snake-shaped scales. In addition, the white dragon-shaped flame is coiled around Evan's back, and from the color, it can be seen that the temperature of the flame must be very high. Advertisement, Om. Owen's right hand raised a long sword from the gilded double swords and held it in his hand. With the eruption of flames, the slender gilded sword turned into a long sword with a golden edge and a black edge. When Owen raised the sword, the billowing flames converge on the sword. Cut. Boom. 99 The blade fell. The huge flame python roared. It broke through the ground and bit the Nuodong. Seeing this, Anti-Mao Kira has already planned to retreat. For the anti-hair demon, his weapon is hair, but one of his weaknesses is flame. Just as Owen burned those heads off, Kara's body suddenly turned into a hair strewn in all directions, some of it curling around her dress and the dagger, running in all directions. Ow! By the time Evan had completely burned the heads, Northor had disappeared too. But the upside-down knot was meant to pull Owen over, and now it's done. Owen's head was burned. Realizing that he has no opponents, Kiro, who was against the hair, waved his hand and summoned a lot of hair from the ground. Many of them have their heads connected. Then the wind speed dog jumped out in the red light. The wind speed dog in the center of the flame was not only uninjured, but also in better condition. Many of the heads are still fresh and must be people from this fortress. Although the barbed knot ran in all directions and its smell was very diffuse, there must have been a period of time when it was gathering. A hole. Wait for me, hum. At this time, the dog found the direction where the scent gathered the most at the speed of the wind, and quickly chased after it with a low growl, and Owen followed in the same way. Her body wasn't known yet, but that was where the strongest smell had to be. The wind speed dog remembered the smell of the hair knot, stretched out his nose and sniffed, quickly confirmed the direction, and began to track. The wind speed dog first sniffed, remembered the smell, and finally, after the entire small fort was completely burned down, Owen turned and left. Evan snorted coldly and took half of the hair that was not completely burned with his left hand. The reverse harvester escaped unscathed. When it returned to its lair to regroup, it found that its hair had fallen off a lot, but the fresh prey it had just obtained was completely gone. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When Owen raised his sword, the flaming snake swirled, flicking all the hair and head into his body, melting in a few breaths. Chapter 375. Men are ruthless for the retrograde. Hair is her weapon, her strength. Without hair she is just a comb. In order to better restore her powers, Auntie Maujira stretched her black hand towards the village shrine. At first, she used her hair to control young girls with beautiful long hair, causing them to draw their swords in a coma and hack other villagers to death. The girls are like puppets, unable to move, but to attack their relatives and lovers uncontrollably. At this time, Inuyasha and Galway have just returned from the present, and can enter the present past through the ancient well, as long as they bring the Jade of the Four Souls. The two discovered the situation as soon as they came back, and immediately rushed to save the person. First they cut off the girl's hair, and then they went after the hair. Go forward and search for the strong back-haired rose. Inuyasha and Galway go in search of Kira's lair of the rear-haired rose, which is full of countless hairs. Inuyasha's lair is like a furry cocoon, but it's filled with mummified skeletons. Inuyasha rushed forward without saying a word. His clothes, that is, the fire rat fur that is now draped over Goryo, are made of demon rat fur, which not only has a strong protective effect, but is also resistant to fire. Inuyasha gave Goryo the protective suit and entered the attack state alone, still without a weapon in his hand, only relying on a set of iron claws. Only using melee attacks, Inuyasha's attack is very monotonous, and the reverse-haired Gila didn't even fight him in close quarters, and constantly released her hair to roll up Inuyasha's arms and legs. Inuyasha was already a little hard to resist. Inuyasha was like this in the early stage. He could be powerful in the face of power-type opponents, but in the face of this kind of special attacking demon, he was a little helpless. Wash. Fortunately, Kagome can still attack with arrows. Kagome's arrows have the power of exorcism and purification. This is an open demon power. She sends the arrows to Yumao Yui's lair. After the arrows are emptied, a large number of skeletons spewed down from the gap, terrifying. Just smashing the nest of the antlers is not enough to cause any damage to the rhizoma. At this time, the rhododendron also discovered the power of the high dimensional, and decided to deal with the high dimensional first. The power of the high dimensional is huge. She grabbed the Kodai sword and rushed towards Kagome, while Inuyasha gritted her teeth, tore off the hair that bound her hands and feet, and struggled to rush towards Kagome. Kagome was so frightened that she lost her soul. However, a wall of hair rises from the ground, blocks Inuyasha's way. Do not! Inuyasha let out an angry and panicked roar, the next moment. Wow! A flame slammed down with a boom. It fell between Yui and Kagome. Inuyasha jumped back, avoiding it. As he stared at the flames, his eyes were full of fear. Advertisement, I found it. This is your lair. Your corpse is there, isn't it? I don't know if your body will survive the destruction. I don't know if you will come back to life. Boom. Owen comes out of the flames in a flaming suit. His left hand points to a nearby lair. A raging fire erupts. Do not! Seeing the nest engulfed in flames, Yui's eyes widened. He roared angrily, and all the hair that had been hanging outwards immediately rolled back. Soon, we wrapped the nest and tried to use this release way to put out the fire. But paper can't hold fire. You think hair can? Blow it up. Boom. Owen's left hand is clenched. Auntie Maukiro's lair exploded from the inside. A large number of skeletons were reduced to ashes in the flames. Only one red skeleton did not burn. No. Inverse Maujiro didn't care about anything else, hurriedly rushed to the red skeleton, but it hadn't approached yet. Soul Claws. Inuyasha jumped back to make amends, tearing Kira's body in half with one paw. Puff. As the body shattered, Kira with the reverse hair fell to the ground, but she couldn't see a drop of blood, because her body was just a hair puppet, and the controlled entity was in a red skeleton, which was a comb. Crack. 99 Soon, the red skeleton could no longer bear it, and the comb inside also burned, and the body of the back-haired Jilla dissipated in the wind. Dispersed? Destroyed? Seeing that the monster had been eliminated, Guowei finally put down the bow and arrow in his hand, feeling a little better. Galway. Hounds and Teeth quickly ran past Owen, walked towards Jay-Wei, and checked Jay-Wei's situation. Owen glanced at Inuyasha, shrugged, and the magic suit dissipated. Advertisement seeking flowers. 0. Mr. Chi. Thank you for intervening. You just now turned into a demon? 9. Galway told Owen to grab Inuyasha's hand and let him know it was okay. No, it's a demon god. It's hard to say that it's a demon god. It's a fire demon god, just transformed, like a magical girl. Owen said, shaking his head. That's really impressive. If it wasn't for Mr. Chi's shot, we would be in danger now. Galway bowed his thanks, but Erwin, who was beside him, seemed a little disapproving. Haha, needless to say thank you, even without my intervention. I believe that the big dog can protect you. He has the ability and determination. Owen also rarely speaks for Inuyasha. Looking at the anime and manga Irving has read, there are really not many CPs that can be recovered in the end. This is a true love couple, and his group does not burn true love. 0. HMPH, of course, even if you don't make a lot of noise, I can handle my opponent. Inuyasha took a breath and said, automatically denying the problem of being snorted and drunk like a big dog. Haha, okay, the monsters are sorted, I'll go first, goodbye, 99. After sitting down with the backhand knot, Yangming was out of breath. After starting the dance, he quickly flew up and disappeared. After killing player Jillaw, the first demon in the 100 Demons quest mission appeared. At the same time, the pet task has also been completed. Number 2, Anti-Hair Knot, helping Evan complete 2 tasks. Evan is already considering whether to fish for law enforcement in the future, first fight and escape to complete the pet quest, and then chase and kill it to complete the main task of 100 Ghosts Catalog, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Evan took out the 100 Ghosts Catalog, opened the first page, and there was a knot of hair tied on the opposite side. A red comb is wrapped around a lot of hair, and a human-shaped reverse-haired Kira is connected to the comb, which is vivid on the picture book. Reverse hair Gila is a monster comb, originally used to tidy up the faces of the dead, comb their hair. After frequent use, it was contaminated with corpse chi, which gave birth to monster chi, and turned into a hair-grabbing monster. Wow. There is an introduction, so it is a person. A note was written next to the drawing of the reverse hair knot, telling the origin of the monster 10. Chapter 376 Wild Wolf. So it's just an encyclopedia of demons. 100 people. It looks like it's going to be hard work for a while. Aside from the 100 Demons guide, Evan continued on his own way of hunting demons. The surrounding mountains were deep and likely harbored demons, and after walking for a while, Evan heard wolf howls in the distance. As he approached, he looked up and saw a wolf demon howling into the night sky from the cliff above, looking rather strong in armor. That wolf demon still reminds me of myself. I think it was used by Nehru to attack Inuyasha. It hasn't been controlled yet. Let's beat it if we don't fight. Evan recognizes that this wolf demon is also a character in the story, and although he is on the side of the attack on Inuyasha, he is not yet a villain. Evan flew to a place close to a high cliff. The wolf demon on the cliff looked at Evan, twitched his nose and moved, showing a surprised expression on his face. A person who can fly is definitely not a creature worth provoking these days. By twitching his nose, the demon wolf can confirm that Owen is a human being. Looking at Owen who appears in front of him, the demon wolf speaks. Who are you? How dare you intrude into the territory of my forest guardian Wolf Yegan? Wolf Yegan is the guardian of this forest, generally does not attack humans, is a relatively mild monster. And Evan slowly put his body on the ground, looked at Lang Yegan, and said 2 words with a smile. Let's hit. Huh? Fight? Wild Wolfgan's ears twitched. He thought he heard it wrong, looked at Evan suspiciously, and asked uncertainly. You people? Lang Yegan had never seen such an arrogant person before, and suddenly he couldn't believe his nose. Yes, doesn't it look very similar? 6622 Lang Yegan confirmed that the other party was indeed a human being, and then Lang Yegan became vigilant and ran to the forest monster to say such words, either a fool or a super strong. Judging from the situation that Yifan flew over just now, it was the latter. Boy. You are killing yourself. Wow. Although he doesn't know Evan's strength, maybe he is a master, but first of all, he can't suffer from speed. Wolf Yegan roared, and then opened his mouth and spat out a group of 3-eyed wild wolves. The group of wild wolves jumped up and rushed towards Owen. Owen's body was pressed to the ground. Advertisement, Lifa. Content of the North, this deity. A black ink-colored thunder burst out from Evan's feet. The advancing wolves were swept away in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, lightning flashed from the ends of Evan's hair. Owen raised his arms. Massive white lightning flashed in his hands. Yang Wu Lei Fa plus Weapon Thunder and Lightning. Demon. Try Taoist Power plus Superpower. Owen combined the thunder spell with his own superpower shocker, using the shocker to amplify the power of the Sun Thunder, and try to launch it in the form of a shock weapon. Beep. A lightning spear burst out of Owen's hands in an instant. Since the beginning, his experience in all aspects is not very rich, although the speed of the spear is very fast, but the accuracy is not high. What? The electric discharge weapon attracted the wild golden wolf's ears. The weak electric current made the wolf wild root's hair explode and become fluffy. Boom. 93 There was an explosion from the forest behind him. Trees were cut down, rocks were smashed to pieces. A strong wind mixed with shockwaves spread, and it blew Wolf Wildgun's hair. This is the expression on Lang Yegan's face. Yeah. The shot missed. My hands are raw, it's okay, don't be nervous, I'll try again. The shot missed, and the current gathered in Owen's hand again, this time stronger. Owen's hand was numb with electricity. Wolf Yegan seems to be able to hear the chirping of birds in the chirping current. Seeing this scene, Wolf Yegan decided not to sit still. I saw it suddenly let out a roar, attracting Owen's attention, then. Puff. Sir, forgive me. I admit defeat. Wolf Nuigen instantly fell to the ground, not even daring to lift his tail, and curled up on the ground with a pitiful appearance. +1 for completing the pet's space quest. The silent Evan dissipated the thunder and lightning in his hands, and the dark thunder under his feet recovered. Looking at the trembling wild dry wolf, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. This thunder and lightning did not hit, and he always felt a little depressed. Advertisement come on, you devil, get up quickly, let's continue, don't worry, this time I will definitely be merciful. Yifan urged Lang Yegan to fight. If he didn't resist even a little bit, then this demon would be useless, it would be impossible to become a demon at all. And on the wolf wild root side. What, keep fighting? How? No, he must be luring me to attack. Then he's going to give me the final blow. Humph. Sneaky guy. Big Wolf Wild God saw through it at a glance. Very well. My master. I admit defeat, compared to you. I am so far from you. The wild wolf didn't even dare to lift his head. Hey, forget it, I'm not looking for you anymore, it's boring. Hey, wolf demon, are there other stronger monsters around here? Those who like to do evil, tell me, I'll clean them up. Owen was a little disappointed, but he had no choice but to create trouble for other monsters. Gaff? My master. I know this man very well. There lives an old ghost named Rito on the mountain to the south. There's a green ghost on the north side of the mountain. In the kingdom. The ruler is a toad spirit, and a little further away there is a pair of thunderbeast brothers, quite powerful. They are all evil spirits. Wolf Nogan got a little excited when he heard Owen's words, raised his head, and wagged his tail. Rito resurrected the old witch Rustum. She'll come in handy, leave her alone. Jabazbu and Thunderbeast have Inuyasha in them, leave them alone. The green ghost eats people? Well, it's him. 13. All the monsters that Lang Yigan said are famous in some way, except the green ghost. Evan first ranked 1.0 in addition to the other demons, choosing the green ghost. Come, wolf demon, take me to find the green ghost. Evan walked over to Lang Yigan, patted his arm, and said. What? Lang Yigan was stunned, because he was the one who wanted to lead the way. Well, what, you don't want to be the leader? How'd I know you're not lying to me, if you don't take me, if you don't? Zzz. Electric light emanated from Owen's hair, and Wolf Yigan's body trembled. My lord, come up, please. Boom, 23 Wolf Yigan's body changed in a puff of smoke and turned into a giant brown wolf wearing ketone armor. The head was slightly larger and it didn't look very coordinated, but in fact the body was not small. Rice Giant Wolf. Chapter 377 Green Ghost. That's right, do it, it's good for you. With a smile on his lips, Owen jumped onto Nogan's wolf's back. Let's go. Call. With a howl to the moon, the wild golden wolf jumped off the cliff, landed in the woods, and immediately ran north. Wolf Yigan's speed is very fast, and the wolf's speed and athletic ability have been well played, and he can jump a great distance every time he jumps. But, don't be nervous, Harlow. 66 That as Owen screamed, Lang Ye and Gon retreated, the original leap turned into a catwalk, moving forward smoothly. The northern hills, which sound close, are not. There are several mountains in the middle, and Lang Yigan was still hesitating whether to speed up, so he did not reach Baishan until a day later. My lord, here we are, this is the hill that the Blue Ogre occupies. Wolf Yigan stopped at the foot of Mount 24 and turned to Evan who was blindfolded by the black light on his back. The black light on Evan's body made him feel the pressure of his blood. Evan, who was enveloped by the black light, was no longer a person in Evan's eyes, but a terrifying strange fish lurking in the endless sea. Evan couldn't help looking at his body. With another look, his legs trembled, and after a cry, he looked back. Okay, are we there yet? Evan opened his eyes, black light penetrated his body, surrounded him, looked at the time, only 24 hours had passed. A little slow, little wolf. Evan said, patting the wild dry wolf on the back. If you run fast, you will be afraid of shocks, if you run smoothly, you will be afraid of running too slow. The wild wolf thinks that he is working too hard. Yes, my lord is responsible, and I must reform myself. Lang Yigan hurriedly admitted his mistake and was very sincere. Advertisement, it's okay, it won't happen again, let's go to that green ghost and see what he looks like. Owen waved his hand, stretched out his hand, and pointed forward. Wild Ganlang lowered his body and quickly took a step back. At this time, Owen realized that his body was no longer there. But I haven't had time to skip a few steps. It's kind of upside down. Yi Ganruan finally learned to be shrewd. There is no way, whoever lets him meet a difficult master who doesn't know how to change, should be destroyed by society. Who is society? It must be Owen to Lang Yigan. He uses his magic to stimulate the hair on his back to form a thicker ball of hair, or a ball of hair with a backrest on which Owen would sit, soft and sleepy. Then, due to the buffering effect of the fur, Yi Ganon can finally use a little speed. As long as he is careful not to jump too much, he can still run very steadily. Owen was very satisfied with the changes of the wolf porcupine. He sat leisurely on the back of the wolf porcupine and galloped to the top of the mountain. There were a few little monsters there, but they were forced to hide because of the wolf and porcupine's enchanting aura. The demons dare not get in the way of Wolf Yigan, who is also a famous demon, only in this area. So running along the way, the number of the 100 demons in Atlas did not increase at all. However, Evan is not in a hurry. After all, there is not much time. Evan still wants to fight against stronger demons, and he doesn't want to make up for it in terms of quality. We will talk about it later. If you want to enter the 100 Ghosts Atlas, you must at least have a little strength, like the green ghost on this mountain. The ghosts in the Neon District have always been synonymous with cruelty and power. Green ghosts are a kind of ghosts. They're human-shaped, with green faces, fangs, and great power. Before Evan could say anything, he sniffed and immediately screamed, capturing the breath of the green ghost. Green ghost, come out, my master wants to see you. 19. After Evan heard it, he was too shy to say anything. He leaned back in his chair and waited for the appearance of the green ghost. In seconds, swish, 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 the first was a rustling noise. The next moment, many green-skinned goblins jumped out with various weapons. These green-skinned little devils are only more than 1 meter high, and there are more than a dozen in number. They will surround the wolf wild root with their weapons. But, humph! What do you mean, greenskins? Wow! Wolf Yegan opened his chin and spat out a group of three-eyed wolves, who also formed a circle and faced the green-skinned urchins. Advertisement at the same time. Damn, dong, boom. Heavy footsteps sounded from the cave, and a green-skinned devil with a height of more than 3 meters came out, holding a stone giant sword in his hand, which was not light at first glance. Wolf Yegan. You stinky dog, why did you come to my ghost mountain? And brought someone with you? Late, you are here to bring me wine? Blue Ogre is not afraid of wild and cruel. When he saw Owen on the wolf's back, he was slightly surprised and said arrogantly. Unrestrained, green ghost. How dare you be rude to my master? As soon as he heard the green ghost molesting Owen, he grinned and yelled at the green ghost. My master? Ha 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 ha. Wolf Yegan. You have fallen. Call a master. What a shame to our demons. 19. The green-skinned demons shook their heads and laughed out loud. The green-skinned children around began to laugh as well, and they danced as if they had heard some funny jokes. But in the next moment, the spell 460 of 5 thunders. Evan raised his hand and swiped, and in the next instant, several lightning bolts fell from the sky. The green-skinned boys around him were struck by lightning before they had time to dodge. In an instant, they turned into charcoal and fell to the ground. Blue Ogre raised his stone sword to block the lightning strike, but some thunder and lightning still fell on him. Scorching hot, Blue Ogre finally realized that the person in front of him was not worth messing with. Shame on you demons. Don't you feel ashamed, Wolf Yegan? Evan asked Wolf Yegan and stood up on Wolf Yegan's back. Of course. Absolutely not. It's my honor. Lang Yegan shook his head hastily, for fear of making Evan angry and electrocuted. Listen, the only one who feels ashamed should be you. You are a green ghost after all. You were quite arrogant just now. Come on, fight with me, and if you win, I will let you go. He jumped off the wolf's back and landed in front of the green ghost. After Evan left, the green ghost quickly returned to the human wolf form, and walked back with the wolves, away from the battle circle to avoid injury. When the green ghost heard Evan's words, a burst of anger rose in his heart. The green ghost is an irritable monster who often loses his temper whenever he gets the chance to cause trouble. Blue Ogre is like that. When he was provoked by Owen's words, all his muscles instantly swelled up, holding the stone sword high, roaring and attacking Owen. Chapter 378. Your troubles are big and you are murderous. Ah, I'm going to tear you to shreds. The green ghost slammed into Owen. Owen didn't even have time to dodge. He raised his hands and released 2 talismans. The wind talisman. The dragon talisman. A clattering firestorm came first. The green ghost was engulfed by the flames. And then, the golden talisman floated out like a floating dragon. He rushed towards the storm and hit the green ghost's chest. It knocked the green ghost away. What? The green ghost fell to the ground along with the flames, and tumbled to extinguish the flames. When he got up, there was a wound on his chest that was neither deep nor shallow. Damn it. The green ghost suffered a crushing defeat in the first round, and he knew he couldn't win the fight without another spell. You brought it yourself. Wow, Ghost Claws, 99. The green ghost raised his left arm angrily. A demonic force enveloped his entire arm, and the muscles in his arm were surging. Oh my god, said the green ghost. Then he pounced on Owen viciously and let go. Owen is still a long way from the green ghost, but when the green ghost waved his arms, Owen's witness hockey felt a hint of danger. Golden light spell. Buzz. A golden flame instantly enveloped Evan's entire body. In the next second, a huge force was cast on the golden light charm. Boom. The golden light spell that enveloped Evan was transformed in an instant, as if caught by a big hand. Not bad. Oh, try my trick, electric weapon. Evan raised his flashlight, stacked up in his hands to see. With this move by Owen, Wolf Nogan hides further. A second later. Go. Advertisement lightning burst out from Owen's hand. The green ghost only had time to draw the stone sword to his chest. In the next instant, he had a close contact with the electric spear. Boom. In an instant, the green ghost put down his left hand and looked at his chest in surprise. The strong and heavy stone sword had broken, and even his chest had a large scorched hole. What? Yokai also have feelings, and Blue Ogre has pain too. While the wound wasn't fatal to Blue Ogre, the hole in his chest wasn't for anyone else. Seeing this scene, the wild artillery wolf hiding in the distance was very fortunate that he gave up early, otherwise a hole might also appear in his chest. The green-clothed female ghost let out a panicked scream, dropped the half-stone sword in her hand, turned around and ran away. Evan saw this scene, smiled slightly, and the plan was successful. First defeat the green ghost, earn the number of tasks in the pet area, then hunt him down, increase the number of ghosts albums, and shoot 2 birds with 1 stone. Very simple. The ideal is very plump, but the reality is very skinny. Blue Ogre finally took a few steps, and a golden thread flew out of thin air and wrapped around Blue Ogre's neck. In the next instant, 2 punches flashed. Blue Ogre was knocked to the ground. The green ghost's head and left arm fell to the ground together. Peeved. The headless Blue Ogre knelt on the ground like a mountain pushing jade pillars, and found himself lying on the ground, purple blood flowing in all directions. The looted monster. The word suddenly appeared in Ivan's mind, and after that, a demon cloud fell beside Blue Ogre's body, and then, a handsome young man and a little monster with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks walked out of the cloud. His Royal Highness. This green ghost's hand has extremely strong energy, and it should hardly be worthy of you. The sharp-mouthed little demon said harmlessly, and the handsome man next to him raised Blue Ogre's hand indifferently, and then put it on his broken left hand expressionlessly. Evan stood beside him with no expression on his face. Who is this person? Of course Evan knew that this handsome guy was Sesshomaru, the older brother of Inuyasha, and that little demon with sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was a follower of Sesshomaru. This little demon was called Evil God. The strength is not strong, but the head cane in his hand is quite powerful. The monster's left arm was broken, and Inuyasha got the iron shard. Advertisement in the original story, Sesshomaru seeks out the devil's sword, a powerful devil's sword, iron shard, created from his father's teeth. Eventually, Sesshomaru learned that the entrance to the location of the demon sword was a black pearl in Inuyasha's eyes, so he set out to find Inuyasha, retrieved the pearl, opened their father's tomb, and found Iron Broken Fang there. Sesshomaru thought that from now on, Tetsuya belongs to him, but to his surprise, Tetsuya is set within the boundaries that no monsters or humans can use, except those who have a heart to protect humans. Sesshomaru is a pure demon who has always had a grudge against humans, so how can he protect humans like this? He can't even touch Iron Broken Teeth. In the end, it was all in vain. In order to protect Godiva, Inuyasha picked up the Iron Broken Fang, successfully pierced it, and cut off Killshot's left arm, which became what it was before, and Killshot had to look angry, walked away in pain. Now, Sesshomaru is looking for an arm strong enough to wrap around Inuyasha again. After the Zeus hand was established, the power of the demons was connected, and soon Sesshomaru was able to completely control the Zeus hand. Feeling the power of this hand, Sesshomaru wasn't quite satisfied, but something was better than nothing, so he used it first. Okay, let's find a place to try this power. Sesshomaru lowered his sleeves to cover his arms and turned to leave. Sesshomaru never left Evan with any dignity from the beginning to the end. This arrogant attitude made Evan, who still had a good impression of Sesshomaru, make his expression look indifferent. Although this character has always been the villain in the original work, he is basically the one who provided the protagonist Inuyasha with equipment and skills, and even eliminated the last boss Yui together with Inuyasha at the end. Initially, Owen didn't hate this man, but after seeing him today. Hey, big dog, robbed me of my trophies and left without saying hello. Isn't that a bit too cruel? What? Urguzi chopped off your arm and then your eye? It definitely stepped on the Thunder's throat, and Irving performed quite well if he wanted to be poisonous. Ha ha ha. Seshtong, who was about to leave, stopped and turned around suddenly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. His eyes were full of murderous intent. What did you just say? Despicable guy, a murderous aura. The halo of the devil. This aura has come out of the murderous body. Put pressure on Evan. Evan's words were a complete revelation, and quite accurate and profound, because at the moment Sesshomaru turned, he raised his hand. A golden thread came out of his fingers. It flew towards Owen's neck. Chapter 379. Need I say it again? What, need I say it again, big dog? Owen didn't let go. One step in place. Golden light came out from his body. Evan cast the golden light spell with all his strength. The ground around him was covered with golden light. The flying golden thread was blocked by the golden light in the air, and then crushed. How dare you deprive me of my prey without a word? There is not a word of apology. This is my task. Apologize. Otherwise, don't accuse me of being inhumane. Owen's hand was on the hilt of the thousand-blade demon sword, and his intention was very clear. Chipoling stared at Evan silently for a while, and then said to Evil Vader. Let's go. Yes. Your Highness. Take action, Your Highness. Defeat this insane man. 99. Evil Wee cheers for Sesshomaru, and he runs away. The evil dimension has full confidence in the power of Killshot, and no one can resist. Buzz. Chipoling is moving. He is about to rush into the house like a phantom. Poison Daxia. In the distance, Seshtong stretched out a claw. His right hand was enveloped in green gas, and when he poked, a green gas came out from his fingertips. Shoot directly at Owen. But, 463 the large space around Owen was shrouded in golden light, forming a wall that blocked the movement of the poisonous gas, but this gave Sesshomaru a chance to avoid the golden light, and his right hand continued to shoot, approaching Owen with a ghostly gesture. 46 From the point of view of the movement method, Seo Shingtang's moves are in place, but they are useless. Yin Wu Lei Fa. Heaven in the Northern Kingdom. Owen stomped his foot. A cloud of murky black water erupted in the thunder. Seeing the Yin Lei attacking him, Shingtang realized that he didn't know its power, so he didn't dare to touch it. He threw his leg back and raised his left hand. An invisible pressure was instantly generated. The power of the blue ogre's claws in Shingtang's hands did not weaken, but instead increased. Boom. The invisible ghost claws closed on top of his head, setting off a strong airflow. Ivan gathered back the golden spells, and the stench of mines came out from the vast pool, slammed into the ghost claw, trying to stop it from falling. But the power of the ghost claw is too great, the liquid yin thunder can't stop it, and it is about to fall completely. My god, my god. The yin method of 5 thunders. There is silver in the north. Advertisement, Seba. Boom. 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 Owen threw the thunder with all his strength. The whole pond began to boil. The next second, a huge black fish came out of the pond. It flew into the air and hit an invisible ghost claw. Boom. The two collided and the air was shaking. Chipolang's hand was shaking, and his skin began to bleed. indicating that Green Ghost's hand could no longer hold on. And the big black fish flapped its fins. The thunder in the pale pond below surged upwards. It flowed into the fish. With its tail fin, the fish smashed the ghost's claws. Ow! Buzz! Heiyu jumped through the ghost claw and jumped into the air. Then, he turned his head and threw himself at Sesshomaru. Sesshomaru's left arm was now full of blood, and Ona's broken claw also shattered the green ghost's arm. Seeing the big fish rushing towards him, Sesshomaru gritted his teeth and jumped back. The big fish hit the ground with one head. Wow! The big fish burst into pieces when it hit the ground. It came back to Evan's feet as a pale puddle. Chapter 165 The Devil's Pokeball. Murderous jumped into the air, with a cloud of demons floating under his feet to keep his position. Seeing that Evan didn't say a word, Sesshomaru reached out and grabbed his left arm, pulled hard, took off the green ghost's peeled arm, and threw it aside carelessly. At that moment, the expression on Killshot's face was calm, as if neither sad nor happy, but the evil number 5 who was familiar with Killshot knew that Killshot was definitely angry. His face was ugly. Ah! Killshot let out a low growl. His body swelled and began to transform into his true form. In the blink of an eye, a huge white dog appeared in the air, a head taller than Nagami Wolf himself, with one broken left paw and one missing. It has become my own body. It's not small. Look at the wolf wild god. This dog is bigger than your wolf, and it looks good. Let's see what you use. 1. Owen looked at Sesshomaru's body, and compared it with Yiganru's body. The gap was not small. Have a look. The wild wolf hides to one side, lay down inexplicably, but doesn't dare to talk back. He can only nod his head and admit his mistake, so, sometimes being ugly is also a mistake. Roar. Sesshomaru became his body, and all the powers reached their peak. Strength, speed, the power of this demon always reached the maximum in his body. Advertisement. Owen looked back at Sesshomaru and then. Bal, come, my master, I am all yours. Boom. A powerful celestial lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air. It fell from the sky and hit Evan's body. Amid the thunder, Evan's body changed rapidly. The armor of dragon scales took over his body. His hair was elongated to blue. A dragon's horn was inserted into his hair, and a dragon's tail was behind him, tossed out, squirming and rolling like lightning. What the hell? Watching Owen change, Killshot's expression freezes as Killshot's words leave his lips. Lightning erupted, accurately hit Sesshomaru's body. Thunder sword. The exhausted Sesshomaru finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell from the air to the ground. This big black dog couldn't even twist its toes any longer. The lightning strike was not pleasant, and Sesshomaru roared in pain. Instead of using his enlarged body to his advantage, he became an easier target. Then, one of the gilded double swords flew out. Owen seized it, and the power of the fiend temporarily transformed it into a thundering sword. Raiden. Get down. Raising his hand, he aimed the blade at Sesshomaru. Drink. A ruthless leg lift. A punch to Sesshomaru's chin with a fully armed right foot. With tremendous power and a thunderous punch. One punch lifts Sesshomaru's head into the air. His Royal Highness Sesshomaru. Owen jumped out like lightning. He was in front of Sesshomaru in an instant. Roar. Xie ran to the side quickly, ran in front of Sesshomaru, turned his head to look at Evan, although his heart was in a cold sweat and panic, but Xie still opened his arms. There was no way to get out of the way. Hurrah. Boom. 19 Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. Owen waved his thundersword, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Huge lightning bolts shot into Sesshomaru's body one after another. By this round, Sesshomaru's originally white body had turned black. Chapter 380 Chaos. That can't be done. Evan fell from the air, trying to get closer, and the sound of mission completion suddenly entered his ears. Mission qualified pet sites have been completed. Confirm space map. Elf Dream Island. Confirm the number of pets allowed. 4. Confirm the pets that have been checked in. Ghost Stone, Windspeed Dog, Biffly Bird, Vacancy. Completion of pet space qualification tasks. Houndstooth, Backstab Kiro, Wolf Wild Mummy, Green Ghost, Killing. Ghosts killed in one turn don't count, probably because they're killed within seconds. Death doesn't count. With Sesshomaru, they became 5, and the mission was completed. The task is completed, and the mood is much better, although I really want to keep you all here now. For the sake of the future, I still won't disturb you. Owen dissipated his magic suit and fell to the ground, no longer worried about murderous and sinful species. He turned and looked at Wolf Wilder Dagon. My master. Seeing that the battle was over, Lang Yigan hurried out and smiled respectfully. The battle just now made Lang Yigan raise Evan's level again, and the last straw of luck was gone. Let's find other demons. Don't forget to find those strong ones. After Evan finished speaking, Wolf Nogan turned into his own body, bent over and let Evan jump on his back. When Evan sat up, Wolf Nogan glanced at Sesshomaru, who had not woken up, paused for a while, and finally ran away at full speed. Diva. Evan severed the head of a spider spirit and set fire to a spider cave full of human remains. After killing the spider demon, 100 ghosts, completed 5, and Evan also got the fragments of the 4-soul jade. It's been a long day, and Evan finally finds another piece. It seems that it is unrealistic to want more things. There is not enough time. Hand it in, and see what main quests will follow. 93. The time was up. Evan pressed the button and handed in the main quest. Mission. The main quest, acquire the Jade of the Four Souls, is completed and rewards are given. Award. Chi Gathering Pill X3, Super Magic Sealing Spirit Orb X5, Great Demon Blood X 1.93. The first main quest has ended, but there are no new main quests. Now Evan only has one quest for the 100 Demons Atlas. The Demon Sealing Stone? The blood of the Great Demon? Advertisement. Evan knows that Chi Gathering Pill can restore energy, but this is the first time he has seen the Demon Sealing Orb and the blood of the Great Demon. Super Seal Magic Bead, a subduing prop in Monster Hunt, which can be used to subdue monsters. Blood of the Great Demon God contains the pure demon power of the big monster, which can be absorbed by the monster without any adverse effects, and has a certain chance to increase its bloodline. The Super Magic Seal Bead is a blue sphere, while the blood of the big devil is a red crystal the size of an egg. As soon as Owen took out the blood of the big demon, the little wolf under him almost fell to the ground because of the shaking of his body. What happened to you? What's the matter, little wolf? Owen asked, frowning slightly. Yes, my master. Wolf Nogan turned around with difficulty, seeing the blood of the Great Demon King in Owen's hands. The longing in his eyes was beyond words. Well, do you want to come? Lang Yigan's head nodded sharply, and those who didn't know thought he had suffered a stroke. Okay, I said I won't treat you badly, so let's go. From now on you follow me. I am the master. I can give you the blood of this great devil. After 2 days of getting along, Yi Fan fell in love with the wolf's wild stem as a means of transportation, and now he has a special demon ball in his hand. No, it's the magic seal. If the wolf's wild stem wants it, he can monopolize. My master, Wolf Nogan. May I serve you as my master? My master, Wolf Nogan, will follow his master from now on. Lang Yigan quickly clarified his attitude. Haha, okay, let's go through the program first. Don't resist, relax your body, and do it. Take out the Super Magic Seal Bead, infuse some power to activate, and then throw it on Lang Yigan's body. Wash. Lang Yigan was pulled into the Super Magic Bead Seal. After the bead landed, it trembled for a moment, then flashed with golden light and remained motionless. This was a sign of successful surrender. The Super Sealing Demon Spirit Orb sealed and subdued Lang Yigan, so Lang Yigan has actually signed a contract with Evan, just like Bailing Fengshugu did with them back then. I found that the host received the magic pet, Wolf Yigan, whether to send it into the pet space and confirm the relationship with the pet. The system's prompt appeared in a timely manner, but Evan hesitated and finally denied it. No need, isn't it already possible to return it? Leave it for now and talk about it later. Advertisement. For Flowers. 0 without letting Lang Yigan officially become a pet, Evan flipped the spirit orb in his hand and poured energy into it. Come out. Wolf Wild. A whirlwind appeared on the surface of the Lingzu, and then Lang Yigan roared excitedly and jumped into the big one. Master. What a treasure. There's so much energy in it, it's so convenient. As a super powerful magic sealing tool, the magic sealing bead itself is a treasure, and it contains a lot of energy that is useful to the demons, which can nourish the demons in the spirit bead. There are benefits like this. Evan also didn't expect a magic seal bead to have such an effect. After all, this kind of spirit bead in the game is completely sold out. Well, as long as you feel comfortable, Shao, this is the blood of the big demon, eat it. No longer staying on the demon sealing orb, Evan took out the blood of the big demon and threw it into Wolf Sushi's mouth. Ji Yu Ling. The blood of the big demon entered his stomach instantly. Lang Yigan used his demon power to touch and purify the blood of the big demon, as soon as he touched the blood of the big demon. Wow. The crystals condensed by the blood of the big demon melted, and countless red energies permeated Lang Yigan's body. Lang Yigan's sturdy body began to swell again. Bang. Boom. Boom. Due to the change in his body, the armor on his body shattered and fell, but the wild root wolf did not notice this, and he was completely immersed in the thrill of the transformation. Finally reached. At an altitude of about 7 meters, the transformation stopped. The remaining energy gathered together automatically, transformed into a small large demon blood crystal, and stayed in Lang Yigan's stomach. Later, when Lang Yigan adapts to the new power, he can continue to stimulate the blood of the big demon to make it stronger. Lang Yigan, whose strength has increased greatly, made a soothing cry against the sky. In addition to the change in body shape, the Wolf Yigan at the moment has also changed in appearance. Originally, his head was bigger and rounder than his body, and it looked a little uncoordinated, but now, his head became slender, no longer round, his hair was brown and shiny, his body was slender, his tail was longer and thicker, and now he finally looked like a real wolf. This will be much calmer. Come on, Wolf Nuogen, continue to look for a great opponent. Plus, Chapter 381 Advance. He is very satisfied with his new wolf appearance, and only in this way can he get a good mount. The soft fur quickly formed a cushion and back, on which Owen sat. The speed is obviously not as fast as before. Zero on the other hand, the current world has changed a bit as Evan rides a wolf to fight demons around the world. The world's oceans have become slightly different. Since the magic power has not been replenished for a long time, the monsters who entered this world before have died in large numbers. Some monsters on land got rid of their corpses and took their researches after they died, and some monsters on the sea also got rid of their corpses and took their researches, but that's not all. There are also quite a few sea monsters thrown into the sea, and their corpses are shared by other marine animals. Although these sea monsters no longer have magic power, they still retain their vitality. Some of the sea beasts ate their flesh, and gradually they exposed themselves and began to change, producing extra horns and bony armor. The most exaggerated is the starfish, which swells countless times in just 2 days after eating the flesh of an octopus-shaped sea creature. It is a huge multi-legged animal. It turned into a huge multi-legged monster with dozens of legs and a body up to 50 meters. This starfish, which has no thoughts and relies only on instinct, seems to have developed a super brain that can think and judge. She hides quietly in the depths of the ocean. Maybe one day she will burst out of the ocean and shock the world. Creatures in the ocean are starting to change. It is happening quietly. It will take time, and countries on land don't know it yet. Now all countries have set up their own research departments to study all kinds of monsters that suddenly appear in the world. Somewhere in the Neon capital, in a very secret underground laboratory, an experiment is taking place. Advertisement: the scale of this underground research facility is somewhat exaggerated, with a large number of researchers and various monsters that have been discovered and sent here as research objects. The 124th experiment. The name of the experiment is Bakugan Gene Fusion. This time we selected 13 monkeys as the test subjects, and began to inject the Bakugan gene. After the injection, everything was normal and the goal was achieved. Preliminary results. After several experiments, Brogy has the smallest phagocytosis effect on primates, and several test subjects did not have any pain and unpleasant performance after the experiment, but became stronger and faster. 99. In the center of the laboratory, various experiments are constantly being carried out. There are not only magical creatures from the world of the Brotherhood, but also the corpses of the old Warcraft, and even a Bakmo. People in the lab are currently experimenting with a genetically fused Bakuro that, while cannibalistic, is still strong in chocolate and physical abilities. This is the monster in the Neon comics. Experimenters at the Institute proposed an experimental plan, and after some executives read it, they immediately agreed to get a special team like Kunks, like in the project, which did not need to eat human flesh and could maintain Bakuro's combat effectiveness. After the monster attack some time ago, Nin realized that his country's defense is not always strong, can't rely on artillery only, the world is different and needs more special abilities. The experiment, codenamed Kunks, went well, using several batches of test subjects, culminating in some findings in primates. The original plan was to find some dead soldiers for post-testing, but before they started. Beep. The hidden and sturdy door of the Research Institute was forcibly opened. Immediately after, more than a dozen gorgeous figures rushed into the Research Institute and started killing without warning. There's an attack. It's a lark. Quick, call for help. The guards in the Institute attacked immediately, but the guards who were not very well equipped were quickly killed by the various dangers of Paramount. The Poros were killed on the spot, and when they saw some isolation rooms where experiments were being conducted, they forced the staff to open the isolation rooms and then killed them. Finally, after rescuing the captive Bola people, the Bola people left quickly. When the guards under the neon lights arrived, they found that not only the Bola people had disappeared, but even the experiments had disappeared. Chaos soon reappeared under the neon lights. Some strange experiments began to attack humans, and the Boers formed a Boer Eclipse organization and began a series of revenge plans. Apparently, not many days have passed since the last sea beast attack. Advertisement: Neon Country is living in dire straits. Many people lament that this is really a tragic era. Various disasters follow one after another. What happened on TV in the past is now appearing one after another in real life. The most important thing is that there is no such thing as aught. A righteous helper like man. It's hard. These are hard times. Some people with a bit of money and power started to seek refuge in nearby countries because their own country was a bit of a disaster compared to other countries. If you compare the situation of neighboring countries, Long Kingdom is the most stable and best country, so it is the first choice. A large number of people under the neon lights came to the Dragon Country in droves to seek shelter. When the neon lights realized that the momentum was not right and started to stop the outflow of the population, a large number of people had been lost. Compared with other countries, the situation of Long Kingdom is much better, and its internal development is orderly and stable. Kong Yuan Ju has become a compulsory course for the military and is ready to be promoted to ordinary people. As the most basic exercise, it does not necessarily make people a great fighter after long-term practice, but it has a very good effect on physical fitness. Most fighters who practice it say that they have become stronger and spiritual full. Those who showed outstanding achievements in the aerial training and had the talent for cultivation were then selected to be sent to the special unit. After review, they would get higher exercises and start higher level cultivation. This is the case in the 1.0 areas of the major armies across the country. Soldiers who practice advanced exercises are called elites. They are the idols of ordinary soldiers and the goal of struggle. But in fact, ordinary soldiers don't know the secret that only the elite can know. That is, there is a place that all elites dream of. What is this place? That's a terrace overlooking the sea. After confirming that the golden light spot on Guanhai can improve their own cultivation, the senior officials of the military region regarded this place as a good training ground. Only the best elites can come here to stand guard, and it is stipulated that the rotation is once a month, and there are only 100 places at a time. Although the first month is not over yet, but half a month has passed since the formulation and implementation of the plan. Chapter 382: An Unexpected Encounter. After half a month of training, the elites who came to the barracks outside the observatory were completely reluctant to leave. Just kidding, the cultivation speed here is more than twice as fast as outside, and the golden light spot can repair the dark wounds on the body. Occasionally, Elder Tien secretly instructs the cultivation, and the cultivation conditions are not too good. 99. Disadvantage. Need to stand guard at the gate. The elites who come in all have a certain level, do not need to stand guard to watch the door. When they first came, maybe these elites still had a little emotion in their hearts and felt that they were not enough. But the duty of a soldier is to obey orders, and everyone is willing to work without a single complaint. This is the beginning. And now, gatekeeper, what? I just like to stand guard at the gate. I will be looking at the door for a lifetime here. The drums were bursting, and seeing that half a month would pass, Lin Zhengji pondered what should be done to make these elites leave obediently and change the environment. Today's 24 barracks can accommodate up to 150 people downstairs, not counting the 100 soldiers stationed there and 20 logistics personnel who manage life. There are also 10 members of the National Security Agency, and the remaining 20 seats are reserved for military leaders. Although the military bosses will not decide to stay here for a long time, all kinds of conditions are not allowed, but they will still come here to recuperate at some point, and there is also a reserved place here. Originally it was just a line of defense. There was no choice when it was built. The scale was too large, and it would be bad if it was too conspicuous. As for whether it can be expanded now, of course, but Lin Zhengji did not do so. The reasons are as follows. When the barracks was just built, or when Duao was running the barracks, Duao went to visit Laotian Tian and overheard his mother Nizi and Lao Chi talking. It's a bit noisy here, scaring the small animals in the suburbs, and I hope it won't affect the scenic spot in the future. Yeah, the scenery in this mountain is very good. I don't know when I can see it when I open the window. Advertisement. The noise of the barracks construction frightened some slightly timid Pokemon. From the words of Naki and Mama Ki, they didn't want two tall buildings to block the view of the mountain. Although it was just a small talk between them, Duao had already taken it to heart, so the entire barracks didn't even build tall towers for the sentries, only a few heavy artillery batteries. The barracks houses are all single-story. In order to prevent the expansion of the barracks, Duju reported the matter to the higher authorities, and the higher authorities voted in favor. Duzhao did the right thing. The size of the barracks was determined in this way, and without the above instructions, Lin Zhengji would not be able to expand it without authorization. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. Although you can let these people come back and replace people, but there must be some people who are not excited. If there is anything, I will also participate, damn it. B*********. D. If this guy Duao is here, what will he do? Although Lin Zhengji was not satisfied with Duao's ability was still there, otherwise he would not have become a general at a young age. When Lin Zhengji thought of this, a picture appeared in his mind. Our old Captain Lin can't even handle this trivial matter? This is too ridiculous. Don't you want to leave? This is the military camp, not your own home. The duty of a soldier is to obey for no reason. If you can't do it, then you don't need to be a soldier anymore. Lin Zhengji shook his head. He was confident that Duao would definitely laugh at him when he found out. Humph. I'm the commander here now. Everything has to obey my orders. I have my own orders. Since you don't want to leave? Good, then let's keep the same things. Lin Zhengji finally got the answer. He stood up, patted the table, and called the messenger. Inform everyone, at 6 o'clock in the evening, gather in the courtyard before dinner. Yes, sir. The world is now changing quietly. In the world of Inuyasha, Evan is still slaying demons everywhere. It has been 2 weeks since he last beheaded a murderous spider, and Evan has completed half of the mission of the 100 Magic Atlas. Evan has killed more than 50 kinds of monsters, except for a few weak monsters such as the green-skinned goblin. The rest are monsters that cover the sky with one hand. Master, I found a fragment of the 4-soul jade. Advertisement. Wolf Nuijin took the 4-soul jade fragments from the bone demon that had just been chopped into several pieces, and respectfully held it to Evan. The bone demon is a demon that has turned into a skeleton. His bones are as hard as iron. With the strengthening of the 4-soul jade fragments, his bones become harder than steel. Owen dispelled his magic suit, walked to Lang Yigan, reached out and took out the 4-soul jade from his smooth palm. The humanoid wolf was half a head taller than Evan, and when he stood in front of him, his face was only serious. But even if he was as hard as steel, he was still useless. Evan is dressed in the magical Barbados costume, and his spear and sword are extremely sharp. On his body, we can see his figure. Even the bone demon's iron bones are easily shattered like branches. This tail is like an extra arm of the wolf wild root. It can be twisted as 463 once, and it is invulnerable to swords. This is the transformation of Wolf Nogan's body, and he now has a human appearance. Since he swallowed the blood of the great demon king, the biggest change of Lang Yigan is his tail. His tail is getting longer and longer, and now it is more than 20 meters long. A man with green hair to his waist, strong and tough. He should have been a tiger warlord in ancient times. At the same time, the color of Wolf Nuogan's fur also changed slightly. The original brown fur began to emit green light, and only a few parts of his body were still brown. His body is 10 meters high, nearly 20 meters long, without a tail, but with a tail, 40 meters or more. In the past 2 weeks, the wolf wild root can be said to have undergone a huge transformation. Master, which direction should we go this time? Wolf Nogan said respectfully, one knee. Although Ruthless promised strong roots now many times, but he still did not violate Evan mean. The reason is very simple. The dog is the most loyal animals, and not because they cannot fight or anything. Yes, smooth and hairless. He is no longer the long-haired half-wolf half-human, but has lost his hair and has completely turned into a human. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Fan Yi picked up the pieces of 4-soul jade, found that the above exudes an atmosphere of evil, but also significantly contaminated with the will of demons. Little wolf, there should be no monsters in this area, let's go in another direction. He tested it, and when he threw it, it sounded like a thickened whip, with a sonic boom. A hill was knocked straight down. Great power had begun to manifest. Chapter 383. Clay Sculptures Fake. Okay. Go south, it seems that Inu wrong and the others are in the south, go find Kagome, only she can purify this corroded jade of 4 souls. Owen took out a handful of 4-soul jade, except that the first 20 pieces were not contaminated. The 4-soul jade obtained from the devil after that all showed signs of being contaminated, exuding an evil aura, giving people a bad feeling. Yes, sir, please come up. Wolf Nuigen nodded slightly. Without asking the question he wanted to ask, his body leaned down, revealing his body quickly, but it did not change to the maximum, just kept the height at about 4 meters. Let Evan jump on the special seat, find the direction. Wolf Nogan began to fly fast. Lang Yigan continued to run, and the surrounding scenery passed at an extremely fast speed, and soon reached the southern area. Now, Lang Yigan has learned to keep his demonic energy in his body and stop venting it indiscriminately. Some demons with little power reserve turned their bold eyes to Evan. In addition, Evan recently wore the 4-soul jade around his neck. Although only 3 pieces were hung, there are still stains, and it is still amazingly attractive to other monsters. Ow! Just as he entered the forest, a purple mountain demon jumped out from it, a huge body more than 10 meters high, hit a big tree that had just been picked, and threw it at Owen. Boom! Before the tree could get close, it was smashed by a ruthless wild tail, and then the long tail suddenly began to stretch. It was like a spear that directly penetrated the mountain demon's body chest. Hey! But the mountain ghost didn't die. He grabbed the tail with both hands and tried to pull it out, but no matter how hard he tried, the blood rushed out of his chest, and the blood flew everywhere, but the tail just wouldn't come out. Humph! Come here! Lang Yigan roared coldly, bared his fangs, and pulled the mountain ghost closer, and the tree was brutally pierced, as the mountain ghost approached. Wash! A golden light erupted, and the huge head of the mountain ghost rose into the air, drenching the surrounding trees with blood. Good job, another .99 since the gilded sword flew back to Owen, leaving no trace of bloodline on the sword. Thank you for your compliment, master. Wolf Yigan flicked his tail, and the bloodline on it fell off by himself. Continue to walk and find a place with more magical energy. We have been walking on the road for more than half a month, and we can't stay for too long. Advertisement, yes. Master. Wolf Yesu understood what Owen meant, sniffed in the sky with his nose, found the direction with the heaviest demonic energy, and jumped into the forest. On the opposite side of the forest, 3 more demons have been added to Ivan's Atlas 100 demons. A bear demon, a cleft jaw demon and a centipede demon. Behind the forest are canyons and mountains. Under their feet are the hard ground. The sloping mountains are flanked by wild wolves. When they ran wildly along the Pengshan Road, several demon birds circled in the air, but they never dared to descend. At the bottom of the canyon there's a river that flows out of nowhere and goes where? Owen watches the movement of the monster birds overhead, at first to prevent them from descending and attacking him, but... Quack quack quack. The demon birds seemed to have lost interest in Evan and Spice Wolf, and after circling a few times, they flew forward and landed on the ground, as if they had found new prey. Go and see the little wolf, Owen said. Yes, master. Lang Yigan jumped down the canyon with his hind legs and walked towards the river, and he didn't run long to get there. Boom! In front of them, a white light suddenly flashed, and the several bird monsters that had fallen down were torn apart by the light. The corpses fell to the ground screaming. Master, strong spiritual power. Lang Yigan frowned, but his footsteps continued to run towards the light. Wash. 39 Finally, when Wolf Yigan jumped over the high stone wall to the other side and saw the specific situation, the expression on Owen's face was already stunned. I saw the riverbed on the other half of the stone wall. The white light was getting weaker and weaker, and the light was surrounded by demon corpses. The light quickly dissipated, and inside was a woman in a witch costume, 90% of which was Goryo. Rustum. Owen recognizes the resurrected Rustum, Gao Wei's past life, in The Witch. In the original story, Rustum's ashes were stolen by the female demon Rido, who then revived Rustum by mixing the ashes with grave soil. Advertisement but later due to some accidents, although Rustum was successfully resurrected, but her soul was only a small piece with resentment and was not complete, the Rido woman was purified by the resurrected Rustum. Now that Kikyo appears here, she must have been resurrected not long ago, and she came here after falling off a cliff after meeting Zubaji and the others. Owner, there is something strange about this witch. She looks like someone who wielded Jade 4 souls 50 years ago, but she must have died long ago and then reborn. The soul seems incomplete. Of course, it must be inside women do it. Oyi Shangling saw Li Daonu decades ago, and still remembers her appearance and strength, but Li Daonu has long since died, and what appeared in front of her eyes was just a clay figurine. Owen sat quietly on Wolf Nogan's back, watching Latime fall on the bank and was about to be taken away by the river again. Suddenly, Owen stood up, jumped up, and came to Latime. Lying on the ground in a coma, Rustum looked as if he could let anyone do whatever they wanted. But the monster corpses scattered around him kept warning Evan not to think too much. An empty shell with only a little soul left. If this body is not maintained by the soul feeding method, it should not last long. Owen walked to Laxter's side and grabbed his arm. Laxter's body exuded white light, and a beam of white light floated out of Laxter's body, which was Laxter's last remnant soul. Hold the soul and send the general away. Evan took out Rusto's remaining soul, and the half-beam of white light turned into the appearance of Rustum in the air, but his eyes were still closed. Bring it on. Owen stretched out his hand again, this time aiming at the corpses of the surrounding demons. A little bit of light from those corpses stretched out and converged on Owen's hand jacket. 4 souls. What strange souls. Evan manipulates the demon's souls with soul holders, extracting their most primitive and purest soul power. Life in this world, whether human or demon, has only 4 souls, unlike Evan who has 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 4 souls are divided into the soul of wealth, the soul of harmony, the soul of desolation and the soul of strangeness. The soul of destiny is the soul of love, representing the love in the family. The soul of harmony is the soul of affinity, representing family affection and friendship. The desolate soul is the soul of courage, representing courage and exploration. The wonderful soul is the soul of wisdom, representing wisdom and intuition. Chapter 384 You are all my wings. The 4 forces of the soul constitute the complete existence and define its characteristics. The 4-soul jade was originally created by the sorceress Quizi. She sealed the 4 souls of a large number of demons with her own soul. It contains pure spiritual power, but also has rich demon energy, which can increase the power of demons. Using the soul holder was inconsistent due to the different soul systems, and it took Ivan a long time to figure out how to use it. Now, having exhausted the demon's soul, freed from its evil energies and negative emotions, leaving only the most refined soul power, Evan transported these refined soul powers into Kikyo's soul fragments and gently let Kikyo absorb it. Kikyo's soul has almost exhausted its resources. It was originally just a fragment of the soul, because the body's ability to adapt is relatively strong, so it can persist for a long time. She faced a demon just now and released a lot of exorcism power to destroy the demon, and now Rustum has even lost his last consciousness. Rustum thought she was going to die by the river. No one knew and no one cared, but to her surprise Erwin showed up. Pure soul power nourishes the rest of Rustum's soul, making the halfling stronger. The soul holder has his own way to nourish the spirit 467 soul. He can take the soul power of evil spirits to nourish other souls like Evan, or use his own soul power to nourish them. Evan did not choose to use the second method because using the second method, after Rustum has absorbed Evan's soul power, Rustum will not be able to leave Evan in the future, but will become a soul body, stay with Evan, and deal with Evan. While Rustum is a beautiful woman and still in form, Evan has no interest in carrying a ghost around all the time, other than ghost-type Pokemon like Onishi. Besides, the current Rustum has just been resurrected, and her mind is still running through the resentment of Inuyasha, so it will only be troublesome for such Rustum to stay by her side. Unless. That's it, go on. Having harvested the power of the demon's soul, Owen saw that Rusum's remnant soul came back little by little, so he pushed his hand and pushed Rusum's remnant soul back to his body. As soon as the remnant returned to his body, Bustum, who was lying by the river, immediately opened his eyes and stared at Evan without any movement. Mistress Rustum, the ground is cold, get up. 99 A faint golden light emerged from Evan's body, enveloped Laxter's body, and lifted her up. When she lifted her up, Jin Guang accidentally dried Rustum's clothes, otherwise the witch's water-soaked clothes would still be shiny. Advertisement. Who are you to know me? Rustum asked, her eyes flashing to the shard of the 4-soul jade hanging around Irvine's neck. I'm, a passerby walking down the road, an exorcist, and then, as the most famous witch, the great name Rustom-sama usually pops up in people's sights. Owen said with a smile. Oh, kill demons, get rid of demons? An exorcist? Will exorcists bring monsters to kill demons and get rid of demons? Richter turned his gaze to Wolf Wildgun, and he was somewhat disapproving of Owen's words. Haha, the little wolf is a good companion, a willing servant, much more docile than some dogs. Erwin alludes to Zubaji's mischief. You? Racket stared at Owen, mentally guessing his identity, feeling that Owen knew something. What do you know? Racket has just been resurrected and doesn't know anything yet. Her memory is stuck in the past, and she herself is still uneasy about Inuyasha's attack. Actually, I know quite a lot, such as what happened between you and Inuyasha. I think you still have the memory of Inuyasha attacking you. You hated Inuyasha for this, and you recently shot and blocked him. You are seriously injured and die. Seiba. Rustum and Inuyasha met and fell in love while they were alive, but neither had a happy ending. Racket died of serious injuries, and Inuyasha was sealed for 50 years. Both of them harbored resentment towards each other, believing that the other party deceived them, nothing more than for the sake of Jade 4 souls. But in fact, this is not the real situation. Inuyasha, don't mention the name. Hearing Inuyasha's name, a resentful expression appeared on Rusum's face, and she clenched her teeth tightly. Evan ignored Rustum's anger and continued, advertisement. What I just said was actually only what you and Inuyasha saw, but that's not true. Well, what did you say? Actually, the fact is that someone pretending to be Inuyasha and you attacked the 2 of you separately, making the 2 of you turn against each other, and one of them died. Owen told the truth. The mountain is impossible. I think it was Inuyasha who attacked me, his scent, I can't be wrong. Richter doesn't believe Evan's words, he believes that Inuyasha attacked her. It's just too good a disguise. Do you still remember the spider spirit you saved? He gave up his wreckage, became Nara's half-demon, and then attacked you both. You were cremated with him, and you disappeared with him, until your reincarnation appeared and returned at this time. 33. Ghost Spider. Nehru. Samsara. Inuyasha. So, is this my misunderstanding of Zubaji? After listening to Owen's story, Luo Min was moved, her grievance dissipated instantly, leaving only guilt and regret. All the people were sitting on the ground and had already believed most of Evan's words. It was true that what happened at that time was a bit strange. Moreover, Evan even knew about the ghost-headed spider, and his trust in him increased again and again. What? Do you have any thoughts after learning the truth? Inuyasha must be not far from here, shall we go see him? Owen asked. When there is no more resentment in his heart, and the last obsession has disappeared, this surviving piece of Laxter's soul will not last long. After thinking for a while, Laxter raised his head, looked at Evan, and nodded vigorously. Although Evan's words made sense, Laxter was determined to have a face-to-face with Inujiro and talk calmly. Owen also said that good people have good news, and they send Buddha to the west, so. Little Wolf, you go to Shigatsu's residence, they should not have gone far. Yes. Master. Wolf Nogan was running in the mountains with two people on his back, and Rusim sat sideways on the wolf's back without any expression. Owen looked back at Laxter, and then took out all his waste pieces of jade and 4 souls. Chapter 385 Slight Doubts. Rustum, you must have the ability to purify, right? Can you help and purify it? Owen handed Laxter a series of 4 soul jade fragments, more than 20 pieces. These 4 soul jade fragments were obtained from demons and were contaminated with evil energy. I noticed just now that the 4 soul jade is broken like this. Rustum picked up the 4 soul jade, stretched out her hand and pinched the shard, her jade fingers glowed, and quickly cleared away the evil energy on the shard. Rustum was cremated with the 4 soul jade after his death, but there was no 4 soul jade in the ashes left, and the 4 soul jade was still intact at the time. Oh, it was blown up by Kagoma's arrows, Owen said with a sigh of relief. Galway, that's my reincarnation, she seems to have a good relationship with Zubaji. Racket thought of Kagome, who had met Kagome after being resurrected, her surviving soul and Kagoma's soul were separated. And when they first met, Inuyasha even attacked Kagome to protect her, which worried Rustum a bit. In terms of feelings, it is true that Goya is a rare good girl, and it is normal for Inuyasha to be fascinated by her. Boom. Just as Erwin said these words, the lanyard holding the 4 soul jade fragment in Laxter's hand was torn, and the 4 soul jade fragment fell into the fur of the wolf's leg, and the wolf's leg trembled. Then he hurriedly disposed of the fur, curled up in the shard, and carried it out. Taking the pieces he held, Rekt snorted coldly, fell into silence, quickly cleaned up the pieces, and then closed his eyes and rested. Evan put all the pieces back, and was silent for a while, before speaking again after a long time. Rustum, after meeting Inuyasha, will you disappear? Today's Rustum is just a fragment of her soul. What originally supported her was resentment. If there is no resentment, Rustum will disappear. I don't know. Maybe. Racket opened his eyes, revealing slight doubts. So, Owen wanted to ask something else, but at this time. Master found. The wild wolf suddenly stopped and said, as if it was Zubaji who discovered him. Evan looked in the direction of the wolf head wild. There was a mountain glade. Inuyasha and the others did rest by the fire. Inuyasha. Seeing Inuyasha, Luo Tong hung on his chest, and suppressed emotions flooded into his heart. Come here. Advertisement, yes. Master. With a squat, Wolf Leg's body jumped straight into the air. Clouds rose from under his 4 legs. He ran in the air, grabbing the clouds with his feet. Inuyasha also quickly noticed the approach of the wolf pit. After all, such a big target. Look at Inuyasha. There's a monster here. The little fox demon Nanabelle pointed at the flying wolf Nogan and shouted. What? Everyone be careful. Inuyasha hurriedly stood up, smelled the wolf smell of Nogan, and put his right hand on the hilt of the iron blade no longer. Wait. That taste. 19 Immediately afterwards, Inuyasha smelled the familiar scent through his sense of smell. Rustum. Inuyasha's eyes widened when he saw Rustum sitting on the werewolf's back. Rustum. Kagome looked at Laxter on the werewolf Wildgun's back with a complicated expression, and he slowly fell in front of the group of people. Hello, Kagome, second brother, we meet again. As soon as he landed, Erwin greeted him warmly. B**********. D. How dare you call me that? If you don't believe me, I'll hack you to death. Inuyasha exploded in anger, drew his rusted sword, and gestured at Owen. Iron Tooth Fragment is a very strong magic sword, which is cast by a tooth of Inuyasha's father. It is usually tattered and rusted Madara, but once the magic power is stimulated, it will become a long and big one. Tooth sword. Oh, don't make trouble, I'm not here to fight you today, Inuyasha, Laxter wants to have a good talk with you. Erwin said, jumped off the wolf terrier, took a seat by the fire, smiled and looked at his colleague Nanabelle after speaking, and continued. Hello, little guy. 669. Nanabelle was the first to hide behind Galway, timid as a mouse. Meanwhile Zubaji stared at Laxter after a few seconds. Rustum. What do you want to talk to me about? Inuyasha retracted his demon sword into its scabbard and looked at Rustum with an equally complicated expression on his face. Come with me, Inuyasha, let's talk privately. Racket jumped off the wolf stick, smiled at Inuyasha, and walked towards a small forest. For flowers 0. Inuyasha hesitated for a while, then took a step behind. Advertisement, Inuyasha. Wei turned to Inuyasha with a worried look on his face. Don't worry about Kagome. Rusem doesn't have to do anything to Inuyasha. Owen said, stepping aside. Inuyasha nodded and listened. Don't worry about Galway, just wait here, I'll be back soon. 93. Houndstooth said and chased out. Galway opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't scold Houndstooth. He spoke quickly, but half an hour had passed. At first, Erwin also comforted Galway and said that the two were just explaining the previous misunderstanding and would not do anything more, but now half an hour has passed, the two have not returned yet, and Erwin himself has a little doubt. Did the two escape? No, I'll see. What the hell are those two doing? Gordy couldn't bear it anymore, got up and walked into the small forest, looking for Evan. Galway, take me. Nan Bao quickly chased after him. He was still hesitating whether to get along with Evan alone. However, Galway had just taken a few steps before Hounds and Roster returned. Mouth 10. Who made? This guy answered wrong. I asked him if he likes me more now. He said he likes you more. He wants to be with me or he wants to be with you. Guess how he answered? Just. Why did Inuyasha have a slap print on his face? Well, these two are neatly dressed, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Crack. 10. As soon as Laxter's words came out, something in the atmosphere became wrong. Inuyasha. You be *****D. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This? Why do you slap Inuyasha? The slap print looks like it was hit by Luo Tong. Kagome looked a little unhappy, turned her head and shouted at Laxter. Inuyasha. Front Rustum smiled blankly, looked at Zubaji and said. Seeing Inuyasha walking out with a sullen face, Godiva hurried over. Inuyasha has already started to withdraw first, but... Does this guy really say he can't have the best of both worlds? Do you think it's time for a fight? Chapter 386 Witness? Inuyasha's lethal act was exchanged for two symmetrical slaps, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Evan took a few steps back silently. He saw Inuyasha's beating in order not to be torn apart. Although he condemned Inuyasha as a rogue, he psychologically praised Inuyasha's brave behavior. As for wanting to have a harem, I respect you like a dog, no, man. A harem is something that every man probably has some idea of, and never thought about. It has to have a story, or no story at all. When Evan embarked on his adventures, he also had this careful thought. There are so many beautiful women in other worlds, maybe they started on the way to the Crystal Palace? 10. Reality hits Evan hard. Want to build a harem? That's hard. First of all, Evan hasn't been in this world for a long time, a month or two. In this month or two, he wants to have a girl he can love to the death and leave with you, 467, which is unrealistic. Plus, you've got to deal with her immigration. It's not that hard to cross the border, or you can only date in your spare time. Finally, and the most important and the most difficult point. Owen, straight people too. Asking a straight male patient to flirt and fall in love with a girl? This is already one of the hardest things to do. In all the worlds Evan has been to, there are few close female friends. The best one is with Miss Joy. The best relationship is with Miss Joy. Though Miss Joy has a crush on Evan's body. The best relationship is with Miss Joy. Although Miss Joy is interested in the body, it is a coincidence that Naki and Evan came to the world together. Although Mama Chi wants them to be together, one is too straightforward, one too arrogant. Galway, wait a minute. Owen stopped Galway's domestic violence and was ready to leave. Since it's nothing, I'm leaving, goodbye. Summoning the wolf, Owen jumped on the wolf's back, said goodbye, turned his head, and was about to take off and fly into the sky. Take me with you. Laxter easily jumped onto Wolf Wildman's back and settled into a familiar position. Rustum. He shouted in a zigzag manner, completely ignoring Godiva's cannibalistic gaze. 99 Owen also looked at Laxter, a flash of clarity flashed in his eyes, and nodded. Let's go, little wolf. Advertisement. Yes, master. Lang Yigan jumped up and flew away on the magic cloud. Rusem looked back at the position of Inuyasha, saw that Inuyasha's body was shrinking, and finally lost visibility, and then... Ring, a nondescript sound came from Rustum's body, and a mass of white soul power emerged from Rustum's body, shattered into light spots, and dispersed. Are you leaving now? When your misunderstandings dissipate, when you know that Zubaji is still the upright Zubaji, when you have no resentment in your heart, you can leave in peace. Come out with me, you don't want to be in Zubaji like this dissolve in front of you. Erwin didn't turn around, he just noticed Rusum's mental instability, so he led her away without saying anything. Yes, I have no resentment towards Inuyasha now, but, why is my heart unhappy now? Mouth Kikyo folded his chest and remembered the picture of Godiva killing Inuyasha. This thing, she should have done it. Look, Galway is your reincarnation, as mellow as you, do you still envy yourself? Owen turned around. It's not the same, I can feel that Galway is Galway, I am me, we are two completely different people. Rustum said, turning his head to look at Irvine, his eyes burning with urgency. What are you going to do? Evan always felt that Rustum's eyes were not quite right, and as soon as he finished asking, he saw Rustum pounce on him. Hey, who are you? You're dying, what else do you want to do? Owen grabbed Rustum's arm, blushing. This friend's wife can't be laughed at, and Owen is still resisting this kind of poaching. I want to try if the Jade Four Souls can help me stabilize my soul. Why are you blushing? Racket pointed to Owen's chest, where there was a shard of the Four Soul Jade. Oh, you told me. Owen blushed instantly, took out a few pieces and put them in Rustam's hands, but... Of course, no use. The Jade Four Souls couldn't stop Rustam from dissipating. Advertisement. Rustam sat back on the wolf's back, threw the shard of the Jade Four Souls to Evan, then put his hands on his knees and buried his head in his knees, ready to die. Evan stared at Rustam's waning soul power, struggled for a while, and finally spoke out of his heart. No. Actually, there is still a way to protect your true spirit from disappearing. Racket raised his head abruptly and looked at Owen. At this time, several small cracks had appeared on his face. Remember what I did when I rescued you? How? Racket was in such a weak state that she didn't notice it. I tempered the devil's soul, and then sent the tempered soul power to you. 66. Devil's soul, I get it. Racket frowned. As an exorcist witch, she has worked hard all her life to subdue and destroy demons, and finally had to use the demon's soul to save her, which made her even more uncomfortable. But now there is no demon ready to temper your soul power, although there is a second method. I can use my soul power to nourish your remnant soul and keep your true spirit immortal, but... 9. Owen outlines his second approach, using his own soul as a support for Rustam's remnant soul. But what? But in this way, you can only rely on my soul power to maintain your own life in the future, and you can't be too far away from me. This is a kind of imprisonment. There is no freedom. How about it? Are you still ready? 99. Yi Fan didn't hide it. He told the pros and cons. After speaking, he was silent for a while, waiting for Rickster's answer. Rustam fell silent after hearing this. According to Owen, if she agrees to join Owen's soul power, she will also lose her freedom, and she will lose her freedom forever, but if she does not agree, she will indeed dissipate today, leaving nothing. I really want to see if the future Inuyasha and Godiva will be happy. I'm just a remnant soul and can't give Inuyasha true love anymore, but I hope my existence can at least witness another me in Inuyasha of love. Lo 1.0 Keter turned and sat up straight facing Owen. She realized this, and bowed her head slowly to show her determination. That's right. Then, I'll take the rest of your soul with me. Evan understood the meaning of Rustam's words. He made a mark with his hand, and black energy came and went from his fingertips, wrapping Rustam inside. Rustam's only remnant soul was attracted by the black light, and his body scattered with the wind, leaving only a trace of his soul, which was brought into Evan's body by the black light. As Rustam's remnant entered, the power of the soul mixed with the energy of the soul holder, enveloping Rustam, nourishing her soul, and establishing a bond with her. Since then, as long as Evan's soul is immortal, Rustam's soul will not dissipate for no reason. One day, when Rustam's soul recovers to a certain strength, she can even leave Evan's body and exist alone. Of course, Evan's consent is a precondition. Chapter 387 Wolf Lord. Another week passed after that. Evan's 100 Ghosts manual is also missing the last 5 demons that must be included to complete the minimum number of quests. Evan killed an elf just now, not a weakling who can control the flames. There are fragments of the Four Soul Jade on it. Evan needs to put on the Leilajin demon suit to blow it up. Holding the fragment of the Four Soul Jade in his hand, the Four Soul Jade was tainted. Evan lifted it to his shoulder. Found another piece? You're almost halfway done with your Four Soul Jade collection, aren't you? Only 10 centimeters in size, the Q-shaped Rustam with 3 heads floated out from the inside, wrapped the Four Soul Jade fragments with both hands, released his cleaning power, and cleaned the fragments. It's more than half. I think Gao Wei and Nishao Chen, the 2 parties, have not collected as much as I have collected. Yi Fan took out half of the Four Soul Jade, which was made from the fragments that Yi Fan received. The Four Soul Jade could be slowly fused into one, and looking at the size of the half, it was already more than half. It's useless for you to keep this Jade of 4 souls. It will return to another world. What will you do with it then? After Rustam had a relationship with Evan, something may have been known to Rustam. After learning that Evan is a visitor from another world and will return to his own world, Rustam feels that he has fallen in love. If she goes to another world, Rustam's goal of witnessing intertwined love cannot be achieved, and Rustam is angry at first. Evan promised to come back to see her when he was able, and Rustam had to agree. Now, Rustam's soul has stabilized, and the reason why it is so small is that Rustam has recovered her soul, and now it is not a remnant soul, but 4 complete souls. In fact, Rustam's remnants are too few. Even with the help of LVAN, it is impossible to restore them to a perfect state all at once, so there is no hurry. As the soul recovers, Rustam's size also recovers. Ah, I don't know. Anyway, it's a treasure. It can increase magic power. If it doesn't work, give it to Wolf Nogan. 93. Evan has no interest in the Jade of the 4 Souls, but it is still useful for Lang Egan. When Lang Egan heard Evan's words, his tail began to wag involuntarily. HMPH, you should give the 4 Soul Jade to Lang Egan. You don't need it, but there are people who need it. How about giving it to Inuyasha when you leave Mao? Kikyo still has Inuyasha in his heart, and he will never forget to help him at any time. Okay Lucite, so you're waiting for me here? Should I give him to Inuyasha? I can't give it to Inuyasha, he's still too weak to hold it, so I'll keep it for now, and then I'll do it later. To him. 22. Owen put the Jade of the 4 Souls aside, ignored Laxter's adventurous gaze, jumped on Wolf Egan's back, and left quickly. Advertisement. If you count it carefully, nearly a month has passed since Evan came to this world. In less than a month, Evan has eliminated several known monsters around him, killed a lot of monsters, and the legend of Evan has begun to spread around. According to legend, there is an exorcist who will appear with a green wolf and scare monsters wherever he goes. In order to complete his mission, Evan killed all the demons who did evil indirectly or directly. In his opinion, this was saving the lives of many ordinary people. For glory, Evan is not challenging, nor can it bring him any benefits, but brings trouble to Evan. Demon King. Only a few demons are called the strongest demons. Inuyasha's father is a big demon, General Inuyasha. He is so powerful that he can protect the people around him. Monsters of this level generally don't make a move, because when the whole body moves and a big monster moves, the other big monsters won't be idle watching tiger fights. Master. What a powerful demon. 99 Lang Yepao suddenly felt a large amount of demonic energy appearing while running. Only then did he realize that a large amount of demonic energy had appeared in his body. Turning his head and looking into the distance, there is a large demon cloud floating in it, and a large number of demons are gathering. So many monsters. What are they doing? What are they doing? There was a strange expression on Owen's face. He knew that if there were no special circumstances, the demons would not swarm, because they would quickly get into battle. That's it. Can you? Racket seemed to remember something. His face changed, and he let out an exclamation. What's the matter, Rustum? What did you see? Owen asked, turning his head. That's not a good thing. If I'm not mistaken, these demons are about to attack the village of exorcists. That number. Those exorcists won't necessarily last. Laxter remembered that there was an exorcist village in the direction of the gathering of demons, which was also the birthplace of the Four-Soul Jade, and the people of that village entrusted the Four-Soul Jade to Laxter to help purify it. Exorcism Village. Coral. Wolf. Go and see. Yes, Master? After receiving the order, Lang Yigan jumped out immediately, chased after the monsters, and soon reached the assembly place. Kill. Advertisement. Go to hell with you monsters. Protect the kids. Delay the time. There are many exorcists in the Exorcism Village. They usually hunt demons and use demon body materials to make weapons and armor. They're very powerful. It's just that the strongest exorcists in the village have been summoned by the neighboring lords, and the main force is gone. Now it is a little difficult for the forces in the village to resist the attacks of the demons. It seems that these exorcists are about to be defeated by monsters. A large number of green three-eyed wolves spewed out from the jaws of the wild wolves. Each of them is 2 meters high, shrouded in magic. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ow. Are you okay? Wolf Nogan's body swelled to the limit, cruelly smashed the demons in front of it. The demons who were knocked away by Wolf Nogan fell to the ground one after another, their bones were broken, and they were crying again and again. Everyone is okay, gather the wounded and I'll treat them. One of the exorcists seemed to recognize Evan and suddenly yelled at him, causing him to flinch. Evan also jumped down and pulled out his impulsive sword, the light green vitality wrapped around the blade, which quickly healed the wound as soon as it approached. What? Lord of the Wolf? You say I am? Who came up with this name? Have some taste. Owen rolled his eyes and muttered silently. Little Rustum flew off Wolf Nogan's back and flew to the exorcist's side. You, the ghost of a witch? The wolf wild root fell to the ground, covered the exorcist behind him with a huge 467 body, opened his mouth and released his divine power to summon the wolves. Although Rustum has become a goblin, she still wears the red and white witch costume that many rescued exorcists have seen and know that Rustum is not a goblin. You are the Wolf Lord. Can't go wrong. A giant green wolf. A mighty exorcist who slays demons. You truly are the Wolf Master. In the past, Lang Gang could only summon ordinary wolves with average combat power, but now, each three-eyed blue wolf has enough power to deal with a single demon. As soon as they appeared, they roared towards the group of demons, biting them to howl. Chapter 388. What is the difference? On Evan's side, he was still struggling with the issue of the name. On the other side, Wolf Wild Cannon was already running a group of demonized wolves to stabilize the situation. These demonic wolves are all produced by demonic energy, that is to say, they are all fake, and they are indeed desperately fighting for life. However, at the moment when the wolves pinned the demons to the edge of the village. Roar! Where did the wolves come from? Get out of the way. Several powerful demons shot. The wind of the demons. Stepping on other demons, they rushed towards the demon wolf. The strength of these few demons shot is good. The demon wolves are not their opponents at all. They were beaten for a while, and a large number of them were killed. Ha ha ha. The fist never leaves the hand. The big-headed monster looked like a stone lion, beat the wolf to death, opened its huge mouth, bit off the wolf's head, shattered it into pieces, and laughed loudly. But then, whoosh, a green glow appeared in front of him instantly. Lang Yigan rushed towards the body of the stone lion demon at a very fast speed, before the stone lion demon could react. The wolf's mouth angrily grabbed towards the throat of the stone lion demon. The next moment, a green light burst out from its mouth. The neck of the stone lion demon burst like a balloon. Threads of flesh and blood exploded, everywhere. Stone nerd. This wolf demon is so strong. Let's go together, kill him first. When other powerful monsters saw the stone lion demon being killed, they immediately surrounded him from other directions, trying to shoot Wolf Nogan to death. But, 5 thunders. Boom. The 5 thunder talismans between Owen's fingers quickly dissipated, powerful lightning fell from the sky. Lightning flashed through Owen's hair, and the rumbling thunder was under Owen's control, instantly drowning those demons. Wolf Yegan was not moved at all. I'm still short of a few people, let's use you to make up the number. Zero Ivan moved and disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on the head of Lang Yegan. Eat you. Evan just stood there, the thunder within him was still rumbling. A giant electric eel charged towards Evan with its mouth wide open. Mouth full of fangs that can easily swallow Evan, the electric eel-like monster the only surviving of the few demons just slain. Advertisement, delusion. As soon as the electric eel appeared, the wolf Norgan's tail turned around and flew towards it. Beep. The electric eel demon was provoked by Lang Yegan's tail, and its huge body flew to the side with electric light. Just when Lang Yegan thought that the electric eel demon would get up and fight again, a row of wooden fences were smashed. Wash. The electric eel demon turns around and runs. 9 at this time, Shikamaru appeared on Owen's shoulders, with both hands outstretching the bow. A set of arrows piled up in her hands, and then an arrow not much bigger than a toothpick flew out of it. It landed exactly on the back of an electric eel demon superior. Next moment. Oh, no, obviously, this arrow is only a drop in the ocean compared to the size of the electric eel demon, but at the moment it hits, a wave of exorcism spreads from the arrow. The body of the eel demon begins to dissipate from the middle arrow and turns into a spot of light. In the end, only a pair of white fish bones were left on the ground. Retreat. Seeing a few strong demons die tragically, the remaining little demons hurriedly turned around and ran away. Only Ivan had raised his right hand at this time, and the golden wristlet flashed a ray of light. Boom. Strong gravity shattered most of them. The demons were crushed by gravity, and only a few faster demons escaped the gravity zone. Clap 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 clap. One after another, the demons crushed by gravity could not bear the pressure, and they burst out one after another. Soon the outside of the village became the slaughterhouse of the demons. The ground sank, and the blood of the demons was everywhere. Mission. The main quest, 100 Ghosts of Atlas, is completed. 135 types of demons have been registered, whether the quest is passed or not. After killing the demons, Atlas 100 Demons is also completed. Wait first, in case there are still fish. Evan did not immediately hand over the task, but turned to look at the largest and best house in the village, which should be the residence of the village chief. I remember there was Naira this time, he was here to attack. 99. Naira. Rustam was a little taken aback when Naira's name was spoken. Yes, Naira. Advertisement. Owen pointed with his left hand, and the wind whistled past his ears. Several strong air currents rushed into the village chief's residence. Next moment. Beep. A figure dressed in white monkey hair broke through the roof and jumped out, holding a few jade stones and 4 souls in his hand, turned around and ran. Since you're here, don't go. Naira. Owen moved one leg and jumped into the air. The air dance skills exploded into a powerful aura. The air dance skills exploded in the air. Who are you? Who are you? Naira pulled out a swarm of poisonous insects, and the most ferocious of them flew out of it, a hornet-like insect. Cut. Owen didn't even pay attention to Naira, his magic sword shooting countless blades from behind. Thousands of shards cut the approaching worms to pieces. Attack. Thunder slash. The next 1,000 pieces quickly joined together to form a 10-meter-long blade. 1,000 magic knife blades could only attack but not defend. How did Owen wield it? Easily penetrated the fleeing Naraku's body. Hiss. The white monkey hair unfolded at once, revealing Naraku's body inside, a puppet with tangled hair. The doll was separated by 1,000 swords. The original illusory body turned into ashes and disappeared, and 5 pieces of jade 4 souls of different sizes also fell out of it. Sly guy. 11 Ivan drew out his sword, put it down, and the fragments of the 4-soul jade lying on the ground emerged under control and fell into Ivan's palm. This, puppet technique, isn't it Nahi? Racket floated in front of the broken puppet and frowned in disappointment. The one who controls this puppet is Naila, in my impression. Naila must have some lords. Wang Zhao. Sun in it at this time, it must be not far from here. Let's go and ask the people in the village bar. 22. Naila is still very fragile at this time. If possible, Yifan wants to drive this annoying person away first. Go back to the village and ask the villagers. Sure enough, there was a big castle not far from the village. Today, the village chief and the village elite were summoned there. If the elite were there, the devil would not dare to be so rampant. It's all right now, the devil should not dare to come to you again in a short period of time. Pack yourself up, I'll go to that town and see. If I meet your people, I'll tell them about it. Fearing that Nehru smelled danger and ran away, Evan did not hesitate for long, asked the direction and location, mounted the wolf Norgan's back, and vacated. Watching Evan leave, the residents of the exorcism village knelt on the ground and said thanks to the Wolf Lord. Since then, there is a sign with the word Wolf Lord in the incense offering of the exorcism village. Chapter 389. Yin Dao. Naruo, the young master of Yin Dao, was originally the young master of this small town, and his father was in charge of the whole town. Everything was going well until Naraku possessed Yindao's body, and then everything changed. He first let the demon kill the city lord, took possession of his body, and used the city lord's power to hire an exorcist to drive the demon away, and then he took the opportunity to kill everyone except the coral. At this time, Dalian defeated the possessed city lord and became the full owner of the city. At the same time, Nehru sent his puppet doppelganger to summon demons to attack the exorcist village in order to obtain the 4 soul fragments, destroy the exorcist, and then frame Inuyasha and his party. Everything was going well, but unfortunately, she met Owen. The doppelganger was killed. Who is it? Naira saw that the doll in her room was broken, which means that the doppelganger that went out had been wiped out, and the plan had failed. Thinking of this, Naira stood up, pulled out her katana, and walked to the other room. In the room lay a badly injured Coral. Originally Nara was holding the Coral to cause trouble for Inuyasha, but now the situation has changed and Nara is ready to kill the Coral before she changes her mind again. Coral is the daughter of the chief exorcist. She is quite a strong exorcist, with a first-class appearance and height of 467, and her strength is not weak. That day was originally the day when they came to exorcise the demons, and the chief exorcist brought his young son to prepare for training, but who knew that in the end only Coral was left alive. The severely injured Coral was rescued by Naira, who wanted to use him as a pawn, but now. Clang. Naira pushed open the door of the room roughly, frowned, and looked at the bedding on the floor. Coral has been badly damaged, no more. Come on, is Miss Coral here? Where has she been? Naira turned to her men and asked where Coral had gone. A maid came in, trotted, took small steps, and said hello. Master. Miss Coral has just woken up and insisted on seeing the remains of her relatives. She is now on her way to the morgue, accompanied by someone. Puff. As soon as the maid finished speaking, Naraku cut her throat, and the maid fell to the ground with eyes full of unbelief. Bullshit. Advertisement with an angry look on Nero's face, he didn't even have the dignity to glance at the dead maid, and went straight to the morgue with a knife. As soon as Nero left, a few centipedes, spiders and other demons crawled out of the shadows, Seba, biting the body of the maid and dragging them away. The bloodline on the ground was licked off by the demons, leaving nothing trace. The so-called morgue is actually an open space outside the city, not far from the mass grave where the best people are cremated and buried. Ni Rongjun continued all the way to the morgue, when Shan Shan came out with the help of a maid, her face pale and tears in her eyes. Seeing Ni Rongjun, Shan Shan expressed his gratitude, but just when Shan Shan was about to thank Ni Rongjun for saving his life, the keen Shan Shan found that there was a trace of bloodline on Ni Rongjun's knife. With doubts in his heart, seeing Naruo's aggressive look, Coral pushed the maid away, turned around, and followed to prepare to escape. But, just then, Naira uttered a cry. Who are you? Catch her. She's a demon too, possessed by a demon. What? Those who were dealing with the corpse were startled by Nayla's words, they were stunned, and then hurriedly picked up the tools in their hands to stop Coral. I'm not a monster. Master Yin Dao, why do you say that? At this time, the Coral did not even have the strength to resist, and was pushed to the ground. And Nehru rushed up and raised it with lightning speed. His sword slashed toward the Coral's neck. Bang dang. With a crisp clanging sound, Naruo's divine sword broke in two in her hand. The man took a few steps back and looked at Coral with a cold face. The golden light in front of her was more to protect her. Say others are monsters. Naira, you are monsters. How dare you frame others as monsters? What about your face? A voice came from the sky. Nara looked up and saw a golden light spread out in the air. A huge wolf was stepping down the demon cloud, and a man was standing on the wolf's head, with golden light emitting from his hands. Blue Wolf. Could it be the master of the exorcism wolf? Some ordinary people guessed Owen's identity and hurriedly stepped aside. At this time, it was still important to save his life. What a monster. How dare you come here? Come on, kill him for me. Nai Luo coldly called his subordinates, and several soldiers ran over, holding spears dripping with cold sweat, hesitating. At this time, Owen had already landed on Coral's side, took out his pulse Tai Chi, and a powerful vitality rushed into Coral's body to heal her. Advertisement, you? Coral asked, still a little weak, looking at Owen. We just came from your village. After this guy called you here, the demons attacked your village. Fortunately, we arrived in time, so there were no major casualties. Owen explained. What? How? How did this happen? UB********* D, 99. Coral heard Owen's words, her face was full of anger, her eyes were fixed on Naraku. Her eyes were almost swallowing her up. If it was true as Owen said, then her relatives must have been killed by Naraku. Oh. You ruined my toys, you ruined my plan. I didn't expect this. I didn't think about my plan. I thought it was a troublesome plan, and it ended up on your head superior. Hearing Evan's words, Naruo also realized that Evan was the one who killed his puppet, so Naruo stopped dodging, took a few steps forward, chopped down the two soldiers who were in front of him, and then surrounded the soldiers and the people raised their hands in amazement. Kill him for me. Boom. With Naraku's challenge, all kinds of monsters suddenly rushed out of the ground. Numerous millipedes, centipede snakes and other monsters rushed out of the ground. They roared and rushed towards Evan. No more hiding. Very good. I don't like bullshit either. I'm not just going to destroy your puppets and disrupt your plans today. Me too. I'm going to chop off your head. Owen has swung his soaring sword. A large number of yin lei rushed out. The law of yin and 5 thunders, wind and more. Piao piao. In the surging wave of thunder, countless black thunder pythons hissed. A large number of black thunder pythons collided head-on with the demons. Flesh and yin thunder splashed everywhere. The demons went one after another, and the thunder pythons were endless. 5 thunder strikes. Thunderbolt weapon. The sound of thunder rolled under his feet, but Evan held the seal of thunder in his hand. A torrent of thunder and lightning passed through Evan's hair. The arithmetic of LV4 power has been elevated to the highest level by Evan. The combination of thunder magic and electric shock has been done. In the end, it became the reign of 100,000 thunder guns. Shish. Hundreds of thousands of thunder guns poured down on them. Those monsters who were still fighting the swarm of thunder snakes were hit in an instant. Countless demons were pierced by lightning spears. With a scream, they were engulfed by lightning, and Naruto looked at his demon minions coldly. They didn't hold on for a minute. They were defeated by two kinds of lightning in the blink of an eye. Chapter 390 Naraku's death as the villain of the entire Inuyasha series. Naraku understands what it means to stay with the Green Hills, and is not afraid of running out of firewood. In various animations and manga, there aren't many villains who fit the role of the big boss quite like Nirobai. Can't beat them? Then you must survive. The main purpose is to find opportunities, destroy others from all aspects, design various conspiracies and traps for Inuyasha and his team to use, and play Inuyasha and his team in the palm of their hand. The first thing you need to do is find the person you want to kill. All in all, Nero is a good villain. He can judge the situation and see his own weaknesses. Nero does not even throw harsh words, turns around and runs. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Naruto roared angrily, dropped the people on the road, and ran into the city under the terrified eyes of the common people. Owen manipulated the thunder to drown the last demon without pursuing it first, because there were still civilians around and they would be in danger if the demons were not removed. Laxter, give him an arrow. Although Owen had not had time to free his hand, Laxter had already drawn a demon slayer. His arrow was pierced with a toothpick. The toothpick was knocked out by his free-handed hand. First, although this arrow is small, its strength and speed are not weak. Nara seemed to hear the movement, but it was too late to defend, so she turned around and left. The demon-killing arrow instantly hit Nara's left arm. Puff. The arrow hits. Naira's entire left arm begins to swell, exuding the power of extermination. Naira knows the situation is bad, so she gritted her teeth and slashed her left arm from the shoulder with a half-cut sword. The arm fell to the ground, and in less than a second it was completely bone. In another second, the arm disappeared. Bloody hell. Take your fiercest victory. 59 Nayla endured the pain of the broken arm, threw down the broken sword, took out a nest of worms from her pocket, and summoned the most ferocious osmanthus flowers, like a dark cloud, with a huge number. Ah, Nayla shouted. Ah, help. These poisonous insects are ferocious and bloodthirsty, and some ordinary people who approached were swept away by them before they had time to escape, and they turned into clean skeletons in the next second. My lord, help! At this time, everyone is running towards Owen, and they know that they can only survive by relying on Owen. When Owen saw this scene, his eyes turned cold, and the ring on his left middle finger instantly lit up and lit up. Ashtaros. Burn them all. Advertisement. I obey, oh my lord. Bake. A fiery red flame enveloped Owen's entire body with a golden hue. The fire dragon soared into the air. With a roar, it crashed into the Lion Majesty group, preventing their approach and protecting the evacuation of civilians. Humph. With a cold snort, Owen, dressed in the magical Ashtaros costume, flew into the raging firestorm outside. The fiercest victor was burned to pieces. In just 10 seconds, all the fiercest victors that Naraku had summoned were wiped out. But Naruto's goal has been achieved. He ran back to the city at full speed. At this time he did not dare to save his strength and ran at an inhuman speed. Little wolves. Stay here and protect them. I'll be right back. Having wiped out the most violent victory, Owen let the little wolf Nogan stay here to guard, while he himself wrapped in a white flame fire dragon, dragging a flame tail, and chasing Nella closely. Bake bake bake. 99 During the flight, Owen transforms the power of Medkin into pure magic, which he feeds to Ashtaros in exchange for the mighty power of the flames. During the flight, he transforms the power of Medkin into pure magic. The flames erupted under Evan's feet, making Evan's speed mentioned again and again, but it was still a little delayed. When Evan flew over the city, Nehru had rushed to the center of the city and hid. You want to run? I remember your smell. Open the door. Evan flew over the city, opened his eyes of seeing and hearing. His halo covered the entire city, and he searched for Naraku's scent with all his might. But, well, why more than one? Owen frowned and noticed that there was more than one Naira scent in the center of the city. It struck him as strange. Break up. Evan knew that Naira was very good at the clone technique, after hesitating for a while. Bar, now it's your turn. As soon as the flame on Owen dissipated and returned to its original state, the air dance technique rose into the air, and it became Ball in the next second. Boom. Wild lightning hit Evan's body, and soon Evan appeared in a half-dragon posture. At this time, Evan's face turned pale. Lock it up. Make sure there are no human scents around. Thunder is gathering. Thunder in the sky, come down. For Flowers Zero advertisement Owen calls thunderclouds. Combined with Nellie's scent, make sure Nellie doesn't smell of humans around Nellie. With a wave of his hand, several lightning bolts fall from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. A rumble of thunder hit the city. Several lightning strikes. There was a sudden panic in the city. Many people have noticed Owen, and at first they thought it was a demon attack, so they hid in the house, hesitating to come out, who knew that after a few seconds, there was thunder and some rooms were blown up. And after Owen made a wave of thunder, he found that Nai's aura began to dissipate, one by one. Only one persisted for a while. On the body? Owen flew towards the breath that persisted the best. First, he saw a pit on the ground struck by thunder, and then found a pair of charred clothes in the pit. At first, Naira had no other option but to save his own life. 0. Naira. Has he been wiped from the face of the earth? Okay, even if Naruto doesn't die this time, I think it's time to keep a low profile for a while. Let's go to the City Lord's mansion. Naruto fled in a hurry. I think there will be 4 jade souls there. No wonder there is a smell of helplessness. Hey, Ashes, maybe it's best for you not to show up, plus. I don't think he ran away, this guy is too cunning, he can get away with this. The City Lord's mansion was within the range of the thunder attack, and it was twice in a row. Pity. And Evan took out 100 sketches, and turned to the end, there was no information about Naira, knowing that Naira was not simply erased from the earth. Seeing this, Owen thought of something, looked at the scorched meat on the ground, and said. Racket recognized the one Naira had been wearing in the clothes, with cuts on the sleeves. As Owen approached the thunder, he saw broken tiles and pots on the ground, as well as pieces of meat that had turned to charcoal. Evan didn't linger, turned and flew towards the most luxurious building in the city. That's Nehru's clothes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Rustam asked, looking at the clothes on the ground. 0. When I saw this girl for the first time, I felt a little sad. This should be the best chance to eliminate Naruto. Instead of killing the snake, let the tiger return to the mountain. In the future, Naruto doesn't know if it will cause any more trouble. Chapter 391 Devil Siege. Owen searched Naira's house, and finally found 6 pieces of 4-soul jade in a small wooden box. Naira should not have all of them in his hands, so that's all he can find. Taking out the debris, Evan heard the chaos outside and shouted loudly. So Evan didn't stay any longer and flew out of the City Lord's mansion to check the situation, but as soon as he left the City Lord's mansion, Evan found that there were demons everywhere. The entire town is under Naira's control, and it is unknown how many demons are lurking there. While most of the stronger demons have been killed by Evan, there are many immature, slightly weaker demons in the city. Originally, they were restrained by Naira and did not dare to take the initiative to attack humans, but now that Naira has disappeared and restraint no longer exists, these monsters jumped out and began to destroy. Although they are not big and their fighting power is not outstanding, they are already the nightmare of ordinary human beings. Noida City is blooming everywhere and has become a hell on earth. That is. There are so many of them, Evan even had a headache when he saw this scene, it was too distracting. At this time, the wolves did not come, otherwise their numbers could quickly overwhelm the demons, otherwise. Beagle. Wind Speed Dog. Ghost Rock. For the first time in a long time, Owen has released his 3 little elves. Big tweeted loudly as soon as he showed up, Bigger has gotten a few sizes bigger recently, so I don't know what size this guy will be. Guys. Go and destroy as many demons as you can. Take care of yourselves. My side, control the scene for you. As Owen gave the order, the demon ball suit disappeared from him, and then. Tremble. Now it's your turn, Humph, it's finally my turn to play? Shakespeare's voice came from the ring on his right arm, and the next moment Owen was enveloped in a cloud of water. When he reappeared, he was already wearing a feathered suit. A pair of wings spread out behind Owen, and the clothes were very feminine, because Shakespeare was a witch. The chest opened a little bigger, but Evan didn't care and raised his arms. A large amount of water mist floated around, and then spread to the whole city. Only then did he realize that his body was surrounded by the water mist. Ah, help. Why is it foggy again? Advertisement. The devil. It must be a trick of the yokai. I can't see where the devil is. People who were already panicked were even more flustered because the water mist blocked their vision. Everyone walked cautiously, trembling with every step. But in fact, after the mist dissipated, the demons who attacked people were more panicked. Their eyes were full of fear. Hiss the snake demon surged its body in the mist and slammed into the wall. After being shrouded in water mist, the snake demon lost its 3 senses of sight, smell and hearing, and is now completely in darkness. At this moment, the snake demon fled around in panic. Monster Eagle. Unaffected by the water mist at all, the strange eagle descended from the sky. The eyes were shining with golden light. A pair of golden claws grabbed the 7-inch snake demon angrily. Then the 2 claws pulled the snake demon into 2 halves. The same thing happened to Wind Speed Dog and Ghost Stone. The Wind Speed Dog accidentally found the spider demon who lost sight and touch. With a bite of the flaming teeth, the spider the size of a grinding wheel was bitten into pieces. Spitting out a piece of flame to burn the body, the Wind Speed Dog turned his head and went to find another 1 centipede demon. The Ghost Stone was like a duck in water in the fog, and was the first to find the Sasori demon who lost his hearing. When the Ghost Stone appeared from behind the Sasori demon, he was scared to pieces. Immediately afterwards, Sasori's hooked tail attacked the Ghost Stone, but to no avail. Sasori's tail went through the Ghost's body, and the next moment, the Ghost Stone crushed Sasori's head with a shadow ball. The demons were completely defeated, deprived of their senses, turned into a piece of meat on the chopping block, and hunted mercilessly by Big. Evan was flying in the air, supporting the fog. Evan could feel everything happening in the fog. Shax is a demon who can manipulate water in the 7 senses, and in the fog, Shax is deprived of some of his senses. Since this was extensive manipulation, Owen didn't have each demon completely shut down his 7 senses, but only sealed 1 or 2 at random, and those who were able to seal with 3 were lucky. Maintaining this ability consumes a lot of magic power. Fortunately, Owen's energy supply is sufficient, the energy of the Sea of Chi is constantly flowing, and pure magic power is constantly generated. This situation continued for more than an hour, and finally there were not many demons left in the city. The wind dog fought a dragonfly demon that was more than 2 meters high. The dragonfly demon's hearing was blocked, which had little effect on his mobility, and he could fly at high altitudes, so the wind dog could not take advantage of it. Advertisement: Long live! The dragonfly swooped down again and attacked. Although the dog's wings were thin, they were as sharp as knives and as hard as steel. Several blows left scratches on the dog's body, and although there was no blood, a lot of hair was lost. Dragonfly is attacking again. Roar! The wind speed dog roared. He jumped up with his hind legs. Roar! Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Evan landed on the ground, and the bird fell behind Evan, far higher than Evan. Buzz! The wind speed dog uses 4 paws to avoid the air. A visible airflow is generated under the wind speed dog's feet. The next moment, the wind speed dog swoops down at the speed of the wind, as if stepping on the ground. After he landed, he turned into a wind speed dog. The wind speed dog's heavy claws were nailed to the dragonfly's body. The flames came out of his mouth. The next second, the flames devoured the dragonfly's head. The wind speed dog hit the body of the dragonfly. The powerful force of the dragonfly hit the ground. Boom! The dragonfly demon seemed to sense the attack and turned to avoid it. As soon as the fog cleared, the civilians were stunned to find the corpses of demons everywhere. The wind speed dog ran over and licked Owen's right hand with its tongue, causing Shax to bark. Evan reached out and stroked the dog's head, developed wind speed, wiped his saliva, looked up at the sky where the sun appeared, and exhaled. The appearance of the 3 Pokémon still made the commoners who saw them panic again, and Beagle, Wind Speed Dog and Ghost Stone returned to Evan. Ended. Feeling the 1.0 battle in the fog, Owen waved his arms and started to gather the fog. Tired. The youngest, Ghost Stone, hung his mouth and hovered over him with an evil smile, wondering what mischief he was up to. The dragonfly originally planned to dodge the attack, and then launched a series of attacks on the dog in midair, but the dragonfly evaded the attack and turned around and left. This is its usual style. Chapter 392. The task has been completed. Evan felt really tired after working so long. A wide range of abilities are displayed and maintained for a long time, although the energy consumption is normal, but the mental and physical fatigue still exists. Good thing it ends here. The city was saved, and the number of demons eliminated this time exceeded 100. However, due to some of the same species, finally adding those that Owen wiped out outside the city, the number of 100 Atlas demons eventually stopped at 275. Owen has left the city, and the people in the city are still a little confused. When the soldiers and civilians outside the city came back and told them that Naira was a demon and that Owen had come to subdue the demon, they realized that the man who was spreading fire and thunder in the sky was not a demon, he was a demon. Instead, he's a demon slayer. At this time, someone else said that they saw 3 monster beasts, namely the Beagle, the Wind Speed Dog and the Ghost Stone, which were also Owen's pets, and rescued him from the monster's mouth. People who realized the truth became grateful and thanked Owen for his help. At this moment, Owen was sleeping soundly on the back of the werewolf 24 Nogan. Without training, he had a rare good night's sleep, so neither Wild Wolf nor Laxter disturbed Owen. He slept for most of the day, and at sunset, Owen woke up. Shu Tan. Where have we been? Looking around, he saw a village in the distance. The front is the village where I used to live. Laxter appeared on Owen's shoulder, looking at the nearby small village with a nostalgic expression in his eyes. Going that far? Hard work, little wolf. Stroking the wild and dry fur under him, Evan took out the 100 Ghosts catalog, looked at it, and looked at the number 275, which was quite a lot. Submit. Closing the album, Evan silently said, submit, in his heart, the next second. Mission. The main task, complete the 100 Ghosts album, is completed, and the reward will be issued. Award. Bodhi Do X1, Lifa. Bottom, X1, 100 Ghosts Alice, available, X1, System Space Expansion, Pet Space Enhancement, World Teleportation Point X1. Let me know. The dungeon Inuyasha dungeon is about to end. The host will be sent back within 24 hours, or it can be returned earlier. Advertisement. You can go back. After completing the task of 100 Ghosts Guide, the adventure of this world will be over. The 100 Ghosts catalog in his hand flashed, and then a message came. 100 Ghosts catalog. The 100 Ghosts Atlas contains hundreds of demons. The true spirits of the demons are stored in the album, and the demons in the album can be summoned by providing energy. The summoned monster cannot resist the summoner's orders. Number of existing monsters. 275. You can keep increasing the number of rounds by killing demons to gain true spirits. Evan's hard work for such a long time has not been in vain, because this album alone, Evan's efforts during this period of time have not been in vain. As long as there is enough energy, Evan can summon demons at will. With this atlas in hand, Evan can summon a 100 demon army in a short time. This is what I think. It can continue to grow, or let's try to find the big devil one more time before we go. With one more day left, Evan walked slowly. Holding the 100 demons in his hand, Evan began to think about the idea of the big devil in this world. I still don't know how strong the great demon king in this world is, so choose the soft one first. Evan thought of the sealed demon in his heart, Dragonbone Soul. The spirit of the Keel is a big demon of the same era as the Admiral Army, the father of Inu Rong, and its body is a dragon that is over 100 meters in size. The dragon's skin is very soft, yet very tough, and no ordinary weapon can leave even a trace on it. He was the mortal enemy of the great warlord Houndstooth. In the end, he failed to win the battle with Houndstooth, and was struck by Houndstooth with a nail into his chest to seal. After the Admiral military dog Rong sealed the Dragonbone spirit, he no longer had the strength to kill the Dragonbone spirit, and he was seriously injured, so he died soon after he left, leaving the Dragonbone spirit sealed for decades. Although he was seriously injured in the battle with the Dragonbone spirit, he still sealed the Dragonbone spirit, which does not mean that the Dragonbone spirit is weak, it just means that he is too strong. Now that the spirit of the Keel is still in a sealed state, Ivan asked Lang Yigan, who knew the approximate direction, and then Lang Yigan took Ivan to the Dragonbone Valley where the spirit of the Keel was located, and he found the spirit of the Keel, pierced the heart of the Dragonbone spirit, and the true spirit of the great demon king was so easily obtained. This made Ivan very excited. Even at the speed of a wild wolf, it took nearly 3 hours to drive at full speed. In the end, the wolf led Evan to the edge of the valley, where the peaks soared into the clouds. Advertisement in the center of the valley ahead, you can see a devil's halo, if there is one, it must be the sealed Dragonbone Soul. Wolf Yigan flew to the place where the demon halo was, and soon he saw a huge demon dragon connected to the mountain. What is this?
It's the spirit of the Keel, it's so big. Lang Yi and Gon fell on the mountain in front of the Dragonbone spirit. Owen looked at the Dragonbone spirit and issued a very uncultured evaluation.
The Keel elf has purple-gray skin, no scales, only thick wrinkled skin. A white skull mask with a human face in the middle of a pair of dragon horns is the spiritual master of the Dragonbone spirit, and the whole person is more like a dragon demon manipulated by the mask. At this time, a big nail was inserted into the chest of the Keel 470 elf. It was the nail of the big leader dog. A nail was 5 or 6 meters long. It was inserted into the chest of the Keel elf and suppressed all the movements of the Keel elf. Okay, let's start. Although killing you alone is a bit incompetent, there is no way. I am quite lazy. I can save it if I can. 22. Owen flew up from Wolf Nogan's back and flew to the front of Dragonbone Soul, his 1,000-bladed magic knife stretched out, and 1,000 broken knives flew out instantly and reassembled. Attack. Thunder Slash. A 40-meter-long knife appeared in Evan's hands. A lightning bolt pierced it. A lightning bolt pierced Linger's chest. Puff. A huge wound was instantly formed on the chest of the Dragonbone spirit, and black and red blood gushed out from it. You can see a heart and bones inside. Roar. 91 From the severe pain, the Keel spirit woke up. The dragon's scarlet eyes and the mask on its forehead opened, the dragon's mouth opened, and an angry roar was emitted, and the Keel mask spoke. Who are you, boy? Stop. The Dragonbone Soul, capable of tearing apart the tough skin he was proud of in one blow, was a little flustered. Ignoring this, Evan raised his magical 1,000-bladed knife and aimed it at the heart in the wound, and a turbid lightning like water enveloped the entire blade. Aim at the heart. Shaft Rain. Chapter 393 Bone Dragon Soul, Puff. Roar. A sharp blade dozens of meters long accurately inserted into the heart of the Dragonbone Dragon Soul, from the chest to the back. Ah, my body. My heart. My body of steel. The Dragonbone spirit is most proud of its physical strength, which is invulnerable to swords and bullets, but in a state of loss, it is unable to withstand thousands of swords and dramas. UB*******D. Go to hell. Heartbroken, the Keel spirit knows that if he doesn't fight back, he will have no chance. Although his body can't move, his mouth can still be opened. The dragon's mouth opened. A mass of pure and solid demonic energy came in. Owen did not defend, but unfolded the 1,000-blade knife in his hand. The knife, still in the heart of the dragon's bone spirit, turned upwards. Then. Rain of reverse roll. Puff. The 1,000-blade magic knife can only attack but not defend. The blade as sharp as a razor pierces upwards. It pierces the heart of the dragon's backbone, in an instant. The head of the Dragonbone spirit, the ball of magic energy that erupted, and the mountain behind it, under the knife, all the cracks. Boom. Boom. The detached ball of light fell into the valleys on both sides of Owen, blasting out 2 long ravines. The mask on the head of the Dragonbone spirit shattered, and after the unbelievable words, his entire body began to scatter and dissipate, leaving no last ash. The nail that General Doe used to seal the soul of the Keel fell from the air, shattered, and disappeared into the air. General Doe has long since died, and now the purpose of the seal is gone, and that nail has no meaning. Watching the soul of the Keel dissipate, Owen took out the 100 demons, and turned to the last page, which showed a ferocious dragon and demon curled up in an unknown number of circles. It's all over. Putting down 1,000 blades, and 100 demons, Evan looked up at the night sky, where the stars were already shining, and he realized that it was time to leave. Flying to Lang Yigan, Evan took out the super magic sealing spirit orb, put Lang Yigan in it, and then took out the teleportation stone. Advertisement Dragonbone Valley is a relatively quiet place, and a teleportation point can be set up, so Evan found the highest mountain, set up a teleportation point on it, and decided to return. A month later, Evan returned to the real world. The mace is inside a sealed spirit gem, like the elf's sphere, and can be brought back, but if he wants to take it to other worlds, he has to get a pet slot. Owen also has a pet slot, but it's not yet available for werewolves. As for Rustam, as a soul attached to Evan's body, he is a soul captured by the soul holder and can follow him anywhere in the world at will. A white teleportation grid unfolded in Evan's room. It was late at night in the intertwined world, but when she came back, Evan saw that the sun was shining brightly outside, as if there was some kind of problem with the jet lag. Host is returning to the real world, going into a break. Host has survived 6 spears, doing well. Break is increasing. It's now 15 days, 99. The sound of the system rang in his ears, and the rest time increased again. There are not many reward items for this experience, except for the ones that have been used. There are only 3 chi gathering pills, as well as 4 super magic sealing spirit orbs, a drop of Bodhi Dew, the second half of Lay Fa and the 100 Ghosts illustration. Rewards are good, but the best rewards are others. The system space has been upgraded, and Evan saw that the space has been expanded by 3 times the system space of 6 meters square. Then the pet space has also been improved, the area and the concentration of aura inside have increased, and pets have begun to grow rapidly in the space. The system space is the most practical at present. Evan has complained that the space is too small more than once. The teleportation light behind him disappeared, and Evan walked to the window and pushed it open. The sunshine outside the window is pleasant and the breeze is breezy, which is refreshing. Is this here? Is this your world? Laxter floated outside, looking around curiously. Everything in front of him was so new to Laxter in the Sengoku era. Yes, this is my world, come out and see, I'll introduce you to my parents later. Owen smiled slightly, turned around and walked out of the room, his domineering eyes opened, covering the entire villa, but Owen found that only Chi's mother and Natsu were at home. They were talking about something together, others, such as Chi's father and Tian Lao, all not. Going out? Ask and see. Mother Chi and Natsu were drinking tea on the balcony on the first floor, and Evan ran up to them. Before she could go upstairs, Natsu found her, and by the time Evan went upstairs, the cup of black tea had already been poured. Advertisement. You're back, boy, come, let's go have tea. Mother Chi beckoned to Owen with a smile on her face. What about mom, dad and teacher? Where did they go? Asked Owen, then came over and sat down for tea. Late, they didn't go far. In the military camp outside, there's a martial arts competition in the military camp today. Your father and master are going to be guests. We were also invited. I don't like these fights, so I didn't go. Listening to Mother Chi's words and looking at Mother Chi's protective eyes, Evan was speechless. As soon as Mother Chi opened her mouth, Evan felt bad, and probably insisted on getting married again. Martial arts competition is a good thing. In this era of soldiers' increasing strength, proper competition can improve soldiers' enthusiasm for cultivation. Mother Chi said with a smile, it's so interesting, you men like this. Let's go, child, and mother has something to say to you. Evan looked at Natsu, and found that Natsu looked calm, as if what she said had nothing to do with her. So Evan looked at Chi's mother again, and was about to say that he was still young, not in a hurry, when he heard Chi's mother say. And then, 66. Son, mom has already thought about it, you are just like your father, Mu Zhao has feelings, and you never know how to express it. Xiao Nazi is so good, she doesn't know how to fight, stupid. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although Xiao Nazi probably won't be my daughter-in-law, and you guys are out of the game, but Xiao Nazi, my favorite daughter-in-law, can't. I discussed with Xiao Nazi just now and asked her to recognize me as my godmother, she is also us. Oh man. She has promised. I've had tea. Remember, from now on, Xiao Nazi is your sister. I'm going to break your leg martial arts competition. Late, this seems rather interesting. Xiao Nazi, too, can see better than me. I only glanced at your father because of my poor eyesight. There is no problem with Xiao Nazi, so I can't see you. Sweet, mother will not impose anything on you in the future. 33. When Mother Chi heard Evan's words, she first cast a roll of eyes at him, and then she took his hand with a smile and said. Chi's mother's words made Yi Fan think that he heard it wrong. Owen smiled and took a sip of tea. Chapter 394 The Modern Line of Monsters. Evan feels that since Chi's mother and Chi's mother met Naki, his family's status has been deteriorating. Today, finally even the status of his only son will be shaken. For a time, many thoughts flashed in Evan's mind. He couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. He raised his eyebrows and turned his head to Natsu, and Owen, who didn't think much of Natsu in the past, felt a little more alluring because Natsu suddenly had the attributes of an older sister? Ahem, I don't know. Dad and the teacher are going to watch the game, right? Punch, that should be good, I'm going to watch it too. Evan hurriedly dismissed the strange thoughts in his mind, got up and ran, completely ignoring Chi's mother's shouting. Hey, come back. Return. Mother Chi shouted a few times to no avail, and watched Evan slip away. Mother Chi also seemed very angry, stood up, slapped her right hand on the table, and was about to drive him away. Beep. The precious Nanmu tea table was broken into pieces. Natsu hurriedly used her superpower to protect the tea set, but the table was out of reach. HMPH, come one by one, and put them away when we get back. Mother Chi liked this table very much, and she was a little unhappy when she saw it was smashed by her slap. At this time, Na Chi asked curiously, Auntie, is this your golden light spell? What realm is this? Oh, it's kind of interesting. What's the matter? Mama Chi reached out and took the teacup floating in the air, took a sip of tea, and put the black tea in her mouth. Mama Chi's mood calmed down a bit. 66 The Chi She smiled helplessly, sighing for the talent of Chi Mother in her heart. You must know that Father Chi is under the guidance of Elder Tien every day, until he achieves small achievements, while Mother Chi does not practice cultivation all day long, but the sphere does not pull down, so the talent of cultivation can be imagined. After drinking a sip of tea, Mother Chi suddenly reacted. Nashi. Why are you still called Auntie Phi? After leaving the cottage, the first thing Owen did was look at the trees in the garden. In the absence of Psi's common mana improvement, Dashu uses the Earth's energy to convert mana to survive. Although the amount of mana is slightly reduced, long-term maintenance is not a problem. Advertisement Evan pulled out his impulse sword and threw it back towards the top of the tree. A huge wave of magic power gathered at the top of the tree, and then Psi Common's body flew out from the knife's edge. Wow, I'm back. I miss you so much, baby. Psi Gang's huge body appeared on the tree, first knocking the purple-winged cat on the trunk to the ground, then hugging the tree trunk with a heavy face, and stroking it with saliva. Pervert. Owen's face darkened. Psi Gao, look here, when you're not around, is this tree okay? Look, let me go out. 99. Owen was worried that after Saigo left, the tree might have changed. A magic tree created by the devil. If no one controlled it, it would not be surprising to change, but it still needs to be checked. After Owen finished speaking, without waiting for Saigon to answer, he turned and walked towards the gate of the observation deck. He didn't fly because he was a little scared. And just as Owen returns to the real world and begins to recover, the world begins to change. A space portal appeared, only this time only in the Neon District. Number 11 Neon District is indeed prone to natural disasters. After the test product escaped from the Institute, the storm broke out just after the first half-month subsided. Demonic energy infiltrated from the space door, and soon, all kinds of monsters poured into the rainbow lights through the space door. The neon lights at this time were like bright lights. The demons that only existed in the legend of neon lights began to appear everywhere, causing social chaos, and the residents of the neon lights were panicked. Neon's top brass took the lead, and the guard was fully deployed. Demons in the Sengoku period, ordinary demons can't stand the muzzle attack. Bullets will punch a hole in their bodies, but this time, some powerful demons have come to Neon Country. Here? Where is it? There are so many people. A person wearing black feathers and a red long-necked mask flew out from the door, and all the monsters who can incarnate into people are not weak. There are 8, Seba, demons of this level in the world, among which. That. Where is that? Kagome. Inuyasha, who was picking up bushes in the forest, only felt his body tighten, and the next second he was pulled into a space door, and he entered this strange world in an instant. All unfamiliar modern technology is in front of him. Although Inuyasha has been to the modern world where Goryo is located, the Goryo era is still a bit behind the current era. Skyscrapers everywhere, cars jammed everywhere, and people are running around and demons are chasing people. Demon, bloody hell, iron claws of distraction? Advertisement. After calming down for a while, the fangs attacked and tore the monster mantis to pieces. 2 female students in sailor suits were saved. The 2 girls were stunned and fell to the ground, ready to die, but the next moment, they were rescued. First to be recognized as their striking red clothes, long white hair, straight ears and katana on their belts. Hey, my god, it's Inuyasha. It was a dream? Inuyasha saved me? Even the baggage, what's so strange about Inuyasha? 23. The people around murmured about Inuyasha and rushed towards him, knowing that if it was really Inuyasha, he would definitely kill that demon to protect them. The 2 girls also hurriedly stood up and said thank you. Huh? Do you know me? At this time, Inuyasha looked at the people around him and wondered, is he really that famous? Under the neon lights, numerous space doors opened for 2 minutes, then closed, and on a mountain peak in Shizuoka under the neon lights, a huge space door opened. The gate of space descended from the sky, descending slowly, swallowing the mountain in the blink of an eye, and the gate of space descended halfway down the mountain, and then stopped. After a brief pause, the space gate begins to rise, and as the space gate rises, an ancient sanctuary appears in the middle of the mountain. Simple brick and gray tiles, wooden structures, evergreen pine trees and a large tree with entwined ropes nestle in the courtyard. The red torii gates are lined up, and the words of Higurashi Shrine are written on the outer door. The Higurashi Shrine is Jeiwei's home, originally his grandfather, mother and brother's home, but it is currently uninhabited. There was chaos under the neon lights, the heads of high-level people were about to explode, and as a creator far away in the Dragon Kingdom, Owen had not realized this. It took him a few minutes to get to the door, and the speed of the head was lightning fast. Once outside, Owen noticed some activity in the barracks. After greeting the soldiers at the gate, one of the soldiers ran in to report first, and the other led Evan into the competition area. For this competition, Lin Jungji used white lime to draw a circular ring in the barracks. Yes, it was on the ground. Because he was afraid that building the ring would cause commotion among the people inside, Lin Jungji just drew a ring. If you want to fight, where can you not fight? Do you have to build a ring? Lin Jungji is not happy anymore. He only prepared stools and tables for the guests, nothing else. It can be said that this is the simplest martial arts competition. Chapter 395 Do Something. There were not many guests this time. Lin Jungji invited Tian Lao and Uncle Chi. Yang Minghao stood behind Uncle Chi as a bodyguard, and the two military leaders sat on the referee's bench. These days are just when these two big guys come to rest, just in time for the start of the game. After a cordial and friendly welcome and greeting, the four of them sat together in the guest seat to watch the game. Lin Zhengji initially stood on the edge of the ring. In the circle, two warriors, one is the golden light donor and the other is the green power bull, are already fighting each other. At this time, a soldier ran in and told Lin Zhengji that Evan had arrived. As soon as he heard the news, Lin Zhengji's body trembled. Good job, a real master has come. Without saying a word, Lin Zhengji turned around to greet him. He didn't take a few steps before he saw Evan being led here. Master Qi. You are out. Lin Zhengji planned to invite Evan too, but when he heard that Evan had withdrawn again, he did not dare to disturb him again. Haha, yes, I just came out of retreat, and as soon as I heard there was a game to watch, I came by myself, no trouble? Owen said with a smile that he didn't care too much about coming out of hermitage. It was just a pretense, and smart people would see that it was just an excuse, just false and unreasonable. No, how can this affect Mr. Qi? Come, let me introduce you. Lin Zhengji introduced Evan to the two old generals, and the two old generals also complimented him, saying that young people had heroes, talents, etc., which made Evan almost embarrassed. In the end, Lin Zhengji asked someone to bring a chair, but Evan didn't want to sit down, so he stood directly behind Mr. Tien and squeezed his shoulder. Master, how long has it been since the game? What do you think of their strength? Evan looked at the two who were already panting from the struggle, and asked while pinching their shoulders. Oh, yes, as expected of a military background, they both train hard, their strength is okay, but their movements need to be improved. Tien Lao often came to the barracks when he was bored. Many of these soldiers were trained by Tien Lao, so he was quite satisfied with these students. Oh, Dad, what do you think? Evan turned his head to look at Father Qi. Father Qi cast a look at Evan and said, I'll just sit and watch. Evan was overwhelmed. What kind of anger was that? Could it be the wrong diet? Glancing at Father Qi, Evan hurriedly took a step to the side and squeezed Father Qi's shoulder. Looking at Father Qi's raised mouth, Evan rolled his eyes. Advertisement, hey, Colonel Lin, why did you suddenly start such a competition? Is there any reward for the first place? Evan is very curious about the rewards of this competition, it should not be bad. But, well, the purpose of this competition is not to choose the first place, we are here to choose 10 people to stay and train the fighters, as the squad leader of the next batch of fighters, 33. Lin Zhengji explained. The next batch of fighters? That is to replace? Evan didn't quite understand why the guards did a good job, why should they be replaced? This is our system, we're going to have a change of people in 2 months, and now we're picking the final 10 who will stay on as instructors, and the rest are going back to their military districts. It is Lin Zhengji's practice to decide the winner through the competition. Do you want to stay here? Okay, use your power to speak? 100 people competed for 2 days and went through a multi-level selection process, and now it's time for the last 20 people. When the final 10 are identified, these 10 will become elders, providing training work and guidance to the warriors after them, while the others will return to their war zones. This method is not the best, but Lin Zhengji thinks it is suitable. Not forcing everyone to leave is already a concession, and not taking the opportunity to stay is not enough. This will be the case in the future. If you want to go back, fight for it in your own war zone. If you are not strong enough, go back and train hard. This not only motivates the warrior's self-cultivation, but also saves some effort for future training, and it is definitely easier for someone to lead. Only the top 10 to be sure. I mean, if you don't want to, you don't go. Evan said. I don't mind watching it, it's rare to see a real-life martial arts competition, what's the point of only determining the top 10? Lin Zhengji was a little embarrassed to hear this, he looked at the two bigwigs, and then saw one of them said with a smile. Comrade Shaoqi is right, it is true that since ancient times there is no such thing as the first in literature and the second in martial arts. Everyone is a fighter with strong blood and vigor, and everyone wants to compete for the first place. Zhaolin, let's have an upside-down match, I'll go in a while. Apply for rewards and add motivation to the warriors. The big man also agrees with Yi Fan's idea, although it seems to be false. Okay, then I'll make arrangements here. The boss had spoken, and Lin Zhengji had no choice but to follow suit. Advertisement, haha, I'm sorry, at the most inopportune time, this is a pain for Colonel Lin, but don't worry, I'm not a stingy person, and I will definitely give you a reward that will satisfy everyone. Katakana middle dot 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 0 Owen said to Lin Zhengji, he shook his head. Your evaluation of Master Qi is very high. This is just a small matter. We all know your generosity. Without your generosity, there would be no culture of our warriors today. Lin Zhengji continued, bowing slightly to express his gratitude. I will organize a game afterwards, but not tonight. The soldiers must be very tired after the battle. Can they rest at night? The fight of the fighters is a real fight. There's no respite. The punches are punched, the wounded are injured, and it is a bit difficult to fight continuously, so at least one night's rest. Well, don't worry, then tomorrow, then you'd better prepare a decent ring, it's too mundane. 0 Since it has to be formal, everything has to be formal, and the ring, at least, has to be there. That's good, I'll be there ASAP. Lin Zhengji was still hesitating whether to put on the ring or not, because he was afraid that the commotion would cause a commotion in the auditorium, but now with Owen's consent, this is not a problem. Okay, I look forward to it. After speaking, Irving smiled and continued to watch the game until 10 forwards appeared. 10 fighters, more or less holding on, but the excitement on each of their faces is indescribable. Winning the battle means they can stay. They're preparing for tomorrow's game. And they've just learned that tomorrow they'll continue their fight for first place and be rewarded by Owen. Who is Owen? They all know. What does that mean? They know what it means. Something Evan put out. There's nothing wrong with that. After the end, the 10 people were brought together, which was arranged with Evan's permission. Evan and Lin Zhengji came to the soldiers together and took out some medicine bottles to heal the soldiers. Seeing that Evan took out some medicine to heal his wounds, Lin Zhengji immediately winked at the soldiers. The 10 fighters understood that they did not use the wound medicine immediately after taking it. The last time Evan rescued Duao, who was attacked by the rock lizard, there were some medicines for wounds and burns that were useless. Afterwards, these medicines were selected and handed over to a group of medical experts for examination. It is said that they have achieved small results now. It's just that there were not many medicines left at that time, and the research did not progress after they were used up. Now that I have purchased a few more bottles, Lin Zhengji feels that the right time has come, plus. Chapter 396 Transition Mission Naki Evan doesn't care much about medicines for wounds and burns. These medicines were bought by Evan in the elf world, and the effect was very good. If a country could develop the same medicine, it would also be their ability to benefit the world. Besides, there are many things that are better than these medicines in terms of curing diseases, and Evan is not lacking in this. The game was over. Evan came back with Father Qi and Elder Tian, and Yang Minghao got into the car. Yang Minghao asked his mother if she knew that she had accepted Nashi as her goddaughter, and his mother said, I don't know. I know. We talked about it. He said he knew, and then said righteously that he knew about it. Well, as long as you're happy. The father of Evan, 480. His own wife was very helpless and could not rely on him at all, and secretly told him not to do this in the future. After driving for a while, the car returned to the gate of the villa and stopped. The 3 people got out of the car. Soon Chi Mu and Natsu arrived, and the family reunited. Evan was going to introduce his new partner to his family. Ahem, this time we have 2 new partners. Come, this is Rustam. Rustam, say hi. The little Rustam appeared on Owen's shoulder and greeted the crowd very easily, but he spoke in neon, which made it difficult to communicate. Who? What a cute little girl, like a doll. Rustam's mother's eyes lit up, and even though she was in her 40s, she still had a heart full of girls. A ghost? Natsu could see the essence of Rustam, already just a soul. Well, Rustam was just a remnant of a soul at the time, and there was nothing we could do but let her be. Owen explained. And a companion, Wolf Nogan, who takes the form of a human, come out. Evan took out the super demon sealing soul orb, said a word to her, and then let Wolf Nuagen go. See you later, master. The white light fell to the ground, and the wild artillery wolf that turned into a human figure was half knelt on the ground, and his long green hair was eye-catching. This? A fairy? Tian Lao looked at the wild dry wolf uncertainly. There were also several families in Dubu Tian who invited immortals, and their immortals were actually demons. Hey! It's the monster in the neon story that I kept, and he's haunting me all the time. 11. Advertisement, a devil, so the devil really exists. Mother Chi said in surprise. Of course, there may be real gods in the future. Owen said that if he allows himself to continue his adventures, there may be a day when there will be many gods on earth, even fighting spirit. Oh, and master, I got the second half of Lei Fa this time, would you like to take a look? Dragon Tiger Mountain Thunder Technique. Now Evan understands everything. The combination of the 2 thunder techniques is the real Celestial Master 5 thunder techniques. The second half of Reifa. Where did you get it? Tian Lao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Evan and asked. The right channel. I didn't go to Longhu Mountain this time. I got it by accident. Master, do you want it? If you want to come back, I'll give you a copy. 0 The second half of the Thunder's Law was already imprinted in Evan's mind, so he could only copy it if he wanted to. Right better. Tian Lao pondered for a while and raised his head. Tian Lao is not spying on the magic of the Tianqi, he just wants to see if Lei Fa is real, that's it. By the way, master, you are no longer in Longhu Mountain, what else do you care? Reading and studying has no effect on there. Oh, by the way, master, you have been here for a few months, don't you want to go back and have a look? Evan thought for a while. Tian Lao had been in this world for a few months, and he probably felt a little homesick. But Ai Yao thought of Natsu again. He had been in this world for the longest time and never came back to see her. When he heard that Evan was going to send the old man back to see him, he turned around. Natsu's expression was a little nervous, and his eyes were a little dark. System, can the current Najiji open the pass authority? Evan's heart moved and asked. Najiji has tested. After the test is completed, Najiji and host are now in a pseudo-brother-sister contractual relationship. They formulate access conditions and issue mission passes. Mission pass, NAS, completion condition. The number of collected Pokemon reaches 200, and the progress is 184 200ths, which needs to be completed by Natsu alone. Collect no less than 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex, which can be done together. Natsu's strategy mission looks much simpler than the old one, just need to collect Pokemon. If Natsu completes the second mission alone, the first mission can be completed together. In short, just complete the second mission and collect the monsters. Dragon can. Natsu, I also found a way to get you back this time, but you have to do a mission. Advertisement. Owen said to Natsu. What is a mission? Natsu's facial expression brightened visibly. It's not difficult, you have to collect Pokemon. There are only 184 Pokemon in the manor, you can collect 16 more, and then you have to collect Tyrannosaurus, and you can collect all 29. Owen told the content of the mission, and Nashi was a little puzzled after hearing it. Why are we doing these things? Because it is necessary. 33. Good. I'm going to find Elf. Natsu hesitated for a while, and did not continue to question. The soldier was about to set off. 66. Really? Ringo, we will discuss this matter with the master later, and help little Natsu to clarify the matter first. She is a little girl. It is still very dangerous to go out alone. You can talk to her and let her wait. You accompany her to collect those elf after the game tomorrow. Owen was a little worried that once Natsu reached the top of the mountain, it would be very dangerous to rush to chase a group of Tyrannosaurus. Okay, I'll see, Lang Yigan, you can go alone. You don't want to disturb others if you don't. 1.0. It's nothing. Tien Lao wants to go back to watch it, but he can see that Nachi's situation is more urgent, and Owen has promised to watch the game tomorrow, so he won't regret it. After Yifan said this, Nazi stopped the movement of her hands and looked at Yifan seriously. Owen said, but Nashi didn't care too much and packed his backpack with a pout. Owen nodded, turned around and gave instructions to Langye, and then quickly chased out. Tien Lao watched Natsu leave, then looked at Owen, who had a slightly worried face, and smiled. Natsu didn't get far, and Owen quickly caught up with her. It looks like Natsu is going to get some Pokeball medicine and Pokeball from the Pokemon tree fruit, and is in a hurry to do it. Natsu answered and left. Nashi, take a look, you have collected almost all of these elves. If you want to collect more, you must go further. You are too slow by yourself, so I will let BB-Bird take you away. Natsu, you go and collect other elves. As for Tyrannosaurus, we will go together. I know. 99, it's Nashi, take your time, wait a while, and tomorrow I'll go get the elf with you. Well, really? Chapter 397 Grand Prize. Evan persuaded Natsu to get things ready and go out to find Pokemon after the game tomorrow. Natsu agreed, then ignored Evan, who didn't leave the embarrassment, went back to his room, and copied the second half of Law of Thunder to Mr. Tien. Arranged for Tien Lao to take it back to see if he could solve Nashi's problem. He returned to his room and could finally rest in peace. He released the eagle, and the eagle appeared outside the window and flew into the sky. Function's dog leaned on Owen, tossed and turned on the ground, let out a low growl cheerfully. Ghost Stone laughed a few times, and then went to play over the wall. Don't scare the others. After Owen shouted to Ghost Stone, he ignored him, leaned comfortably on the back of the clockwork dog, turned on the projection screen, completed a new series, and thought about what rewards should be presented tomorrow. 10 people, except for the top 3, the rest should get prizes for participating. Owen still has a lot of items, but they are all quite valuable. The least obvious is probably the 3 Goblin Blood Capsules. Using Doying as a prize certainly won't work, but Goblin General's Horn will do. There are 3 that can be rewarded for the top 3, 1 for each, and then some more. The top 3 each have a horn and a red and white ball, and then give the first place a Huo 24 God Ju. Now it's time to find a reason for this Huo God Ju. This Huo God Ju can make people who build with fire attributes fast. Cultivating the real flame energy. The early attack power and cultivation speed are faster than some other exercises, and now the world is getting more and more dangerous, and the body needs to be brought into the overall situation as soon as possible. With the changes in the world, the overall strength of the world is now rising too slowly. The foreign Iwan cannot rule, but his own country, it is best to maintain stability. The Vulcan art is not only effective in the early stage, but also not small in the later stage. Look at your little Vulcan, it is a human-shaped fort. Although it is difficult to train to the level of little Vulcan, he can still quickly build up a group of excellent players. After sending the Vulcan skills, let's send this fire fan out too, it's useless to keep it. The firefighting fan that Evan received at Longhu Mountain with the golden two-handed sword is a folding fan that can control the flame and can also be charged via USB. The Royal Vulcan tactical fan can form the power of flame in a short time, so this time it is bundled together. A set of Vulcan guide, plus the Royal Vulcan fan reward is not small. Advertisement, then for the second place, give a head shaving method, change the name, and call it a burst step to increase mobility. As for the third place, give me a guide to Bajikwan. This boxing technique is enough for the country to use for a while. It is said that the reward for the top 3 will actually end up in the hands of the state, and everyone knows it well. This is what Evan wants to see and what the country wants to see. Evan hopes that the country will be stable and that he can have a stable home after returning home. The country has higher requirements for Evan and will do everything possible to keep and protect Evan's family. This is a win-win situation for both parties. There are no so-called losses. This is a long-term investment, and even if the state can't help Owen now, what about the future? Who can say? 1 Pokeball for everyone left, and only a few left in stock. Owen still has 19 pork balls left in his inventory, and it is not a pity to give up 10. The rest is to go to the Pokemon world to buy a few more. Thinking of tomorrow's reward, Evan straightened up and started practicing. Heiken Chi Heidao has always been slow and meticulous. Although he got Bodhi due this time, he had expectations for the next period of time. Evan did not take it immediately. Soon after the second day, Lin Zhengji personally came to invite Evan to watch the martial arts competition. This time, Father Chi didn't go, but Mr. Tien followed, and they left the viewing platform together by car. Inside the barracks, a marble-paved arena was erected, and one night, Lin Zhengji felt very uncomfortable. Master Chi. Elder Tien. This pedestal is made up of 108 pieces of one square-sized marble, which are tightly stitched together and have a sturdy appearance. 33. At night, the military urgently mobilized these marble blocks to build this broadcasting station at the speed of an infrastructure madman. Next to the ring is a viewing platform, which is also made of marble. It is generous and beautiful. At first glance, it is much more comfortable than yesterday. The 2 soldiers were still there, and the 4 of them took their places together before the 10 players took turns in the ring. These 10 people waved their fists for a long time, and one of the military bosses even talked about the rewards provided by the military, which are some bonuses, all of which are more than 5 figures. For boxers, the prizes are also good, and everyone is very motivated. Soon, the game started. Since there are 10 people, after 5 games, 5 people have qualified. After that, we have to draw lots to decide the round of one person, and then draw lots to decide the round of one person after the remaining 3 people. Advertisement: it was a battle of luck to say the least. The top 5 were quickly decided, 5 were eliminated, and after the lottery, it was the turn of a young warrior named Xiao Ruo. He was a little shy and embarrassed when he heard he had been chosen, but then Evan took out the bottle of wound medicine and handed it to X-Wenlei. X-Wenjia took it a little excitedly, and at this time Xiao Ruo also had a calm expression on his face, and seemed to be relieved. Lin Zhengji, who was in charge of the lottery, said that he did not have any shady transactions, and it was really just Xiao Guo's luck. Lin Zhengji. After just one game, Xiao Guo advanced to the final. Lin Zhengji called for the start of the game, but none of them moved. X-Wenlei kept his strength calmly, and Xiao Ruo couldn't stand it. His opponent in the final was X-Wenlei, a capable name paired with a 6'9" big man. Evan paused during the match, then took a long leap and jumped into the ring. In the next round, he failed again. After X-Wenlei's injury medicine recovered his physical strength and injury, and after finally taking the stage, Xiao Ruo finally regained his state and took a fighting stance. A faint golden light enveloped his whole body tightly. As soon as he stepped on the court, Xiao Guo felt that X-Wenjia's breathing was a little wrong, so his expression was a little puzzled, and he felt that he could not win. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Xiao Guo practiced the golden light mantra. He was one of the first people to come into contact with this method of cultivation, and he also successfully cultivated a sense of qi with the golden light mantra. X-Wenjia is practicing Qingyu Gong. His fist is very strong, 480. One punch can make a mark on the iron plate. But one cannot throw in the towel right away after going so far. X-Wenlei had lost some physical strength in the battle. He knew that he was not the opponent of the physically strong Xiao Guo, but he still did not give up, gritted his teeth, and walked onto the court. Evan could see clearly, and was full of praise for Xiao Guo, and disapproved of these behaviors. Wait a moment. Considering the physical condition of your comrades during the game, it is a good thing to leave no room, but when facing the enemy on the battlefield, don't be soft-hearted. X-Wenlei, right? Come, use this medicine. You have 5 minutes to recover from the injury and physical strength. Come back again. Chapter 398 Breeding of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Evan asked Duao and Lin Zhengji to wait in the living room, while he himself went to prepare everything for fighting the Tyrannosaurus. At this time, Duao can also report Evan's decision to strike to his superiors, and then the military will take countermeasures and prepare to help Evan implement the plan. After Evan went out, the first thing was to find Na and tell her what was negotiated. Hearing this, Nashi frowned slightly. These 30-odd tyrannosaurs are a powerful force in the elf world. How can so many tyrannosaurs get together? Could it be? Natsu thought of something, but now is not the time to talk about other things. Owen asked Natsu to collect the usable Pokemon, starting with the water attribute first, and then the flying ones. Natsu nodded and went to pack up, while Evan called Bigger and the Phantom Stone away. Bigger is definitely the man to go. He has a huge advantage in the air. He got the Beagle Super Evolution Stone and the Evolution Stone. The Super Evolution Stone is on Beagle's left leg, on a gold ring on his leg. The Keyman is in Owen's hands, and he tries to super evolve him in his spare time, and it turns out very well. A Beagle that can super evolve is definitely a well-deserved air overlord. The Ghost Stone with powerful illusion ability is definitely the king of the group battle. If you enter the Ghost Stone's illusion domain, the Tyrannosaurus Carp will no longer be useless. Although Blizzard can use Moonwalk, his technique is still not good enough to stay in the air for a long time, plus he is restrained by the water property of Tyrannosaurus, so he will not use Moonwalk this time. Apart from the BB and the Phantom Stone, Evan was walking up and down under the magic tree again. Owner. The wild dry wolf turned into a giant wolf, lying under the tree with a group of purple-winged cats floating around. The wild wolves subdued the cats within 2 days, and he is now the owner of these beasts. Wild dry wolf, with this group of cats, prepare for a naval battle. As long as it's not too far from Evan, the cats don't have to worry about running out of magic power, and their shadow magic is very powerful, making them a good fighting force. When all the prep work is done, do Rear Admiral, Colonel Lim, let's go, I'm ready. Advertisement. After talking with Chi's father and Chi's mother, Owen finally got on the back of Nuogen Wolf and called towards the living room. Natsu was also ready. He stroked the head of the leader of the purple-winged cat group, and sat sideways on the cat's back with ease. Together, Master Chi? This? Duao and Lin Zhengji ran outside and saw Owen and Natsu's preparations, and their expressions changed slightly. Although they knew that there were many strong beasts in the observation station, it was the first time they saw their state and strength. Ready, tell us where the hell is, or would you like to lead us? Owen said with a smile. Duao swallowed, looked at the giant beast in a circle in front of him, and then, Master Chi, let's meet at the Sea Fleet first, I'll show you the way. Just like this, 2 minutes later, the two purple-winged cats carried Duao and Lin Zhengji on their backs, followed by Lang Yepao and the other purple-winged cats, soaring into the air in the form of arrows and quickly flew towards the sea. High in the sky, the broad-winged eagle soars, looking out at the sea below. The entire flight formation flew very fast, and the leader, Duao, was riding on the back of the purple-winged cat, and was blown away by the wind. Duao has cultivated Qingyu Jin, and he has achieved some success, but although the attack power of Qingyu Jin is good, it cannot be as intensive as golden light spells. It was much better to look at Lin Zhengji. The golden light came in and out of him, unaffected by the airflow. HMPH, shameless. Lin Zhengji glanced at Duao's pitiful appearance, his expression automatically turned arrogant and cold, and there was a hint of pride in his heart. But then, Lin Zhengji turned to look at Evan and Natsu again, and was immediately satisfied. Evan sat on the wolf's back and leaned comfortably on the cushion. The surrounding airflow was swept away by the magic energy of the wolf, and he couldn't get in. As for Natsu, there were black shadows floating around her, and the purple-winged cat cast shadow magic, which also blocked the oncoming airflow, Natsu effortlessly. It was impossible for Lin Zhengji to ask the purple-winged cat below him to block the wind with magic, and even if he did, he might not listen to him. Well, here we are, the sea. The steel fleet at sea. Like a steel behemoth lurking in the silence. Advertisement. Duao took out his radio and said a few words against the wind. After receiving the reply, he signaled that they could land. Then, all the monsters landed on one of the largest flagships. Watching one of the flagships fall, the soldiers on the ship changed their faces. General Du, Colonel Lin, guys, here you are. That must be Mr. Chi. How did you do it? I'm Marine Rear Admiral Chu Jia, nice to meet you. A middle-aged Marine officer, also Rear Admiral, came over. Hello, we're here to deal with the Tyrannosaurus. Where are they now? Owen went straight to the point and asked where the Tyrannosaurus was. I have learned the details from my superiors. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Chi for his help. Second, the Tyrannosaur group is currently near the small island over there. 9. There's a sandy beach on the east side of that island. It's not big, but there's soft sand under the surface. Those Tyrannosaurs are there right now, and there's no sign of leaving. Chu Zi pointed to a small island in the distance. A soft sandy beach. Of course, this group of Tyrannosaurs must have gathered to lay their eggs, and they used it as a breeding ground. No wonder they would attack anyone who came close by chance. After listening to Chu Jia's words, Na Chi confirmed her guess that the Tyrannosaurus rex gathered in large numbers for the annual spawning. In fact, as expected by Naki, half of the eggs were larger than an ostrich egg in the mud and sand under the sea, and there were dozens of them. At the same time, more than 30 ferocious Tyrannosaurs were standing nearby. All of them were a little haggard, but they had a ferocious and indomitable aura, and were wary of anything that approached. Spawning, I don't know if this world's climate can breed king carp, and if so, maybe we'll see them everywhere in the future. Owen was a little surprised that a new species was going to take root in this world and continue to exist. Natsu, let the water-type elves lead these Tyrannosaurs out, and then we'll be ready to collect them. Owen said to Natsu. Natsu nodded and took out a dozen pokeballs one by one. After opening, the white light fell into the water, and 15 poker dragons with water attributes appeared, such as giant flying shark fin, iron shell, megalodon, royal goldfish and royal catfish. Natsu stood at the railing of the flagship and gave orders to these water-type elves. Soon, all the elves who received the order dived into the water and began to swim to the place where the Tyrannosaurus gathered. Kai. 8DF Chapter 399th Electric Fish Error. The water-type Pokemon are in action, and their goal is to draw the Tyrannosaurus out, so they don't do much resistance when they get close. The other water-type elves did not rush in first, and the huge tooth shark attacked first. Its attack power is very strong. Tooth. A jet of water rushed out of the Megalodon's tail. Soon, he was next to the 3 Tyrannosaurs, who were already looking at the Megalodon with warning eyes, but... Teeth. The Megalodon used his provocative skills to give the 3 Tyrannosaurs a look of contempt, and the originally malicious Tyrannosaurus broke out in an instant. Roaring angrily, it rushed towards the Megalodon. Without hesitation, the Megalodon opened a water column. The current swooped down, taking the 3 Tyrannosaurs away. We made a slight detour and rushed towards the convoy. At this time, the iron shell appeared. He stepped forward, lowered his head and hit a series of ice picks, attracting the attention of the 2 Tyrannosaurs, and turned on the water flow to take the 2 Tyrannosaurs away. In this way, the water dragons gathered together and used various methods to lure the Tyrannosaurs out. first from all directions, but in a semicircle, and finally fled in the direction of the fleet. When the megalodon flew away with the Tyrannosaurus, Owen and Natsu were already sitting on the back of the wolf god and flew towards them. It's very close. Boom. A golden beam of light shot in and out of the sea. She was supposed to attack the megalodon, but it deftly dodged and shot straight at 0480 Wen. Roar. With a low roar, the wolf's body grew in size. It opened its mouth and released a green column of demonic energy. It collided with the light of destruction in the air. Boom boom boom. Demonic energy column destroys one death ray, but then two more, and this time, apparently for Wolf Wild. Woody protection. Huddy. Natsu released Woody, who erected a green light shield to block the attack. At this time, Tin Huo also arrived with the Tyrannosaurus. Owen knew that he could not delay for too long, so he stretched his two arms into the air respectively. The two thunder talismans were completed. The attack stance symbol is not an attack symbol, and it has no attack power itself, but Nasi. Kill the megalodon. Owen's hair is sparkling, thunderbolts and lightning flashes all around him. Then pass the spell at the strike position. His power is instantly doubled. Yes, earth-shattering thunder, it's a magnifying amulet. Come back, Tooth Shark. Advertisement. Natsu pulls out his Pokeball and gives him the shark's fangs back. Next moment. Tien Lei. Boom. Two huge lightning strikes, Saba, towards the sea. A powerful electric current swept the whole area. A semicircle of lightning spread out, as the lightning disappeared. The three tyrannosaurs with their eyes turned around and a few small fish surfaced with their belly turned upside down. Natsu deftly sends 3 Pokeballs into swift flight. They definitely hit 3 tyrannosaurs. With a flash of light, the sphere gathers the Tyrannosaurus into a ball, and after a few shakes, they all go quiet. Successfully assembled. Natsu spoke a little faster. Her power enveloped the spheres, preventing them from falling into the sea, and when Natsu picked up the Tyrannosaurus sphere, Iron Bailey was already rushing towards them. Come back, Dendrobium candidum. This time, without Evan's instructions, Natsu simply took back the iron-armored dragon. In the next instant, 2 more magnified thunders fell, and 2 more Tyrannosaurs were added to the score. In this way, thunder broke out on the sea for a while, and lightning flashed and thundered. Duao and others nearby watched through the telescope. When they saw Evan's movements, their facial expressions changed. Thunder in the human body launch, this myth found only in things that occurred in their eyes. It must be awesome. So powerful, it will not be the thunder of Dragon and Tiger Mountain Thunder? Thunder true? Do Proud have carefully completed the one person under the now see Evan's thunder, he dared to guess. But in fact, lightning Evan now used, not simply thunder law so simple. Thunder is a basic, further comprising calculating an enlarged super shock, together with the enlarged character method of sky, the power has exceeded the normal levels of thunder. With such a strong ability, it seems the Storm Carp Dragon puzzle can be solved quickly. Roy Chu stood, obviously relieved when speaking. However, Proud Du Roy Chu and Lin Zhengji heard it, and immediately his face was downcast. As being the pursuer, they clearly know that they cannot just put up the flag, because it is easy to roll. Boom. Not a few seconds, said Chu Jia finished. Head over 10 meters long giant Tyrannosaurus, Toe and attacked. A thick beam sudden death destruction cut through the sea, Wild Wolf shooting at the root. Woody first time opened the defensive skills, withstood the attack, but this time could not withstand Woody, before the attack was stopped. Who fall Wild Wolf Root's back has been out of breath, his strength has why it did not. Roar. More than 10 meters Tyrannosaurus, even Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it certainly is very powerful. Only Tyrannosaurus Rex is the leader of the group, just the body is twice as common Tyrannosaurus thick. Advertisement. At first he was tempted goldfish, but when he heard the roar of the pain of his companions, he ran down the goldfish, and when he approached, he saw his 2 companions being subdued with Naz. As the leader of the group, this Tyrannosaurus not tolerate such a thing, he imagined took a fatal turn their attention to the destructive wolf. Attack was repulsed, but only Tyrannosaurus leader did not stop after the release of a death ray. There has been frozen after a short body, and from the mouth of water gushing from Tyrannosaurus Rex. This what jets of water that? Boom. Rapid spiral water injection machine gun, Owen suddenly shouted. Beagle Windy. Bake. A powerful golden storm suddenly fell from the sky, snapped, water cannon court dragons crushed. Gold broke through the storm water cannons, pound the sea suddenly surging. Roar. Tyrannosaurus leader looking up at the sky above the tide, roar against it. Blame should be. A golden eagle falling from blame him, wings deployed 6 or 7 meters wide, the sound is not small. Beetle. Come on direct, bird in force attack, beagle should be. Owen issue commands. As the crow, Kitty sprang to the Tyrannosaurus leader. A golden light enveloped eagles, he turned into a golden bird, sprang to the Tyrannosaurus leader. Roar. Tyrannosaurus leader saw anger eagle, know how to escape, great body immediately into the sea, followed by the eagle swoop down. Roar. Underwater, Tyrannosaurus began to wag their tails, a rapidly forming water. The next moment, a surge of water from the water out of the tornado, it swept the eagles. Beagle. When the eagle flapping its wings easily escaped, Tyrannosaurus leader growled energy stored in the bottom, in order to eliminate the light of death. A golden light being leaders gathered in his mouth, he was about to be fired out. Heaven's mine. Owen waved. Two thunder swept the sea. Chapter 400 The Sea God Descends. Boom boom boom. Two lightning bolts in a row fell into the sea. The super-strong electric current stretches along the seawater. In an instant, the Tyrannosaurus leader is shrouded in it. Roar. Other tyrannosaurs fell under such an attack, because it was 4 times weaker electricity, and the water plus flight attribute of the Tyrannosaurus was 4 times the limit of the electric attribute. But the Tyrannosaurus leader persisted because of the lightning. His eyes also turned red. A Tyrannosaur aura was spreading. Ah! This Tyrannosaurus has gone mad. Natsu warns Evan that the enraged Tyrannosaurus will violently smash everything in its path. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus leader burst out of the water and destroyed the light of death that streaked across the sky. Beetle. The little eagle deftly avoided the light of death, and in the next second, a golden light came in and out from his body. Crane bird attacked. Circling against the sea, abdomen. Roar. The huge body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was knocked out of the sea by the eagle. A huge body over 10 meters slammed into Evan's side. Good chance. Come on Pokeball. Natsu saw the timing and threw a Pokeball at Tyrannosaurus body. The red and white Pokeball hit the Tyrannosaurus body accurately, and when it opened, it released a red light, and the giant Tyrannosaurus was retracted into the ball. Natsu uses her supernatural ability to keep the Pokeball in the air without falling. The Pokeball shakes in the air, once, twice, it looks like it's going to shake for the 3rd time. Boom. A powerful jet of water suddenly came in from under the surface. It hit the ball directly in the air. What? The ball flew high into the sky, and finally broke into 2 pieces. The giant body of the Tyrannosaurus leader turned into a red light and fell on the sea. He closed his eyes and fell into a coma. This is... Evan jumped on top of the wolf mummy's head, looking at the sea below. His eye nemesis immediately stretched out. And just like that, Evan lets his knowledge of 8 trigrams out to explore. Boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds, the wind was howling, the waves were getting higher and higher, and the rain was pouring down. Advertisement, attention everyone, a big one is coming. In Owen's perception, a huge shadow was rapidly approaching the sea. Only then did Owen realize that it was a huge shadow. Combined with the changing weather, Evan guessed who was approaching. Flood. Roy. There were bursts of nondescript chirping sounds all around, and a big white bird broke through the sea and rose into the sky. A slightly flying dragon like a bird, nearly 6 meters long, with a white body, a light blue abdomen, and 2 rows of dark blue dorsal fins on its back. Almost immediately, Owen called out its name. Of course it's you, Lugia. Roy. Lugia, an elf with superpower plus flying attributes, has been called the sea god since ancient times, usually lurking in the depths of the sea, because his power is very large. When he is on the sea, it often causes natural disasters and shipwreck. As one of the main mythical beasts in the Pokemon world, Lugia possesses amazing powers. The first is to change the weather. Now the sea has turned into stormy weather, the wind is howling, and the rain is pouring. The scale of the storm affected the fleet not far away, and the heavy warships swayed in the storm. Then came the power of Lugia herself. The big white bird turned her eyes to Owen. Her bright eyes seemed to be able to see through her heart. She glanced at Owen, then turned to look at the Tyrannosaur who fainted, and then you will know. Luo, Owen was hit by a water cannon. Beep. The water immediately rushed towards Owen. This is much more powerful than the Tyrannosaurus just now. The wolf gritted his teeth and roared. Owen was on him, and the water cannon's attack on Owen was almost indistinguishable from the attack on him. A large amount of cyan magic energy emerged from Lang Yigen's body. A magic shield was formed, which resisted the attack of the water cannon, and then Lang Yigen opened its big mouth. The green magic wolf came out of its mouth, come in and out. Each of them rushes to Lugia on the demon cloud. Luo. Lugia stared at the wolves, flapped their wings and flew into the air. The wolves immediately changed direction to chase him, but Lugia lowered his head. A golden light gathered in his mouth. The next moment. Snapped. It exploded. The golden light of destruction went in and out of Roxia's mouth like fireworks, covered a large area, instantly wiped out all the wolves. This guy, he's too strong. The wolf stared at Roja, and in this fight, he had already sensed Roja's powerful strength. Advertisement. This is a little elf called the Sea God, of course he is very strong. Evan said with a smile, looking at Roxia. Evan was not sad, but rather happy. Seeking flowers. 0. Natsu, you and Wolf Nogan go to collect Tyrannosaurus, complete the task first, give me this Lugia. Owen turned around and said to Natsu, and jumped straight into the sky. Winged birds. Winged bird eagle. The kitty flew over Evan, caught him, rolled up a burst of golden light, and rushed towards Lugia. Luo. Lugia saw the golden light flying towards him, her eyes widened, and the power of superpower bloomed in his eyes. At this time, Lugia discovered that there was a kind of light blue energy in his eyes. The light blue energy spreads out, and then... Humans. Why are you attacking these tyrannosaurs? A woman's voice suddenly sounded in Evan's mind, causing Evan to stop the eagle's movements, slow down to avoid the golden light, slowly fly up, face Lugia, face to face with him. 0. Telepathy. What a handy ability. With a somewhat surprised expression on Owen's face, he looked at Roja and said. And when Roja heard Owen's answer, his eyes narrowed. A violent immediate wind appeared around Roja. Answer my question, man. Boom 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 boom. A tornado is blowing all around. It's blowing a lot of water into the sky. Owen was once again surprised by Lugia's ability. He looked at Natsu and the girls, and after making sure they were all right, he said, "These tyrannosaurs attacked and harmed people's interests, and naturally they need to be dealt with, but don't worry, this is just a collectible, they will not be abused." Having accepted these tyrannosaurs, Owen can guarantee that neither the NAS nor the state will abuse them. At best they will only take a small sample of blood and scales, and the rest of the time will be sure to fatten them. However, Lugia didn't think so. She didn't believe Owen's words at all. She just screamed angrily. "Did you think I would believe you? You people are cunning and sinful. You only know how to dump garbage and filth into the sea. You have no respect for the sea. You have no respect for the sea. You have no respect for the sea. You don't respect the sea without respect. You don't respect the sea. They won't end well in your hands, today. Don't leave any of you. You'll all die at sea." "Luo." Lugia's angry voice sounded in Owen's ears. Lugia looked at Owen. His mouth opened. A lot of air gathered at a very fast speed, plus. Chapter 411 Crossing the Ocean, Air Blast. Also called Air Blast or Whirlwind Attack, this powerful skill is unique to Lugia. A large amount of air gathered in Roja's mouth and turned into translucent energy. It subsided almost instantly, attacked Owen and the Beehawk in the next moment. Bewinged bird, dodge, winged birds. Beehawk already sensed danger, and without warning Evan began to dodge. Beep. The eagle flapped its wings and ducked sideways. A translucent air column instantly hit the golden light of the eagle's shield and whizzed past. It hit the tornado and blew it away from the inside out. "Damn it. You're real, Lugia. If you do, we're welcome. Big, air slash. Bigger." Evan has already sensed Lugia's hostility. If so, don't be stupid. The beagle heard the order. He immediately flapped his wings in the air with all his strength. A huge wind blade, 480s, flew towards Lugia. Bang dang. Only when, Roxia didn't dodge, just erected a purple circular protective cover, blocking all attacks, and nothing happened. When Yi Fan saw this beast, his face suddenly darkened. This kind of god-level creature that can use the protective cover is the most difficult to deal with. "Luo. Disperse the shield." Lugia screamed and lunged at the beagle. A wave of purple energy spread out of his body. It transformed into a flying dragon and roared into the house. Dragon God's Roar is a powerful dragon attribute skill that Lugia can use. As soon as Owen saw Lugia approaching, he immediately told the beagle to use his speed to dodge. In terms of attack power, the current Bigger may not be as good as Lugia, but in terms of speed, Lugia's speed abounds. Lugia can't catch up with the beagle at all. "R.O. Stop. A man who can only run away." When Lugia couldn't catch up with the beagle, he could only dissipate his energy and roared towards Owen and the beagle. Facing Lugia's growl, Owen just grinned and turned the beagle away. Beagle. Approaching at high speed, Big should. Big Ying's speed is already fast, and now he uses high speed to accelerate. Big Eagle's figure has begun to look like a phantom. Approaching Lugia quickly, Owen shouted and leaned against Beagle's back. Flying wing attack. Advertisement. Smack. Almost in an instant, the beagle quickly hit Lugia's neck twice with its wings, and Lugia didn't even have time to react. Low. Lugia, who was slow to respond, let out a painful cry and fell backwards involuntarily. "It's time." Swinging bird slam. A golden light appeared in the air. The BB bird rushed towards Lugia like a divine bird. But at this moment, the beagle was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Luo. Luo's eyes opened quickly, and he flew backwards. The lavender light in his eyes shone brightly. The colorless supernatural power spread violently. Big and Owen collided head-on. Bigger, 93 at the same time. The spirits of Eagle and Evan were also shocked by the power of supernatural powers. Eagle lost his goal, took Evan, and fell into the sea. Boom. A wave rolled in. Eagle and Evan disappeared into the air. Roja straightened up, and turned to look at the sea. On the surface, the Roya is slightly slower than the Bigger, but under the sea, the Roya is faster than the Bigger. The name of Rosia's sea god is not a lie. Roja entered the sea and was the first to see the Beagle and Owen who were about to surface. The eagle is a bird with no water, but Owen was fine. He put away his golden hands, caught the eagle, and quickly returned to the sea. The eagles were very fast, very strong, and took Evan far. Big declared that he could not swim, and could only temporarily block the seawater with golden light, and was caught by Evan very calmly, watching Evan retreat. And just as Lugia followed behind him, Lugia's wings hissed, creating countless powerful underwater turbulence. Uzumaki large and small appeared, and Owen and Bigger's bodies were instantly swirled by the vortex roll-up. "You people have lost, and you will be buried here today." Roja watched calmly as Owen and Big were dragged to the bottom of the sea by Uzumaki, flapping their wings, ready to set off to rescue another Tyrannosaurus. But Lugia just turned her head. Boom. What? 99. Suddenly there was a huge explosion under the sea. Countless seawater was squeezed out and poured out, with huge bubbles. Countless bubbles floated past Roja, who turned her head to the bottom of the sea. The next moment. Paimon. Great magic. Boom. Boom. Gale. Gale. Tornado. Endless gust of wind rises from the air and from the seafloor. In an instant, it pierces the seafloor and the surface. It rises into the air and rips apart the clouds. Advertisement, Luo. Lugia looked as stunned as a sea god. It was the first time he had seen such a sight underwater. And right after that, Roxia, Nico, Two voices came from the bottom of the sea. Next second. Yush. Two golden lights came in and out from the bottom of the sea. One of the golden lights went straight to Lugia. It hit the protective cover the moment Lugia opened it. Then it didn't stop. It pressed on the protective cover and Roxia brought it straight out of the sea. Nico. This sentence made Roja fly. The golden light stopped in midair and dissipated. The transformed beetle chirped on the sea. But just when she was puzzled, Lugia soon let out a screech. A huge blast of air gathered in its mouth. A blast of air rumbled down on Evan. Nico. The golden feathers are cast like gold. The feathers on the head are originally short and even longer than those on the body, and layers of golden ripples are differentiated from them, giving the little eagle another layer of golden light. In times of crisis, Evan did not bring the beagle back to the barn for containment, but put the beagle into a hyper-evolved state. His strength has been greatly improved in all aspects, and his size and appearance have changed. A golden beam of light burst in and out. Super evolution. Luo. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Using the power of the wind on me, you really think too much. Nico. Bigger is now the same size as Roya, almost 6 meters tall, with a wingspan of over 10 meters wide. Lugia took off her protective cover, watching Owen and Bigger in 1.0, and the changes in people and birds made her a little puzzled. Evan raised his hand, ready to directly dispel the airblast attack, but at this moment, Super Beagle made a screech and flew towards them at a very fast speed. After Super evolved, the speed of Super Eagle increased again. He walked up to Evan and collided with the oncoming airblast. The body is full of golden light. A golden light filled his body. A golden ripple appeared around the eagle. At the same time, Evan also came out of the sea. He was wearing a pure white dress, a streamer was wrapped around his back, and his hair became a long white hair. A circle of golden ripples converged into Bigger's mouth. The next moment. Paramount magic, the ultimate wind of control. Owen has just swept across the ocean in a straight Paimon move. This gives him and evolved Bigger the chance to get out of the depths of the ocean. Chapter 412. Poseidon enters. Golden ripples. When Bigger was still a Bobo man, the ability to spread from the golden light spell was also learned by Bigger. Owen and others practice the golden light spell, all of which are quite satisfactory. Only golden light waves have the ability to generate ripples, and their attack power is extremely strong. Boom. The golden pulsating beam collided with Roxia's air blast. At this time, Roxia's air blast also began. After the super evolution, the quality of BB Bird has improved in all aspects. After using the golden pulse, the battle with Luo Jia is evenly matched. Luo. After Luo Jia and BB Bird fought, neither of them defeated the other. Luo Jia looked at Bizwing Bird with surprise. In the original world, although Lugia was not the strongest among the mythical beasts, there were ordinary pixies everywhere who completely outperformed her, just like Bigelow. But today, in this strange world, Lugia meets another beagle. Although there is a super evolution, it can increase the strength, but in the Pokemon world, even if there is a super evolution, the BB Bird is definitely not Lugia's opponent. Today, the BB Bird can fight against Lugia without defeat, which means that the BB Bird is already very strong. Bewing Bird. It's time to end this fight. Let's go. Attack with the Divine Bird. Nico. Owen shouted, and the little eagle heard the order and threw 24 to Lugia. A golden ripple enveloped the eagle's body, forming a golden bird spreading its wings and flying. Roxia still didn't believe that the confrontation was a draw, and burst out with purple energy. His entire body turned into a flying dragon, roaring. Nico. Luo. 59 both sides are at full speed. The golden bird and the purple dragon meet in midair. Neither of them retreated, and then there was a huge cracking sound all over the sea. Boom. Sonic shock. Accompanied by the sound wave, a shock wave spreads. The surrounding seawater was washed away. Low. The contest with the BB Bird ended, and Lugia's strength dropped slightly. The purple dragon was smashed by a golden bird. In the dragon's body, Lugia's eyes were wide open. He could only watch the bird break through the dragon and smash into the dragon. Beep. Roy. Advertisement. Even Roxia couldn't take Beethoven's strongest blow, and his huge body was thrown into the tornado by the bird. The tornado that set off countless currents was cut off. ERH. With the exhalation of the bird, the eagle flapped its wings, and Roja slammed into the sea, looking at the eagle with fierce eyes. Nico. B should. Immediately, the body of BB Bird shone, and the body, which was about the same size as Lugia, began to shrink and return to its original shape. The super evolutionary state of the BB Bird is not very pure, and it can be maintained for a limited time. Once the energy is exhausted, it will change back. Lo. Roxia took the opportunity to raise her head, and a burst of the light of destruction of the light of death spread on the BB Bird. Wind wall. As soon as Owen turned around, he immediately approached the bird, and when he saw Roxia's attack, he immediately created a wind wall to block the attack. Lugia slowly flapped her wings and flew away from the sea, with a pained expression on her face, apparently having just been attacked by a bee-eagle. However, Lugia also has the ability of self-healing. With the activation of self-regeneration, a white light flashed across Lugia's body, quickly repairing her strength and damage. Only. Great magic. Whirlwind. Yeah. A huge 8-person magic circle unfolds behind Evan. Paimon's strongest magic is used again. Lugia, who is still recovering, is enveloped in strong winds. A huge tornado forms on the sea. A huge tornado forms on the sea. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky were pierced by the tornado for the second time. This time the dark clouds were torn to pieces, and the violent wind carried away the torn dark clouds, revealing a clear sky. Snapped. Eventually, the storm stopped, and Lugia's body fell into the sea. His huge body was dotted with tiny wounds, and he had no strength to resist. Owen quickly flew to Lugia's side, and excitedly took out a purple Pokeball in his heart. A Master Ball, a ball worthy of Lugia. At the flip of a switch, Irving threw the Master Ball at Rosia's head. Advertisement, ding. The purple Master Ball opened and pulled Rosia in. Evan caught the falling Master Ball, watched the Master Ball hesitate for a while in his hand, and then regained his composure. Evan knew. Assembled Rosia. Lugia was taken away by Evan. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away by huge magic. The weather at sea became calm again, and everything was finally over. When Evan's body changed back to its original clothes, the light flashed, and the bird flew to Evan's side, grabbed Evan without a trace, and flew in the direction of Wolf Nogan and Natsu. Natsu didn't rest while Evan and Lugia fought, and although she couldn't help, Natsu managed to deal with a group of koi dragons. 34, including the leader, were subdued by Natsu. Seeing that Owen was back, Wolf Nogan led Nashi directly to find Owen. The weather around is very bad now, and the place where Lugia and Owen fought was shrouded in countless waterspouts, and people outside, whether it was Naki or the people in the fleet, could hardly see the battle inside. Natch didn't notice Roxia. He decided that Roxia had been driven away by Owen, because Owen's power was completely impenetrable, and Roxia's additional charge should not cause any casualties. As for the possibility of Rosia being taken away, 480. Natsu thinks it is unlikely, because it can be said that Roxia is one of the twin gods in the Chengdu area. Wouldn't it be a pity if he was accepted? Loxia. Nasi. How are you? Owen jumped on the wolf Norgan, picked up the beagle in his arms, and let it rest on the seat of the beast. I have collected all the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a total of 34. I don't know the situation of Tyrannosaurus eggs. I haven't collected them yet. There must be quite a few. There must be quite a few Tyrannosaurus eggs underwater. It's just that the Tyrannosaurus egg will only hatch the king carp. It takes a long time for the king carp to evolve into a Tyrannosaurus, and it's not worth that much money. Okay, don't worry about the egg. I have an idea. Let's go back first. Owen nodded, and then let the wolf and porcupine fly in the direction of the team. The Duo and the three in the convoy saw that Evan had returned safely, and their slightly pale faces finally turned bloody. After some panic, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Chi. Miss Nashi. You are all right, very good. Duo shouted loudly, really worried that something would happen to Evan. Lang Yigan's body became smaller and landed on the flagship. A group of purple-winged cats quickly surrounded him. Evan said to Duo with a smile. Haha, I'm sorry for worrying you, but it's resolved in the end. Rear Admiral, come back. The Tyrannosaurus clone you got this time is yours. Chapter 413 Signing a contract with the island country. A total of 34 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Owen only took the number Nashi needed to perform the task according to the agreement, and the other 14 were given to Duo and Lin Zhengji. Rear Admiral, Colonel Lin, according to the agreement, these 14 Tyrannosaurs are yours. Take a look. 99. Back on the viewing platform, Owen put 14 Pokeballs containing Tyrannosaurus into a box and placed them in front of Duo and Lin Zhengji. Drink it. Looking at the box in front of him, Duo couldn't help drooling. 14 Tyrannosaurs. That number is far more than the nation originally thought. The country had the idea of Tyrannosaurus from the very beginning, but there were not many Pokeballs, and it was at sea, so many broken arms couldn't do it, so the country didn't think it could get so many Tyrannosaurus at first. I thought it would be good to get 7 or 8, but I didn't expect to be able to get twice the number without much effort. Mr. Chi, us? I'm really ashamed. Obviously I didn't help much, and now there are so many Tyrannosaurs, really. Duo shook his head guiltily and said so, but his hand was already on the box. We are ashamed of these Tyrannosaurs, but even if I am ashamed, I will accept it with the cheek. Mr. Chi, you are kind to the country will not forget you. If you have any requirements, we will try our best to satisfy you. 99. After all, it was a short battle, and Duo still had to make a good face. But when he heard Duo's words, Evan's mouth showed a smile and said, Ah, well, there is something I want to discuss with you. Well, what's the matter? President Chi, just say it. If we can do it, we won't make excuses. When Lin Zhengji heard that Evan had something to do, he hurriedly promised. In Lin Zhengji's view, Evan's contributions and rewards cannot be compared, which is not a good thing. If Evan can make any demands, the state can help him and increase Evan's goodwill towards the country. Haha. Then I'll say it. Evan laughed, then took out the map he had prepared for a long time, stretched out his hand and pointed on it, and nodded to the island closest to Haiwang. This flying fish island is the closest to the observatory, and it is uninhabited and not very large. If possible, can you sell this island to me? I plan to build a house on it in the future. An island in the sea. Owen wanted an island. Flying Fish Island is the closest island to the observatory. It is almost as big as 1.5 observatories. It has no large vegetation and is full of hard rocks. Advertisement, Flying Fish Island. This is. Hearing that Owen's mouth was an island, Duo couldn't help but wonder. Although Flying Fish Island is an uninhabited island, there are no minerals other than rocks, but it is the territory of the country, and Duo dare not make his own decisions. Seeing that both of them were very embarrassed, Owen did not insist. I plan to build a residence on the island in the future and plant some trees. The newly acquired Tyrannosaurus Rex can also be placed around the island to relieve the urgent need. The water around this observatory is very shallow. I am afraid these Tyrannosaurus Rex are not used to it. Owen paused, then continued. I'm not in a hurry about this matter. You take the Tyrannosaurus away first, and then discuss it carefully when you come back. Just give me an answer when you have the result. I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you to 99. After saying this, Evan stood up and wanted to leave. Duao and Lin Zhengji hurriedly got up to leave, left the villa first, and quickly returned to the barracks to ask for instructions from their superiors. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has been successfully subdued, Natsu's 2 clearance missions have been completed, and Natsu can now follow Owen to complete all the paths of his life. The largest of the 20 tyrannosaurs is the leader, which is more than 10 meters long and stands out among the tyrannosaurs. Natsu treated these tyrannosaurs, some of whom were injured when they were brought in and needed medical treatment. Natsu, now are you ready to go back to the elf world with me, because you're gone? Do you want to bring something? Owen asked, running to Natsu. Well, are you ready to go to work? Well, I'll go with you when I'm done with the last man's wound. Natsu took the wound medicine and carefully sprayed it on the wounds of the Tyrannosaurus. Due to the powerful physical quality of the Pokémon, those wounds recovered very quickly. Soon, the last Tyrannosaurus was treated. As a bad-tempered Pokémon, even if he was taken in, Tyrannosaurus Rex still didn't give Owen and Natsu a look. They can make Natsu heal them without shouting, which shows that Natsu is very powerful and knows how to deal with these Pokémon. Come back, Tyrannosaurus. Go out. The last Tyrannosaurus was healed, and Natsu pulled out her Pokeball and put the Tyrannosaurus in it. Natsu put the Pokeball away and walked towards Owen. At this time, Owen was in Natsu's warehouse with a purple Pokeball in his hand. Advertisement, Master Ball? Where do you get something like this? As soon as he entered the door, Natsu saw the Master Ball, which was the most valuable Pokeball in the Pokemon world, and Natsu knew it. Due to various problems, this Master Ball has not been mass-produced, there are only a few in the world, and Natsu has only seen it on some information resources within the Pokemon League. Lade, I accidentally got one in your world last time, so, Natsu, prepare some wound medicine and treat this guy's wound. Evan said something casually, then opened the main sphere and released Lugia. Roxia was already conscious, and automatically recovered from the injury. After releasing, he turned his head to look at Evan, but did not take too much initiative. Roxia, Natsu was taken aback, she didn't expect Owen to accept Roja. Okay, Natsu, calm down, Luo Sha, come, this is medicine for your wound, let me treat you. Owen took out the wound medicine and prepared to treat Roxia, but Roxia blocked him with his wings. No, I'll do it myself. The wounds on his body healed quickly, and his physical strength recovered quickly. After Roya was taken in, she stopped attacking Owen. Loss is loss. Roya has accepted the reality. However, not making noise does not mean that Roja will be obedient. Even after Roxia is accepted, it is estimated that it will take some trouble to get Roxia to listen, until Roxia really recognizes Evan's qualifications. You got Roxia. Is it really for the Master of the Ball? Naki looked at Roxia who was recovering. Fortunately, the warehouse was very large, otherwise Roxia would not be able to fit in at all. What's the use of only the ball? It must be because I have enough strength to defeat Roxia and subdue him. Okay, let's not talk about it, go and pack up. After a while, we will return to the elf world. Evan threw a gasping look at Nashi, stretched out his hand and pushed Nashi away, making Nashi prepare to leave. But just as Evan pushed Nashi away and looked at Lugia again, Evan found that Lugia was also looking at him. What did you just say? Go back to the elf world? Roja looked at Owen and asked, Chapter 304, Auto-generated chapter title. The 414th chapter Father and Daughter Meet, touching. Roxia heard that Owen meant to return to the world of elves, which caught her attention somewhat. Still, Rosia has been in the real world for a while, and what she feels about this world is. The environment is too bad, the creatures are too weak. What can be played are the creatures that appear one by one, while the local creatures are pitifully weak. Among the creatures that appeared afterward, the most powerful was a gigantic devilfish, but it couldn't match it and was repelled by it. He thought he would stay in this world forever, but he didn't expect to find himself back after being sheltered. Did you just say you were going back to the elf world? Do you have the means to travel between these two worlds? Lugia shifted her body and looked directly at Owen, her eyes full of curiosity and suspicion. Yes, Owen is indeed the strangest person in modern times that Lugia has ever seen. He is very powerful, very different from other ordinary people. He can not only control the strange bird of prey, but he can also control the direction of the powerful wind. Rosia has also observed people in the real world and found that they are all ordinary people, and no one can be like Owen, so if Owen can travel between the two worlds, it is not impossible. Well, what, you want to go back to the elf world? Owen said to Lugia with a smile. Point 483. Roja didn't answer, just kept looking at Owen. Owen shrugged and continued. I do have the ability to go to the elf world, but now you can't go with me, there are certain conditions that must be met. What conditions? Lugia made a vigilant expression on her face, her eyes were quite incredible. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth, the only people I can bring you into this world are those who have obtained permission, or the beasts who have obtained the pet quota. You have been admitted, but you're still not my pet, so you can't travel with me. Oh yes, the beagle you play against can. We often go back to the pixie world to travel. How? How? You'd like to be my pet and go back with me. Evan explains the problem and tries to convince Roja to volunteer as a pet so that he can have a powerful helper when he goes to other worlds. Although Evan can also give Roxia the only place directly, and then forcibly bring Roxia to other worlds, but if Roxia does not cooperate, sending him there can only be a burden. Humph. You can't trust anyone's words. Roja probably understood what Owen meant, but the word pet made Roja a little sensitive, and her self-esteem made Roja turn her head and ignore Owen. Advertisement he slowly, there is still time, if it is not for the last place for pets, he can give Lang Yigan, but Evan has already planned to let Lang Yigan keep the house during this time. With the strength of Wolf Yigan, keeping the house is not a problem. Okay, think about it for yourself first, don't go with me this time, you can wait for a while and come back first. Owen took out the main ball to pick up Lugia, and at this time Natsu had already packed up and returned. Let's go. Owen led Natsu into his bedroom and shouted after exiting the warehouse. Wolf Wild. A demonic wind swept in, and Lang Yigan retained his human form and quickly appeared in front of Evan. Master, follow your orders. Lang Yigan knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. Since following Evan, Lang Yigan has always placed himself in a very low position. In terms of loyalty, Lang Yigan is no less than Su-function. Needless to say, he do dogs too. Lang Yigan, keep this thing for me first, I'll go out for a while, and you can give it to me when I get back. Pass the Master Ball to Wolf Yigan. Since Lugia can't leave with Evan yet, it must be deposited with someone with good ability, lest Lugia jump out and cause trouble. Follow your orders, Master, and I will take care of it. Catching the Master's sphere with both hands, Wolf Nogen said solemnly. Seba, it's alright, don't be so serious, well, you go to rest, I'll be back soon. 99. After the briefing, Owen and Natsu returned to the room together. They stood in front of the teleportation point. Owen pressed the teleportation point leading to the Pokemon world, and the two of them disappeared in a beam of light. Hurrah! On the other side of the Pokemon world, a magic circle lit up in the center of Natsu's original room, and the next second, Evan and Natsu appeared in the room. Came back, looking around the familiar room, Natsu was slightly excited. Even Natsu couldn't help feeling a little moved that after so long, he finally came back. Only. Advertisement, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell. Suddenly, there was a screeching bell. Natsu turned his head to find it. Hypnosis Taper flipped a switch in front of the door. Father's Hypnosis Taper. It's so noisy. Natsu knew this but being such a quiet girl as Natsu, she didn't hold on to the bell for 3 seconds, her eyes sparkled, and her power exploded. Beep. The Hypnosis Taper was hammered directly into the wall by a supernatural force. The bell pin was also destroyed in the first place. Owen stood behind Natsu, hesitating, and couldn't help but distance himself from her. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the sound of rapid footsteps sounded. Owen guessed that it must be Natsu's father. Natsu, you are back. Sure enough, Natsu's father's voice sounded in front of him, and the next second he quickly passed through the door of the room and rushed in. Natsu, haha, it's really you, you're finally back. Natsu's father automatically filtered Evan as soon as he entered the door, and with tears in his eyes, he rushed to Natsu, with only his daughter in front of him. It seemed like a touching father-daughter reunion was about to happen, but it was clear that Owen was thinking too much. Nazi. Natsu's father opens his arms to hug Natsu, but... a slap. At the last moment, Natsu cleverly avoided his father's arms and walked out the door without looking back. Oops. Grabbing both hands at once, a little too hard, Natsu's father lost his balance, fell to the ground, and slid a short distance. He slid towards Evan, touching Evan's boots with both hands. Well. That was a long time ago, Uncle. I got Natsu back. 93. Evan looked at the man under his feet with a little embarrassment, always feeling that he was a little pitiful. Chapter 415 Tyrannosaurus Breeding Grounds on Gulong Island. Cough cough. Late, it's you, are you following me too? HMPH, it doesn't matter if you come or not, Natsu will just come back. Father Natsu looked at Owen, then stood up blankly, adjusted his clothes, and said calmly. Owen said that he brushed away the pity he had just felt. The man in front of him was not worthy of pity at all. Nazzle Natsu. Natsu. Naz, don't go, daddy's here. Seeing that Evan didn't speak and didn't want to talk to Evan at all, Natsu's father turned around and ran after Natsu, leaving Evan alone in the room. Looking at Father Natsu's retreating figure, Evan shrugged and left the room without saying a word. Soon, half a day had passed since Owen left the real world, and the sky in the real world gradually darkened. In a military conference room, a group of dignitaries were watching a video showing several episodes of the Pokemon Go cartoon series featuring Tyrannosaurus Rex. Among them, the destructive power of Tyrannosaurus overwhelmed everyone. The power of this Tyrannosaurus is no less than that of any naval warfare weapon, and even far surpasses other weapons in terms of mobility. It is the undisputed king in today's naval warfare. Under such fighting power, smiles appeared on the faces of the big men, because they scored 14 today. Duo and Lin Zhengji did not attend the meeting in person, but attended the meeting via video link. This time, the two of them reported the harvest together. Good job, I have gained a lot today. Xiao Du Zhaolin and Shu Zi have done a good job this time. Xiao Du Zhaolin has contributed greatly. 99. The old chief said with a smile on his face, and the other bigwigs also praised them one after another. They were all happy, but Duao and Lin Zhengji didn't look happy at all. That. Chief, I have arranged, these Tyrannosaurus will be delivered to your hands soon, just. Lin Zhengji opened his mouth and stuttered a little. Huh? Is there a problem? Zhao Lin, just say something. 99. The boss looked at Lin Zhengji on the screen and said. Advertisement, It's like this, Director, when we got the Tyrannosaurus this time, we had a conversation with Mr. Qi, and then Mr. Qi said he wanted to buy a piece of land. Duao asked first. Buy land? That's, just buy, their family used to be real estate, what, are they eyeing a prime location? Do you want us to put pressure on them? Directly to them? Merchants, businessmen, forever does not change their focus on interests? Another general who seemed to know something about the Owens spoke up. Other generals and big men were also whispering, and the old chief listened for a while, then stretched out his hand to stop them, and finally spoke. If that's the case, although our military region can't directly control it, we can still help, it's not a big problem. The old chief's words caused a wry smile on Duao's face, if it was really that simple. It's not land on the mainland, it's a small island less than 50 nautical miles from the observatory, called Flying Fish Island. Mr. Qi wants to buy this island and build a house on it. After Lin Zhengji finished speaking, the surroundings were silent. The eyes of the old chiefs widened. Buying an island, is that what the rich do these days? Mr. Qi said that the tyrannosaurs he left behind are not suitable for raising in shallow waters, so he needs an island close to the open sea, and we are already counting the number of tyrannosaur eggs on Gulong Island, and it is expected to exceed 50, it's just that I think it's better to leave the eggs there. At this moment, Duao spoke up, he suggested not to touch the Tyrannosaurus egg under the beach. Oh, is there a problem? The old chief also knew that the Carp King could hatch from those eggs and evolve into a Tyrannosaurus. I also thought after listening to Mr. Qi's words, the size and destructive power of Tyrannosaurus are really not suitable for shallow sea areas, so we should also put our Tyrannosaurus in the sea a little outside. How about it? Gulong Island, 99. Gulong Island already has a spawning beach that attracts tyrannosaurs, and the climate here is by far the most suitable for hatching Tyrannosaurus eggs, so we'd better build a Tyrannosaur research base on the island to be responsible for the incubation of Tyrannosaurus eggs and rearing, as well as training and education of Tyrannosaurs. Gulongyu is close to the outer sea. If there are Tyrannosaurs near Gulongyu, they can also defend against foreign enemies at the first time. Is this how the sea beasts that appeared before were driven away? Advertisement Duao expounded his analysis article by article, clearly organized and focused. Owen couldn't stand Natsu's father's eyes, so he ran out of the Golden Gym when Natsu was away and came to the Elf Center to meet Miss Joy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After listening to the old chief, he thought for a while and then came to the final conclusion. After hearing this, Duao nodded, and after calming down, he turned his head to look at Lin Zhengji, the corners of his mouth raised. Thank you for your affirmation. If we can capture Gulong Island, our coastal defense will definitely increase greatly in the future. Besides, Mr. Qi really gave Feiyu Island to him. I have checked the exploration records of that island. There is nothing of value, although this does not mean that it will not become extraordinary in the hands of Mr. Qi in the future, but at least it is useless now, and it will not cost us much to make friends with Mr. Qi. Duao said a lot in one breath. Obviously he had a lot of ideas. Lin Zhengji frowned sadly after hearing this. Although he was a little unconvinced, he also realized that Duao actually thought more than himself. It was already dark in the elf world. Okay, I'll arrange it here. Owen is now at the Pixie Center, chatting for a long time with Miss Joy, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Well, it may be that this is not an urgent matter. First, I will report to Director Number 1, and then, the Tyrannosaurus egg on Gulong Island should not be moved for the time being. If the plan is approved, then, Gulong Island it will become an important research base in my country. 9. The environment cannot be easily changed. This is also a good way. Xiaodu, it's a good way. Natsu went to draft a formal transfer certificate for the gym owner, not knowing when it would be completed. When Natsu's father heard that Natsu was leaving, he looked at Owen with a look that could eat him. After they chatted for a long time, Owen ate all the dinners at the Center Plus. Miss Joy was very happy to see Evan again. She slapped her when she came up, and was easily taken back by Evan. He was no longer the weak little person these days. The old chief heard Duao's words, his eyes lit up, he felt that he could do it, and then gave Duao a grateful look. Ask for flowers. 0. Comparing him with Lin Zhengji, there is indeed a certain gap. Chapter 416 Tengu Crow. After dinner, Owen was going to go back to the Golden Gym, but before he left, Nashi appeared in front of Owen with a twisted face, grabbed Owen, and rushed into the Golden Gym, seemingly in a hurry. Owen, not quite sure, asked. What's the matter, Natsu? Whoever is in a hurry? And Natsu looked back at Owen and said, Come on, come back, I can't go on. What happened? What happened? Owen dragged behind Natsu all the way. Owen asked a few questions along the way, but Natsu said nothing, until Natsu dragged Owen back outside the Golden Dojo and found a bush to hide. Well, that bush seems a little familiar. Owen glanced at the familiar thing, and was about to ask what was going on, when Natsu spoke up. Don't talk. Let me feel it. 19. Nashi stretched out his hand to cover, 483. Evan's mouth, then slowly closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a superhuman strength emanated from him. Explore the entire golden dojo. Owen tilted his head. Natsu felt it for a while, then opened his eyes and smiled. Great, this man is gone. Let's go back. Najiji grabbed Owen again and ran to the golden dojo, but the two had just left the grass. Nazi. Natch. Daddy found you. Why is that kid there too? What are you doing in the bushes? Damn. B********. D. Take your hand off my daughter on, 93. Nashi's father appeared nearby, and when he saw Nashi, there was a caring smile on his face, but when he ran over and saw Nashi grab Evan's hand, the expression on his face instantly changed from angel to angel the devil. Uncle, don't get me wrong. Nashi caught me. Evan hastily explained that he was forced. But Father Natsu didn't listen to him at all. He closed his ears, shook his head vigorously, and pulled out a pokeball. What did you say? How could my daughter catch you? You must have done it first. Sulipu. Use your ninja abilities to catch this kid for me. Advertisement. Sulip. Father Natsu raised his hand and released Sulipu's supernatural attributes, a humanoid elf. Seeing this scene, Sulipu shook the hypnosis circle in his hand, and a blue ninjutsu attacked Evan immediately. Who are you? What the hell? Owen waved his arm, and a golden light drowned his body. Only then did he realize that his body had become like this. But in the next second, Naki stepped towards Evan, and a purple supernatural force came out of him. Immediately, the power of the mind overwhelmed him. Natsu. Father Natsu looked at Natsu's actions, then looked puzzled, and his eyes were full of unwillingness, submission and reluctance. Looking at Owen, he couldn't wait for the moment when he was hacked to death. Father, I have a business there. The handover of the gym owner has been completed, and someone from the Alliance will come to you to take over tomorrow. I won't be too long, goodbye. Nashi said in a calm tone, then turned his head and left with Evan in an instant. Only then did he realize that he had already left. Nasi. Hearing Nashi's words, and seeing Nashi disappear, Nashi's father sat on the ground, and Su Liping's shoulders let out a harsh scream. Sulip. With a helpless expression on his face, Su Lipu stretched out his right hand and patted Nashi's father on the back, comforting him, and then Nashi's father cried even more. After dozens of seconds, a burst of light in the present tense appeared in the middle of Owen's room, and Owen and Nashi returned to the present together. Snapped. Back in the current world, Natsu was the first to react, stretched out his two hands, quickly shook himself off, and walked out of Owen's room coldly. 66. What kind of thing? Don't even say thank you, hey, woman. Evan rolled his eyes and said, but by this time Natsu had left the room, away from his ear. Owen is back. It was night, the moon was dark and the wind was high, and it seemed like a good time for monsters to come out. The chaos under the neon lights has eased, but only a little, and there are still many demons roaming under the neon lights. Some of these cruel and bloodthirsty monsters eat people everywhere, and they eat them blatantly. Advertisement these days, no one dares to go out at night for fear of being eaten by demons or Bakuro. Of course, there are some kind-hearted monsters among the monsters. They don't attack people, and some even protect people, such as Inuyasha. When the Neon government found Inuyasha, they sent someone to contact him and listed him as a VIP. These days, thanks to the help of Inuyasha and another monster, the chaotic situation has been curbed to a certain extent. Lord Tengu. Welcome back. A handsome man with black wings on his back flew over from a tall building with a huge skylight, and a group of people immediately surrounded him. Huh? Where's the dog? What, did it get out without a leash? Mouth. The handsome guy looked around and frowned slightly, but he didn't notice that the teeth were intertwined. Ahem. Tengu-sama, Inuyasha-sama went to destroy the monsters. According to people's reports, there was a large group of monsters in the Shizuoka area, and Inuyasha-sama went to destroy them alone.
A middle-aged man in a black suit spoke immediately, making the handsome man realize where Inuyasha went.
Crow Tengu. One of the monsters who came under the neon lights a few days ago. His hometown is Detengu Mountain in the world of Inuyasha. He is the grandson of Detengu and the leader of Tengu Mountain. With strong wind control ability and Tengu generosity, he is very powerful. Despite being a pure demon, Tengu Crow has a kind heart and has no particular grudge against humans. Appearing under the neon light, he first fought to protect ordinary people, and finally contacted the people sent by the neon government to temporarily help the neon to suppress the rebellious monsters. The second special group. This is a special group created by Neon against demons. The first special group 1.0 is against Bakugans. These people make contact with demons, attract those who are friendly, and warn or destroy those who are not. Some modern weapons, plus the help of two powerful demons, Inuyasha and Raven Tengu, make some demons more timid and restrained. In just a few days, Inuyasha and Raven Tengu have become the idols of countless neon girls and have countless male fans. Whenever the Crow Tengu set out to destroy the rebellious demon, the next second he found himself surrounded by countless girls, listening to countless praises, which greatly satisfied the Crow Tengu's vanity, so the Crow Tengu agreed to join the first two special groups. A lot of monsters. I don't know if this guy Zubaji can handle it. Forget it, young master, I'm a nerd, so I'll go and help him. You give me a place, I'll go take a look. Chapter 417. Meet at Nippon Temple. Raven Tengu heard the appearance of a large number of monsters, and the expression on his face changed slightly, and he was a little worried that Inuyasha couldn't handle it alone. After receiving the address and direction, he flapped his wings and flew away after a few words. Ah, Lord Tengu really cares about Lord Inuyasha, but he always speaks coldly, which is really dishonest. The middle-aged man smiled, and then asked him to collect and save the few black feathers left by the Tengu crow. The feathers of the Tengu crow, in our mythology, are the materials that can make the treasures. I don't know if they can do it, but the Lord Tengu crow will drop feathers every time he flies. I don't know when they will all be fall out. Looking at the black feathers scattered on the ground, many people are worried about the molting of the Tengu crow. Inuyasha has been in a bad mood recently, has a bad temper, can't eat, and is reluctant to speak. It's been a few days since he was inexplicably teleported into this world, and it's impossible for him to return to his own world without news of Galway. Inuyasha has seen some cartoons and animations about Inuyasha in the real world, knowing that he is just a virtual character in this world, which makes her go very worried. In order to cover up his worries, Inuyasha has been trying to go out and destroy the villains from all over the past few days, trying to distract himself by fighting. Today, the moon is dark and the wind is high. As soon as Zubaji heard the news of the gathering of monsters, he immediately set off to the place where the monsters gathered. The advantage of walking with humans is that it is highly maneuverable, and a helicopter can quickly get Inuyasha to Shizuoka. It didn't take long for Shizuoka, located in a hilly area, to become clearly visible, and the first thing Inuyasha noticed was a huge mountain. On the top of the mountain, there was a small cave with a large hole inside. Covered with a mixed halo of demons, sure enough, there was a huge swarm of demons in there. And at the moment when Inuyasha arrived in Shizuoka, Godiva from another world jumped into the well of bones with tears on her face and returned to her own world. A few days ago, Inuyasha suddenly disappeared, and Guo Wei and her companions searched for days without finding any clues, which made Guo Wei very frustrated. Guo Wei had not rested for 3 days, she was obviously tired and shed countless tears. After this defeat, Guo Wei realized how incomparable the importance of Quan Rong in her heart was. Seeing that Guo Wei was getting more and more tired, the Maitreya masters who accompanied her from the Seven Treasures Coral couldn't stand it anymore, and they persuaded Guo Wei to go home and rest. Under everyone's persuasion, Kagome finally decided to go back and have a look. Maybe Zubaji has reached her time and space. So, Gode bid farewell to Maitreya and the others and jumped down from the Bone Eater's well. The Well of the Bone Eater is a magical well that connects the era of Inuyasha and the era of Godai. The well is made from the trunk of the Isengard tree, and if you throw demon bones into the well, they will automatically disappear. Advertisement: one end of the well is near the village that Kikyo used to protect in the Inuyasha era, and the other end is in the middle of the back room of Nagakuji, which is Kagome's home. Kagome jumped into the dry well and took away half of the 4-soul jade. Gode disappeared into the well when the bottom of the well glowed pink. Then, reality. Suddenly in the storeroom of the Higurashi Shrine in Yamanaka, Shizuoka, the dry well in the middle lit up, and the gods crawled out of it. Grandpa? Mom? Kaioshin? I'm back. Climbing out of the dry well, Jie Tianhua weakly called for his relatives, but got no response. Well, Grandpa? Gao Wei was a little surprised. Usually someone would come to visit when she came back, but today.
It's weird. Point 99. With doubts in her heart, Gao Wei walked out of the back room and was going to look outside, but Gao Wei had an idea in her heart.
Gao Wei pushed open the door of the back room directly. Wow. Gaga. The Jade of 4 Souls. I can feel the existence of the Jade of 4 Souls here. Haha. I didn't expect it. In this strange world, I can still find the Jade of the 4 Souls. How wonderful. Let's go. The Jade of the 4 Souls is mine. Outside the door. The sky above the holy place where a large number of demons gather, as if smelling the Jade of the 4 Souls, one by one became angry. Jie Wei. Looking at the huge number of demons in front of her, Kagome opened her mouth in shock at first, but then she thought of something. Grandpa, Grass Team, Mom, guys, advertisement. Gao Wei had a terrible thought. None of her relatives showed up, maybe. Do not, first, the dog's teeth disappeared, and now his family members don't know where they are. Kagome finally couldn't help breaking out. Guys. Kagome brought an old bow and arrows from the back room. She opened the bow, and pulled away. A purple exorcism gathered on the arrows. Next second. Boom. A purple beam of light came in from the temple at sunset. Several demons were washed away in an instant along the way. It didn't matter if they were badly wounded, what mattered was that an arrow hit them. All the demons screamed it's being purified. That. 483. An exorcism arrow. Me. Seeing the familiar arrow light, Inuyasha's eyes widened. Then he jumped directly from the helicopter and let out a scream. He fell into the forest, and then turned into shadows and rushed towards the temple. At the same time, Owen, who was far away in the dragon country, was sitting on the bed practicing when the exorcism arrow appeared, and Shikamaru's figure appeared on Owen's shoulder, looking at the neon. The exorcist god. This? The power of the gods? Gode also came to this world? Laxter was a little uncertain, and Owen was already awake at this time, and frowned slightly when he heard Laxter's voice. Do you want to go see it? Owen said to Rustum. Rustum didn't answer right away, thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's a bit far here, and I'm not completely sure that it must be Galway. Maybe there are people in this world who can use Song of Songs to exorcise people. 33. In the end, Rustum didn't dare to look. She was snuggling next to Erwin, and she didn't have time for herself. Indeed, it's a bit far, but it's still very fast if you want. You can go and see if the bibimbap is there. Let's go. Owen stood up, flew out the window, released the BB, and then flew towards the neon sign at great speed. Chapter 418. The system still explodes on its own. The last time the Beagle flew over the ocean to Neon, it only took 10 minutes, and now the Beagle's strength has increased a lot, and he can reach Neon in less than 10 minutes. It's just that 10 minutes is not short for Jie Wei, and his current situation is somewhat dangerous. Boom. A few demons were eliminated with one arrow, and the remaining demons began to attack Jie Wei. Jie Wei eliminated several demons with one arrow. Jie Wei hurriedly shot another arrow, but this time the monsters were prepared. In the end, only one unlucky guy was suppressed, unable to escape, and was eliminated on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the monsters released all their abilities, spewing out water, fire, poison and demonic energy, and all kinds of attacks descended on the Sunshine Shenzhou. Luckily, the shrine at Higurashi seems to have been reinforced after the transfer, so the yokai's attack was barely able to destroy the shrine building, and the Shinyo, who was hiding in the back room, didn't take any damage. Our attacks are useless. There is something strange about this shrine. Never mind. Cull. I can feel the Jade 4 souls in her body. Kill her. Whoever gets it will get it. 99. A group of demons started heading towards the back room, trying to force through the back room. Boom. The bow and arrow in Gao Wei's hand broke because it was too old to withstand this force, and the arrow fell to the ground. Gao Wei looked at the roaring demon, gritted her teeth, and prepared to return to the Well of Bone. But before that, wind wounds. Kagome thought about this voice day and night, and suddenly there was a strange sword wind blowing outside the door. Those monsters, there are so many, they were all turned to ashes by this blow. When she stared at Jianfeng, tears welled up in her eyes and screamed with all her strength. Inuyasha. Gove. Are you okay? Inuyasha appeared at the last moment. He protected his lover with his iron teeth, glanced at Kagome who appeared from the door, and Inuyasha rushed up with a shout. Inuyasha, Gagway, 33, clang. Then, with tears all over her face, Kagome threw herself into the intertwined arms, grabbed the intertwined clothes tightly with both hands, and continued to squeeze. Advertisement. Inuyasha released the iron broken teeth in his hand at the first time, let it fall to the ground after becoming smaller, and hugged Kagome tightly with both arms. The two hearts of the two people overlapped at that moment, feeling each other's breath and body temperature, and the two restless hearts finally calmed down. Inuyasha and Kagome have not been separated for a long time. At this time, the Tengu Crow also arrived. At first, the Tengu Crow who was going to support Inuyasha, ate a mouthful of dog food when he arrived at Nipponji Temple, and looked at the two people who were reluctant to leave. Tengu Crow's expression suddenly shrank slightly. HMPH, that pig Baji. With a cold snort, the Tengu Crow didn't stay, turned and left quickly, leaving only a few black feathers flying down. The temple crisis in the Gobi Gobi was resolved with a blow from Inuyasha. While they were embracing and crying, the bee-eagles also came to the neon lights. Less than 10 minutes later, the bee-hawk appeared over Neon, this time undisturbed by any air defenses. Neon's High Command Center had noticed Owen's arrival, and several senior officials immediately ordered that his arrival should not be stopped. Owen had helped Neon last time, and this time he may not have come to trouble him. Clearly, Neon's executives were correct in their suspicions. Owen did not continue to walk in the direction of Higakaji Temple, but came here and let the kitty hawk fly directly to the city below. Roar. Blood and flesh. I am thirsty for blood. A gigantic demon, half man, half bat, roared through the empty streets. A stream of bright red blood surrounded him. The blood seeped into the surrounding buildings like a rope. Soon he was ripped out with his claws. Several screaming people. Ha ha ha. Women's blood. This is the most delicious. A man? Humph. Get out. Manipulating the blood, the demon moved all its prey in front of it, a dozen people, both male and female. The demons seem to prefer female blood, leaving only a few females, and the rest of the males don't even look at them, throwing them on the surrounding walls. Who are you? Trying to release a few fresh blood flowers. Only. Whirlwind. 99. Woo. The whirlwind rolled up all the people who flew out, and the wind blade cut through the blood-colored rope, rolling these ordinary people out of this dangerous area for the first time. What? Who? The bad demon roared, but the voice just fell. La la la. La la la. Countless winds swept past the bad demon, cutting off the blood-colored ropes that bound the women, and then turned into a storm to take the rescued women away. The devil? Is that the one who crossed the line this time? Advertisement. Zero. Bigger walked down slowly with Evan. Evan stood on Bigger's back, frowning at the bad demon. When the bad demon saw Evan appear, without saying a word, he immediately stretched out his hand and released a lot of bloodshots to wrap it around. When Evan saw it, he immediately stretched out the middle finger of his left hand. Boom. Flames erupted in Evan's hands. He turned into a fiery snake and roared. The blood-colored thread was vaporized by the fiery snake as it approached. What a devil. Come here. The wind was rolling in. Soon, a small figure floated out from inside. Evan was speechless. Good money. Right at that moment, Evan felt the sight, turned his head and looked. There was something lurking in the shadows in the corner. This bat monster seems to be the monster of our world, Bat Island. Why is it here? Evan raised his hand, and a gust of wind blew from the palm of his hand. He had already sensed that this was not a person with his eyes, so he shot. This little demon, less than half a foot tall, was obviously a wolf cat, but was swept away by the wind while wearing clothes. Owen looked at the Tanuki demon and asked, "Ah, the civet cat little demon, This kind of monster generally doesn't attack humans, but just changes its tactics to do some mischief. Little Rustum stood on Irvine's shoulders, frowning at the demon that turned to ashes. Soon, the bad demon was swallowed by flames, and in its screams, it was burned to ashes. Harmless. Hey, Civet Cat, when did you come? How did you get in here? Ah. Fire. Please forgive me. God have mercy. Laxter is an expert in Bijaphorum, a mobile encyclopedia of Bijaphorum, and immediately recognized this little monster. The fire snake broke through the blood-colored silk thread and surrounded the bad demon. The bad demon beat his fleshy wings to the ground, trying to break free, but after a while, he fell to the ground, and the fire snake was flowing on his wings. Chapter 198-419 A heart becomes stronger. Go back. Come back. My master, I don't know. That was only 5 days ago. I was playing at home. Suddenly a door of light appeared. I was sucked in. When I woke up I was already in this place. My master, I was a good devil. I didn't kill anyone. The Tanuki demon grabbed his head and said what he knew. Of course it was that time. Evan asked, with a slightly puzzled look on his face. I'll ask you again, these days, are people killed by demons? Evan knew in his heart that the bad demon that appeared just now had probably killed a lot of people in the past few days. Bingo. There are a lot of demons coming to this place. There are some bad guys among them. A lot of people have been eaten these days too. Tanuki answered truthfully. Hearing this, Owen said nothing, waved his hand to disperse the air current. The Tanuki fell to the ground, and then hurriedly ran away. Watching the Tanuki demon run away, Owen sighed in his heart. Pokemon, monsters, beasts, fighting beasts. Now there's a monster. Is this all my fault? At that moment, Evan's heart was trembling slightly, and he felt that he should not go on like this. System, can we stop this? Owen asked the system in his heart, and this time the system quickly answered him. The meeting point of world power has been formed. It will not change. It cannot be stopped. If I don't venture to the next world, other species will not merge and the world will be endangered. Owen continued to ask the question. But, if the host does not continue to take risks, the system will self-destruct, then the host will die, and the system will purify and search for the next host. Only in this way, the system cannot guarantee whether the next host is the same. Advertisement Phi Owen was silent again, not knowing what to say for a moment. It's very difficult to think things through. The question that Evan raised just now was whether the system could provide a safer method, such as giving up all capabilities, and then the system shuts down and disappears. I don't mind giving up the system and all my abilities. If he can give up the system and give up all abilities, he has no problem with giving up the system and giving up his abilities. But, the system's answer, Seba, is that Owen will die and then nothing will change, which doesn't work. He can use his powers to save others, he can use his powers for world peace, but what if you let him die? Or die for nothing? This is not an option at all. It seems that I was really hit by you, system. Your method of hiding from the air is really bloody, and I don't know who developed you. I didn't care about it before, but now, I want to know more about it. He is. Evan has long realized that such a system cannot be created out of thin air, it must have its creator. Evan knew from the beginning that even if he asked, even if he found out who was behind the scenes and who the creator of the system was, it would be useless. He was a scumbag, had no power, and could not make any stimulation. So, Evan chose silence and just became stronger silently. When he found that his adventure would bring disaster to the world, Evan didn't want to continue the adventure for a while, but the systematic explanation gave Evan a reason to continue the adventure, and Evan also understood the truth. That is, the intent of the system is not to bring disaster to the world. As the system says, the current world is ready for destruction, and Evan's adventure is actually saving this world, and the power of the world from other worlds is replenished, which can restore the current world to a state of destruction. And those creatures that come with the power of the world are only supplements. Although they have brought some turmoil to the world, they are nothing compared to the destruction of the entire world. It's like refuting a shipwreck. 2 ships, one with 100 people and the other with 200 people. You can only save one. Which one will you save? According to this system, when the power of the world merges with the power of the world will also be restored and sublimated, and between the subtleties, the world will also evolve and become stronger. Just like the current Dragon Kingdom, the entire army practiced martial arts, and the elites came out in large numbers. Recently, the Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, and the Vulcan power has cultivated the strong. The Dragon Kingdom is definitely powerful and is not afraid of disasters. Advertisement: if the demon raging under the neon lights appeared in the Dragon Country area today, it is estimated that it would be defeated. In the world of intertwined teeth, except for those monsters who specialize in defense, other monsters are still weak. If well-trained soldiers are equipped with modern weapons and work together, taking down a few weak demons is not a problem. And if it's a strong demon like the demon bad just now, or a stronger demon that the army can't beat, don't we need coastal defense? As long as the military takes the opportunity to call in Gaikong, Natsu or Evan for help, now it is also Wolf Nogan, with Pokemon or Warcraft, it is really not a problem, it can be solved in a few minutes. The reason why Norn finds himself in this situation today can only explain one thing. Weakness is an original sin, fall behind and be defeated. Although Neon's position has gradually stabilized with the arrival of Inuyasha and Crow Tengu, he is still much weaker and has been lagging behind in the face of the threat of yokai and Haikyuu. After several conversations with the system, Owen realized he had to keep going, to get stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you take the master of destiny in your own hands. Irving doesn't know what's behind the system, but if Irving has reached the point where he can ignore everything, there's nothing to fear. The same is true for the entire world today. However, there are various levels of chaos all over the world. This is not an opportunity to become stronger. The various creatures that have come to the modern world are like bulking agents, which have begun to boil the world. Neon is already working on Bakugan Kunks, and although the laboratory was once destroyed, the information and progress have not changed much and continue. Other countries have also started their own research, more or less successful, which shows that the whole world is becoming stronger. Beg, come on, today we're going to take on the role of hunters, hunting down evil demons. Owen is going to help Neon destroy those evil demons, and at least help curb Neon for a while. 99. Strange response. That little eagle soared into the sky. A pair of keen eyes ignored the darkness and searched for the demons wandering outside. Behawk. Once the demon is found, the eagle flies to it. If they're evil monsters, Evan will kill them in the first place, but if Rustum recognizes them as harmless monsters, Evan doesn't mind keeping them alive. Chapter 420 Cold dog food randomly slapped on his face. The kitten demon raccoon just now knows only some illusions and transformation techniques, which is harmless, and can occasionally help others, giving them considerable help. There is also a cup demon, whose body is a cup, with 2 short legs, and runs away when it sees people. This is actually peculiar to Neon Lights, but it's a completely kind monster, kind enough to even use his own body to help protect others from misfortune. For such monsters, Owen gently let them go without causing any harm to them. Since then, half an hour has passed, and the number of demons Evan has killed has exceeded 10. On the 100 demons, there are more patterns of these demons, which can be added to the 100 demons. Neon's executives have been monitoring Evan's actions, and they were shocked to see Evan smashing and destroying demons through surveillance and other means. Although they knew that Evan was strong before, when they saw him again today, they all felt that his strength had increased too much, and he could destroy demons with just a wave of his hand. He is too strong. If there are such characters in our country, where would you be afraid of these monsters? Finally, the senior official couldn't help himself, said, "If you say the same thing, let's admit the reality. He is from the Dragon Kingdom. The last time the people who went to the Dragon Kingdom returned without success, and those people were left to inform them to go back. There is no progress for such a long time. Let's go back and add some staff." HMPH, even though he's from the Dragon Kingdom, so what? As long as we give enough benefits, it's not difficult to poach people. You can try it. If you can dig him, it will be better. If you can't dig him, don't force it. We may not be able to bear the consequences. What can I do if I invite you in? There's an old saying in Longguo that it is easy to invite a god and it is difficult to send a god. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse to invite this god tier. The top management team has different opinions, each expressing their own opinions. But just as these top executives were discussing Irving, a message came. Report. It was found that the Tengu Crow is heading towards the target. It is about to make contact with the target. What? Several leaders were instantly shocked by the news. The Crow Tengu is going to meet Owen. Isn't he going to be killed as a demon? Raven Tengu against Owen. Several leaders firmly believe that Owen is stronger. And the Raven Tengu is one of the few powers they can rely on right now. Nothing can happen. Quick. Contact Crow Tengu. Tell. He don't go there, Inuyasha. Tell Inuyasha to go there. Stop fighting. Stop beating us. People are rushing there too. Explain the situation in Chi to this guy. Crow Tengu is not a bad guy. Advertisement. After the order was issued, everyone took action immediately. At the same time, the Crow Tengu also rushed over. He felt the vibration of the battle and was in a bad mood. The first thing he saw was Owen standing on Bigger's back and flying in front of him. Hey, who are you? Oh, there's a monster here. It looks very powerful, Rustum. What kind of monster is that? Owen watched as the Raven Tengu didn't attack first, as if the opponent didn't make the same move. Crow Tengu, a very strong monster, can be manipulated. There is nothing evil, but you can't say they're harmless monsters. It is rumored that there was a city that offended the Crow Tengu clan, and was finally wiped out in a storm. Rustum spoke slowly, looking at the Crow Tengu, and just at this moment, because Owen didn't answer the question of the Raven Tengu, a trace of displeasure flashed on the cheek of the Raven Tengu, who was in a bad mood, and then, "Hello. Answer." The roar of the Crow Tengu turned into a whirlwind and rushed towards Owen, but it did not come close. Big should. Kitty flapped its wings, and a strong wind blew away the Uzumaki of the Crow Tengu in an instant. Huh? What kind of monster is that? The power seems to be pretty good. 99. The Tengu Crow flapped its wings to disperse the impending storm, and then looked at Bigger with scorching eyes. Hint. What is Bigger's gender? The first reaction of the crow was to think that Bigger was very powerful, but when he noticed Bigger at 2h a carat at plus, it has nothing to do with her strength. She is so kind. There are not many people like this. This is a beautiful scenery. Hey girl, you're really good. Can you control the wind? You're very nice to me, or you can come with me and I'll take care of you. For Flowers 0, the Crow Tengu changed his mind instantly, and his eyes were fixed on Bigger. Just today, with dog food stuffed in his crisscrossed mouth, he now sees a beautiful and powerful target that he feels is his destiny. Advertisement. What? Another race. It doesn't matter. Yukai and humans can live together. Race doesn't matter. What? The other party or bird form. He can't even change his form. Isn't this better? Cultivation from an early age as king. Determined, the crow Tengu flies through the air, showing off his charisma in an attempt to get Big's attention. Then, winged bird. Owen. The little girl? Who? Are you a female animal trainer? Just today, Owen found out the beagle's gender and was quite surprised. Nuon. You bloody bee asterisk 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 D, stay away from my little darling or else I will show no mercy. 0 At this time, the crow Tengu remembered Owen, and saw that Owen was still standing on the back of the beagle, and immediately shouted coldly. Evan always felt that the words of the crow Tengu were a bit strange. He didn't quite understand it, he only understood one thing: this crow Tengu seems to want to attack. So arrogant? I'll play with you, lay fa, palm thunder. Owen raised his hand. A huge sunlight flashed from the palm of his hand. It swept across the night sky and shot at the raven Tengu. Light of thunder. Seeing this lightning bolt, the Tengu crow was startled, and hurriedly flapped its wings to avoid it, because the Tengu crow was the power they were most afraid of. You lad. You brought it on yourself. Pay attention to traffic safety, split wind. Raven Tengu pulled out a leaf fan from behind and swung it towards Owen. The huge wind blade split the air instantly. Spread. Wind is no match for Owen, not even Lugia's airjet, let alone a simple wind blade. The wind blade itself collapsed in the air, and Owen threw both arms into the air at the same time. A golden rune of light appeared in the air. At the same moment, they turned into various flames, thunder, ice. Great Tengu Tornado. T. Chapter 421 Enlightenment. The raven-mouthed Tengu waved his futon again. A tornado formed in front of him, reflecting various attacks. This guy. Not afraid of the wind? Humph. Let's try this, Haitianyu. Feeling that the wind was of no use to Owen, the raven Tengu spread his black feathers in the air. The next second, numerous feathers flew out like arrows. They ripped through the air currents and flew towards Owen. Kitty Hawk. Seeing this, the eagle attacked. He didn't even need to give an order. He flapped his wings and released a golden hurricane. It blew all the feathers that came close. Not only that, but the hurricane didn't stop after blowing off the feathers. It kept rushing towards the raven Tengu. The first thing Raven Tengu does is to make the fan in his hand big enough to cover his body and hide behind the fan to resist the attack of the hurricane. What's this? Storm. You have mastered a new skill, winged bird. Owen realized that the skill used by the 487 by winged bird was a flying storm, which became more powerful under the illumination of golden light. Bloody hell. Why are you attacking me? Although the crow Tengu blocked the attack, his body also attacked so badly. When he retracted the fan, he even looked at the bi-winged bird with some doubts. And right now, Tengu Samaraven, Raven Tengu Sama, please stop attacking. The opponent is not the enemy. Finally, the corresponding personnel under the neon lights arrived and shouted with a loudspeaker. On the other side were those who shouted at Owen, including in Mandarin. Mr. Chi. Please stop. Raven Lord Tengu is the guardian of our neon lights. This is not a bad guy. When Owen heard the words of the following people, he understood the identity of the crow Tengu, and was slightly surprised that the crow Tengu would become the guardian of the neon lights. Master Chi. We're here to thank you for helping Neon to destroy monsters twice. You can come down now. Some of our senior officials want to see you. Seeing that Owen was no longer attacking, the relevant personnel below hurriedly invited Owen to be a neon guest. 18. No, I still have something to do, just forget it this time. Advertisement. As soon as he heard that he wanted to meet the high-level neon lights, Owen suddenly felt a little powerless and refused the high-level neon lights. Since you already have a guardian, I'll take care of my own affairs. I'll come again this time. If you can't decide something afterwards, I'll help according to the situation. Owen didn't stop any longer, and tapped Bigger's back with his toes. Bigger understood, turned and flew away as a golden light. The crow Tengu looked at Bigger, who was leaving with some confusion, but he didn't expect his first love to be interrupted before it even started. And right now, Tengu, how are you? When Inuyasha arrived, he carried Galway on his back, grabbed himself quickly with amazing bouncing force, landed on the ground, and shouted to the crow Tengu. Mind your own business. The crow Tengu looked at Guy Inuyasha, who was still glued, and felt that his wound was rubbed with salt again, roared, then turned his head, flapped his featherless wings, and fled. Due to Inuyasha's amazing eyesight, he thought he saw the raven Tengu turn around and leave, and a few crystal drops of water fell from his face into the air. Evan sat on the back of the beagle and walked back, flying at a very fast speed, until when he was about to get home, Laxter asked. Isn't this? Looking for Kagome? 99. Evan patted his forehead, and then remembered that he was going to find Kagome, but a series of events that happened later made Evan forget about this problem. Hey, forget it. If it's Kagome, it shouldn't be a big deal. This is my reincarnation, so it shouldn't be so fragile. Racket shook his head helplessly when he saw the platform overlooking the sea. What, like I forgot, really don't care. Galway is actually secondary, mainly because I want to know if Zubaji is there, right? Erwin said with a smile that in any case, it is impossible for Roden to forget Inuyasha. Humph. Laxter didn't answer anything, just snorted and disappeared. Tyne slowed down and landed on the viewing platform. Evan picked up Tyne after landing, and then returned to his room from the window, ready to rest. The relevant agencies of the Dragon Kingdom reported some news at this time. Report. Mr. Chi has returned to the observation station. The flight took 1 hour, 13 minutes and 24 seconds. Advertisement, report. The information on neon lights has arrived, please read it, 99. Report. The identity of the patron saint of neon lights is under investigation, and it is estimated that it is the Crow Tengu in the legend of neon lights, and it is said that Inuyasha is also there, 93. Have a burst of news came, and several big men who got up at night breathed a sigh of relief. Lao Li, you are in a hurry. Last time you said that there might be monsters there, and it didn't take long for monsters to appear under the neon light. Your mouth hasn't opened yet. Shut me up now. Go back, go to bed. I'm also telling the truth. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Chi's real strength. Have you seen him? Big Brother A. Our Mr. G really thinks he is a hero in the world. He will help whenever he has any difficulties. This girl will go as soon as he says it. The last time it was to save her parents, this time it is to get rid of demons. Brother A laughed and seemed to agree with Brother D's point of view. Several other dignitaries shook their heads. Although there are a few punches from Evan in the video, no matter how you look at it, I feel that Evan is not in a good posture. Haha, Lao Li, when did you become a fan of Mr. Chi? Protecting Mr. Chi so much, but... I think so too. Ha 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 ha. FF. Nonsense. A bunch of bastards. How can I open my mouth? Humph. Nonsense. What I'm saying now is that the devil will appear earlier. Will it? Come on with the mess. Let's go, come on. Let's go to bed. It's the middle of the night. Senior Brother D. HMPH. Other tricks will be crushed by Mr. Chi. This news makes it clear that Mr. Chi didn't do anything practical, otherwise this, what is the name of the Crow Tengu, may become a roast duck. His fight with Lugia at the time seemed to be quite intense, but due to the dark clouds in the sky and the tornado at sea, the real fight was never filmed at all, and Evan's true strength was always a mystery. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Dodgy Dolly muttered a few words, and then left cursingly. It's a bit wrong for me to say that, but I believe that in the future, there will be all kinds of creatures in this world and our country. Now we can handle 1.0, but in the future, we don't know. Maybe one day we will see Mr. Chi. The true power of the Brother B. That's good. Brother Chi is so concerned about the situation abroad. If something happens to us in Daxia, he will definitely come forward as soon as possible. When Elder Ding said this, he had a helpless smile on his face, and several brothers next to him also blushed. Big Brother A looked at Big Brother D, and then several people left quickly, leaving Big Brother D standing there alone, speechless. Brother D asked, Brother C. I said the same thing, our country is very lucky to have a strong man like Mr. Chi, but this neon sign is not bad, it is already a skill to let the monsters do things for them. Chapter 422 Brother Rongshan. The next day, in the morning. Ivan got up early, ran into the garden, did a series of morning boxing exercises with Lao Dian, and breathed in the fresh morning air. After the boxing exercise, Tian Lao kept looking at Evan, and finally. Lin Hai, have you learned the second half of this thunder technique? When Evan received a similar question from Tian Lao, he remembered that he still had half of the thunder law that he had not mastered. Because Evan still has a drop of Bodhi-Do, Evan is waiting for the opportunity to retreat. Bodhi-Do can make people enter a state of insight for 3 days, and only in this way can they comprehend these exercises. Not yet, Master, don't worry, Owen replied with a smile, and then. On the mountain Tian Lao looked at Evan, his eyes were unbearable. Good boy. You gave me half of Master's thunder technique, don't you practice it yourself? I have been practicing diligently for several days. I thought I could communicate with you. You have never practiced. I see you I didn't even think about it. Why, you look down on my ability. 3. Elder Tien just looked at Evan with his beard pouted, so that Evan did not dare to look up. After Elder Tien finished speaking, Evan said beautifully. Master. I've been busy these days. I forgot for a while, I didn't close the 24th department. After I retreat for a while, I will definitely master thunder technique for you. Evan patted his chest to assure, but was immediately counterattacked by Tian Lao. What are you bragging about? I practiced for days and didn't understand why. Don't rush into training, take it step by step, don't be reckless, you know. In short, Tian Lao was still worried that Evan would mess up, so he opened his mouth to remind him. Yes, I know. Evan agreed with a smile, without arguing with Tian Lao. By the way, I want to know, has Shao Nashi's problem been solved? Then when will we go to Longhu Mountain again? After learning the second half of the thunder technique this time, I must discuss it with my senior brother, otherwise, I don't know if I can. Tian Lao learned the second half of the thunder technique, and there is a knot in his heart. If he doesn't untangle this knot, his mind will not be able to get through, and Tian Lao will not be able to practice the second half of the thunder technique. Okay, Nai Zi's side is fine for the time being. Master, we'll leave after breakfast, don't worry. Tian Lao won't say anything. If Tian Lao blames you, then you can blame me, it's alright. Let my apprentice call out all his sins. 3. Advertisement. Evan said with a smile, his words also touched Laotian. As for Evan, he really likes Tian Lao, and he is very grateful, allowing him, who has been disabled for decades, to be able to move freely and continue to cultivate. This kind of kindness is remembered by Tian Lao. Okay, let's go. I haven't been back for a long time, I really miss Big Brother, I don't know how he is now. Tian Lao nodded slightly, and his tone revealed a bit of anticipation. Going to the teleportation point under one person was already full of energy. Evan and Tian Lao returned to the room, stood on the teleportation array, and then activated the teleportation array. On the other side, in a small courtyard on the back of Longhu Mountain, a white light gushed out from the room belonging to Elder Tien, and Evan and Elder Tien walked out. This place is still the same as before, nothing has changed, and there is no dust here. It seems that someone usually cleans it here. Tian Lao looked at the place where he had stayed for decades, and felt quite emotional. He reached out and touched the table and wheelchair. Tian Lao, who had recovered his hands, seemed to want to touch something that he couldn't touch before. Master, why don't you touch it first, and I'll go to Tian Lao? Evan looked at Tian Lao, as if he wanted to touch him, so he decided to find Tian Lao first. Huh? Yes, my master is now dead, so I can't go out. Okay, my master is waiting here. Tian Lao also realized that he was dead in this world, so he shouldn't show his face, it's better to stay here. Evan also heard the helplessness in Tian Lao's tone, so he said with a smile. Actually, master, the netherworld stone can help you cover your body with illusions. If you want to come out and take a look, you can. As long as the netherworld stone uses illusions to cover Elder Tien, no one can find the trace of Elder Tien except the old Tianchi. Is this normal? Then take it slow. As soon as he heard that he could come out, Tian Lao immediately came to the spirit and urged Evan to hurry up. Okay, Ghost Stone. Chase Chastain. Evan summoned the Ghost Stone and happily walked around Evan a few times. Ghost Stone, you do this, do this, do this, do this, understand? Advertisement. Evan said a few tasks to Ghost Stone. Ghost Stone nodded, and then got into the shadow of Tian Lao, followed by a faint gray-blue mist, and finally disappeared with Tian Lao's figure. At that moment, under Owen's domineering perception, he only vaguely felt that there was someone beside him, and it took a lot of effort for him to perceive it again. Linghai's business is over. Can we go? Tian Lao's voice sounded, and Evan didn't let the Ghost Stone block the sound, so he could hear it. He's ready, master, he's completely invisible, let's go. 99. Evan nodded, opened the door, and walked into the yard of the old master with Tian Lao. Lao Tianxi's yard is still some distance away from Tian Lao's yard. Evan walked in front, Tian Lao followed behind him. He walked a little slowly and sighed slightly. Tian Lao has walked this road countless times, but this time is different. He walked with his own feet. Uncle Lingai. It's Uncle Lingai. It's Uncle Lingai. You're back, Uncle Lingai. Mouth. Several young Taoist priests who recognized Evan hurriedly stepped forward to say hello, thinking that he had already descended the mountain to practice. Evan smiled back and moved on, passing the yard, attracted by the sound of boxers training inside. Drink. Ha. Eee. Owen followed the voice and found that it was his eldest brother, Rongshan. Yahaha. Rongshan practiced beating wooden man posts, but those wooden man posts had iron sheets on them. The wooden pillar covered with iron sheets was already covered with fist marks, and his hands were even more bloody, but Rongshan didn't feel anything, but his eyes were cold, with a murderous aura. After Tian Lao's death, Rongshan felt extremely guilty and remorseful. After a period of appearance, he began to practice lifelessly to avenge the old man. In his opinion, Tian Lao's death was a good thing for him. On the other side, a young Taoist priest, looking at Rongshan's injured face, was very anxious and stood up and shouted. Uncle Rongshan, don't do this. The wound is open again. I believe that the ancestors of Tien didn't want to see you like this. These words are always helpful when Rongshan is over-cultivating. Chapter 423. The End of Peace. Boom. Rongshan slammed his fist on the pillar again, and the movement stopped. At this time, the young Taoist priest ran up, dragged Rongshan away, took out some medicine, and began to apply medicine to Rongshan. Evan and Tian Lao outside the hospital saw this scene, and they both showed unbearable expressions. Shao Ai, that child in Rongshan. Tian Lao looked at Rongshan with some distress and guilt. Rongshan became like this because of Tian Lao. Lin Hai, listen to me and do me a favor. Tian Lao walked to Evan's ear and said a few words. Evan nodded, and then whispered a few words to Ghost Stone. That's it. A thick fog suddenly flooded the small courtyard in Sake Yamanaka's heart, and the young Taoist priest raised his head a little strangely, but then fell into a drowsy state, his eyes closed, and he fell to the ground. Huh? Shao Yinzi. What's the matter with you? Rongshan looked blankly at the little Taoist priest and was about to help. Da da da. An obvious sound of footsteps came from the fog, and Rongshan immediately looked around vigilantly, and then. What? Looking at Tian Lao slowly walking out of the thick fog, Rongshan's expression became completely illusory. He was speechless with surprise. Rongshan, you kid, just watching the old man leave? This is too annoying for the old man. Elder Tien walked in front of Rongshan, sighed slightly, and said. You. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be an uncle? Hearing Elder Tien's words, Rongshan suddenly woke up. Immediately after that, he glanced at Elder Tien fiercely, his face full of hostility. Brat, you wet the bed when you were 10 years old, and I still caught you. Why, don't you admit that I'm your uncle? Tian Lao laughed, and his voice shocked Rongshan again. You, really your uncle? You are not. Advertisement. Aren't you dead? Yes, I'm a soul now, otherwise how could my hands and feet grow again? Rongshan. You've worked hard this time, really, you don't have to blame yourself so much. Listen to me. Stop hurting yourself like this. Tian Lao spoke in a serious tone, and every sentence changed Rongshan's facial expression, and finally. Ah, Master, what's wrong with you? I feel sorry for you. Rongshan knelt down in front of Mr. Tian with a thud, and the 7-foot-tall man burst into tears instantly. Tears and snot stained his face, and his voice was full of grief. Stupid boy. Okay, all right. Tian Lao stretched out his hand and released a golden light to stroke Rongshan's head. He was now playing the role of a soul, and he could not touch it with his body. Outside the courtyard, Evan listened to the turmoil inside, from Rongshan's howl to his back gradually relaxing. Evan could hear Tian Lao's whispered instructions through sight and hearing, and he also felt a heavy sigh in his heart. Evan also feels a little guilty about Rongshan. According to the plan he made, the people who suffer the most are the people of Jungsan and Jianzhong. Guangxing was killed by Tian Lao, but no matter whether they were unwilling or not, Rongshan was the one who suffered the most in the end. Today, Mr. Tian came back, and being able to enlighten Rongshan also relieved Evan's guilt. Evan didn't call or say anything, just stood outside waiting for the end of the conversation between Tian Lao and Rongshan. Finally, Rongshan also fell down with Xiaodao under the hypnosis of nether stone. Evan went to the yard, sent Rongshan to the bed in the bedroom, and sent Xiaodao to the chair. After comforting Rongshan, Tian Lao and Evan seemed to have solved the knot in their hearts. They looked at each other and looked at the invisible elder Tian, who went all the way to Lord Tian's yard. Because of the slaughter of the entire floor before, the old Tianchi was warned by the 10 brothers and the company. After that, they jointly forced the old Tianchi to sign an agreement. From now on, without the consent of all of them, the old Tianchi will not go down the mountain. At present, Lao Tianchi has not been allowed to go down the mountain. Evan came to the yard of the old Celestial Master, and as soon as he stepped in, the voice of the old Celestial Master rang. Ling Hai, why are you back? Humph, come in quickly, everyone. The old master seemed to sense Tian Lao, and his tone suddenly became a little flustered. Yes, Master, Evan replied, walked into the yard, opened the door of Lao Tianchi, and entered there with Tian Lao. Father Tian stood in the room wearing simple clothes, his eyes fixed on the open space behind Evan. Advertisement. Evan closed the door. Agui was moved by Evan's outstretched hand, and the figure of Tian Lao appeared in front of the old Tianchi. Ha ha, good, senior brother, you have finally recovered. Seeing the unscathed Tian Lao, the old Tianchi immediately laughed and was sincerely happy for Tian Lao. Haha, yes, big brother, I didn't expect it, I'm back. Tian Lao said in frustration. The two old people are more than 200 years old together, but when they are together, they always behave more childishly. Master, uncle, I'll take care of you, let's talk slowly. Evan did not intend to disturb the reunion of the two. He deliberately opened the door, and then closed the door carefully. Going to the door, Evan started to look at the door again. Today Evan seems to have looked at the door all day. Evan, disguised as a doorman, had been standing at the door for more than an hour when the two old men finally finished talking. Lin Hai, come in. The voice of the old Celestial Master sounded, and Evan ran quickly in front of him. Master, are you finished talking? Evan's tone was inexplicably flustered. Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said, and the old man has also heard that you were very good. You were very good to eldest brother. We are all optimistic about you, and eldest brother will need your more care in the future. Mr. Tian must have to go back with him, otherwise, Qian Zhao, there will be various inconveniences. Yes, this is what the disciples have to do, please don't worry elders. Evan said seriously. As for respecting teachers, Evan is still very reliable. Well, then, I also understand the problem of the second part of the Law of Thunder. I don't know where your second Law of Thunder came from, but it is indeed the real Law of Thunder that this old man knows. You and your senior brother are now in another world, study it, it's not a big problem. Anyway, I haven't taught the old man, if it is possible. The old man also hopes that the Dragon Tiger Jung faction can prosper in another world. Lao Tianchi doesn't really care about Evan wielding the entire thunder technique, it's all in another world, and Lao Tianchi can't cross it to cut herringbone. Master also has to say that in my Dragon Kingdom world, many people are already practicing the Golden Light Mantra, and Master has also passed on other Longhushan Kung Fu to some people, which is considered to be fruitful. Chapter 424 is the magic flute again, Evan said. He knew that Tian Lao asked Duao to be a martial arts coach, and he also taught the army some entry-level Kung Fu of Longhu Mountain, plus the Golden Light Mantra. But, Lin Hai, remember when you asked me to be an instructor, I said they wanted them to promise me one thing? Elder Tian said with a smile. I remember the condition you said, Master? Evan naturally remembered, but since Elder Tian didn't say anything, Evan didn't ask. Hey, I'm asking about this mountain range outside Guane Terrace. In the future, I'm going to build a house on the mountain with the Heavenly Master Dragon Tiger Mountain. Although there is no Heavenly Master degree there, other exercises still need to be adjusted, and so do I. The old master, I think there is not much time in the future, and you still need to do the following things. 11. Tian Lao's words made Evan shudder. Good guy, he thought it was a bit exaggerated to want this island, but he didn't expect Tian Lao to get the mountain thing done so quickly. Duao was also very rich, and he let Tian Lao come out of the mountain, but when the cultivation army did not understand it at all, Tian Lao played a considerable role, which was understandable. Master, I'm not good at this, I need you to do it anyway. If you need anything, just say it and I'll help you arrange it. Evan is not very interested in setting up a sect, but if Elder Tien asks, Evan will definitely try his best. Well, let's talk about it later. Anyway, your father will give you the money. I'll find you if I have anything. Tien Lao seems to have 487% confidence. This ginger is really old and spicy. Okay, master, then. When are we going back? Shall we stay a little longer? Evan opened his mouth and asked. No, my master knows that you don't have much time to rest at a time, and you can handle some things after you come back. 3. Tien Lao stood up and bid farewell to God. Seeing each other so late made the mood of the two old people different again, and they felt more at ease. After that, Evan and Tien Lao returned to their small courtyard. The ghost stone covered Tien Lao all the way and entered the teleportation array again. A flash of light flashed and they returned to the real world. Tien Lao also returned home. This time Evan really had nothing to distract him. There was still a lot of time. Evan said that he would retreat for a few days, then sealed the room with a spell, took out the Bodhi Dew, and drank it with his head up. Half a month's rest time passed quickly, and it was time to leave. It's time for Evan to pack up and set off again. During this period, with the help of Bodhi Rosa, Evan made great progress in his kung fu, and he also fully practiced Thunderbolt, reaching the stage of minor achievement. Advertisement. After learning the complete Thunder Operation, Evan realized that Thunder Operation is not easy. Although it is not as profound as Haigong Chi Heidao, it is definitely not a simple kung fu, it contains the deepest principles. The low-level Thunder method has shown great power, and it is easy to summon the thunder. After that, Heiken's Duzhuang Xingxing has also made great progress. The sea energy has been very successful, and the energy is almost endless. Now, Evan seems to have an endless pool. How much water he can pour into it, and how fast he can pour it, depends on how wide and strong Evan's pipes are. All in all, realizing he needed to get stronger, Evan was more committed to his training. Gathering all his strength, Evan is ready to draw his impulse blade. As he approached the tree, he reached out and regained the knife in his hand. But when he slipped the knife into the scabbard, "Oh, are you leaving, my master? Don't forget to come back early." Sai Gong's head popped out of the tree trunk, smiled at Owen. "Sai Gang, why did you come out?" Evan frowned slightly, and Sai Kong, who was supposed to be in the sword, suddenly came out by himself, which surprised Evan a little. However, Owen had just finished speaking. "Ha ha ha, teacher, you have been deceived." Sayukin's voice also came from within the pulse Tai Chi diagram, and surprisingly, there were two Sayugins. "What the hell is going on? Saigon, explain." Owen turned to Pulse Tai Chi. "Sir, Saba. This guy is my doppelganger. With him, he can control the operation of this magic tree at any time, and he also has a certain ability to serve as the guard of this manor." Sai Gang's own voice came from the tree, and it seemed that Sai Gang on the tree was just a double. In this case, if something goes wrong on the seascape platform, you can also help. Knowing that Sai Gong on the tree is just a double, Erwin nodded. Ignoring the doppelganger of Sai Gong on the tree, Erwin looked at the wolf Nogan who was with the cat under the tree. "Wolf Norgan." "Yes. Master." Wolf Nogan kept the wolf form when he was under the tree. Hearing Owen's call, he immediately stood up, his huge body with an invisible overwhelming force. "Wolf Yegan, take care of the house and Lugia while I'm away, I'll be back soon." Owen decided to keep Lang Yegan, and Master Chu was still by his side. Advertisement. "Yes, Master, I promise to complete the task." Wolf Yegan bowed his head and replied. "Very good, stay here to digest the remaining blood of the great demon in your body. I hope that when I come back again, your strength can be improved." The blood of the big demon in Lang Yegan's body has not been completely digested, and there is not much room for improvement. "Yes, Master, of course I will not disappoint Master." Lang Yegan promised again, and after saying this, Evan stopped staying, turned and walked to his room. Standing on the teleportation array in his bedroom, Evan opened the teleportation array to New World early. That Owen disappeared in the white light, he didn't notice when the teleportation array lit up, in his own teleportation network. His teleportation array lit up. Suddenly, the teleportation lights up. "Long live, nothing happens. Is that right here? What? This is the world of the magic flute. Didn't I enter a new world? Why is it still the world of the magic flute? Did I enter the wrong card? Dungeon level detection, warning, high danger level, please take care of the master. Those who fail to complete the task will receive a lost talent." Owen was a little surprised. Did he enter the wrong card? So he stood with his back to the teleportation array and pressed the teleport button, but the opponent of the first labyrinth. The two opponents who explored the first labyrinth with the master at the beginning have grown into super powerhouses that attract the attention of the world. Meet them again and catch up with them in 3 days. Rewards will be issued after completing the mission. Lost. Never find the right path to become a super kill mat. Space qualification mission pets. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, the sound of the system rang. At his feet was a teleportation point that had formed, surrounded by dimly lit caves, and then he caught a glimpse of the name of the teleportation formation. In the cave, the white magic circle on the ground glowed brightly, then Owen's figure appeared here. As soon as Evan appeared, he felt a familiar feeling around him. Magic Flute. Mission. Main quest released. Chapter 425 The Bishops are in trouble. Defeat 3 Yellow Emperor's princes or daughters in unlimited time. After completing the task, you will be eligible to enter the Pet Space XL. There is no penalty for mission failure. The system directly gives 2 tasks, one is the basic task, and the other is the task of pet. From the various keywords in the quest prompt, Evan realized that he had indeed returned to the Magic Flute world. What kind of system is this? Can you go back twice in the same world? Don't you have nowhere else to go? Evan silently asked the system, and then got the answer. The last time host entered was Sinbad's adventures in Magi's the Magic Flute, and now it's the world of the Magic Flute 17 years later, and the plot is the main plot of Magi's the Magic Flute. Friendly reminder. Since the host found the devil in the original plot, the subsequent plot has also changed, and the changes must be experienced by the host himself. Still possible. Evan Buddha, so he can still play like that. Ivan came back 17 years later, and as soon as he appeared, he was wary of this mysterious creature. Hidden in a mysterious place in the middle of the great temple, Hugo has fallen, and only a huge head remains, surrounded by many strange white creatures. Hugo seems to be asleep, but Owen's presence wakes him up. His eyes are open and his head is raised. All eyes were opened, and his head stood up under the support of the white strange creature. Ball. Pammon. Games. They're back. This is. Owen's appearance also brought the demons back. As the manager of the demons, Hugo sensed them. It's strange that it's been gone for so long and it's back again. Can you help me and ask what happened? Hugo said something to the air, and then a large number of golden Rufus appeared, flew around Hugo, and then walked outside the Holy Palace. It's really intriguing. What the hell have you been through? Hugo smiled kindly, obviously looking forward to it. After the initial surprise of finding himself back in the world of the Magic Flute, Evan decides to do the quest first. Who is the opponent of the first maze? Advertisement. Of course it was Sinbad and Dora, though in Owen's mind, neither were considered his opponents at the time. But now, more than 10 years later, these 2 young people have grown up. Sinbad alone created the 7 Seas Alliance, has his own country Sindria, and is now known as the Lord of the 7 Seas. Lord Dora later became Sinbad's subordinate and, together with the rest of the family, formed the strongest member of Sinbad's 8-admiral army. Nonetheless, Sinbad was already very famous, and one just had to ask around and someone was sure to give some pointers. Evan was still in the country of Rem, and when he came down the mountain, he encountered a caravan, and someone told him where Cinderia was and gave him some gold coins. Although he didn't know yet if Sinbad was in Cinderia, it certainly wouldn't hurt to go there first. Be-Eagle. Be-Eagle. The transported eagle has returned. The golden body of the godlike bird dazzled the eyes of everyone in the caravan, and they all fell to their knees to worship. It should be carrying Owen to Cinderia golden light on the way. Only. The leader of the caravan holding a gold coin to guide the way looked pale as Owen flew away. The gold coin in his hand fell to the ground in fright. Only when his men approached and shouted, did he react, and then woke up in surprise. He shouted with regret and panic. Ended. The businessman's head was squatting on the ground, his head resting on his hands, and there was a cold sweat on his head. It was only now that he saw clearly that Owen's clothes were not local, and although he took the money, he was pointing in the wrong direction. Where did he point? This is someone who is hostile to the Lime Empire. Magno Thunder Academy of Magic. The Magno Sute Academy of Magic is a sacred place for mages in this world. In most cases, the vast majority of mages have left here. This is a magical empire, a magical world. Everything is related to magic. This is a completely magical country. The Rem Empire attempted to encroach on the territory where Magnus Ted was located and expand Rem's territory, but unfortunately, this never succeeded. Not knowing that he was being pointed in the wrong direction, Evan continued to fly for a long time before realizing that something strange had happened. Land, after flying over the sea for a while, has always been land. Although Evan didn't know the way, he remembered that Cinderia was an island surrounded by the sea and could not be that close to land. For Flower's Zero advertisement he wondered if he had been deceived, so he let the eagle land, ready to ask others. Then, the boy who wanted the snake sat leisurely on the flying magic carpet, holding a cigarette stick in his hand, ready to go to Magno City. Come on, Magno City. Your Lord Carmen will be here soon. Prepare to be in awe. Ha 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 ha. 46. The boy playing with snakes didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly burst out laughing, his head tilted upwards with laughter, and then there was the sound of wings flapping, and a shadow enveloped the boy playing with the snake, his face turned pale. I looked up and saw an amazing monster, much bigger than my own magic carpet. What to do, online etc. Very urgent. Seeing the beetle falling from the sky, the face of the snake boy quickly changed. The originally dark skin turned white in an instant. His vacant left palm pressed the magic carpet. He poured all his magic into speeding the carpet flying speed. 10. But, big speeded up, in an instant, he was in front of the snake boy, spread his claws. The snake boy hit his own claws. Oh my god, help, I don't want to die yet. The boy who wanted the snake clung to the beagle's paws, waved his arms ineffectively, and the golden cobra wrapped around his neck opened his mouth and bit the beagle's leg, and then, no one in his mouth good teeth. The beagle, slightly frustrated after being attacked, used his paws. Vomit. The boy who played with the snake vomited into the air with the snake. Fortunately, it was Irving who stopped the beagle. Okay, Tiny Eagle, don't make trouble, it's not easy to see a living person. Boy, let me ask you, how is Cinderia? Owen's voice came from Bigger's back, and the boy playing with the snake was stunned, hesitant to answer, so he was shaken by Bigger again. Ah, help, Cinderia is in that direction. The boy's hand playing with the snake was not caught by Big, at this time he was still holding the snake staff, which was his magic staff 10. Chapter 426 Enemies Meet. He didn't know where Cinderia was, but at that moment he dared to say he didn't know, quickly point the way. Huh? Is it really the opposite direction? Those damned merchants? Put it down and we're going that way? Owen cried, time is running out, he didn't want to become a commonplace like Sauron. Big Eagle. Big nodded after hearing this, and then launched it into the air at a very fast speed, in the air of a few hundred meters. This is even more exciting than bungee jumping. Tears welled up in Snake Boy's eyes. But at a height of 2 meters above the ground, the eagle stopped instantly, it released its claws, threw the Snake Boy down, and then spread its wings and flew away. Snake Boy's body lay on the ground, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, Owen's last words still echoing in his ears. Don't learn to smoke when you are young, quit it, 49 zeros. Hearing this sentence, the boy who wanted a snake turned his head and fainted. Today's experience is likely to become a psychological shadow for his life. Time, more than 2 days passed quickly, and Owen was still riding an eagle on his way. The boy who was playing with the snake was pointing randomly, but accidentally pointed it right. Evan asked several waves of people in the middle, and finally confirmed that the route was correct, and then he flew at full speed. At this time, Evan knew that he was come find your own. Time is running out, and before you know it, Evan is already on his way, Cinderia. A battle is going on. The octopus attacked, because the strongest Sinbad was cursed and could not use the power of the devil for the time being. The octopus saw this as an opportunity and sent some dark metal weapon users to attack. These dark metal weapon wielders attack with a multitude of demons created by Harufus, as well as an unknown black liquid that can devour all life. This liquid spreads over the sea, trying to swallow all the Cinderia, submerging it. Sinbad couldn't fight, so naturally his men had to attack. Cinderia had 8 generals, 8 strong men, and they fought against the users of these dark metal weapons, and after some trial and error, succeeded in destroying the advancing enemy. Those black fur demons were also eliminated, those black liquids scattered around in large quantities can no longer be stopped. Even if part of it is destroyed by the attack, it is quickly filled with regeneration and cannot be stopped until the black liquid is destroyed in one fell swoop. It was not Sinbad who shot at the last moment, but the princess of the Huang Empire, Nian Hongyu. Advertisement Ruby is also the holder of the demon metal weapon, and in her card is the water demon Born, who represents sadness and loneliness. Bairn, who can control the power of water, is almost invincible at sea, and Nian Hongyu has completed her complete magic armor, so she takes Bairn's sword into the air in the dragon scale armor, and then unleashes a huge magic. The water god calls the sea. Summoning an endless stream of water, she drowned all the black liquid at once. At this time, except for a few small stones on the periphery, Cinderia was not serious, and the attackers were almost wiped out. However, the initiator of the attack, a sorcerer named Isanin, saw that the plan had failed and was ready to retreat. When he was about to leave, a portal created by teleportation magic was formed not far away. Sinbad walked out from it, and then first put on the full magical costume of the demon god Vogelo. Isanin is very happy to see Sinbad wearing a magic costume, because at the moment Sinbad's body is corroded by a curse, and using a magic costume will make the situation worse. But, before he knew it, Sinbad had already added a stronger curse to his body, and the magic in Rufus had already turned half white and half black. Refreshing, he absorbed the curse Izunenga put on him, and then gathered the power of the wind. At this time, Izunen's magic power was also absorbed. Isanin was wiped out in an instant. After addressing the man behind the curse, Sinbad was slowly relieved. He's going back to Cinderia. Nico. A golden light flew out from the dark sea at an extremely fast speed. Sinbad's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arms to form a wind wall to block the golden light, but... Too late. Sinbad, Lord Dora, come out and meet old friends. Nico. Beagle, who is flying with all his strength, has entered a state of super evolution. No way, not enough time, not enough speed. It collided with the wind wall. The eagle's body emitted a golden light. The divine bird appeared. It hit the wind wall in an instant. It hit Sinbad's body, and Sinbad stared at the sight in front of him in surprise everything. Then the two of them became a bird. Slitting through the bright golden light, they hit the top of Cinderia's protective magic enchantment. Crack. Advertisement. The sturdy enchantment was shattered like an eggshell. Beach then lunged for Sinbad. He slammed into Sinbad's palace head-on. Boom. Nico. In the ruins of the palace, the body of the eagle degenerated into its normal form, spreading its wings and chirping in the ruins. Boing. I think you bumped into someone just now. Owen stuck his head out from the back of the bird. His face was slightly pale, and his hair was a little messy. Guys. What is this? Don't move. 19. As soon as Owen's voice fell, he and the beagle were surrounded by a group of soldiers. The soldiers looked at Big with a weapon in his hand, obviously a little wary, as for Evan on Big's back. Don't do anything yet. Question, is that Cinderia? Evan asked loudly and stood up. At this time, several of the 8 people stood up and looked at Evan vigilantly. Who are you? It's really Cinderia's fault. Jafar in green clothes jumped out, and although his expression was calm, Evan could feel that Jafar's calm surface was hiding a less obvious murderous aura. Jafar. And Xena ho-ho. Of course it's Cinderia, not Jafar. I'm here to find Lord Sinbad and Dora. Where are they? I want to meet them. Owen recognized several of the 8 generals and, seeing that time was running out, eagerly sought Sinbad and Duke Dole. And right now. Call. A gust of wind fell in front of Jafar and turned into a geek with a human head and a bird body. It's you. Lord Dora will never forget Owen's face, that lad. The one who took his chance with Sinbad's first labyrinth. Chapter 427. Observing goldfish. According to the original plot, it should be Sinbad who got the chance of the first labyrinth and was visited by Baldan, and then Dora's man was also the first person to become an addiction kunzi and got the power of Bal's addiction kunzi. In the original storyline, Duke Dora used too much power to cover Princess Serendine's retreat and became a dragon man. Just now, Bal has become Owen's strength, and Duke Dora naturally cannot become Bal's dependent. However, the Duke of Dora was the first to become a dependent and obtain the item of dependency, only to become a Fogallo dependent, a half-human, half-bird, half-monster. You? Owen was a little puzzled when he saw Duke Dole's expression on who you are. When he saw the expression on Owen's face, the blue veins burst out on his forehead, and a pair of red wings spread behind him. Who are you? As she beat, a strong wind rushed out. Didn't you come looking for me? How dare you not recognize me? Beep. A whirlwind hit Owen, but he disappeared before he could get close. Paimon is also the demon god who rules the wind in 24. As far as his power to the wind is concerned, he is of course no worse than Dora's, he is just an addicted coon. Boom. However, just as Owen blows the storm away, a huge tornado erupts from the ruins of the palace behind him. A lot of ruins were lifted up. Sinbad, dressed in a red magic costume, flew out with a displeased expression on his face. Sinbad. Long time no see. Evan turned around and recognized Sinbad immediately. He hadn't seen him for more than 10 years, and his body had grown a lot, even a little taller than Evan. It's you. Saying the same words as Lord Dora, Sinbad frowned, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He stared at the person standing in front of him who robbed the first demon god, not knowing what to think of Evan for a while. Sinbad has always been a man of great talent. He built himself from scratch, robbed demons, founded chambers of commerce, formed alliances with various tribes, established Cinderia, and became king of the country. It all happened thanks to Sinbad's plans and calculations, and almost everyone is part of Sinbad's plans, except Owen. This person who came out of nowhere, took away the first demon god and made Sinbad's road even more bumpy. Think about it carefully. This is an enemy. You be *****D. How dare you appear in front of me? The shame you caused at the beginning. I haven't forgotten it. Wind split / 99. Advertisement. Sinbad strikes. A powerful hurricane blows across his left arm, like a heavenly sword stabbed at Owen. Owen frowned, but didn't think much about it. Bal. Beep. Evan finished all his magical attire in an instant and rushed towards Sinbad's wind / countless lightning formed a pale dragon around Evan. It opened its mouth and collided with the wind. Boom. Boom. The collision of wind and thunder. The power of heaven and earth devoured everything around. Not good. Jamleah, one of the 8 Admiral Army, is a genius mage with powerful magic. He saw the aftermath of Sinbad and Owen's battle, and lamented in his heart how reckless they were. So he immediately released his own magic, formed a huge magical barrier around the two. The magic enchantment of Cinderia was made by Yamraha, which has helped Cinderia repel countless attacks, but today it was destroyed by a bird. Bigger should. At this time, Bigger was still standing calmly in the ruins, with golden light flowing in his eyes, watching the battle between Owen and Sinbad. Wind and lightning, every collision will bring huge energy. Watching the battle between these two people, a trace of clarity appeared in Beachy's eyes. Thunderfield. In the air. Owen opened his thunderfield with a wave, dark clouds rose in the air, then lightning struck Sinbad. Endless blast. Sinbad also used all his strength, and a ferocious wind blew through the sky, tearing the dark clouds to pieces. After the fight, neither Evan nor Sinbad took any advantage, and the barrier built by Yamleah was already riddled with holes and crumbling. That's when Sinbad noticed that the people of Cinderia were hiding because of his fight with Evan, and they panicked for fear that lightning or a hurricane would fall on them in the next second. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Sinbad was the first to stop what he was doing, hovering in the air, looking at Owen. Do not fight? Owen glanced at the main quest and realized that it had been completed at the last minute, so he breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile. HMPH, I just don't want my men to be frightened. If you want to fight, I can accompany you, just in a different place. Advertisement. Sinbad said without showing weakness. Owen laughed after hearing it, turned around and flew down without saying a word. Humph. Sinbad snorted coldly and followed him. The two of them landed on the ground, took off the demon clothes, and looked at each other face to face. For more than 10 years, I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to appear again today. Tell me, what do you want to do in my fallen land of Cinderia? You're not here just to reminisce about the old days, right? Sinbad was still very vigilant. He knew too little about Evan, he had only fought a little bit, and he understood that Evan was not weak. Sinbad was always very vigilant against such opponents. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. There is also the holder of the demon metal weapon in Syndria, that is the 8th princess of the Huang Empire, Lian Hongyu. The first main quest has been completed, and subsequent main quests have also been released. Task. Main quest, complete the first opponent of the maze, reward. There is no penalty for failure, released after the main quest is complete. Such a strong man is also very good at using his own brain and has an amazing mind, which makes him a huge threat as an opponent. After completing the task, you will get a reward. The demon god tries the sword. Seeing that he needed to defeat the wielder of the devil's metal weapon, even though Sinbad was right in front of him, Owen didn't decide to fight Sinbad again. Owen doesn't like to embarrass himself, so he has to choose soft. And Erwin smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself. If he defeats Lian Hongyu, he can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and he can also meet the quota for the pet space qualification quest. Defeat 3 demon metal weapon wielders in infinite time. Award. Compass X1, Spiritual Orientation X1. I really just came to see you, I don't think you will believe me. In this world, in terms of personal strength, Sinbad is definitely one of the best. It can be said that his strength is amazing, and he is almost invincible in battle. Then, Chapter 428 The Battle of Practicing Ruby. Sinbad, your words made me very sad. When I was in the distant Rem Empire, I heard that Syndria was in trouble, and then I rode to support. I didn't expect you to treat me like this. Owen made a sad expression, leaving everyone in Syndria speechless. They looked at the ruins of the palace behind Owen and joked. The enemy's attack did no damage to Syndria, but you, a supporter, directly destroyed a palace. Who is the enemy? 66 Sinbad frowned, but there was a taste of disbelief in Owen's words. However, now that the 2 of them can't fight, if it's really just support, it's not good to do it anymore. It turns out that it is not easy for you to come here. Although I am a little curious about how you knew in advance that Syndria was going to be attacked, now I have decided to trust you and believe that you will not cause trouble in Syndria. 22. Seeing without saying a word, Sinbad did see without saying a word, stepped forward and confronted Owen. Sinbad gained the king's ability and decided to believe in Owen. Cough cough. This is just a gossip caused by nonsense, but I didn't dare to be careless and got here first. Evan also knew that his reasoning was flawed, but replied cheekily. Ha ha ha. That's the case. I'm very grateful for your help. Well, let's not talk about it. Fortunately there were no casualties. We came home victorious in Syndria today, and for such occasions, we usually have a celebration in Syndria. Guests from afar, stay and find out how is our culture in Syndria. Sinbad laughed, stared at Owen, and held out the invitation. And Irving was worried that he had no reason to stay in Syndria, so Sinbad's words gave Owen this opportunity. Okay, I'm going to see it too. What a brilliant level today's Syndria is. 0 Owen promised, but only promised. Very well, but 1 yard is 1 yard. You and your birds have ruined my palace, and the maintenance fee still has to be paid. Jafar, calculate the amount after that and give it to this man. Send it over, sir. Remember, not a penny, but not less. 99. Advertisement. Sinbad pointed to the ruins of the palace. Jafar bowed inexplicably, and Owen's mouth grew. He didn't bring so much money. Although Evan raided 7 labyrinths and extracted a large amount of labyrinth treasures, after returning to the real world, he had emptied the treasures in the capsule room. Most of them were left on the platform overlooking the sea, and only a small part was placed on system space for emergency use. However, this is not enough. Jafar took all the gold from Owen, but there was still a gap, but Owen couldn't get any other precious metal, so he had to pay. Although Jafar offered to pay him other jewelry, he refused. Are you kidding me? Could it be something you could just take as collateral? Come to think of it, everyone is like Sinbad. Get drunk and get all the metal stuff stolen from the demon god, ended up not even wearing clothes. Just covered the important parts with a sheet. Owen ended up staying temporarily in Syndria. As for accommodation, Sinbad was generous enough to let Owen live in the palace's reception area, with VIP treatment and no deductions. Then, although Sinbad said that Syndria was going to hold a celebration feast, it seems that Ali Baba and Aladdin, who had already left, were on their way back, so they had to wait for them for a while, and wait patiently after Ali Baba and the others came back. Ali Baba and Aladdin are the protagonists of this world. One is a prince and the holder of the metal weapon of the devil, the other is just the son of Solomon, the 4th Magi who created this world. This time, since Ali Baba and Sinbad are trying to get rid of the curse, they go to find a wizard who can heal and prepare to raid the labyrinth to gain the power of the wizard. In the original, they found Nishinomiya's labyrinth, but since Nishinomiya had already been raided by the Owen family, they had to change their goal. The 21st pillar of the demon god, Morgoth. Morgoth is a demon composed of astronomy and nature, with huge horns, similar to Saigong, and can manipulate plants, but Morgoth also has the ability to manipulate the earth, minerals and life. They need some time to settle, and while they do, Owen prepares to fight Lian Hongyu first. Advertisement, elegant. You. Who are you? 99. This time, Lian Bailong, the prince of the Yellow Emperor, participated in the raid, which was approved by Morgoth, who had already boarded Lian Bailong's crescent blade. He approached her and immediately startled her. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Mograt knew how to manipulate the ore, and immediately after boarding the Shenlong, he built a Vajra hand with 8 hearts and 8 arrows for him, which was not only extremely hard, but also greatly increased its power. Knowing that Nian Hongyu was very interested in Sinbad, he often came to spy on Sinbad's palace, and Evan stood guard outside the palace. Of course. Excuse me, are you Her Royal Highness Princess Nian Hongyu of the Yellow Empire? It's a pleasure to meet you. Raiding the labyrinth and defeating Isunan's stand-in, Ali Baba unraveled his own knot, his companion Morgana also inspired familiar forces, and Aladdin returned to Sinli with Donia, who was already on the line, Asia. It was also the result of this raid, Yi Zunan's stand-in attacked with the dead Princess Donia, causing Nian Bailong to lose his left arm. For example, Evan has now caught Lian Hongyu peeping at the palace. This is a major matter of spying on the secrets of other countries. To put it bluntly, it is also a character issue of Lian Hongyu, but when rumors spread, it will definitely affect Lian Hongyu's reputation. Oh, it doesn't matter who I am. But Your Highness, Amelia, isn't it nice that you're here all morning peeking? Come on, come on, come on, as long as you promise me one thing, I will don't tell Sinbad here. Early the next morning, Evan found the virtuous Lian Hongyu. Evan said that he is a good person. He has always treated children politely and greeted them with a smile, especially a child as young as Lian Hongyu, who is only 16 or 17 years old and has no experience in this world. Evan really cares about the military. And Evan. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to Lian Hongyu with the appearance of a strange uncle. The reason why Evan said what he said was just a joke to ease the atmosphere. Lian Hongyu jumped up like a frightened rabbit, looking at Evan anxiously and forgetfully. Chapter 429 Don't Want to Run. You. Lian Hongyu lowered her head and listened to Evan's words. Her body trembled slightly, like a beautiful little crane, but at this time, Lian Hongyu's tone became more and more urgent. He raised his head suddenly, looking at Evan with tears, and then. Go to hell, you pervert. Wow. Immediately remove the hairpin from the head when practicing Ruby. A stream of water pours out of the hairpin. Instantly turns the small hairpin into a blue long sword. Wash. Born's sword is a sword that is very suitable for assault. The sky blue blade has unparalleled elegance, gorgeous and dangerous. Bang dang. He didn't know that this little girl might attack at any time, but in desperation, he could only block the sword with his hand with golden light magic. You be *****D. I know you. It's you who destroyed the palace yesterday. Then you brazenly stayed in Cinderia. I thought Lord Sinbad might forgive you. You must be a person too. Now it seems, it's a pervert? Fie. Unfolding her magic costume, Lian Hongyu's complexion changed slightly. She raised the sword in front of her, and behind her was a scorching gaze. Pervert? It's me. Hey, girl, I don't want peeps to say I'm pervert. Yi Fan saw that Nian Hongyu 490 had the fighting spirit. Although it was not the same as the plan, the goal was achieved, so he was tired of continuing to talk. Who is peeking? Don't talk nonsense, you pervert. You are also the holder of the demon metal weapon. Come on. Let's have a good fight, Born. Snapped. A large amount of water suddenly rushed to Lian Hongyu's surroundings. In an instant, Lian Hongyu completed her full set of magic costumes and turned into a female warrior wearing Selen's armor. Even Hongyu's hair color has changed. The former red hair has turned blue, and the clothes have disappeared, leaving only a few shark scales covering key parts and large areas of white skin. Wow. Such a good figure at such a young age, Owen swears. It's an admiration from an appreciation perspective. No other thought. 10. Humph. You've seen enough. Your eyes, I'll catch him. Nian Hongyu rushed towards Owen with a blank expression, and the water under his feet rushed over. The sword stabbed at Evan's eyes quickly. Advertisement Evan didn't want to fight here, so he jumped back and flew directly into the air. As soon as he exhaled, he immediately flew to the outer waters of Cinderia. Don't try to run. Nian Hongyu also flew up, chasing after Owen, and the two flew into the sea together. They left the palace, but Sinbad and Jafar, who were in the palace, frowned slightly and looked at the images in the crystal ball. I don't believe that you can fly without wearing a magic costume. Is this some kind of special prop? Or, is this Mr. Chi actually a magician? 33. Jafar asked. Sinbad didn't answer and continued to stare at the crystal ball. The weapon of the water god, 99. Woo. When Nian Hongyu arrived at the seaside with Owen, he followed Owen and flew out of Cinderia. The practicing Hongyu raised her sword to Owen. A large amount of water gathered around her. The water gathered around her, spinning into countless long shapes. Spear. Already in a wide area, Owen didn't want to run anymore, so he turned back. His right hand was holding his magic sword, the thousand-edged sword. Guardian. Reverse roll rain. Owen's magic sword was thrown upwards. The sea below was propelled by an invisible force. It instantly turned into a wall of water, rolled back, and blocked the water gun that practiced Ruby. Next up, Yin Thunder, a vast thunder column, 99. Boom. Black lightning erupted from the blade of the Thousand Blades demon sword, instantly penetrated the water wall of the rewinding rain and hit Lian Hongyu. Z. Hey. Lian Hongyu held the Born sword horizontally to resist the thunder pillar, and the black Yin thunder flew around, but it did no harm to Lian Hongyu. Come on, let's try the real North Xinjiang Kongjuang Avenue, it's open. The rain on the back of the water wall was about to come out and fell into the sea. At this moment, Owen's whole body was filled with black electric light. With the swing of his magic sword, the waves rushed to Lian Hongyu. Use such a water attack to deal with it. You underestimate me, sea-splitting sword. Lien Hongyu's eyes widened as she waved the sword in her hand. In an instant, the sea in front of Lien Hongyu was divided into two. The turbulent thunder wave naturally did not escape, it was split. As the sea rolled back to the seabed, it had to be swallowed and covered by the sea. Advertisement. The Yin method of 5 thunders. Biming has soul. Evan's deep voice reached Lien Hongyu's ears, and she was shocked. What she saw next was the sea under her feet. The sea under her feet has been covered by a huge shadow. Misread. Hold head high. A huge black giant rushed out of the sea. It opened its big mouth, as if it could swallow the world and bite Lien Hongyu. Ah! Evan is not very satisfied with the attack speed of the giant fly. This is already a surprise. It failed. It is too slow. Boom. Cough. The attack speed is too slow. This trick needs to be improved. The black raccoon fish was also swept away. Its huge body floated out of the sea and dissipated in the air like the sound of thunder in front of it. The rumbling sound keeps reverberating. Huge waves continue to rise from the sea below. A tsunami is forming. Barbados. Come on, rumble rumble rumble. 9. The giant fly missed a hit and fell into the sea again, splashing the waves. Seeing that the tsunami has risen by dozens of meters, covering the sky, with a shout from Lien Hongyu, he rushed over. This gave Evan no chance to escape. Seeing the true power of Born, great magic, the water god calls the sea. Lien Hongyu no longer preserves his strength, and unleashes Baron's strongest magic. The water god summons the sea. Hold head high. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Being attacked by such a huge monster, Lien Hongyu panicked slightly, hurriedly stood up, rushed upwards, and squeezed himself out from under the big mouth of the giant fly. Go! She got rid of her fear and raised the sword in both hands. A huge magic circle spread out behind her in an instant. And Lien Hongyu soared into the air, looking at the giant fly still floating under the sea. There was some fear in his heart, but then... Yi Iwan. After he saw the waves, he took a deep breath. Then he grabbed his magic power. A silver light flashed. Chapter 430 Sword breaks the sea of Evan. Come on, Barbados. Looking at the huge wave in front of him, Evan realized that this was not something he could resist alone. Even if he could block it, he would probably be injured. Evan didn't hesitate and put on Barbados' magic suit in an instant. Great magic. The weapon sword of Barbados. The magic suit was instantly put on. Evan's shirt was gone. There was only a pair of fur trousers on his body, and his hair had turned into long silver hair, and the magic sword in his hand had also turned into a weaponized rapier. Long live! A huge magic circle unfolded behind Evan. Evan put the sword and spear on the left side of his belt and collided with the huge waves. An angry sweeping blow. A silver light instantly enveloped everything around. The huge wave has quickly washed over Evan's body. But the silver light flashed by. A huge wave strong enough to destroy a city was split in the blink of an eye. Boom! Endless seawater fell from the sky to the sea. Huge waves erupted, and at the same time huge splashes were thrown. How is this possible? Lien Hongyu still doesn't believe it. That's the sea. Her home court. How could she overwhelm it? Raised the long sword in her hand. Even Hongyu was about to attack again, but at this moment. Wash! Evan's figure appeared behind Lien Hongyu. The shaft of his spear stabbed Lien Hongyu sharply. The barrel of his gun slammed into Lien Hongyu's neck with such force that she let out a soft moan and fainted. Brush! When Lien Hongyu lost consciousness, her magic outfit rose up, and she turned into a red-haired woman again, dressed in the clothes of the Oriental court. The sword in her hand turned into a sharp knife again, and fell into the sea together with Lien Hongyu's body. Evan flew up, caught her in the hairpin, carefully inserted the hairpin back into her hair, then turned and flew back to Cinderia. Your Highness. Speaking of which, the fight between Evan and Lien Hongyu has attracted the attention of many people, including Lien Hongyu's follower Sha Wangwen. When Sha Wangwen saw that Evan came back with Lien Hongyu in his arms, he immediately stepped forward and shouted, and at the same time looked at Evan vigilantly, for fear that he would do anything. But Evan naturally had no other action, fell beside Sha Wangwen, picked up his magic suit, and then handed Lien Hongyu to Sha Wangwen. Yeah, it's really convenient to stretch your muscles and bones. Thank you, Your Highness. Don't forget to thank her for me when she wakes up. Evan said to Sha Wangwen with a smile, then left and returned to his residence to prepare to rest, leaving Sha Wangwen standing there with gnashing teeth. In the hall, Sinbad, who had been watching the battle, frowned even more. Advertisement plural demon gods. Seeing Evan using the second magic suit, Sinbad realized that Evan's uncertainty has become stronger. And Sinbad also noticed that other decorations on Evan's body were also very unusual, and there might be other demons. During these 10 years, very few people possessed multiple demon gods. Many people stop going to the devil's labyrinth after they get a devil. It's not that they don't want more power, but fear. Even if they have a demon, they can't be 100% successful. Even if they had a demon, they couldn't make it. Having a demon has given them all their money, power, fame and wealth, and many of them would rather keep their lives if they could get it. Except for those who are full of exploratory spirits like Sinbad, or those who are so proud that they don't even care about the devil, it is difficult for others to have a second devil. Sinbad thought that he and Lien Hongyan were the only ones in this world with plural demon gods, but to his surprise, another one appeared today. Shin. This guy can already trouble you, can we? Jafar, who had been watching the battle with Sinbad, wiped his neck with his hand, and the meaning was obvious. But Sinbad shook his head. No, as you can see just now, even without using the magic suit, he has enough strength to fight against him with his own strength, and it is very dangerous to attack rashly. Sinbad knew that Jafar was very lethal, but judging from the kind of strength Evan showed. Difficulty. Then what should we do? Just let him go. Or, let him leave Cinderia. Mouth Jafar thought of another idea, but Sinbad rejected it. No, this person has too little information, but he is very powerful. If we let him go, it will be even more troublesome if he joins some forces. Sinbad has big plans, and it would be very risky to shut Evan out. Now, let's stabilize him first and find something he can do as a way to repay the palace. Alibaba and Aladdin will be back soon too, so everything will go according to plan after that. Sinbad hesitated, but finally decided to wait and see what happened next. Yes, my king. Jafar bowed his head in response, thinking about Evan's question. After Sinbad and Jafar finished talking, Jafar went to Evan, ready to give Evan some work. For flowers. 0, Mr. Chi, since you still owe money and can't pay it back, I, the king, have graciously decided to let you repay the work. Here are some power of attorney, you can take a look and choose one. 99. Advertisement. Jafar took out some parchments and placed them in front of Evan. Power of attorney? This. I don't owe money after I make one? Evan said, taking the commission casually. How is this possible? You can't pay all these commissions after you finish them. I just counted your energy today, so it's better to settle them one by one. Jafar answered blankly. 66. Evan was at a loss, didn't say anything more, immediately opened the parchment in his hand and prepare the materials for the banquet. You need to find 2 sea beasts of more than 10 meters as materials, preferably sea dragons. 0. This is an order for ingredients, and it is necessary to hunt sea beasts. Cinderia is surrounded by sea, and there are still quite a few sea beasts, but there are relatively few ferocious sea beasts. After all, there is an 8-admiral army that can control the monsters. What the hell is this place? Evan asked, glancing at the power of attorney. It's up to Mr. Chi to find it himself, we don't know, but Mr. Chi, you have already accepted this commission, and the celebration is about to begin. Please be sure to complete the commission before the celebration, otherwise. Otherwise what? Otherwise, not only will they not be paid, but they will have to be compensated, and the debt will increase. Jafar took the rest of the parchment, a naive smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and turned to leave. Evan stood in his seat, looking at the poor power of attorney in his hand, a little overwhelmed. From the beginning, Evan didn't want to have a conflict with Sinbad, otherwise he would have run away, and there is no need for it now. Those 3 princesses. Ah no, soon Ali Baba and Aladdin are back. Now Evan doesn't know that practicing the white dragon has got Mograt, but at least Ali Baba is with one of the magical metal weapons god. When the time comes, with Ali Baba's current strength, he can basically perform another task. Practicing the white dragon well is also a prerequisite for the pursuit of the qualification to become a pet of the Huang Empire Prince universe. Considering these 2 goals, Evan did not want to leave Cinderia early. Since he didn't want to leave, he had to complete this commission anyway. Good thing Evan just got some good props to use. Compass, I think it's time for your show. Evan took out a bowl-sized compass, opened the transparent crystal lid and then turned the pointer. 10, Chapter 431. Little Dragon Girl. An instructive compass. A compass with magical powers. Turn the pointer, think about what you are looking for, and the pointer will point you in the right direction. 3 times a day. This compass was a reward from the previous main quest, and it looks pretty good, at least it should be useful when you lose things and find someone in the future. No, the entrustment of the Sea Dragon quest was used. Nan. Let's go look for it. The pointer stopped and pointed to the south of the world. Evan closed the compass, put the parchment of the power of attorney, and flew away from Cinderia without saying hello to anyone. Evan's departure could not be concealed from Schindler, and Jafar returned to continue his orders, bowing his head. It may take a long time to find a prey like the sea dragon, and it will take a lot of trouble to find it. What should we do next, Shin? Jafar is not worried that Evan will just slip away like the Archmage of Cinderia. He has a pair of discerning eyes. He can see that Evan has a specific purpose in staying in Cinderia. 490. Before his purpose is fulfilled, should not leave easily. You're doing well, Jafar. Next, I'll find a chance to talk to him. Sinbad nodded, his eyes getting deeper and deeper. Evan flew straight to the sea, maintaining a southward course. Kitty was not summoned, because Kitty's aura was too strong, and Evan was worried that his prey would not dare to appear. Speaking of which, there is another reward in the previous main quest, which is a cultivation technique called spiritualism. Necromancy from Luo Xiaoheji. All things have spirits, and people also have spirits. People themselves have spirituality. Through directional practice, they can master spirituality, and those who practice well can discover their own spiritual space. This is a kind of exercise that can guide the human body's own strength, open the way of cultivation, and discover a certain ability. It is called spiritual space. Evan took it, looked at the effect, and suddenly became curious. In Luo Xiaohe's world, people with cultivation level have their own spiritual space, big or small, with different abilities. Reiki space is the source of power for these practitioners and is closely related to life. If there is no aura space, it means that the practitioner's life is short. There are two types of aura space. One can expand various abilities, fire, ice, water and other strange abilities, which are the most common. The other is space aura, which is very powerful. Space ability and aura space are one. If the ability is taken away, it also means that the aura space is taken away. Unlike other abilities, even if the ability is taken away, the aura space will not be lost too much. Although very interested in this incantation, Evan has yet to learn it. Because there is no time. At night, Evan is also standing guard. After completing the commission this time, Evan plans to practice spiritualism to see how his innate abilities are. Advertisement, long flight, check the directions again. After flying for a while, Evan stopped in midair. Evan tilted his head, thinking the compass was broken, but the next moment, he found out. Roar. A huge sea dragon suddenly appeared from the ocean beneath Evan's feet. With a huge mouth, it's got Evan in its mouth, opened. The dragon swallowed Evan in its mouth, but the next moment, lightning came in and out of the dragon's mouth. The giant sea dragon was electrocuted before it fell back to the surface. Boom. Evan bit off the sea dragon's teeth and jumped out. His whole body was covered with golden light. He looked at the sea dragon floating on the sea with a shameful expression on his face. And right now, clap, clap, clap. The blue dorsal fin separated from the sea surface and swam quickly. At this time, the sea dragon was like a human being. In the blink of an eye, Evan found himself surrounded by more than a dozen sea dragons of the same species. Each of them is much bigger than the Tyrannosaurus leader, and they can use magic. Roar. A torrent emerges from the dragon's jaws, spiraling up in Evan's direction. And Evan's moonwalk sped up. He dodged the attack, and then... cut. 1,000 blades appeared in the scabbard. Numerous broken blades unfolded to form a slender blade. Circle after circle of slashing. All sea dragons were cut in half from their necks. Their heads followed a scream fell to the sea. Humph. An unprecedented crop. So much should be enough. It's too much. I'm going to cramp today too. After packing up the sea dragons, it's time to go back. Evan can't hold so many sea dragons. He can't lift them into the air to fly and transport them. He can only drag them on the sea, leaving a long bloodline along the way, attracting the many other sea beasts. Come out, big. Get these sea monsters away. After passing a few little sea beasts that shredded the corpse of the sea dragon, Evan frowned and let the big eagle go, and then... Beagle Eagle. This deity, an invisible aura erupted from Beatty. It enveloped the entire surrounding sea. Under the influence of the halo, all the sea beasts attracted by it rolled their eyes and threw them into the sea. Direction and range are controllable, so this is the easiest way to deal with these simple-minded sea beasts. Advertisement accompanied by the beagle. The sea beasts didn't come any closer. Evan dragged the sea dragon's body all the way to the port of Syndria, and would soon be able to return. Syndria is an island country. If an island country wants to develop, it must need a port. There are several huge ports in Syndria, where there's a lot of trade every day. At this time, a huge sailboat was docked at the port. Knowing that the ship was docked, even Sinbad brought a group of people to greet him, and even Hongyu and Sha Wangwen also came. Soon, a plank connecting the land to the sailboat sticks out from the boat, and Aladdin is the first to come down. He stands up on the deck. Through the crowd, he threw himself into Jamli's arms and rubbed him hard. Stop it, Aladdin. You be ******. Ali Baba ran off the boat with an envious look on his face, holding Aladdin's waist in both hands, and stepped aside. Lien Bailong and Morgana slowly followed. Nice to see you again, King of Cinderia. 27 Lien Bailong folded his hands together and greeted Sinbad. His diamond left hand shone in the sunlight, dazzling everyone. Welcome back, Your Highness the White Dragon, as well as Ali Baba, Aladdin, and Morgana. It seems that you have completed your raid on the labyrinth, which is great. Sinbad walked up to greet everyone with a smile, and Ali Baba noticed that the curse mark on Sinbad's face had disappeared. Uncle Sinbad, there's a sick man on board. Please help Sister Yam take care of him and us. Come back when you go. 19. Ali Baba shouted to Aladdin, who understood, pulled off his turban, turned into a flying carpet, and flew with Ali Baba. Oh no! Sea creatures are here. Run! Ali Baba pulled away Aladdin with difficulty, then looked at Sinbad's clean face in surprise. Look, what is this? The people working in the port found Evan back, but 1.0 didn't notice Evan flying in the air. They saw the corpse of the sea dragon curled up in a ball. Oh, and Ali Baba saw this scene and thought that the sea monster was coming, so... The corpses of sea dragons are entangled in the waves, and if you don't pay attention, you will think a group of living sea dragons is coming towards them. And Sinbad was about to explain, but at this time. Sinbad, sir, we will handle this crisis. Looking forward to our good news. Mr. Sinbad, your curse? Aladdin, thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In an instant, there was chaos in the port, and ordinary people ran from everywhere. Immediately after, Aladdin shouted and activated the flying carpet. He immediately walked towards the sea to meet them. Ali Baba smiled and said to Sinbad, Chapter 432 Ali Baba and Aladdin. Evan was flying and saw Syndria in sight. Ali Baba and Aladdin flew over. What? What? When they approached, Ali Baba only saw that the corpses of several sea dragons were still being dragged by a man who could fly in the air without the aid of props, just like a flying carpet. Ali Baba and Aladdin. Why are you back? Looking at Ali Baba and Aladdin, Evan asked very confidently. Huh? Big brother. You know what? You know us? Aladdin asked. He was lying on his back on the magic carpet, looking cute, and if he didn't know that Aladdin was a gay child, it was easy to have other ideas. Of course, Evan doesn't think about savage things. Evan only glanced at Aladdin's wrapping paper, then suppressed the urge to tear it open and took a look and smiled. Oh, Sinbad and I are good friends, and I live in Cinderia now, because some people say that there is a banquet, and these sea dragons are the ingredients for my banquet, and this big bird is my friend. 99. Should. The bee-eagle flew past Alibaba, and the 24 airflow raised almost made them both fall over. So that's how it is. The big brother is so strong. He can defeat so many sea beasts by himself. He can also fly in the air, and the big brother is also a wizard. Aladdin looked at Evan, a rare magician, his eyes lit up. Haha, it's okay. These sea dragons are not difficult. As for being a magician, it's really not. I don't know how to use magic yet. Evan didn't lie, although Evan's magic power is very strong, but he doesn't actually have any magic to use, and the great magic of the devil does not count. Hey, that's it. What a shame. Hearing that Evan is not a magician, Aladdin was a little puzzled. It's not a pity, Aladdin. Although I don't know magic yet, I actually want to learn magic. When I have time in the future, I will visit Magno Tanderside, hoping to learn some magic. Evan said this with a smile, the idea of going to learn magic flashing across his mind. Magic in this world is a way of giving orders to Rufus, and then forming the manifestations of various phenomena. There are a lot of magic, although after leaving this world, its power will be greatly reduced because Rufus is not there, but magic is still here, and can perform many incredible operations. If I could, Evan would like to study it and learn something good and useful. Magnosiasta, Sister Yam also said that name. Advertisement. Aladdin doesn't seem to know what Magnesius is. Okay, stop gossip, go back, I have to give these sea dragons to Jafar. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Evan pulled the sea dragon and flew to the port again. Aladdin sat on the magic carpet and followed him, while Ali Baba looked at the corpse of the sea dragon, lost in thought. These sea dragons, except for the one with the broken head, they were all decapitated by one blow. The wounds were so naked and neat that it seemed to be cut off by one blow. The man with 2 swords on his back, could it be? This person is actually a very strong swordsman. Recently, Ali Baba has been practicing swordsmanship with Garuka, one of the 8 admirals, and his swordsmanship has improved a lot. But now, seeing Hailong's wound, Ali Baba asks if it can be done. Soon, Evan came to the port. When Evan got close enough, those with good eyesight realized that this was not the approaching sea beast, and the people of the port came out from all over again, looking at the many sea dragon carcasses in amazement. Get up! Evan put the dragon's scroll in his hand and squeezed it tightly with his left hand. For the first time, the spirit orb bracers activated the power boosting function. A faint halo of thunder and lightning enveloped Evan's left hand. Then, boom! Many corpses of giant sea dragons were pulled from the sea by Evan. Like a hill, they fell on the harbor platform. Woo! Where are they all? Jafar, enough of these sea dragons. Evan fell to the ground, and Bigger stirred up a violent wind that also fell behind Evan. Bigger was much taller than Evan, and he stared around with sharp eyes like needles. Almost everyone is a little uncomfortable with Bigger's sharp eyes, except. Wow! What a beautiful bird! Behind Sinbad, one of the 8 Admiral Corps, the youngest daughter of the Queen of LT Village, Pisti, who has the ability to control beasts, looks at Bigger excitedly. Beehawk. QQ. What is this? Beehawk trembled when he saw Pisti, and he suddenly felt very weak. At this time, Aladdin and Alibaba also landed, and quickly approached Bailong and Morgana. Jafar looked at the pile of sea dragons in front of him, raised the corners of his eyes, looked at Sinbad, then sighed and stepped forward. Mr. Chi, this is a natural thing. You did a good job on this errand. I will arrange for someone to dispose of these sea beasts and take them away. In addition to the errand's money, it will also be counted as coins. Please rest assured. As soon as Jafar's voice fell, several soldiers began to pick up the sea dragon's body. Offset with banknotes? Does brother have any debts? Advertisement. Aladdin asked curiously. Cough cough cough, it's nothing, it's all little things, don't ask too much. Evan coughed and turned his attention to the subject. At this time, Sinbad, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. With so many ingredients, it looks like this feast might be a good party. Aladdin, Ali Baba, White Dragon, Morgana, get ready. Tonight we will have a feast to celebrate our defeat of the advancing enemy, also to commemorate your move into the labyrinth. Sinbad said very solemnly that a major feature of Cinderia is the festival party, which is a thorough celebration of the country. Tonight, there will be no drinking, yes, there will be good food. Feast. Wow, there must be a lot of beautiful big sisters here. You 493 little b asterisk 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 d. That's all you think about. Didn't Alibaba want to see the beautiful big sister? That's, I do, that's it, isn't it? Haha, together, 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 White Dragon. Front, man. Cinderia is destined to be a sleepless night, and the whole country is enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Food, wine, song and dance and performances are everywhere. Sinbad raised a glass and drank with his subjects, and was greeted by waves of cheers. Evan sat alone in a corner, eating various dishes of sea dragon meat and drinking sweet wine. Although relaxed, Evan continued to monitor his surroundings and noticed that Sinbad and Aladdin chatted for a while before he started flirting with Ruby. This 30-year-old man flirts with this teenage girl and does a boozy job, and Evan expresses envy. Well, judgment. Meanwhile, after talking to Sinbad, Aladdin was silent for a while, then left with the food. This time Aladdin and the others brought back the undead Queen Donia, but she was seriously injured and is now resting in the palace. Jamleka also checked on Donia, and her condition was so bad that Jamleka said there was nothing she could do. Evan hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed her with a glass of wine. Chapter 433 Sword Fight with Alibaba. Donia, her full name is Donia Mustasim. She had just attacked Alibaba's team in the labyrinth and was later rescued by Aladdin. Civil unrest broke out in Mustasim's kingdom. The king was killed and members of the royal family were slaughtered. In fact, the civil strife in the kingdom of Mustasim was orchestrated by the current abbot of Magnoside, who instigated a rift among the nobles of the kingdom, then killed each other, weakened the kingdom, and finally forced the mages to annex the entire kingdom, turn it into the magic mecca it is now, Magnicid. By this time, Donia was dead, but still conscious. She is grateful to Aladdin, who retaliates with virtue, but hates Yamler, who was born in Magnosides, and Sinbad, by the way. Donia also knew that she had few days left, and although there were many regrets in her heart, she did make most of them disappear. Mr. Donia, there will be a lot of celebrations outside today. I brought a lot of goodies, let's try them together. Aladdin walked into the room with a plate full of food, and inside the room was a large bed on which lay the immobile Donia. Aladdin, I also heard voices outside, why don't you go and play with everyone? I don't mind. Donia had already heard the celebratory sound outside the window. She turned her head to look at Aladdin who was approaching. Her usual sister-like smile appeared on her face. It's okay, I also want to be with Sister Donia, come and try these foods, I'll help you. Aladdin sat on the edge of the bed, put the tray away, and gently spread the food to Donia's mouth. Donia opened his mouth cautiously, ate the food, smiled back, and turned to Aladdin. Thank you, Aladdin, this is delicious. Haha, yes, that's right, then eat more, sister. If you can't get enough, I'll buy some more. Aladdin spoke gleefully and exaggeratedly, which caused Donia to laugh. Cough cough cough. Seemingly laughing too hard, Donia coughed, and Aladdin immediately became a little worried and agitated. Well, don't do it, Aladdin. I know what's wrong with me, it's alright, 97. Since Donia knew that she would not live long, she used too much power of dark metal weapons, and finally the dark demon possessed her, sucked most of her life, traumatized her soul, anyone can't go back. Aladdin became a little melancholy after listening to Dunia's words, fell silent for a while, and lowered his head. Advertisement and Dunia smiled and didn't speak again. The conversation between Aladdin and Dunia was overheard by Evan in the middle of the corridor outside. He was leaning against the railing in the hallway, drinking, and his eyes were open, so all the surrounding sounds reached Evan's ears. Donia's injury is something that even Nishinomiya cannot heal. It involves the destruction of the soul and magic, and neither Nishinomiya nor Zions can help. Evan came to see how the poor princess was, and was a little sorry to hear that she was about to die. And just when Evan sighed slightly, Alibaba entered Evan's line of sight alone. It looks like Alibaba is looking for Aladdin, but since it's not, it's time to pick a day to flesh out the main quest. Alibaba, here. Walking out of the corridor, Evan stopped Alibaba in the empty passage. What, Mr. Chi? What are you doing here? Did you see Aladdin? Alibaba asked, slightly surprised by Evan's presence, as he approached and spoke. Oh, Aladdin seems to be playing with some big sister up there. You might want to make them quiet now. Evan said this sentence with a smile, and as soon as he finished speaking, Alibaba showed all kinds of expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. 18e. Ah, Evan suddenly blocked Alibaba's way, which surprised Alibaba a little. What's the matter with you, Mr. Chi? Alibaba, I heard that you are also a master swordsman and a wielder of demon metal weapons, so you must be very strong. How about it? Are you interested in competing with me? 99. Evan proposed to discuss. Alibaba was stunned for a moment, and then Kaido was excited. Swordmaster or something, that's too exaggerated. I still have a lot to learn. A fight match will be. Yes, Mr. Chi. I've been wanting to see what you can do. Mouth Alibaba saw a sea dragon whose head had been beheaded, and the wound told Alibaba that Evan was also a master swordsman. His name was Evan. Great, then he's here. 19 Advertisement. Evan pulled out his impulsive knife and walked to the middle of the aisle. And Alibaba also drew his universal dagger, put his left hand behind his back, and stood sideways beside Evan. With this gesture, it looks like we're going to see some so-called court swordsmen today. 19. Evan knows that Alibaba's swordsmanship is also universal and has a long history, so relying on his swordsmanship alone cannot be careless. My swordsmanship is called Tokyo Asuka style. Evan grabbed the hilt of the pulse tachi with both hands, and took the initial posture of the Tokyo bird swallow dragon. 66. Bang dang. With swordsmanship alone, Evan is no match for Alibaba at all. How can he say that he has been practicing for more than 10 years since he was a child, and then look at Evan? Evan stepped back just in time to avoid Alibaba's blow. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Alibaba was quick-witted and blocked the attack of the axe rain with the side of the dagger. Then the blade slashed towards Evan's neck along the blade of the pulsed sword. On the other hand, the more Alibaba attacks, the more he wants to know. Nong. Speaking of swordsmanship, Evan doesn't plan to use other abilities. He uses swordsmanship. A sharp axe rain flashed, and it started instantly. A cold light flashed on the sword and inserted into Ali Baba's head. Ali Baba hesitated, but the attack in his hands continued, but with increasing power. Evan's ability to persist for a period of time without being breached has already shown that Evan's swordsmanship is not bad. He finally managed to defend himself, and started to use the Shiyu Zhang Yanlu's guarding method that he had not used for a long time. Only then did he realize that he was dreaming. What's the matter? I feel. Master Chi's swordsmanship is not very good, is he? But Alibaba has already started his attack. And is not going to stop. Ha ha ha. Half a year. Good name. Then Mr. Chi, we only fight with knives. Please pay attention, here I come. Ali Baba began to jump up and down, also jumping from side to side like a boxer, and started approaching Evan. Evan found himself in a passive state for a while, dodging the attack with difficulty, and kept stepping back. Ali Baba made a one-handed attack in a short period of time. The attack was fierce, aimed at Evan's chest, neck, head, hit, advantages, but in the hands of Alibaba shows amazing attack power and overwhelming power. Chapter 434 Victory. To be honest, Evan originally asked Alibaba to compete with him purely to bully people, but now it seems he was bullied instead. Evan used only his swordsmanship, only one punch, and then was suppressed by Alibaba. Fortunately, Shiwu Feiyanlu also has some defensive methods, which are moves that match the opponent's attack rhythm and can avoid the opponent's attack. This is very simple. This is a trick Evan has only used once, but he didn't use it once because he didn't have the chance to do it. All his opponent's attacks were repelled by the golden light and armor-colored spells. But now he can't use other abilities, so Evan has to use this trick. He was very incompetent at first, and he was pressured by Alibaba. But Evan kept dodging, making him more proficient with the sword, and he's making great progress. The fastest way to learn is to fight. As Alibaba speeds up his attacks, he finds that Evan's dodging moves become more and more round and begin to flow effortlessly like a cloud. And gradually Alibaba feels his attacks more and more effortlessly. Gradually, Alibaba felt that his attack was getting harder and harder. Eventually, sweat appeared on Alibaba's forehead, and his physical strength increased, so his movements began to slow down. At this time, Alibaba's forehead appeared. Sweat appeared. And at the moment when Alibaba's movements noticeably slowed down. Clang! Evan blocked Alibaba's frontal attack with a knife. He used his own strength to overcome Alibaba's blade. The distance between the two sides 493 was getting closer and closer. Then. Plum rain. Wow! Under Alibaba's astonished gaze, Evan suddenly released the sword in his hand. With Evan's last force, Tai Chi spun half a circle around Alibaba's dagger. Then it was caught by Evan's left hand. Instantly, he hit Alibaba from the head down. Yeah! The sudden blow startled Alibaba. He turned his head and tried to dodge the attack, but some of his spiky hair was still cut from his head. Phew! I finally feel it. 99 Evan waved his Tai Chi with his left hand and looked at Alibaba with a smile. Alibaba touched his damaged hair, and a sense of disobedience rose in his heart. Did Mr. Chi check me just now? Humph! It seems that I was really underestimated. Alibaba's heart surged with anger. He moved his feet and attacked Evan again. And Evan changed his impulsive Tai Chi grip. As Alibaba approached, he delivered a jab. Brush! Alibaba immediately dodged the attack. He thrust his sword into Evan's waist. Advertisement. But Evan's sword drew a circle in front of him. But Evan's sword of Tai drew a circle in front of him, blocking Alibaba's attack with a reverse twisting rain. Then, a kick from behind forced Alibaba rolled over and avoided the attack. Alibaba again found himself completely out of shape and dropped his left arm, and took a different stance. With a low voice, he attacked. Unlike the thrusts of the court sword, Alibaba's current swordsmanship is based on thrusts he learned from one of Sinbad's men, Garuka, one of the 8. When Alibaba attacked, a torrent of swords swept around Evan. Evan used 5 winds and 10 rains to beat Alibaba. Evan used 5 winds and 10 rains to match Alibaba's attack rhythm, dodging all his blows. After several rounds of refighting, Alibaba was out of control while Evan was calm. What? Not enough physical strength? Evan did not rush to attack, but asked. Still, it's still early. Alibaba did not want to show weakness, gritted his teeth, and prepared to attack again. But Evan raised his hand to stop him and shook his head. Use your magic suit or you won't be able to prove yourself in today's battle. 3. Evan told Alibaba to use his magic suit to increase Alibaba's fighting power. Is this okay? Alibaba hesitated for a moment, and looked at the magic circle on the short sword. Of course, the same. I will also use another power. Evan switched to his right hand and used the sword to pose. A black torrent of yin lei gushed out from his body. The yin lei hovered over the sword body. Of course, the yin lei matches the Dongyi Kangyang stream better. What power is that? But, as you wish, Amen. Alibaba held his shuriken before him. The flames engulfed the shuriken. The original shuriken turned black in flames. The length increased, and Ali Baba's hand holding the knife was also refuted by the black and red striped Madara. Seba. A magical costume. Currently, Ali Baba has not been able to complete a full-body magic costume. Ali Baba, who can only change weapons, is too weak for someone who can create a complete set. Even Evan doesn't need a full magic suit to intimidate Ali Baba. Yin Wu Lifa plus Shi Yu Zhang Yanlu's swordsmanship. This is Ali Baba. Okay. Round 2. Let's start. The corner of Evan's mouth showed a smile. The shadowy thunder shrouded in the sword instantly turned into a streak. Then, a pillar of boundless thunder. Boom. The black thunder column erupted outwards. Advertisement. Ali Baba blocked the attack with his sword, although he was pulled back some distance by Lei Zhu, but he was not injured. Evan also found that when a pale thunder column is paired with a cloudy thunder, whenever he encounters a person with good weapons like Ali Baba or Lian Hongyu, it will not achieve the desired effect, and the attack will be blocked by the weapon. After all, the pale thunder column is straight and can be easily blocked or avoided. 10. Pale thunder also has the advantage of pale thunder. Lucky. The blocked thunders splashed in all directions and some hit Ali Baba. The yin thunder devoured the bones. As soon as it touched Ali Baba, it frantically absorbed the heat and energy of Ali Baba's body. Feeling that something was wrong, Ali Baba's body burst into flames. His body was burned to ashes. He did not hesitate to spend a lot of magical energy to release the dark thunder in his body. Then, what a trick! Bloody hell, we can't go on like this. This magic won't last long. Ali Baba knew he couldn't wait any longer. He had to act quickly. The knife in Amon's hand burst into flames. Ali Baba shouted and rushed towards Evan. Although Evan also felt that Ali Baba was a little confused, he didn't say much. Buzz. Evan drew his impulsive sword and smiled at Ali Baba. What kind of hero is he if he can't get through such a small setback, or even something that can be considered a setback? Good job. Attack, axe rain, from the other side. His opponent didn't even have the eyes to rely on, and he defeated some of him in magical costumes only by the power of swordsmanship, which made Ali Baba's self-esteem a little hurt. Evan didn't give up. His impulse was too big to roll a lot of dark thunder and collided with Ali Baba. Boom. But the truth is, I lost. Ali Baba believes that although he is not a full-body magic suit, he has enough magnification power. He will definitely win this battle. The pulsating sword twitched and stopped at Ali Baba's throat, and the black thunder swirled around the blade, exuding cold air. Accepted. Ali Baba is a little ashamed. Ali Baba, who has just raided the maze, is actually a little proud and has some confidence in his own abilities, but now. The battle between the flaming sword and the thundering blade. Ali Baba felt a powerful force pouring into his hand. Then Amon's sword broke from Ali Baba's hand. It fell to the ground with the flame, and instantly became an ordinary short sword. But, Chapter 435 summons the spirit. The space for spiritual substances is opened. Comfortable. It's been a long time since I worked so hard. When was the last time I worked so hard? Stretching, Evan said with a relieved expression on his face, then raised his hand to form a suction, sucked the dagger that fell on the ground into Ali Baba's hand, and handed it to Ali Baba. I'm very happy, thank you, Ali Baba. In return, I can talk to you about making magic full bodysuits. You're going to fight now. Ali Baba also gave Eamon a long time. No one taught him at first. Later, he didn't have enough magic power to complete the magic suit. When the magic power was enough, some retreats appeared in the body. Master Chi taught me to make a full-body magic suit. Could that be the case? Mr. Chi is also the master of the devil metal weapon? Ali Baba took the dagger in surprise and looked at Evan with rather suspicious eyes. Then Evan showed Ali Baba the Lingzu wristband on his left hand. Evan is the owner of the demon metal utensils, the identity. Okay, Mr. Chi, you too, great. I'm still worried about the magic outfit. Naturally, if Mr. Chi can teach me, it will be even better. Ali Baba puts aside his previous disappointment and is ecstatic. Knowing that Evan is also the master of the metal weapon of the god of magic, Ali Baba feels that he has lost the wrong. Okay, but forget it today. The holiday is not over yet. Let's have fun with the rest of the time. You did a good job in the maze raid, and go to the seaside in the south tomorrow morning. It's relatively empty and less crowded. Just right can be trained. It was already dark by this time, and Evan didn't want to teach Ali Baba to turn so late. Tomorrow morning? Yes, Master Chi, I'll be waiting for you on the beach. Ali Baba agreed, and his heart was full of expectations. Although Ali Baba is still learning swordsmanship with Garuka, but Garuka is just an addicted coon and cannot transform into a magic outfit. This experience is best taught by a real magic god spellcaster. Then it's settled. If you can bring Bai along tomorrow morning. He has just obtained the demon god. If you want to teach him, you can teach him together. Evan has the idea of training the white dragon, one task, and one more task, he is still one more short. White dragon? That's great, I'll tell him. I don't know if he'll come. Ali Baba is not sure if the white dragon will come, so he can only explain first. It's okay, it's the same whether you come or not. See you tomorrow. I've been dragged for so long today. I think I should have a good night's sleep. Goodbye. Advertisement. Evan smiled, patted Ali Baba on the shoulder, and walked into the corridor. Ali Baba put the dagger back behind his belt and watched Evan walk away. After Evan left, Ali Baba remembered that he was here to find Aladdin. What? That boy Aladdin. Thinking of Aladdin still lying in the arms of his big sister, Ali Baba's expression distorted, he roared angrily, and ran towards where Aladdin was. Returning to his residence, Evan did not just rest as he said, but sat on the bed and began to practice the technique of turning his soul. This is the same as developing the summoning ability. Although human beings are inferior to demons and ghosts in innate ability, they have an advantage in acquired learning. This set of exercises comes from Luo Xiaohei's world, where there are many monsters and powerful monsters, but the strongest people in the world are human beings. Ordinary people without any talent can practice cultivation, but the final achievement cannot be guaranteed. Most practitioners rely on their own attributes, such as fire, water, etc. These are the most common spiritual attributes. They are called Yuling, which is responsible for the various attributes of spirituality. Others have special attributes, are divided into many categories, have different effects, and have a wide variety. Evan doesn't know what his attributes are. At this time, he is still a novice, and he uses spiritism to mobilize the potential spirituality in his body. After a long time, Evan still maintains this posture. It seems that nothing has changed, but a lot of sky blue aura has flowed out in Evan's body. This is Evan's spirit. The human body is spiritual, and the spirit-inducing technique leads out the spiritual substances in the human body, opening up the spiritual material space, so that he can then absorb the spiritual substances from the outside world to strengthen his spiritual substances. For Flowers 0 now, Evan has extracted his own spiritual substances, and is absorbing more and more spiritual substances. These auras gradually gathered on Evan's chest, eventually forming a blue light spot. It was far away across from the sea of Pluton Chi in the lower Dantian. Buzz. Advertisement. Evan felt as though he heard the sound of something opening, and his consciousness entered a space full of lightning. Thunder and lightning? Is this my spiritual quality? Thunderbolt is a relatively strong attribute in the Yuling family, but Evan is a little bit overwhelmed. He has already mastered the lightning magic, and the electricity system also has LV4. What the hell is another lightning attribute? Although he thought so, but after opening the spiritual space, he still needs to stabilize the spiritual space, which requires absorbing the spirit of the outside world to supplement himself, but Evan tried it, and found that the world seemed to. No Reiki, no Reiki. The world was created by Solomon, only the rules created by Solomon, and Solomon knew nothing about Reiki. What if there is no halo? Evan racked his brains, but then thought, there's still time to duel with Pluton Chi High. Convert. The power of the Sea of Chi is being transformed into spiritual substances. He began to supply spiritual space. Rolls of pure spiritual power were quickly absorbed into the spiritual power space, and the newly expanded spiritual power space began to expand from the inside. However, simply releasing and not putting in is impossible. Evan began to meditate on the Ishan two-purpose ground, and one by one, the Evans gathered together, and sent their magic power into the Sea of Chi and transformed it into the power of the Sea of Chi. That's it. The magic outside. The Sea of Air. The spiritual space is connected. The huge energy helps Evan to open and stabilize the spiritual space. The initial small space has been strengthened and expanded, and the power of thunder and lightning in it begins to increase rapidly until it reaches a certain peak. Boom. There was a rumbling sound from Evan's body. Evan's body trembled. Then he wondered. The second aura space. The surface of the spiritual space begins to loom. 10. Chapter 436. The body of the white dragon. The emergence of the second aura space was something Evan did not expect. So he is the same as the protagonist Luo Xiaohei? Although Xiaohei's two auras are spatial, the aura of the protagonist is generally not strong. After the second space is opened, it wraps the first space like a film and grows together with the first space. After the second space appeared, a trace of clarity appeared in Evan's mind, and the attributes of the second aura space appeared in Evan's mind, and then, a trace of clarity appeared in Evan's mind. Seth. Evan winked and looked at his body reluctantly. Yeah, instantly, the space in front of Evan was completely still. Some Rufus who were still flying were stunned in the air, unable to move. Frozen. Unexpectedly, there is not only a second aura space, but also space attributes. If I make good use of this freezing ability, it may be a killer copper. 493. Evan's second aura space attribute is the space system, which is one of the rarest attributes. Each space attribute has its own uniqueness. For example, Luo Xiaohei's domain, teleportation, and infinite swallowing are all unique abilities. Space class ability is very strong, but not necessarily reflected in destructive power. Infinite devouring is directly gnawing away a piece of space. The power is amazing, but Xiaohei's teleportation has no attack power, and the power of the domain that was taken away is almost only invincible in the domain. The same can be said of Evan's freeze. He can freeze into a space and wrap everything in it in an instant. So far, he has only been able to wrap the entire space together, but with his proficiency, his controllability also becomes not low. The training at night gave Evan 2 more aura spaces, and with the strengthening, Evan's strength increased a lot. As for the lightning aura space, it is more of an auxiliary role for Evan. With it, Evan's lightning attack will become stronger and sharper in the future. Soon, the night passed, the sun rose from the east, and Evan got up and went to the agreed beach, waiting for the arrival of Ali Baba. However, it was clear that Ali Baba was so interested in the meeting that Evan thought he had arrived early, but to his surprise, Ali Baba was already waiting for him on the beach. Along with him are Bai Long, Aladdin and Morgana. Is everyone here? Why so early? Realizing that he was the last to arrive, Evan was slightly embarrassed. Mr. Chi. No, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep, so I came early, and the white dragon came too. Aladdin and Mohina also came to join in the fun. Advertisement Ali Baba hurriedly greeted them, while Lien Bailong walked behind, still holding the crescent knife in his right hand. Standing in front of Evan, his hands clenched into fists, his diamond weapon flickered slightly in Evan's eyes. Sir, I heard that you were going to teach us how to use the whole body magic, thank you very much. Bailong, who is practicing Qigong, is still very polite and etiquette to everyone. Well, just right, let's study together. Evan was very happy to see Lien Bailong also, so he walked over with a smile and began to explain to the two of them how to make a full body magic costume. If you want to have a full body magic suit, the most important thing is magic power. First of all, your magic power must be sufficient. If your magic power is not enough, it is completely impossible to have a full body magic suit. Evan opens Shikai release. After hearing this, Alibaba frowned slightly and said, so, did I fail to get a full body magic suit, or was it because my magic power wasn't enough? Alibaba glanced at the dagger at his waist, and the expression on his face became a little lost. However, at this moment, Evan shook his head. No, Alibaba, your magic power is quite sufficient. The reason why you can't complete the magic power suit is because there is another magic power in your body. One person has two kinds of magic power. In any case, it is impossible to complete the whole body's magic power. Magic suit, because it's not stable. Evan knew that the magic of his good friend Kazim still remained in Alibaba's body, which was also the main reason why Alibaba's whole body magic suit was destroyed. Two magic powers. How could it be? Alibaba was about to object, but immediately remembered something. The expression on his face became dazed, and he fell into silence. Then the white dragon should have no problem, and the magic power is sufficient. Even without my guidance, the magic outfit will be completed quickly, but there are still some details to tell you. Come, I will show you first. Ignoring Alibaba for the time being, Evan pulled out his pulsed sword, and the magic circle on the sword glowed. At this time, Evan realized that there were many small holes on his sword. In an instant, purple light engulfed Evan, his body tumbled in the air. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in magic. A new metal weapon? A new metal weapon? Alibaba noticed that Evan was not using a metal weapon on his wrist, and the expression on his face was a little surprised. When Evan completed his transformation, his clothes became black and white robes, and there was an extra vertical eye on his forehead. If he pulled out a trident with two knives, he could be a cosplayer. Advertisement. This is a full-body magic suit that communicates with the demon god, covers the whole body with magic power, makes the demon god's power stick to himself, and then transforms into a new state. Ah! Evan waved the dagger in his hand while explaining, and in an instant, several ferocious monsters jumped out of the air. These monsters were several meters long and roared into the sea. When Alibaba saw that Bailong had completed the magic outfit, the expression on his face became very depressed. He obviously took more time to get the magic outfit, but finally Bailong finished the magic outfit one step ahead of schedule. With Nian Beiyun's -1.0 shout, the sand under Nian Beiyun's feet spun rapidly to form a sandhole, covering the white dragon. Next moment, Evan got here and finally showed his fox's tail. After all, he was still on a mission. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, the moon sword in Lien Bailong's hand turned into a stone sledgehammer. He was wearing a heavy treasured armor. He wore a helmet with horns on his head. He looked like a heavy knight. After dispersing the magic outfit, Evan put the sword into the scabbard, and then motioned to Lien Bailong to give it a try. Using life force to stimulate the microorganisms in the air to quickly turn into monsters, and manipulate these monsters to attack, this is a rather strange and powerful ability. Rumble. After the full-level magic outfit, the magic power of the devil spreads all over the body. Before your magic power is exhausted, the power of the devil will always protect you, and your strength and speed will also be improved. Therefore, the full-level magic outfit is used as a metal magic god. The strongest state of the weapon owner. It's just right, Bailong, keep up the good work, come on, try it with me, let me see how strong you are now. 5. Evan looked at Lien Bailong with an approving expression on his face, and then, the quicksand has receded. The white dragon, who has completed the full magical costume, stands there gnashing his teeth. Thanking him with his fist, he began to concentrate on communicating with the devil. Bow of life. After years of practice, Morgus felt the call of the white dragon and unleashed his magic. He began to answer the call of the white dragon. He began to respond to the call of the white dragon. In his opinion, the call of the white dragon was very important. Wow, that's it, Morgus, the fiend of astronomy and nature. Take out your body. Give me strength. Chapter 437. The Plague of the World. This knife? Bailong was holding a sledgehammer. Since this was the first time he used a full set of magic suits, he was still very unskilled, and his magic power was consumed very quickly, so he could only struggle to maintain his current state. Bailong is now the softest persimmon in the world. Forget it, Bailong, come on, I don't need a magic suit, I won't fight too hard. Evan gestured to make Alibaba stand back a little so he wouldn't be affected by the ripples farther away. And Lien Bailong was at a loss. He was really worried that Evan would fall down with the hammer. But since Evan has said so, practicing Bailong also wants to test his current strength and Evan's depth. So he took a deep breath. He said, be careful, Then, he raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it at Evan. Boom. The hammer was powerful, but not fast enough to hit Evan, so Evan just jumped back and the first hammer hit the sand. But, boom. 12 Clearly there was soft sand below, but the hammer hit the shore like a stone. The sound was crisp and clear, with the release of a magical force. Next moment 24. Clap 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 clap. A series of thorns came in and out from the sand. Evan's body shone with golden light, reflecting them all, but his body had been pushed up by the thorns. Drink. As soon as Evan left the ground, the white dragon raised his hammer and swung it towards the left side of Evan's body, tried to take advantage of Evan's lack of strength in the air and knocked him down, but... Bang dang. Evan flew through the air and caught the hammer with his left hand. What? Nian Bailong felt as if he had hit the top of a big mountain. After making contact with Evan's palm, the sledgehammer could no longer move forward. In terms of strength, the Fenari, their fighting race, dared to say they were number 1, and no one dared to say they were number 2, but she wasn't sure she couldn't take down that hammer with one hand. At the moment when everyone showed surprise, Evan kicked the dragon in the chest. He sent the dragon into the sea. The heavily armored body fell in the waves. Advertisement pushing the dragon away. Evan stared silently at his left arm, which had turned black. The power of the Lingzhu wristband has increased, the spell of the golden light has also increased, and the armed hockey has also increased. These three forces converged on Evan's left hand, which was one of the reasons why Evan easily resisted the attack of the South White Dragon. Cough cough. So strong. He is strong without using a magic suit. In this case, check out this move, Combined Earth Strike. The White Dragon has realized the gap between himself and Evan. He knows he can't win this battle, so he uses the last magic power to unleash the magic of one of his magic suits. Combined Ground Punches. Boom. As Nian Bailong inserted the handle of the hammer into the ground, suddenly there was a loud rumbling sound. 2 stone hands came in and out from the ground on the left and right sides of Evan. These 2 palms, much larger than Evan's palms, quickly approached. These 2 palms are much bigger than Evan's palm. They're going to hit Evan's palm. Evan's palm was hit. Evan's first reaction was to fly to avoid his palms, but then a suction force suddenly erupted from the 2 rocky palms. Evan's palms were sucked. Missed the best time to dodge. Evan had to resist the attack. Evan raised his hands, aimed at his left and right palms. Yang Lei and Yin Lei came in and out of both palms at the same time. A black palm and a white palm. He smashed them into the stone palm. Boom. 4 palms of the same size collided in the air. A lot of stone chips were scattered, and the stone palm could not hold on for 3 seconds. The stone palm did not hold on for 3 seconds, and collapsed under the blows of Yin Lei and Yang Lei. From the crushing blow of the stone palm, Nian Bailong's face turned pale, and then his body returned to its original state in a flash. He bent his left leg, kneeling in the seawater, panting. I'm lost. Thank you, sir, for the advice, mouth. After a short breath, Nian Bailong stood up, pulled the crescent knife, and politely clenched his fists to express his gratitude. Evan was refreshed, waved his hand, and motioned Bailong not to worry, and then his thoughts had drifted to the task. The main quest, Blade of Demon God's Trial, is completed and rewards will be given. Award. Dan's Human Soul X1, Demon Stone Carving X2, Magic Gift Set. Poison X1. Released after completing the main quest. Plague of the World, Dangerous. In Magnositis, some people use Harufus to create dark fiends and dark metal weapons. Due to the existence of the host and the interference of Octamarin, a plague that should not have appeared is about to appear earlier. Go to Magnosita and destroy the plague that is about to be born. Advertisement. No time limit. After completing the task, you will be rewarded. Failure to do so will result in the host dying along with the rest of the world. Evan, who had been smiling before, suddenly became indifferent when he saw the new task, and he realized that something important was going to happen. One of the most dangerous moments in the Magic Flute's plot is, of course, the emergence of the dark medium as he begins to summon evil things. Noticing Sinbad, Evan didn't go through the front door anymore and flew straight up. Tell me, why are you so eager to see me? Have you saved enough money for compensation? How did you know? Who told you? Sinbad asked with a smile, returning to his desk, but Evan wasn't in the mood for a joke at the moment. Wash, Evan said this very bluntly, and Sinbad frowned, but did not show any surprise and disbelief. At first Sinbad thought that only a few people knew, but Evan suddenly brought it up at this time. Perhaps Evan's voice was a little loud, and Sinbad, who was still in the upstairs office, heard his words, walked to the balcony, saw Evan, and shouted. The time has changed, of course. The development of the plot will not necessarily be as dangerous as in the original. Evan now finally knows why the danger level of this world has been raised to dangerous. It really is. At that time, it was a few people who wielded the metal weapons of the demon god together, plus some other reasons, overcame the crisis and prevented the destruction of the world, but... Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sinbad, tell Sinbad for me. I want to see him. There is something important to say. Others may not know the nature of this world, but Sinbad has long known something about it. At this time, darkness falls, and a huge tentacle-like demonic monster appears in the sky. If it falls, the world will end, and it will be destroyed like the world before Solomon. What's the matter? Let him in. Evan did not continue to instruct Ali Baba and the White Dragon Practitioner, but after thinking for a while, he went to Sinbad. I came to you today because I really have something to say. Sinbad, you must have some idea of the nature of this world, right? The world recreated by Solomon. Chapter 438 Poison. Aside from the trivial things you told me, let's talk about it. Since you know the nature of this world, you must also understand how the original world was destroyed, and now, the people who destroyed the world are coming again. Evan briefly explains what a world-destroying plague is, and then tells Sinbad that Magnus Ted is conducting experiments that will soon create a dark environment that will cause a world-destroying plague. Hearing Evan's words, Sinbad looked at Evan, frowning nervously, not believing all of this, but he didn't mean to. And Evan also understands that Sinbad won't tell everything, but since Sinbad knows, he will investigate, and it's only a matter of time before he finds out the truth. So, make up your own mind. I know it's hard to get you to fully believe what I'm saying at first, but that's okay. I'll go to Magnosite after that and try to figure it out before then. Sinbad, you can try to contact the other leagues and let they're ready for a big fight. Evan's words stopped there, and after glancing at Sinbad, he came to a conclusion. Say goodbye to Ali Baba and the White Dragon for me, try not to let them out these days. After saying these words, Evan turned and flew away from the palace. In midair, he summoned the beagle, then flew over Magnoside for a while. Magnoside, already a world-renowned magical academy, has its headmaster, Mataru. Mogamed is almost a god in the hearts of most mages. This is a huge city, supported by magic, inhabited by hundreds of thousands of people. Ordinary people are forbidden to enter. Only the wizard or the relatives of the wizard can enter this magical city. It took 3 days to reach Magnus Ted, where he found a place to rest, put his sculpture in place, and had Sai build a sturdy wooden staff as tall as a man. Finding a large robe to cover the metal structure, Evan transformed himself into a mysterious wizard with a staff and a hood. He's going to use his wizarding status to infiltrate Magnusio Ted. Magnus Ted is not to be messed with. There are several large borders outside, and there are so many wizards and magic props that it is unrealistic for one person to break in and fight from beginning to end. In addition, there are only a few people who create a dark environment, and most of the other magicians don't know. If they are beaten for no reason, it will be too wrong. Advertisement. So, after thinking about it, Evan decided to find a way to enter Magnosity first, investigate, and wait for him to do it. On his way to the main city of Magnoside, bright day, and the air is clear. It's a rare, delightful setting, much better than the smell of England. A strange metal cube hangs from the curved tip of Evan's stick. This metal cube can not only talk, but smell. Poison. Don't talk too much, keep quiet, be your whiskey. Evan called out the name of the metal cube, Poison, which was the name of the cube. A magical ritual, Venom, is one of Evan's final quest rewards and is a very valuable and powerful treasure. Venom now comes in the form of a metal cube with a painted face on the front, a movable mouth, and odd patterns on several other faces. Like one of the legendary 7 weapons. These replicas are just replicas, but still super powerful. After all, any real replica, if removed, is in danger of extinction. The yard was automatically inherited when Evan got it, and it is now Evan's magical gift. What? Tell me to shut up. You must be kidding me, kid. I've been sleeping for so long, it's hard for me to wake up. I don't know how long. You must be kidding me. I'm so dizzy. As a magical ritual, Yard is actually afraid of shaking, because then he will get dizzy. After Yard's dizziness couldn't be more dizzy, and he couldn't utter a word, Evan hung his staff and quickly walked towards the main entrance of Magno Tanderside, preparing to pass the inspection to enter from the main entrance. There were still a few people standing at the door, all of them coming to register. Evan walked behind, watching these people pass the test. The test is actually a tall knight holding a magician like a big hammer. You can use magic to open the protective wall. If you survive the blow of the big hammer, you pass. If not, you are too new. No need to take a follow-up test. You are not even eligible to enter. Although he has a lot of magic power, it is all used to feed the demon gods. For the first time, he used magic power to create a protective wall. Advertisement. It was Evan's turn soon, and another mage was standing beside the knight. He helped Evan to register the information, and then made a gesture to let the knight open the route. What? The cavaliers wasted no time, grabbing the sledgehammer, and then the golden magic formed a semicircular barrier in front of Evan, perfectly repelling the attack. The mage who recorded all this was surprised, and then quickly recorded Evan's test information. High magic. High control. Very good magic. You passed the test, go sign up. The wizard made way for Evan. Evan nodded slightly, and then walked into the gate, officially entering this sacred magic hall. At this time, Evan realized that he was here. After the first test, there is another test of magic power. As long as wizards have magic power, they must be able to use magic with sufficient power, otherwise they will still fail. Although they're admitted, they will fall into the worst class. And Evan. He doesn't use magic either, but he can make lightning. His name is Evan. Evan put his hand into a magic ward prepared for the freshman to use magic, and then, his hand was in the ward. Unleashes, mono good, tons of magic in the process to cover his eyes and ears. Lightning in the palm of your hand. Boom. A lot of lightning came out of Evan's palm. There was an explosion at the top of the barrier. Cracks appeared in the solid barrier. The examiner and other students looked terrified. Enough. Level 1. Your level is level 1, farmer? Magno Tanderside's cadets are graded from 1 to 6, with 6 being the lowest and 1 being the highest, and Evan's performance certainly earned him first place. Becoming a first-level mage can give him a lot of good benefits. Evan is here to investigate, but doesn't intend to stay in the shadows. Getting first level with the most power will also make Evan's investigation easier. Once his ranking was determined, Evan was assigned to a better class. The first day of study has not gained much, but from the second day, it is time to start to learn the formal knowledge of magic. Chapter 439. Tiza's Lil Temper. After being admitted, the magic tutor gave Evan a dormitory number and key, and asked Evan to find accommodation by himself. Evan took the house number, searched all the rooms, and finally found his dormitory in the dormitory area of the seniors. He just wanted to use the key to open the dormitory, but as soon as Evan inserted the key, the door opened from the inside. Only then did he realize that his dormitory had been opened. Hey, lucky man, you're finally here. You're finally here. Come on, come and meet your future leader, Titus, Lord Akis. The door opened. As soon as it opened, 2 tall, burly wizards jumped out of the door, said arrogantly to Evan. Alas! What an ugly fellow, go away, you hurt my master's eyesight. Yard was already awake at this time, holding his wand, and seeing the 2 wizards, he immediately began to speak ill. Alas! What is this? Magical props like the goby, how rude, how dare you insult us? Unforgivable, it seems that it is impossible not to teach you a lesson. The expressions on the faces of the 2 mages became angry as they struggled to separate their wands from their bodies, ready to unleash their magic, but... Get out of here! Get out of here! Wush! Evan stepped forward, quickly grabbed a man's clothes twice, and pushed him away. 497. X2. Both screamed in pain as they flew across the corridor, hit the wall at the end, and landed unconscious. Oh, damn it. Do you have so much strength and height when you go to the clock tower for class? Poison asked, looking staggeringly at Evan, but Evan ignored him and walked straight into the room. The room is very large, with bookcases, desks, wardrobes, a double bed, and a separate dressing room all in 2 pieces. Magnus Suicide's dormitory consists of 2 rooms. When Evan entered the room, there was already someone inside, a blonde boy who looked about the size of Ali Baba, half lying on the bed, reading a book. Who this person was, Evan already knew. The 2 people at the door had just called out their names. Titus. Archis. From the Rem Empire. His true identity is Magl of the Rem Empire, an artificial human created by Shazad. He looked 15 or 16 years old, but was actually only 2 years old, possessing Shazad's magical knowledge and enormous magical power, is one of the strongest. Advertisement he was probably the strongest before, but now Evan is here. Titus? Those 2 were just yours, aren't they? You have no problem with me killing, Saba, them? Evan asked, walking to the bed, lying down, and speaking. The Admiral didn't even look at Evan. The arrogant man didn't seem to take Evan's words to heart, he just said it casually. They are not my people, they just ran in without authorization, because they are all people of the Rem Empire, but they have been ignored. You take them out, it can only show that they are bad students and shameful people. Evan strode up to the Admiral's side, and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he was ready to work hard. 10. Wow, such a tall and glamorous blonde. Reminds me of memories from a long time ago. Venom said, glanced at the Admiral, and said, the voice just fell. What are you? The expression on Titus' face changed in an instant. Being considered a woman was one of the things Titus hated most. He turned his head and looked at Venom with a dangerous look in his eyes. Venom. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. This is the boys' dormitory. Evan waved his staff to stop him. The poison screamed and rolled in the air. What? How can such a beautiful child be a blue child? You must be mistaken. Explain, Miss Blonde. I'm going to faint. Venom trembled faster and faster. He was about to faint, and then, 33 who are you? You be *****D. Titus pulled out his precious wand, angry, aim at Evan in ardor. Shout out. You have insulted the dignity of the noble members of the Archis family. Now, I challenge you. You must understand, stupid people must pay. Titus was clearly serious, and Evan stood up with a gasping expression on his face, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Okay, but it will take some time. Well, why are we waiting? Well, wait while I change. As he spoke, Evan walked into the locker room, took off his metal demon weapon, and wrapped it in a cloth. After coming out, he put the package in the closet and cast some seals, and when he was done with all this, Evan went back to the Admiral, put down the hood, raised the staff, and said to the Admiral. Titus, Archis, I, Evan, accept your challenge, advertisement. Soon, The news that the magic genius of the Alechius family was going to duel with a magic novice spread throughout the court. On the magic training ground of the academy, Evan and Titus stood opposite each other, and a lot of spectators gathered around. Several top magic teachers from the academy also came to watch the battle, mainly because of Titus. Wow, so many people. You little devil. Will this make you famous? How are you going to win? A hard knock on Miss Blonze. Poison is such a walking poison ritual that he can provoke people with just one mouth. Evan was also helpless. After confirming his acceptance of Yade, he found that this magical talent suit could not be placed in the system space. Just like the metal weapon of the devil, it could only be worn on the body. He couldn't keep it snug, so he hung it from his wand. As soon as Yard's vicious tongue sounded, the admiral at the other end of the room exploded. He said, I don't know. He's ready to go to work. You are so unreasonable. Take my trick, the attack of the wind. The magical force around Titus' body erupted in a visible frenzy. She aimed her baby wand like a bayonet at Evan. A tornado swept Evan. So strong. This young man who has just entered the school is indeed a member of the Arashi's family. This level of magic is really rare. The teachers in the auditorium were very surprised when they saw the admiral throwing punches, and then followed. Boom. Evan was hit by a tornado without a trace. There was a lot of dust around him. Idiot. You're scared to death, this man. He can't dodge. Call the medical team and prepare to rescue him. The Supreme Mage shouted that the soldiers behind him were preparing to inform the medical team, but at this time. Wow. The teacher screamed and widened his eyes. He looked at the situation on the battlefield. Then he saw. Wow. What a thick magic wall. Is that your wall of size, boy? It's so hopeless. Yod's voice came, and the dust dispersed, revealing Evan, who was shrouded in a thick magic shield. At this time, Evan is shrouded in a golden shield. Everyone else's magic shields are thin, but Evan's shield is more than an inch thick. Evan's magic shield is designed by himself. The tornado didn't even penetrate this skin. Hearing Yard's words, Evan moved his wand from his left hand to his right and bowed forward. Lower his body, he said. Yade, shut up. Beep. While he was talking, Evan's legs burst into force. He charged at the admiral with a magic shield at great speed. Chapter 440 Bullying a 2-year-old child. If you can't beat the Balrog in melee combat, then what's a mage? If you can't beat an orc with your bare hands, if you can only fight from a distance but not in close combat, then you're not a very good mage. A true wizard doesn't care if you're a wizard or a knight, as long as my wand is hard enough. My magic shield is thick enough, as long as my wand is hard enough. Titus. Take my wand. Evan stomped his feet on the ground, holding his shield and his wand in the air. He looked like a well-equipped tank. Everything collapsed in front of him. Humph. Brainless guy. Titus isn't going to fight Evan in close quarters. Evan is 5 feet 8 inches and Titus isn't even 5 feet 6 inches, so she's definitely at a disadvantage compared to her strength, so. Wash. Titus quickly got up from his seat. Immediately he pointed his wand to the ground. He was about to unleash his magic. Boom. Evan on the ground jumped up instantly. Like a cannonball, he appeared beside Titus. With a wave of his wand, he threw it at Titus' magical shield. Boom. Titus was knocked out, and fell to the ground with a bang. Fortunately, Titus opened his magic shield just in time, and due to Titus' magical strength and the thickness of the shield, he was not hit by Awaken's wand. And Titus fell to the ground, grind his teeth, look at Evan floating in the air, and raise his wand. Ice storm. Wow. 99. A violent blizzard is forming around Titus. It's heading towards Evan. Mixed magic of wind and water. What a powerful talent. The appearance of the ice and snowstorm shocked the teacher again. There are not many people who can use Titus' technique, even the teacher. And Evan saw the storm attacking him, and his eyes lit up. Then, instead of flinching, he rushed forward. Wrapped in rich golden magic, Evan dives headfirst into the blizzard. Even Titus looks surprised at the move. This guy. You don't want to die. My ice storm can freeze even magic shields. Titus Dao's own ice and snowstorm can't be resisted by his magic shield alone. He just wants to teach Evan a lesson, but he doesn't want to kill him. He is preparing to take the ice and snowstorm away. Beep. Advertisement without everyone's knowledge. Evan squeezed a few seals with one hand in the snowstorm. Then, a violent thunderbolt suddenly hit the field from overhead. It blew the ice storm away, and went straight to the admiral. Lightning strike. Gas wall. 66. Boom. As soon as Titus saw thunder, he created a wall of air in front of him. In this world, thunder magic is restrained by wind magic, although the admiral does not know why ice storm, which is also wind magic, is defeated by thunder, but he couldn't figure it out for a while. He could only continue to use wind magic to resist. Boom. The blue lightning struck the air wall, and a moment later, the air wall was struck by lightning. Titus' magic shield was still shattered. Bloody hell. I can't lose. You made me do it. Titus in the air barely stopped and looked up at Evan, who raised his wand between his teeth. Who are you? Water magic. Hot magic. Magic power. Hey, I'm not very good at this magic. If something goes wrong, don't blame me. Let's go. Zero. Titus uses 3 magic connections in a row. It's like a chemical reaction that will lead to a huge result. Take it. Boom. A giant red fireball gathers at the front of Titus' wand, then fires it hard at Evan. This time, instead of taking the blow for himself, Evan turned to dodge the attack, letting the fireball land on the surrounding defensive barriers. Beep. The fireball exploded immediately when it touched the enchantment. At that moment, the entire enchantment was revealed. And it also trembled with fear, showing its power. Now is it super law magic again? It's amazing and exciting. Seeing that the Admiral was using new magic, a gray-haired old man with a staff walked over to the group of teachers. Dean. Lord Dean. You are here to watch the battle too. Oh my god, it's Dean, what an honor, advertisement. The old man was the Dean of Magnus Tata, Matalu Mogamed himself. He won't be in the district, but it seems that because the fight is so exciting, he can't help but show up to watch. For Flowers.0, the old Dean looked at Titus with love and contentment in his eyes, and then at Evan with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. What a powerful magic. But, I still don't know how to make magic. What about the rumbling thunder just now? The old Dean muttered, as if he didn't see through Evan. At the same time, Evan continued to dodge the Admiral's super spells in midair, dodge if he can, or dodge if he can't. Drink. Evan enveloped the magic of the wand in his hand. It was like putting a magic shield on his wand. Then he waved his wand and held off the inevitable fireball. No damage was done from the start until now. Instead, Admiral. Alas, alas, alas. That guy. That monster. Zero Titus gasped slightly. The mage's body was still too weak, and the continuous and strong release of magic power was a great burden on his body. Soon, Titus stopped attacking, hovering in the air, gasping for breath. Evan saw this scene. The wand in his hand turned, quickly flew to Titus. You be *****D. You want to fight in a cramped room? Then I'll do it. The magic of power? Power and speed? Titus strengthens himself with power magic, and rushes to Evan with his wand in hand. The two quickly meet in midair. Titus swings his wand like a sword. But Evan twists to dodge. Then the wand hits Titus' magic shield. Boom. Evan's wand knocked Titus off balance, and just as he tried to steady himself, his body tumbled. Evan has struck another blow. That's it. The two wizards fought fiercely in midair. Titus kept his magic shield and tried to attack, but in terms of physical skills, even 10 Titus couldn't match Evan, so he was led walk with your nose, there's no way to fight back. Titus is frustrated, but there's nothing he can do either. His ranged magic is useless. He can't do close combat, and now he's entangled with Evan, so he can't even run away. It wasn't until Evan knocked a few more times that he looked at the irritated Admiral and whispered. Titus, if that's what you're capable of, then let's break it, plus. Chapter 441. The King of Mage Evan grabbed his wand again, but it wasn't like that at all. A black light enveloped the wand, made the suit as strong as black iron, then it snapped shut. Bang. 99 The magic shield that Titus had held for so long exploded a crack. It was shaken into countless pieces, and the black magic wand hit Titus' chest. Titus felt a pain in his chest, then he was knocked flying and fell to the ground. Beep. Titus felt a pain in his back as he landed, then. And then. Titus doesn't know anything anymore. This is the end. Victory is a foregone conclusion. At the moment when Titus fell, the old Dean appeared in the center of the field under the shroud of a golden scarf, and stretched out his hand to stop the next battle. Yes. It's 497, Lord Dean. What, Lord Dean? What a happy day. I can't believe I'm seeing Lord Dean today. Hurry up, photo stone. Hurry up, write it down in stone. Master Dean's magic is so warm. The appearance of the old Dean awakened the whole room, and one of his appearances surpassed all the ecstatic cheers from the battle between Evan and the Admiral just now. Dean. Evan lowered his body, glanced at the old Dean, separated his magic shield, and bowed slightly. The white-haired old man with Whitebeard has a dark side, but he really has nothing to say about magicians. He says every magician is his family, and he does. Very good, you are all excellent. The little guy in the Archus family is very powerful. His magic is proficient like a wizard who has lived for hundreds of years, but his physical training is too poor. Maya's. In the future this little guy will be follow you to exercise for a period of time, and good jade will also be carved.
Yes, Lord Dean, the old Dean said with a smile, and then a purple-haired woman in cool clothes stood in the auditorium. She was the instructor of the academy, specializing in the study of thunder attribute magic, and at the same time training students' physical strength.
Advertisement, as for you. You, mysterious little guy, come with me, let's have a good chat. The old Dean raised his stick, touched the ground with it, and a golden magic swept off the stick. It enveloped him and Evan, pointing them both towards the Dean's office. Having the opportunity to talk privately with the old Dean is the envy of many students and teachers. Soon they were at the office, and Evan didn't resist on the way, letting himself be led here. Afterwards, the old Dean and Evan offered their seats to each other on the balcony. As soon as the old Dean waved, the cup of the kettle arrived by himself, and confidently poured 2 cups of hot tea for them both. Don't be so vigilant, little guy, I won't hurt you. The old Dean said, picked up the cup and took a sip of tea. Evan didn't say anything, and the tea didn't move. At this time, the old Dean put the teacup aside and said to Evan with a smile. Mysterious little guy, your magic is extremely powerful, stronger than me, an old man who has lived for more than 100 years, but... The old Dean paused as he spoke. You don't seem to understand any magic? That lightning bolt wasn't created by Rufus either, it's not magic at all, and neither is flying. I can't feel the effect of magic, so it must be some other way. Sure enough, he still did not escape the eyes of the old Dean. He could see all of Evan's tricks, except that the magic shield was real, and the others were fake. Lord Dean really sees it clearly. I really haven't learned any magic. Lightning and flying are generated by other things. I just came to Magno Tanderside to learn magic. If Lord Dean, if you lied to me thinking I can't do this, I might as well get out of here now. Evan's behavior is spontaneous, and although Evan thinks it's a bit difficult for him to get out through Magno Tander, if Evan wants to leave, then Magno Tander will have a hard time holding his hand. Besides, from the tone of the old Dean's facial expression, Evan felt that he didn't seem to be hostile. Ha 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 ha, boy, you don't need to use such words to irritate me. For me, although you are my relative's mage, although you don't know magic, but you have such great magic power, as long as you practice a little, you will be able to become a mighty mage. Such a genius, I can't drive him away. The old Dean stroked his beard and smiled. For him, as long as he is a mage, his background and purpose are not important, as long as he is a mage. The higher the talent, the better. Oh, so I can stay here and learn magic? Advertisement? Evan asked, tilting his head. Of course, and I decided to teach you myself, your talent, your magic, I think. We are in Magno Sutide. There will be a great mage no less than any mag. The old Dean was a little excited when he spoke. He raised his hands and looked up at the sky with anticipation in his eyes. Evan frowned slightly. He didn't expect such a development. Okay, let's go here today. This is my token of passing most of the boundaries of the academy. Come to me tomorrow, and I will teach you magic myself. The old Dean took out the amulet and stretched it out to Evan. He took it and looked at Evan with a strange expression on his face. Probably sensing the expression on Evan's face, the old Dean grinned. Take it, go back to rest, and come to me tomorrow morning. Well then, I'll go back first, Master Dean. Evan stood up, took the token, turned and flew from the balcony to his dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Evan checked his closet and found that the seal was intact. He opened the closet, took out his clothes, and hung them up. Hey boy, although I may have said too much, the old man didn't look like a liar just now. On the contrary, he really likes you. 1.0. Wander was leaning against the bed, and Devora was talking on it. I know, the kindness of this old man, I understand very well. Evan took off his boots and lay on the bed, token in hand, looking at him. With this token, I can walk freely in this academy and enter the lower space, but this token ultimately belongs to the old Dean, and there is no guarantee that the old Dean will not sense it when using it. Perhaps it is a transmitter that fully discloses Evan's whereabouts to the old Dean. According to Evan's recollection, the breeding point of the dark medium was in the underground space of the academy. There are more than 100,000 non-magical residents in the underground space of the academy, and their magic power is automatically extracted every day to provide energy for the magic items on the ground, which is the power source of all the magic systems of the academy. Chapter 442 is a bit uncertain. According to the story, the dark medium originated in the underground space, absorbed a large amount of black loof, and then transformed into a sphere capable of spawning the god of darkness, and eventually went out of control, absorbed the old Dean and the admiral, and transformed into a real dark medium. Evan's main mission says that Magnothus Ted is able to create dark fiends and dark metal weapons, so I'm guessing the dark medium isn't far away and needs to be investigated quickly. But where to start? Evan is a little unsure. While Evan was contemplating his future, the door of his dormitory opened, and the admiral, who was awakened after treatment, returned. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Evan lying on the bed, snorted, walked to the bed where he was lying, lay on it, turned his body on his side, and ignored Evan. Chapter 220. The official start of college life. Evan is not worried about the indifferent admiral. After defeating each other, it's a bit counterintuitive to welcome them back. Without saying much, Evan put away the badge, went to wash his face, and went back to sleep. The first thing I did was fall into a slumber to regain my mental and physical strength and be aware of all the blows from the outside world. How can it be said that there is a daytime opponent nearby? Even the thickest-skinned person would be on guard in such a situation. It turns out that Evan's precautions were justified. In the middle of the night, Titus, who had been sleeping on his side for a long time, was agitated. His body was pushed to the ground. Titus pulled out his wand and released a soundproof wind wall that enveloped Evan and the sleeping Ardor. Then, seeing Evan and Yard unresponsive, Titus tiptoed out of bed, ran to the bathroom, and started contacting his parents. Titus' parents, Shad, created Titus like a son to her. They contacted each other remotely and recounted the events of the day, and Shazad was surprised when they heard that Titus had not been defeated by anyone. Does such a person even exist? I've never heard of such a person. Shazad lamented that he knew too little information, and then informed the admiral that he should tell the admiral to contact Evan more and get as close as possible to the two of them to facilitate their future actions. After listening to Shazad's words, Titus hesitated, but Titus has always been a good boy. He nodded in agreement, and said that he would go and make friends with Evan in the future. Then the mother and son talked about other unknown information, but in the soundproof wind wall outside the bedroom, Evan opened his eyes and listened to the conversation between Titus and Shazad with his discerning eyes. Advertisement. He couldn't hear anything, but the soundproof wall outside was something he could break in a second with no difficulty. Evan listened with interest, and Shazad, the great magi he still respected, and the doppelganger, a little blonde girl, also looked a lot like Ness. When they were done talking, Titus opened the bathroom door and stuck his head outside, just as Evan and Venom fell asleep again. Titus carefully returned to the bed, put the windbreaker away, glanced at Evan one last time, with a complicated expression in his eyes, and finally sighed, rolled over and got out of bed. Early the next morning, kid, wake up, it's your morning exercise time, I'll be training you today, Malyazi. Get ready for hell, son of ABCH. Ha 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 ha. The dormitory door was kicked open by a metal heel. The purple-haired tutor entered the room with a long whip in his hand. The whip wrapped precisely around Titus' legs. Titus woke up in surprise, not realizing what was happening. He was dragged across the room with a blank expression on his face. Miyasi threw him in his own on the shoulders. Titus has not had time to reach for his wand when Mossy picks it up. Evan looked at the broken lock on the door of his room with a blank expression on his face. What was that? It was like this early in the morning. It was still early, but after waking up, Evan didn't want to sleep, so he had to get up and go to the cafeteria to wash up. After breakfast, he picked up his wand and walked to the old dean's office. Along the way, the old dean's token is indeed unobstructed. The border of any gate will open under the touch of the token, and then the soldiers guarding the gate will quickly let Evan pass respectfully. Yes, although Magnocidid is a holy place for wizards, there are still ordinary people here. The highest level here is the mage, followed by the mage family and the soldiers guarding here. The number of ordinary people far exceeds the mage. Soon, Evan came to the old dean's office. Perhaps because the older people had low consciousness, the old dean was waiting for Evan in advance. At this time, the old dean was playing with the crystal statue in his hand and saw Evan coming. Oh, here you are, come and try your magical attributes. The old dean greeted Evan with a smile, and asked Evan to check his magical attributes. This is the prop for our academy to test magical properties. Come, put your hand on it, and input your magical power. 97. The old dean put the crystal in front of Evan. Evan swallowed as he watched the crystal, and in his mind flashed countless pictures of novel characters testing the crystal with all the properties of the explosion, and then he put his hand on it and put himself the magic is infused into it. Advertisement, buzz. The golden magic entered the statue. The crystal statue flashed with colorful light, and then turned slightly. I understand, Dean, I will finish them as soon as possible. Then next, let's take a look at the wisdom of our ancestors. Come, take this first. Evan opened it and found that the book was full of notes about lightning magic, as well as some magic spells and explanations. Boom. 33 for this scene. Evan was already prepared, and his magical properties were instantly activated, isolating the lightning from him. Hey, don't worry, you can take it back and watch it slowly. When you learn the magic above, I will give you a test. If you pass the test, you can enter a more advanced study. He began to memorize the information in the book quickly, and the good progress made the old dean very happy. Of course it is type 4 lightning magic. It seems that you did not use lightning unreasonably yesterday. 9. The complete book of thunder magic. The old dean reached out and patted Evan's shoulder. Evan raised his head and looked at the old dean. To his surprise, his heart trembled for a moment. Blue-yellow lightning flew out of the statue's mouth, shooting at Evan at close range 497. This is good stuff, write it down. The old dean stroked his beard. It seems that the result did not exceed the old dean's expectations. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Evan put his book aside and bowed deeply. After confirming Evan's magical attributes, the old dean pulled out a yellow book from the bookshelf behind him and handed it to Evan. Chapter 443 School life comes to an end. The old dean's love for the mage is really meticulous. Even for an unknown person like Evan, the old dean did not ask a word. As long as you are a mage, he will spare no effort to train you. This is also a kind of personality charm. There is no mage who is not impressed by him. The only difference is the degree of impression. Just like Evan, his heart was touched, but he couldn't become a brainless fan of the old dean right away. The better the old dean treated Evan, the stronger the faith in Evan's heart. Such a dean, such a magic academy should not be destroyed like this. I must destroy this dark environment, not only for myself, but also for everyone in Magno Tannerside. Lord Dean, I'll leave today and come back when I finish my studies. Evan looked up, ready to leave. The old dean nodded. Okay, you can come back first. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me directly. I'm ready to explain it to you at any time. Yes, thank you very much, Dean. School education, school education, school education. Evan never imagined that one day he would go back to school as a student. The only difference is, this time, the major he applied for fell in love with Evan. Thunder. Boom. 19, lightning strike. 91, clap clap clap. Chain lightning. Crack. On the practice ground, Evan, dressed as a wizard with a huge wooden wand, was practicing his magic. Evan's magic is unstoppable, his spiritual power is also very strong, and his magic spells are learned quickly and very powerfully. Advertisement: various magical lightnings were generated and shot in front of Evan, and the enchantment around the training ground was also affected. 3 days have passed since Evan received his magic book. In 3 days, Evan learned all the 20 kinds of lightning magic described in the book, and then he came here to practice every day, preferring to forget to sleep and eat, and concentrate on his studies. The results of 3 days of hard work are evident. Evan has learned all the lightning magic techniques described in the book and is now practicing one by one. Lei Tang Thorn. One last magic spell. Evan's wand hit the ground. Dozens of thunderthorn vines came in and out of the ground. They danced and swayed wildly. They seem to want to grab something and break it. Call. I've learned all the magic in this book. It's time to go to the dean and get a more advanced spellbook to practice. Master Cardo, open the ward and I'm out. The magic was released successfully. Evan dispelled the vines of thunder and lightning, and shouted at the Whitebeard mage. Wow! The barrier opened a small door at the edge, and Evan walked out with a smile. Master Cardo, I will ask the dean for advanced magic in a while, and I will come to practice with you when I have learned it. See you later. Wizard Whitebeard was startled by Evan's words. Wizard Whitebeard stared at Evan disheveled, then turned away with his chest hanging, not wanting to see Evan's face. Haha, I'll go first, teacher. Evan waved goodbye, looked at his clothes. There was a lot of dust on them. He was going to go back to change his clothes and then go to the dean. So Evan flew to his dormitory and flew over the magic demonstration area of the students who were recruiting freshmen. Evan suddenly saw a familiar figure. What? Down below, little Aladdin is holding his wand aloft to unleash his magic. He shouts to the brink of the challenge with a flushed face. Although he exhausted his strength, the flames unleashed were smaller than a basketball. The examiner shook his head slightly after seeing it, and finally gave Aladdin the lowest grade of grade 6. Aladdin was stunned when he looked at his grade. As a magi, he got the lowest evaluation, which made him a little shocked. Although this is not Aladdin's real strength, Aladdin's hands are inlaid with the Yamla magic tool used to isolate Aladdin's identity and ability, which means that when those magic tools are still inlaid, Aladdin is an ordinary mage, is no longer magi. Aladdin naturally knew this, and the reason it hit him so hard was because he was so weak in his normal state. It's such a shame. Aladdin. Advertisement. Evan descended from the sky, landed next to Aladdin, a hearty hello. Big brother. What are you doing here? Aladdin was very surprised to see Evan. Previously, when Evan left without saying goodbye, Aladdin was still wondering where Evan came from, but he didn't expect to see him in Magnus Ted today. Senator Evan. Do you know this little guy? The person who tested Aladdin was a counselor who knew that Evan had been accepted as a student by the dean, and his tone was still very polite. Evan listened to the tutor's words and nodded. The rules of the academy must be clearly implemented, so Evan smiled at Aladdin and left after saying goodbye. Back in the dormitory, Evan changed his clothes, and then flew towards the dean's office smartly. Evan was a little happy to see the rare acquaintance, and he hurriedly invited Aladdin to come in. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Rem Empire has a large number of people, is good at fighting, and is almost invincible on the battlefield. This time, Nien Hun Baba came and joined forces with Magnosatide to defend against the attack of the Rem Empire. Redba's original demon was Lele Gwyn, but Lele Gwyn became Evan's demon god. Although he lost Lele Gwyn, Ledeba obtained the 48th Hagati pillar. And this time the honored guest is the third prince of the Huang Empire, who is the master of the metal weapon of the god of magic, practicing Hongba. There was no obstruction all the way, but when he arrived at the office of the dean's office, Manuo Zhao, no one was there. Evan, this student has just been lined up, and will be divided into classes and dormitories, so he can't just leave. Lien Hongba is the prince of the Huang Empire, and his weapon is a large black sword. He is small and thin in stature, but possesses extraordinary strength and martial arts. Anything transformed by Hagati's power becomes a real gold item. Yes, we're good friends, Aladdin. Have you finished the exam? Let's find a place to talk when we're done. The tutor reminded Evan and Aladdin and dismissed the idea of Evan inviting Aladdin. Evan asked the wizard and learned that the old dean had gone to the reception area to receive a distinguished guest. Hey, then there is no way, Aladdin, you go through the admission procedures first, and I will give you an answer after the official admission. 33. Hajar T is a symbol of power and wealth, powerful enough to turn things into gold. Chapter 444 Scientific Energy Production. Nien Hongbo said that the Rem Empire is gathering a large army and seems to be attacking Magnojudid, and Magnojudid's strength cannot resist the army of the Rem Empire from invading its territory. If Magnustide wanted to escape the war, the Wan Empire was willing to help, on the condition that Magnustide would provide the Wan Empire with a large number of magic props and mage troops. The old dean received Nien Hongba, and after hearing Nien Hongba's words, he just smiled, and then bluntly refused Huang Empire's intervention. We don't have the Rem Empire in front of us, let them come, as long as they dare to come, they won't come back. The old dean answered in an imperative tone, leaving Lien Hongbu speechless. He was a little unhappy that his purpose had not been achieved, but he did not lose his calm, just stood up to say goodbye, and was ready to leave with his men. But then Lien Hongba stood up. Son. The huge magic door slowly opened, and Evan walked into the room with a token in his hand. Are you? Evan stepped through the door, and the first thing he saw was an excited Nien Zhenyao entering the room, petite, not even reaching Evan's chest, followed by 3 maids who were about to leave. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. 497 Seeing Evan come in, he thought it was to open the door, but seeing Evan standing still, he frowned and shouted angrily. Okay. Hearing Nien Hong's anger, the expression on Evan's face changed instantly. Whoever provoked him, he was despised as soon as he appeared. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately disliked, and seeing that Evan hadn't moved, he was even more angry. He raised his left hand and kicked Evan's to the waist. He is a powerful magic practitioner himself, and a weak mage cannot withstand his blows, but hand. Evan is not a weak person. He grabbed Nian Zhenyao's small hand with a backhand slap, smooth, soft and boneless. No, he is full of power. Why is this guest so unreasonable, Dean? Is it self-defense that I take my hand back now? Advertisement holding Nian Hongbo's hand. Evan looked at the old Dean who was sitting on the main seat, and his face already showed a dissatisfied expression. For the old Dean, all mages are his family, and the extremely talented Evan is his focus. He has been distracted by Lian Hongbo's domineering remarks, and now he sees Lian Hongbo attacking Evan. If Evan is not knocked down, he will be knocked down. If Evan didn't catch him in time, the old Dean would have already shot. At this time, hearing Evan's words, the old Dean frowned. Lian Hongbo is wielding a demon metal weapon, and his strength is not weak. He is worried that Evan is not an opponent, but seeing Evan's eyes, the old Dean understands. Lu Hai, what self-defense is not self-defense? The third prince should want to discuss with you and see how powerful our Magnoroid magic is. Since he wants to see it, you can play with him. The old Dean was getting older, and in one sentence, the conflict turned into a contest to recruit relatives. Hey, old man. What's the matter with you? What are you muttering to yourself over there? And you, boy, let go of my hand. Nian Hongbo stared at Evan with a dangerous light in his eyes. And Evan grinned. Let go? His Royal Highness the Third Prince is afraid to answer in battle, isn't he? That's right, after all, he's just a child, it's okay to be timid. Evan let go of his left hand with a smile, and then Lian Hongbo pulled his hand back. Boy, what are you doing, courting death, humph? Lian Hongbo took a step back, pulled out the big knife behind his back and hit Evan's head at once. Bang dang. A crisp sound sounded. The black blade was blocked by the golden magic shield. As Nian Hongbo clenched his teeth and increased his strength, a chaotic airflow began to appear around him. Immediately after that, just at the Seba moment when Evan and Nian Hongbo played. You two, come out and fight if you want. The old Dean touched the wand in his hand to the ground. In an instant, a large amount of golden fluff enveloped Evan and Nian Hongbo, and both of them fell to daze. The two found themselves in the battlefield. Come on, since you are here, you should let go of your hands and feet. At this time, the old Dean and Lian Hongbo's entourage appeared in the hall. The three followers were very uneasy and wanted to go down to help, but a magic chain bound them, and they could not break free. Advertisement, smart boy. But since you've created such a good fighting field for me, then how can I not thank you? Come on, Haggerty. The situation has become like this. Lian Hongbo no longer hesitates and holds the sword in front of him. A white eight-pointed star shrouded Nian Hongbo's body. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated, and the tall Lian Hongbo appeared in front of everyone, with blue wings on its back and a cloak of golden feathers. A golden backbreak. The transformation is complete. The sword in Lian Hongbo's hand has completely turned golden. The sword is spinning in his hand. A golden liquid floats in the air, condensed into a large number of spiral spikes, quickly rushing towards Evan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Evan raised his hand and drew his wand, dodging the air with a dancing spell. He couldn't fly with magic yet. Waving his wand in the air, there was a loud bang. A ball of lightning. Lightning hit. Chain lightning unleashed. Chain lightning unleashed. Evan opened his magic shield and held his wand in front of him. Gather. 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 The golden whirlwind broke. Magic. Deception. The golden snake slashes. This must be intentional. After a large number of golden stabs smashed through the Thundervine area, they spun at high speed towards Evan. Boom. Ha ha ha. The show has begun. We see the golden python approaching. Evan spins his wand and sticks it on the ground. Seeing that the python had exhausted its range, Lian Hongbo did not hesitate to change the python back to a great sword, and then gathered a large number of golden spikes and fired them quickly, broken into pieces. Lian Hongbo raised his golden sword. The sword twisted and elongated in Lian Hongbo's hands. It turned into a huge golden python with bullhorns. He opened his mouth and swallowed the thunderball. Keep rushing towards Evan. Boom, 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 boom. The blue-yellow lightning turned into a huge spinning thunderball at an extremely fast speed at the front end of the stick. This shot flew out, blocking the golden spikes, dragging the thunderball towards Lian Hongbo. Gold? Is it so dirty? Thunderball spike? Stop it, yard, lightning spiral? Numerous thunder and lightning vines and thorns came out from the ground. They spread their tentacles and coiled around the body of the golden python. The vines kept breaking, but the python's blow was still dissipating. Drink. Chapter 445. The Eve of War. Nian Hongbo is now in the form of a full-body magic suit, able to fly. He directly pulled up the ground, his golden sword split all approaching lightning, and flashed a golden light towards Evan. Ha ha ha. You little devil. This can't be done. It looks like you're going to be beaten. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to it. Evan was already at a disadvantage and struggling and shrinking, and Yard laughed until tears came out of his eyes. HMPH, don't be so sure, Yard, I haven't shot. Evan looked at the red bar flying towards him and smiled lightly. Lightning magic was useless. Evan had already thought about it. These relatively basic magics are too easy for a demon. Try this first. Hey, 93. Evan raises his wand high and gathers the lightning bolts at the top of the wand. A blue-yellow lightning bolt radiates dazzling light. A huge ball of lightning forms at great speed. A small lightning flashed from Evan's hair, and the stable ball lightning suddenly became violent. The blue and white lightning came in like a wild snake. The approaching Nian Hongbo blocked the approaching lightning with his sword, but still knocked flying. Oh! Both the voltage and the amperage went up. The power has really increased. Very good. The name of the trick. Let's call it increased scientific power. After the experiment was successful, the smile on Evan's mouth grew even stronger. What are you thinking when you say A and V? That's right, amperes, A, and volts, V. The magic that can create electricity, but Evan can feel that the voltage and current of the lightning magic created is not very strong, even much smaller than the power of the lightning magic. He noticed this while practicing magic, so he tried to increase the strength of the lightning magic. The most straightforward way to change the lightning intensity is of course to change the voltage and increase the amperage. For others, it may be difficult to implement such a change, but... Superpower. Electric shock. Evan developed his superpower to the level of LV4, using science to organize electricity and use science to amplify it. Advertisement using scientific superpowers. Evan tried to increase the voltage and amperage, and the experiment was successful. The power of the amplified lightning increased greatly. Countless blue and white airflow erupted from the lightning ball, forming a dense net, preventing Neonongpa approach. Such a powerful lightning force. I admit that your lightning magic is indeed unusual, but don't be too proud. After driving the thunder and lightning back, Nian Hongbo looked at Evan with a serious expression and raised his sword. Magic is inspiring. A huge magic circle unfolded behind him. It's a move. He wants to unleash a huge spell. How dare you? Go, ball lightning. As soon as he saw the red soldier in action, Evan waved his wand and directed a lightning ball overhead to the red soldier. The lightning ball was still releasing lightning in the process of flying. Several lightning strikes hit Nian Hongbo, but the golden liquid enveloped him. Looking at the fast approaching lightning ball, all attacks were blocked. It was only after practicing Hongbo that he realized that his body had been struck by lightning. In the next moment. The greatest magic. The golden world. Hurrah! Nian Hongbo's big magic is complete. In an instant. A golden light came out from the huge magic circle behind Nian Hongbo. Wherever the light went, the water vapor, dust and even microorganisms in the air turned golden, glittering, as if being in a golden ocean. Boom! Everything around it turned golden, and the flying ball lightning was no exception. It retained the appearance of the ball lightning and turned into a huge golden block that sat on the ground and raised a cloud of dust. The golden light continues to expand, and if Evan can't stop it, it is likely to become Oscar's Lil Golden Man. Hey, no. The old dean on the podium clenched his wand tightly, ready to intervene when Evan was in danger. But, Evan's face still didn't show a panicked look. His face was ugly. The wand is pointed at the wine bar. A violent blue and white lightning bolt is instantly generated and focused on one point. Lightning Sun. Super Pillar of Lightning. Boom. Different from the black of the thunder column of the sky, Yang's white lightning speed is faster and the impact is stronger. At that moment, Evan seemed to give up his defense completely, intending to exchange injury for injury and life for life. Don't try to stop the approaching golden lightning. Don't try to stop the approaching golden lightning. Don't try to stop the approaching golden lightning. Just when the lightning started to turn golden, it was already in front of Nian Hongbo. Then. Advertisement seeking flowers. 0. Boom. The pillar of thunder that turned into gold broke through the golden liquid that was automatically blocked by Nian Hongbo's side, and instantly penetrated his left shoulder. This way, Nian Hongbo groaned and flew out backwards. But even if he was hit, he did not give up his great magical attack, and the golden light continued to spread, covering him. At this moment, Evan's eyes sparkled. The space in front of him suddenly froze, and the golden light from the front also froze in the air, giving Evan room to hide. As usual, golden light from all directions swept past him and landed on the barrier outside the arena, turning it golden. At this time, Evan flew away from the place just now, unlocked the space in front, and let the light that was fixed just now continue to be emitted and land on the barrier. Bloody hell! What kind of power is this? Why can it block my great magic? Nian Hongbo fell to the ground, hanging on his shoulders. There was a small hole in his shoulders, but no blood seeped out, because the flesh and blood on his shoulders had been burned by lightning. You want to fight again, Your Highness, you are already injured. Evan hovered over Nian Zhengyao's head, and the electric current surrounded him. Are you kidding? This injury is nothing, let's get down to business? He raised his sword and snarled at Evan, clearly defying him. But at this moment, the old dean landed like a golden Rufus, walked among them, and said with a smile. Both of you, stop, the victory has been decided. At present, it seems that the mages of Magno Tannerside are better, but His Royal Highness the Third Prince is also very powerful, using the magic metal weapons of God so skillfully. It will definitely be a big killer in the future. Let's stop here today. His Royal Highness the Third Prince, I will treat you first. The old dean raised his wand and released the healing magic without saying a word. Green energy enveloped Nian Hongbo's shoulders and quickly healed his wound. You, guys, $7. Nian Hongbo touched his healed shoulder with a deep expression. Chapter 446 The Magic Book. Although he was injured, Nian Hongbo did not admit defeat. He was about to continue fighting, but was stopped by the old dean. The old dean slapped him in the face by the way, and hung up the sign of battle and defeat, letting him it is very uncomfortable to practice Hongbo. After Evan landed, before he had time to say a word, a system prompt rang in his ear, informing Evan that the pet space qualification task had been completed. Immediately after, "Ha ha ha, don't be angry, Your Royal Highness, the third prince, isn't there an old saying in your Dahuang Empire? Victory or defeat is a common thing in military affairs. Don't pay too much attention to winning or losing. Well, the result has already appeared, the third prince. You also know the strength of our academy, so you don't worry anymore. In that case, I'll take you back." When the old dean's wand touched the ground, the surrounding scenery changed, and the six returned to the door of the hall where they met for the first time. 500s. HMPH, it doesn't matter. I have already understood Magno Gadid's hospitality, and I have determined your intentions. If the Rem Empire attacks you after this, our Wan Empire will not come. Help you guys, as for the rest, he said, taking off his magic costume and putting his sword behind his back. His three maids were finally able to approach Lien Hongba, and hurriedly surrounded him for protection, staring at the old dean and Evan vigilantly. "Oh, it's okay, let them come, it doesn't matter who the enemy is, one country or two countries, we Magno Shund will not be afraid. His Royal Highness the Third Prince, please come back early, maybe it will be here soon, it will become a battlefield, and if you stay here, misunderstandings can easily occur. 5. The old dean waved his hand and drove them away. Lien Hongba sneered after hearing this, then glared at Evan. Finally, he didn't say anything. He turned his head and walked towards the exit with his subordinates. Watching Lien Hongbo and his party leave, the old dean and Evan stood together, until there was no one. The old dean turned around and looked at Evan kindly and said, "Lu Hai has done a good job, worthy of our magician, go to the study, you must get more advanced magic here, come, I have already prepared it for you." 99. Evan has the attribute of thunder and lightning, and opposite him is the attribute of life, which is usually called life magic. Originally, he thought that the old dean only prepared more advanced thunder magic or life magic that is more suitable for cultivation for him, but when the old dean took out a stack of tall magic books, Evan realized that he had guessed wrong. Lu Hai, so, in addition to the follow-up advanced thunder magic, there are other 7 attributes of magic knowledge. You can take a look at these to expand your magic knowledge. The old dean put a stack of more than a dozen magic books in front of Evan, and Evan's mouth was already open. Advertisement, thank you, Dean, I will definitely study hard. Evan put the surprise aside, pulled out a cloth, and wrapped all the magic books in it. Okay, study hard. I also heard what the third prince of the Yellow Empire said just now. Magno's Lil Ted should start a war soon. Although you don't need to worry too much, you still can't relax too much. Study magic well, and you don't need to do anything else. I'm worried that with our academy's tutors, other crooked people will never take advantage. 93. The old dean's face was full of confidence. Seeing him like this, Evan couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. So confident. It seems. Those dark demons, or whatever their names are ready. Although he's been infatuated with magic lately, Evan hasn't forgotten his original intentions. The dark devils are the product of the dark environment. They're as tall as hills. One person can crush the entire army. The dark environment is like the incubator of the dark devils. As long as there are enough black scarves, they can continue to create dark devils. Seeing the confidence of the old dean, Evan's first thought is whether the dark medium has been completed. A doubt flashed in his mind, but Evan didn't ask directly. It is true that the old dean is merciful to the mage, but Evan, who has not been brainwashed, if he mentions the dark medium, it is estimated that he will be brushed down by the old dean. Although Evan is not afraid of the court in his hand, after a few days of getting along, Evan does not want to be an enemy of the old dean in a delicate way. It is said that they can live without food and clothing, and in the end it is true that they can get everything they need in life, and the only thing they need to pay is their magical power. Don't worry, Lord Dean, we haven't done the final test yet, but it's going very smoothly now. As long as there are enough Black Rufus, we can definitely create a demon god with powerful combat power. The old dean asked with a cold tone. Advertisement. Although the old dean likes all wizards, but if you are not a wizard, I'm sorry, in the eyes of the old dean, you are not human at all. Just like the kittens and puppies on the roadside, they're all annoying little ones animal. A golden magic circle appeared at the feet of the old dean. The next second, the old dean disappeared from his office. When he reappeared, it was an underground space. Those who live underground are kind of consumable to the old dean, just like a 1.0 battery, they're thrown away when they're used up, without the slightest distress. The amount of this magic extraction is limited, it's a subtle flow, it's a slow extraction, and it's usually not fatal to normal people, but if you get sick and your health deteriorates if you do, you may die from the extraction of magic power, and the elderly and children are also in danger. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even ordinary people have their own magic. This underground space is a huge magic power extractor, continuously extracting magic power from these 100,000 or so people, providing everything needed for the magic metropolis on the ground. Watching Evan leave, the old dean smiled and nodded, and when he walked out, he closed the door behind him. The smile on the old dean's face gradually disappeared, and then, this is an underground laboratory at the bottom of the Magno Tanderside School of Magic. They were all subjects of the original Mustacham kingdom, who were initially persecuted by the kingdom's nobles, and later when the kingdom was overthrown, the old abbot placed them here. Okay Dean, then I will study with peace of mind, but Dean, you have also seen my strength. If you need my help, I will not resist. You're here, Master Dean. Well, how's the experiment going? Ready to use? When the old dean appeared, several mages who were doing research in the laboratory hurried over to him. Evan took the bag, said a few words to the old dean, and left. Chapter 447 Rem's Attack. Several mages spoke excitedly, their eyes full of excitement. Very well, the Rem Empire is already on its way, they should come in the near future, and the Huang Empire is also very stupid, a group of blood-sucking worms, this time just use them as experiments, let them learn the power of magic. The old dean immediately talked about the situation, and the people around heard that their academy was being targeted by two super empires, not only did not panic, but expressed their willingness to try. Okay, let's take your place and increase the speed of extracting magic. This is an extraordinary period, and it is time to use extraordinary means. The old dean waved his hand, and everyone returned to their positions. One of them pressed a certain device. In an instant, the speed of extracting magic power from the entire underground space began to increase. It soon reached its peak. It soon reached the pinnacle of human endurance. Many frail and sick people began to die, but the old dean turned a blind eye. In his view, these people were not much better than pets and did not care about heartache at all. Overuse of magic comes with pain, and as these fallen people experience pain, their own magic changes slightly. Coupled with the special magic transformation, these magic powers quickly turn 24 into black. People in this world, after death, their souls will become Rufus and re-enter the Sea of Rufus, and now these dead people, because of their own pain and the transformation of magic, the original white Rufus has become black. These black luffs started to soar upwards as soon as they appeared, then a giant black sphere swallowed them. As the black scarf continued to be absorbed, the huge sphere gradually swelled up, like a heart. A disturbing aura permeated around the sphere. When normal people approached the sphere, they would sweat coldly. Anyone would realize that this was an evil aura, but the old dean could feel the black sphere emanating from it. A smile appeared on his face as he breathed. Magic, the power of evil is also magic. Since it is magic, it can be master. With it, I want to see how the Rem Empire smashed our motherland, and the Wan Empire. As long as you dare to do it little, I see that you have gone back and forth too. Beside the old dean, he activated the dark medium, and Evan has returned to his room. When Evan just left, he sensed the position of the old dean and wanted to see if he could find something, but to his surprise, he found that the old dean had disappeared in the office, leaving Evan without a goal. Advertisement. Although he didn't know where the old dean went, Evan guessed that it had something to do with the dark medium, and he knew in his heart that he couldn't wait any longer and had to do something. He first returned to the dormitory. He saw that there was no one in the dormitory, and the admiral was still in class at this time. Evan first went to his locker and took out all the metal fiend weapons, put them on his body, and covered them with a large magic robe. Then Evan put the magic book he had just received into the system space, leaving only one copy of Advanced Thunder Magic, and sat on the bed and began to study. It's still early and many things are easier to deal with at night. Daytime can be used to study magic. Advanced use of thunder magic. Evan began to study. There are many ways to increase the magical power of thunder and lightning, and methods like Evan's to increase voltage and current are just one of the most direct, advanced, and equally difficult methods. Because Evan has superpowers, this method is the easiest for him, but much more difficult for others. More advanced and more powerful methods of thunder magic followed, and Evan read them and gradually got into them. On the other side, a multitude of sailing ships lapped the waves on the vast ocean, each filled with strong warriors in golden armor with spears, standing on deck like spearmen. And in the midst of these sailboats stood the largest flagship, covered with golden tassels, and from a throne in the cabin, a little blonde girl with a magic wand raised her head and spoke. Evil, the power of destruction is getting stronger and stronger. Lord Magomet, what are you doing? This world needs peace, and if you continue to delay, I will destroy your plan with my own hands and show no mercy. Magi Sahad of the Roman Empire sensed among the Rufus that Magnosita was in action and the world was ringing alarm bells, which prompted the ever-peaceful Sahad to take up arms and come with his army. Silence the bud of perdition in the bud. Magnosita was just ahead, and with the marching speed of the Lime Empire, it probably wouldn't take long to reach it. Advertisement. On the other hand, Lien Hongba, who suffered a defeat in the academy, left the Magic Academy with his subordinates, and then used a special sound transmission magic to contact his younger brother Lien Hongyan. Brother Hongyan. Magno Shu Tade obviously rejected our good intentions, and that old man Ding humiliated me. I can't swallow this breath. What should I do in the future? In the middle of the moving carriage, Lien Hongba complained angrily. On the other side of the link, Lien Hongyan stood on the top of the mountain, looking in the direction of Magno's neap tide. After listening to Lien Hongba's report, Lien Hongyan said with a frown, I really don't know how to praise the Rem Empire. Even our Yellow Empire dare not underestimate the fighting power of the Rem Empire. Duke Mogmead is indeed too arrogant, but since he can refuse so resolutely, maybe he still has some -500 cards. Red Paw, don't rush back, stay there to observe the situation, my side. I'll come later. In Lien Hongyan's view, Magnozid was already a piece of meat in his mouth, and it was time to swallow him. He also received news that the army of the Rem Empire was rapidly approaching Magnoshtad, believing that a great war was about to take place. Taking advantage of the turmoil in Magnashudita, Lien Hongyan was ready to pursue the victory and take down Magnashudita, a country with a large inventory of magic and mages. Report. Emergency military order. Let Bai Ying, Hong Yu, Bai Long, and Hong Ming lead the troops. The war is imminent, and our rhubarb empire must gather all our forces and smash everything. 19. Lien Hongyan stepped forward, staring into the distance. His eyes couldn't help but be stunned. Behind him, the flag is flying. Tens of thousands of soldiers are already waiting. The halo of the massacre is shaking, and the great battle is in front of you. In the dark, in the dark. The army of the Rem Empire has landed in the dark. The appearance of the Rem Empire on such a large scale has long been noticed by Magnostad's men, and the whistle is coming. Magnostad is in a state of battle. There is some chaos in the city, because some magical merchants who come to Magnostad to do business are trapped in the center of the city and are not allowed to leave. 9df Chapter 448 The Demon God appears. In order to appease these panicked people, the guarding army informed them that Magnosi Utilda had opened the defense system, only 3 large ones, and the army had been deployed together with the magic teacher of the academy. 3 huge magic circles have risen, and the periphery is not even that far from the coast. Many soldiers of the Rem Empire did not find a place to stand after landing, and they had an innate positional advantage when the opponent's border was opened. Pot 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 pot. The warriors of the Rem Empire attacked the border with spears in an attempt to destroy it. A general ordered the soldiers to line up and attack the frontier at the same time, and the combined forces staggered the frontier. The general of the command, seeing the effect, immediately ordered the soldiers to continue the attack, but until the soldiers were exhausted and sweating, the border was still shaking slightly, and there was no sign of damage. This scene was also thrown into the air by Magnus Ted with projection magic. Everyone was relieved to see that these soldiers could not even break through the first layer of the border. Oh my god, with such a solid border, what should I be afraid of? Looking at the situation of the Rem Empire, they just can't open it, even if they are exhausted. Hey, boring, go to sleep. 22. Those who were panicked just now are stunned again and are about to go to sleep with their hands behind their backs, but many people haven't finished talking yet. Boom 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 boom. The air combat troops of the Rem Empire appeared here. The balloons flew one by one, and then the huge gunpowder cans were thrown down, landed on the border, and exploded immediately. This is the air combat troops of the Rem Empire. The powerful power immediately caused a slight crack in the boundary. After the bombardment, the first layer of enchantment had already shaken a little. My god, I thought the Lingwu Empire was a powerful empire. How could they have such powerful magic? Oh my god, help. Magic, shit. He looks like a magic prop. It's over, it's over, it's over. It doesn't look like the border will last long. Panic engulfed the whole town again, but the people who panicked were outsiders. The real residents of Magnothi did not panic because they knew. Magnostad not only has a strong defense line, but also a strong army of mages. 0. Acid rain. Advertisement, boom. I don't know when, a small layer of dark clouds appeared in the sky, and the dark clouds swept over the balloon and scattered a lot of green raindrops. Chi-chi, chi-chi, chi-chi. The green raindrops hit the balloon, instantly corroding and leaking the air, so the airborne soldiers of the Rem Empire were knocked down one by one in the screams, and the collision of the powder jar exploded in an instant, turned into torches, glittering in the night sky. Crack. Although the air power of the Rem Empire was instantly drawn, but due to the greater power of the final explosion, the first magic barrier failed and began to finally collapse. A large piece of the barrier shattered and dissipated, which should have boosted the morale of the Rem Empire, but all the Rem soldiers didn't pay attention at this time. People. This. What the hell is this? The general commanded below turned pale because all the troops in the air suddenly went out. A magician wearing a magic robe and a magic hat flew down from the cloud, holding a wand in front of the saddle, looking at the Remus soldiers below with a disdainful expression. Acid rain. The one-eyed witch waved her wand, and the acid rain clouds in the air began to move, and there was a wailing wherever she went, and the soldiers' armor and flesh were corroded as soon as they came into contact with the acid rain. Teachers, this is our next show. Watch me, Crazy Craving. A somewhat flamboyant male mage fell to the ground. He held a long whip in his hand, and when he swung the whip, it turned into a huge piranha flower, opened his mouth, and devoured a soldier of the Lime Empire. Other magic teachers also showed their magical powers. Some tore the ground and devoured many soldiers, some caused ice and snow, freezing many people, flames, sound waves, and lightning. This place has completely become a magic show for mages. Whether it is everyone, only the soldiers of the Lime Empire were defeated. With the arrival of the magic teacher, the situation changed again, and the chaos in the academy disappeared, quickly turning into cries of surprise and cheers. Look, it's the magic teachers of the academy. Oh my god, are our mentors so strong? This is amazing. Advertisement, haha. It's amazing, mentor. There's nothing to be afraid of in the Lingwu Empire. But the border has also broken another layer. 66 The situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, with some people rejoicing and others frowning. Magnostad's fighters, numbering less than 30,000, hurriedly retreated to the second layer border when they saw that the first layer border had been breached. Following this retreat, the generals of the Lime Empire also reacted and immediately ordered their soldiers to attack. Their soldiers were all excited. A large number of soldiers stormed into Magnosidian territory, roaring in pursuit of the retreating Magnosidian soldiers. After holding on for a long time, the soldiers of the Rem Empire were about to rush in and start a massacre, but a red beam of light crashed down. In an instant, a large number of Rem's soldiers were burned to ashes, and a huge war chest stood in front of it, and a huge stick sticked out of its mouth. This wand gathered its magic power and emitted an extremely scorching light, instantly killed a large number of Rem's soldiers. Magnus Ted's magical war machine appears, and the course of events changes again. Only, Lee's, is. When Evan of the Academy saw the appearance of War Machine, his face was even uglier than usual. The War Machine I remember needs a lot of magic power to operate it, and the magic power comes from the underground, and every time it is released, it will absorb a lot of magic power. No, if we continue like this, the people underground will die, exhausted. 22. Excessive consumption of mana can lead to death, and although War Machine just killed a lot of REM soldiers in this explosion, who knows how many ordinary people in the underground died because of it. He couldn't wait any longer, so he took the old Dean's token and flew towards the entrance of the underground space. That's where Evan has stepped in a long time ago, he just hasn't been there yet. As he approached, the two soldiers saw Evan coming, and immediately saluted. Evan pressed the badge on the barrier at the entrance without saying a word, and the barrier flashed and opened. Chapter 449 cut in two. At the same time, the old Dean who was commanding the battle in the command room suddenly froze, not knowing what Evan was doing underground at this time. He was about to use teleportation magic to take a look when suddenly, he saw a figure. Look at the Dean, there's a situation. The attention of the old Dean was drawn to the magic screen. The speed of these red-haired troops was astonishingly fast, and the mages were knocked down with one blow before they could complete the magic. The human power of the Lime Empire, the Fenaris Corps. These people are amazing. Humph. A bunch of monsters. The old Dean cursed in a low voice, then. Master Dean, north, look north, it's there, the army of the Huang Empire. Another mage noticed another thing. The magic screen showed a large army marching, judging from the flags and robes, it was the army of the Yellow Empire. Who is this? This? The Huang Empire is here to help us? A mage asked, still a little naive, but in fact everyone understands what the Yellow Empire is doing, only conquest. It's over. The Lime Empire is ahead of us, and the Wan Empire is behind us. 500 is the end of Magnus Ted. Caught between two nations, these wizards slowly lost hope. The old Dean was the only one whose expression did not change. HMPH, just in time, it's time to show Magnus Ted's greatest power. Clang, knocked on the ground with a wand, the old Dean teleported out in front of everyone. When I came to the underground laboratory again, several mages who participated in the experiment saw the old Dean coming and were about to say hello, but they saw the old Dean wave. Let's start. We will mobilize the demons with all our strength. We will crush all incoming enemies. Evan has been in the subterranean space for a while, and as soon as he enters, his own magic begins to be sucked in. Advertisement after a warm hug, the magic power was held firmly in his body and was no longer absorbed. At this time, Evan first went to the living area to have a look and found that it was a poor sight. Many ordinary people can no longer bear the increase in mana absorption, and as soon as Evan enters the residential area, there are fallen people lying on the ground, Seba, everywhere, many of whom are no longer alive. Seeing this scene, Evan's anger rekindled, and his affection for the old Dean disappeared. All living creatures. Gritting his teeth, Evan quickened his speed, trying to find the Dark Master as quickly as possible, destroy him and the demon-sucking entity, and save everyone. As he passed, if he found those still breathing, Evan would also stop and unleash a magical shield around them to insulate them from the sucker, which didn't last long, but was better than doing nothing. So Evan got to the bottom of the underpass, which took him 10 minutes, and the whole room was checked, but nothing unusual was found. And just when Evan frowned in doubt, buzz! A purple magic circle lights up at the bottom. Immediately after, 3 black-winged demon gods suddenly flew out from under the magic circle, roaring into the sky, breaking through the zenith and flying to the unknown world. Well, it was there. Seeing the demon god appearing, Evan realized that there was something underneath. Holding the wand in his hand tightly, he jumped down with the magic shield, but the purple magic circle didn't move. The 3-winged demon gods roared and rushed out of the academy, splitting into 2 teams in the air. One of them flew towards the army of the Rem Empire, and the other 2 flew towards the army of the Yellow Empire. The speed of these dark demons is astonishingly fast. Like demons, they descended in front of the 2 armies with the breath of chaos, raised their hands, and released superb magical flames. Boom boom boom. Mighty power. These fiends unleash mighty and ferocious flames from their palms, drowning hordes of soldiers in an instant. When the short 3 dark demon gods defeated the armies of the 2 countries, fear rose in the hearts of many people, and even the people of Magno Sudid looked at the demon gods in amazement. What is this? Do we still have such a weapon? Many soldiers and mages of Magno Sudid wondered. These black fiends, they had never even heard of them. Advertisement on the other hand, at the bottom of the Magno Sudid underground palace, in the bottom hidden space where the dark environment is hidden, the old Dean unleashed his magic power and manipulated these dark demons to launch an attack. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Great power. What power? Those imperial armies are just a bunch of dogs. They can't be overthrown. With such power, it is possible to unify the world. This is the power of magic. Magic is the savior of the world. It is the king of this world. The old Dean shouted loudly, raised his hands in the air, and after shouting, the old Dean turned his head and looked behind him. Long Hai, you are a smart child. You should know that I didn't give you a token to come to such a place. Come back now, I can pretend that I didn't see anything. 3. As soon as the old Dean's voice fell, Evan slowly walked out of the darkness, and the token in his hand glowed. Obviously, the token told the old Dean Evan's location. Master Dean, it's time to call it a day. Many of the civilians above have lost their magic power and died. Those demon gods are even more dangerous creatures, and if they are not careful, they will be doomed. Evan made a suggestion, but the old Dean didn't say anything, just raised his wand slightly. Bang! As soon as the wand in the old Dean's hand touched the ground, suddenly a vine grew from the ground. It twisted and bound towards Evan. Thunder vine. Evan also stomped his feet immediately. Immediately, countless Lei Tang came in and out from the ground, entangled Evan tightly, isolating all the Lei Tang that approached. Lu Hai, you really disappointed me too much. Now that the enemy is facing you, you don't think about how to back down, but you don't hesitate to destroy your future. The old Dean turned around, and with a wave of his hand, all the vines gathered together to form a big hand and grabbed Evan. Lightning claws. Boom. Evan released a huge thunder claw and hit the old Dean's vine with it. Both sides were stunned for a moment. Master Dean, you are the king of wizards. If you plan to lead all our wizards to fight against the enemy and defend our homeland, I believe that many people will choose to follow you, defend our homeland and country together. But, you have already lost your way. That doesn't work. Bullshit. I did everything right. I protected this country. I protected so many wizards. I have a clear conscience. A magic flare. 93. Chapter 450. Everything is getting bigger. The old Dean didn't listen at all. His magic power poured out, and a huge piranha flower rushed out from the ground behind him, and the huge mouth gathered super energy. In an instant, it began to grow. Down. Moment. Boom. A green beam of light rushed towards Evan's entire body, creating a deep ravine on the ground. The old Dean didn't seem relieved by the amazing display of his strength. On the contrary, he looked more vigilantly to his left. Evan raised his wand. The thunder sounded. Thunder echoes. Boom 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 boom. Blue and white lightning came in. It exploded twice in a row in the air. The lightning quickly hit the old Dean twice. Of course, the old Dean had already turned on the magic shield, and the lightning did not shake the old Dean's magic shield at all. Ha ha ha. Good. Thunder lightning and thunder echo. I only give you 1 day of advanced magic. You have already learned this knowledge. You are indeed the genius I imagined. Longhai. Look at this. Look at it. Seeing Evan suddenly using advanced magic, the expression on the old Dean's face froze immediately, and then an expression of admiration appeared on his face, lamenting that Evan is indeed a genius. Next up, the old Dean waved his hand and summoned 2 magic screens. On the screen, a picture of the winged demons attacking the armies of the 2 countries appeared. Under the attack of the demons, the vanguard troops of the 2 countries quickly disintegrated. See, Longhai. This is the power I have now. In the face of this power, the enemy has nothing to be afraid of. I will now give you one more chance. Let you lay down your weapons, return to your top of the mountain, and wait for war to end. I will not tolerate your self-rule. Evan is also at a loss. The old Dean's love for wizards is so twisted that he still thinks about hiring Evan at this time. Let me say no. We can't let it go this way. Lots of people have died. I'm going to stop it. Evan carried his wand behind his back and unsheathed his magic knife, the 1,000-bladed knife. Well, the metal weapon of the demon god. The demon magic circle on the 1,000-blade magic knife made the old Dean frown. He knew that the mages in this world could not possess or attach to the metal weapons of the demon god, but Evan. The old Dean was puzzled, and just wanted to ask, but he was interrupted by Evan. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. There was an explosion sound on the magic screen, and the 3 demon gods who had not been able to go anywhere just now were blown to pieces. Although Lien Buying did not have a pair of cultivators, she still became the holder of the demon god's metal weapon, but now she was the 17th pillar of the demon god, the royal weapon of bodies. Taking another look at the battlefield of the Remus Empire, the blonde warrior rose into the sky. At this moment, her figure appeared in the sky. Wearing the mask of a lion, he hit the winged demon and burst into pieces. How could this happen? Damn raiders. There's magic in this world, that's all. Why are there so many weird guys out there? Seeing that the dark demon god that he boasted about was killed in just a few minutes, the old Dean felt his face light up, and he felt resentful in his heart. HMPH, don't think this is the end. This is just the beginning. The old Dean manipulated the dark medium, and obtained the black loof that the destroyed dark demon became. As long as there are enough Harufas, as many demons as you want, keep making them. The old Dean was already expressionless, producing a lot of magic power, ready to breed the dark demon god again. Obviously he didn't listen to the advice. Under these circumstances, it's not over yet. In my opinion, it's over. The weapon sword of Barbados. Between the twinkling lights, Evan completes his full magic suit. An extremely powerful magic force gathered behind Evan in the blink of an eye. The old Dean just turned around when he heard Evan's words. Boom. A huge silver sword light has entered. Instantly cut the dark man on the right to the left position, hit it with one hit, without any hesitation. Crack. Evan's sword cut through the dark medium along with the wall behind him. A thin crack appeared in the wall, the upper half of the dark medium bulged like a heart, and after a slight bump began to slide, the 2 halves fell on it, hit the ground and shook a floor to pieces. Advertisement, do not. What did you do? 99, seeking flowers. 0. The old Dean stared at the dark host that was split in half, and let out an angry scream in surprise. And Evan rose into the air, shirtless, holding a silver pistol and sword, looking at the old Dean with a blank expression. Well, you may not believe me when I say this. If you let this thing develop, it can even destroy the world. Even in its current state, it has already caused a large number of deaths. The ordinary people above can't support it. Stop it. Repent of your sins from now on. Seeing that the dark medium has been destroyed, Evan finally reluctantly said to the old dean. But, stop it. You ruined my hopes. What if the world is destroyed? As long as we are strong, what can destroy us? And those maggots up there, they're just creepy crawlies. They're not worth a die for it. They will use their lives to return the victory to Magnus Ted. It's a great honor for them. 00 The old abbot looked at Evan angrily, his fingers trembling slightly. You are actually the holder of the metal weapon of the demon god. It has always been common sense that mages cannot possess demon metal weapons or attachment weapons, and the old dean naturally knows this, but today this practice has been broken. You already have such power, yet you still sneak into the academy to learn magic. At first I didn't know your purpose. I thought you were just a wanderer with a mysterious origin. But now it seems. You have been entangled here since the beginning. Who the hell? Who leaked my plan to you? 66. The old dean stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck, with a ferocious and frightened expression on his face, and a wave of black Rufus began to appear around the old dean. There were bursts of loud noises. Black Rufus. Corrupt twist. Seeing the condition of the old dean, Evan can't help frowning. Is it worth it to cut down an old dean who has become a scavenger? There is no guarantee that the old dean will intensify his efforts, so in order to prevent the old dean from going mad and causing more losses, the most sensible way is to eliminate him at this time. Chapter 451. Destruction strikes. But, Dean, everything you are doing now is of no avail. Magnojudit is not extinct. There are still many wizards and townspeople waiting for your guidance. If you fall now, then this place will become a battlefield. You are now all you have to do is go tell everyone. Stop this war. Countless lives have been lost. Don't let more lives be sacrificed. Evan's words turned the degraded old dean into a black body with only half of his head left. Hearing Evan's words, the black air stopped spreading, and one eye struggled and blinked, as if recalling those familiar memories. Wizard. No. You. Yes. Plan. Failed. Can. Move on. Down. Move on with 500s. Must stop. When he finally came back to his senses, the only remaining white face of the old dean suddenly glowed with white light. With his own strength, the old dean is about to regain the reins of Master's body. Ah! The old dean was covered with scars all over his body, and as his magic power continued to increase, his entire head recovered. Puff. Clap. 99. A sudden change. A black tentacle suddenly penetrated the old dean's chest. The old dean had a solemn expression on his face, looked down at his chest, and then looked up again, only to see that he had just been cut in half. In the dark, a large number of tentacles are now protruding from the wound. At this time, the old dean realized that his chest had been cut open. Several of them were still in the old dean's body. These tentacles suddenly swelled up and were sucked. At this time, the old dean's body was also sucked. Ah! The old dean's originally tall body shrank to the extreme in an instant. The old skin wrapped around the bones, he fell to the ground. Damn it! What the hell, it hasn't been wiped off the earth yet. From this sudden turn, Evan didn't even have time to react. Dozens and hundreds of tentacles flew towards Evan furiously, trying to devour Evan like the old dean. Roll. Evan's pistol and sword danced in his hands. All approaching tentacles were severed. Perhaps sensing that Evan was not worth provoking, the dark medium that had been wrapped and healed quickly extended the tentacles in other directions. Crap. This guy is hitting normal people. Don't even think about it, Layla Kim. Boom. Advertisement. Evan saw the intention of the man in the dark, and immediately changed into his demon costume. The pink crystal quickly enveloped Evan. After the crystal exploded, with the scythe in hand and wearing tool, Evan tucked the scythe under himself. Then, the scythe fell into the dark medium from the bottom up. Great magic. Ryubao's practice hammer. Ohm. Boom. A huge magic circle unfolds on the ground. With the blow of the scythe in Evan's hand, a pink gravitational shock erupts from the magic circle. The shock wave crushed the dark medium with incredible force. The hammer knocked the dark medium out 10 meters in diameter like a baseball. Boom. The dark medium was attacked. The sphere became a little flat, and the spreading tentacles were almost completely broken. In an instant, it broke through all the obstacles above and was directly hit the sky. Look. What is this? The sudden appearance of the dark medium attracted the attention of many people, who were shocked by the destructive aura emanating from the dark medium, stunned in place, a few seconds later. Well. The dark medium suddenly began to spin wildly. The great magic disappeared, and as the dark medium spun, a large number of black lurks flew towards it from the sky and the ground. Because of the previous battle, the soldiers who died on the battlefield, as well as the ordinary people who died underground, have reached a terrifying number. Luckily, some of these people spawned some black lurks, and a large number of bases were replenished, and a river of black lurks was formed. At that moment, amazing magic, the birth world of the forest of 10,000 woods. Boom 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 boom. The ground trembled. Then thick roots came out from the ground. Each root exudes green magic and vitality, protecting and saving the dying people underground. Advertisement. Select. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. These tree roots spun and turned into sharp woods. A dragon pattern appeared on the spear. Like countless dragons flying in the air, simultaneously smashed into the sphere of the dark medium. Evan looked up to see Rufus River gathering. He frowned, realizing that things were getting more and more complicated. The pulsed sword in his hand was aimed at the dark medium in the air, and the magic sparks were shining. As a demon god, possessing the ability to heal is unique. Most demon gods are synonymous with destruction, and with the exception of Sai and the Phoenix of the Republic, they have basically never participated in life together. The great magic of other demon gods, such as Barbados' spear and sword, Lilaken's Rui 1.0 hammer, Burn's water god summoning the sea, etc., are mostly displays of gathering magic power, and then extreme impact displays. But Sai Kun is different. His great magic is a great magic that can not only be used for healing, but also for attack. As long as the user does not cancel it, this magic can continue to absorb magic from the outside world to maintain it. Whoever controls it, it can attack at will. Attachments are also very helpful to the bearer of Majin metal weapons. Paimon can even create hundreds of attachments, while others can create one or two more or less, just as unique as Saigon. Phoenix itself is a kind of undead bird with eternal vitality, while Saigong is the earth and forest, representing the majestic vitality of sky and earth. Sai Altagod is a demon god, quite unique even among the 72 demon gods, and this is not because his body is relatively twisted. Beep. Saigong can use his power to create a large number of germ monsters in an instant. This ability is unique and powerful, but it also seems that because of this ability, Saigong cannot create dependent creatures. Spear of the Thousand Tree Dragon, 93, the Spear of the Thousand Tree Dragon. Evan, who had redressed, flew outside, and Sai's second magic suit was in charge of the vitality. Just like now. Boom boom boom. 3. Wow. When Evan points the long sword at his hand, massive roots burst through the ground and shoot into the dark medium in the air. Chapter 452 Demon Gods Gather. He was injured again, this time with an obvious scream, pierced by countless tree roots, and the dark medium spun in the air, suddenly. Puff. A dull crash followed. The dark medium suddenly began to expand rapidly. A black hand stretched out from the sphere, grabbed the tree roots that pierced her body, and instantly absorbed all the magic power of the tree roots, causing them to wither and rot and disintegrate into nothingness. What the hell? Is it so hard to kill this trouble? Everyone, get out of here, don't come any closer. Evan cursed in his heart, and then immediately let the people around him flee the scene. The dark environment was out of control, and these people would be in danger if they stayed here. 10. What did he say? Get out of this place. Where can we go? And, who the hell is he? What right does he have to direct us? He's dressed as the bearer of a demon metal weapon. That's the enemy. Don't listen to him, don't listen to him. The people below chattered, and few of them really listened and left. 24. Idiot. Look who I am. Evan quickly took off his magic suit and flew into the air, holding the old dean's token in his hand. This is the badge of Lord Dean. He is the dean's student. I have seen him before. He's supposed to be a wizard, right? Why does he wield a metal weapon of a magical god? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? The biggest worry now is whether we should listen to him. 99. Speaking of which, the dean has not appeared for a long time. Where did he go? His real body display has been helpful to us, and some people choose to listen and stay away from this place. But there were still others who wouldn't leave, and Evan frowned and was about to drive them away, but just then. Roar. A roar erupted from the swollen blackness. A huge eye appeared on the surface of the dark medium, and opened, revealing the sinister pupil inside. When those eyes were all opened, a black light shot into the sky. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared in the sky. The originally dark sky became darker, and from the clouds in the sky, there was an amazing sense of oppression and crisis. A huge sphere full of tentacles appeared, seemingly summoned by a dark medium, slowly descended into this field. B********D. That thing is still coming. Evan stared coldly at the black tentacle ball that was emerging, and he had been working hard for a long time to stop it. Advertisement. Roar. The man in the dark roared again. His huge body that had swelled several times was floating in the air. One eye looked at the surrounding environment. A lot of black magic power was generated, and then a statue appeared on the surface of the man in the dark. Gorgeous three-eyed demon gods. These demon gods were stunned, and then began to fly in all directions. These three-eyed demon gods are huge, each 20 meters tall, with 4 arms and 3 eyes, and can fly without wings. Boom. 2 three-eyed demon gods landed below, destroying many buildings with a wave of their hands. Those who hadn't escaped earlier screamed and hurried away, but it seemed too late. Help. The soldier fell to the ground, and the weapon in his hand had long since been lost. The three-eyed demon god noticed him, with a playful expression in his eyes, raised his thighs, and walked towards him slowly. The three-eyed demon god did not immediately trample the soldier to death, because he enjoyed this feeling very much, and to him, there was no difference between a man and an ant. Seeing that such a soldier was about to die at the feet of the demon god, the ground around the soldier suddenly moved. The spear of the Thousand Tree Dragon. Clap 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 clap. The 2 evil three-eyed demon gods were instantly pierced by more tree roots. Evan held the pulse of Taijiquan, released the Saigong demon, and continued to manipulate the big magic to attack the demon god. Boom. Boom. 2 consecutive dim explosions sounded, and the two three-eyed demon gods were eliminated, returning to the darkness as Black Loof. What? Evan's action seems to make a lot of eyes on the dark medium suddenly look at Evan, and then... Whoa! The three-eyed demon kept appearing and fell around Evan like dumplings, trying to surround him. HMPH, I don't have time to make trouble with you now, die all of you, ball. Boom. The wild lightning hit the ground. Rush away from the three-eyed demon that surrounded him. Evan instantly put on Ball's magic suit, and the gilded long sword flew out, turning into a thunder sword, and then... Thunder sword. Boom. Advertisement: the divine sword formed by thunder and lightning devoured everything around him in an instant. A large number of three-eyed demon gods descended on Helluff and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, lightning flashed in the sky. Rising into the air like a dark medium, Evan revealed himself in the lightning. Great magic. Lightning strikes the sword of lightning. No bullshit. The great magic has arrived. Long live. Brother Yan. Come and see, the defense lines have all collapsed. At this time, Lien Hongyan has rushed to the battlefield, transformed into a small magic outfit, with the power of Agaras on his body. His right arm turned into a huge claw, and the power of the earth was stimulated to form of the giant arm directly defeated the three-eyed demon god. A huge black ball appeared in the sky. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A thunderous ray of light swept across the sky above Magno Shun College, and 500 such striking rays of light diverted all eyes from the surrounding battlefield. Well, Zhou Haidong, Yan Chong, Li Qingxiu, Leban, lead the troops. Hongba, Hongyu, Buying, Hongming, you come and see, this black thing gives me a bad feeling. This lightning, the caster of the devil's mail weapon has already entered. And that black thing, I always feel a little uncomfortable. Lightning flashes in the night sky. All eyes are on here. Lightning flashes in the sky, completely drowns the master of darkness. Puff. Seeing the black sphere in the middle of the clouds, almost all the demon god metal weapon wielders present felt a little uncomfortable. What is this? A huge magic circle unfolded behind Evan. A lot of magic power poured into the long sword in his hand, gathered after 3 seconds. On the other side of the Rem Empire, Shazad made his move. The defensive magic blocked the attack of the three-eyed demon god, and then Commander Rem, who was wearing a magic suit, and the head of the Fenari's legion shot together to destroy the demon god. Lien Hongyan wrinkled his beautiful eyebrows, flapped his wings, and quickly took the lead and flew out, followed by several other royal children, but it is worth noting that Lien Bailong was not with them. Boom. Lien Hongba flew up and asked the lightning bolt in the distance. Disappeared. What happened? Chapter 453: The Dark Form of the Medium Giant. All three were equally drawn to lightning. The two wielding metal weapons felt the difference, while Shazad, who was Magi, knew more clearly what was going on. The existence that destroys the world has come again, and it cannot be allowed to touch the earth. Mew. CHNAS. Let's stop it. 91. Shazad ordered the three of them to fly with all their might towards the center of the academy, their hearts overflowing with anxiety. And just as the group of people approached quickly, and the dazzling lightning slowly dissipated, Evan put away the lightning sword, exhaled slightly, and frowned as he looked at the half-disappeared dark medium. The man in the dark has been split in half by lightning, revealing his hidden core. He thought that such an attack could destroy the man in the dark, but looking at the way the man in the dark kicked his legs, Evan knew what was missing. You said what? Since it didn't work once, let's do it again. Extreme magic. Clenching the hilt of the sword with both hands, the huge magic circle unfolded again behind Evan. The magic power was input, and the violent lightning broke out again. The mana of the others dries up after only one use, but Mew, the leader of the Fenari's Legion. The leader of the Fenari's Legion, Mew. Archis, it's even worse. His magic power is only enough for 1 minute's full magic power load. Others, like Evan, don't even think about using big magic a few times in a row to retain their magic power. Sword destroys thunder. Boom. Bright lightning strikes again. It goes straight for the remaining half of the darkness. I thought this sword would destroy the remaining half of the dark medium, but... Boom. A crisp sound came. A golden magical shield enveloped the remaining dark medium. A flash of light flashed. Amazingly, it blocked the full power of the sword of destruction. That, 99, magic shield. Evan let out an exclamation, but a clear voice came from behind him. Evan looked in the direction of the sound, and then a little blonde girl appeared with 2 metal weapons wielding a demon. It's you. At this time, Hongyan practitioner appeared, and when he saw that Evan recognized him, the expression on his face immediately dimmed. Advertisement, His Royal Highness, how many years have passed, you are still so cute, 33. Evan smiled at Nien Hongyan, then ignored Nien Hongyan who seemed to be leaving, looked at Shazad and said. The mages of the Rem Empire, what should I do with the current situation? This guy actually blocked the attack with a magic shield. It absorbed a lot of magic power. If the shield doesn't move, we will be helpless. Evan pointed to the black tentacle above his head and the dark medium nearby, implying that these two guys were the toughest to deal with. The unknown Dark Annihilator is the one who destroyed the previous world. This dark medium is his guide and conduit. He released the coordinate signal to track the Annihilator here. Now he is protecting himself with a magic shield. There is no way. Now, the only way to destroy the vector and stop the Annihilator from coming is to break the shield. Shazad muttered to himself. Evan frowned slightly after listening to Shazad's words, thought for a while, then. Ball. Yes. Lord. Evan provided Ball with magic power. Provide Ball with enough magic power to make Ball appear in real form, and let Ball appear behind Evan in the form of a demon. Way, Magi, and others, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to encounter such a difficult thing when going out to breathe. Last time, we failed, but this once. Ball folded his arms across his chest in horror. He said, I don't know. Evan can feel Ball's anger and excitement, and yes, the other fiends are on the move, so. The enemy has met. Then let them all come out. Bake. Evan fully activates his Dantian Chi. A lot of magic power is transformed. It is sent to the metal weapon on his body. It can be done in an instant. Haha. It's time to hunt. Barbados roared and raised his spear and sword high. This guy, if I can, I really don't want to mess with him. 99. Layla Kim appeared, smoking scythe from his mouth, moderate tear stained on his face. I don't know if I can burn this guy with my current flame, but I'm going to repay the shame of the past today. Ashtaro's fire dragon snake was burning beside him, staring blankly at the black sphere in the air. The wind will bury everything. Advertisement Paimon hovered behind Evan, and the air around him immediately became violent. I never thought I would be able to fight this guy one day. Shakespeare appeared, and there was no sadness or joy in the expression on his face. What? Why is that guy again? Even though he has escaped to another world, he is still chasing him. It's really annoying. Saigao, who was reckless and blooming, said pitifully, obviously hating the sphere hanging in the air. At this time, the 7 demon gods had enveloped Evan among the stars and declared him their king. Those around him, including Sahad, were stunned. There's even a guy other than Sinbad. Slightly, at that moment, Lien Hongyan gritted his teeth. He now has 3 demon gods, and he thinks he is already very powerful, but now compared to Evan. Evan doesn't care about the unhappiness of practicing Hongyan. There is a reason why he summoned the devil. Magi, your highness, next I will fully open the spiritual shield. You see your chance and destroy it. There are not many opportunities. Please seize the opportunity. Evan raised his hands in the air and released his magic power. 7 demon gods took over Evan's magic power and formed a huge magic circle in the air. 7 people raised their hands at the same time. Then. Great magic. X7. The greatest magic ever. The scene where the 7 demon gods use the best magic when they are together, Li's Hao, is shocking. 6 demon gods danced around Astaros. A pattern consisting of 6 addicts was formed, and each released his own superb magic. They did not form an attack, but directed their power to the center of Ashtara's sun. My lightning strike has limited damage to him, Axio, this time it's up to your flames. Ball channeled his powers, having used great magic twice, realizing that the dark medium was more or less resistant to his own lightning. Ashtaros nodded, absorbed the power his companions sent him, and his body bulged slightly. The full head of snake hair squirmed and made a hissing sound. At this time, inside Ashtaro's body there is a red flame. Red flame burning in the hands of Ashtaroth, then turned yellow, turned white. The great magic, white lightning purgatory dragon rise. Chapter 454 The Man in the Dark. A powerful blow that combines the power of 7 powerful demons. Infinite white flames go in and out of Ashtaroth. A white fire dragon. The dragon roars. With space warping heat, it heads toward the darkness the medium takes off. Boom. The white fire dragon makes contact with the dark medium of the tree stump. A golden magic shield blocks the frontal attack of the white fire dragon. A billowing heat wave engulfs the dark medium, burning this hard-to-kill creature. Crack. A second later, a clear and clear voice reached everyone's ears. The golden magic shield of the dark medium cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Prepare! Shahzad exclaimed, his staff gathering magic power and delivering it into Emu's hands. His staff was also constantly moving. A terrifying wave of magic appears above the staff. Don't get distracted. Get ready to attack. Nian Hongyan ordered his younger siblings to approach the dark medium. His younger siblings were all happy. He looked at the magic shield that was about to collapse. Yi Fan is also gnashing his teeth at the moment. His magic transformation has risen to the highest level. The sea of chi in his Dantian is surging. In a nearly violent way, he transformed infinite magic to support the devil behind him. Even on Evan's skin, red lines started to appear, rising up like blood vessels. Terrible. 503. Crack. Boom. The hard work paid off, with both Evan and the demon god giving their best. The dark medium's magical shield is finally shattered. Clap clap clap. Once the shield shatters, the weakened dragon flames hit the dark medium. The white flames turn into a scorching fire net, engulfing it. All the newly born 3-eyed demons are scorched. Now, offensive, great magic, great magic. In addition to Evan, there are also the owners of 7 demon metal weapons, plus Shahzad. What an amazing power. Octagonal seal. When the other 7's attack falls in the dark, Shahzad unleashes her magic instantly, creates a giant cube that locks the dark medium and other attacks inside. Boom 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 boom. The great magic collides and catalyzes each other. This is to increase the destructive power of the great magic, and also to prevent the attack from spreading and harming innocent people. Such an operation requires a lot of magical power and perseverance, and physical strength is also very important. As a magi, Shahzad naturally has a strong magical power, but even so, bloodlines still appeared on her face, and so did Evan. Advertisement. Alas. Alas. After the attack, the holders of several demon god metal weapons were panting heavily, their magic power was drained, except for Lien Hongyan. Success. Success? Lien Hongba frowned and encouraged, what creature can withstand such a powerful attack? Hearing the words of Lien Hongba, Evan looked up at the black sphere in the sky, and found that it was unscathed and was slowly descending, and... Don't be careless, the other party hasn't been destroyed yet. Evan opened his eyes and shouted, however, Evan's words just came out. Bang 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 bang. A black hand suddenly hit Shazad's sealing barrier from the inside, and almost instantly, the barrier was shattered, absorbing all the magic power. What? Everyone around was stunned. At that moment, the dark environment was still shrouded in smoke, and the smoke from the explosion was so thick that it was impossible to see what was happening inside. Hongyan practitioners, they sensed danger and waved their hands to let everyone retreat, but they didn't know it. Woo! Suddenly, a huge palm flew out of the smoke and continued to stretch, open a palm several meters high and grab it towards those who wield the devil's metal weapon. What the hell? Fangs of the Earth, 99, boom. The hand that grabbed Lien Hongyan was nailed in the air by several stone thorns that went in and out from the ground. Lien Hongyan jumped on the stone thorns, and absorbed the power of the earth through the stone to restore his magic power. He's still strong enough, but not so easy for some of the others. Seba, back off. Nian Zhengyao swung his golden sword and hit one of the palms, but he only made a cut, it was too late to run, and Lien Hongba found himself being held by that hand. Hongba. Seeing this scene, Lien Hongba was a little excited, he raised his giant claws and grabbed it. A stone hand jumped out from the ground, he grabbed the dark hand, grab it hard. Puff. That hand was cut off, cough cough, cough cough cough. The broken arm hit the ground from the air, the palm opened, and the severely injured Lien Hongba rolled out. Advertisement. The magic suit that protected Nien Hongba was gone, and even most of the skin on his body was gone, and his whole body seemed to be soaked in sulfuric acid. Hongbo. Lien Hongyan flew towards him angrily. The magic suit on his body changed. He turned into a tall man in a pink down jacket, which highlighted his figure. He landed next to Lien Hongba and raised his hand to release it. The pink flames that enveloped him. Not only was there no pain in practicing Hongba, but instead, he was enveloped in flames, making a chi-chi sound, and the damage on his body quickly recovered. Brother Yan. Be careful, this hand can directly destroy the magic clothes. Lien Hongba regained his breath, and he exchanged his injury for information about this giant hand. At this time, roar, a roar. The tentacles that were chasing prey suddenly trembled and began to retract. Wait until all hands are indented into the smoke. Lien Hongming is a demon with the power of space transformation, and I saw it reach out and slash. At this moment, Lien Hongming's figure appeared. Lien Hongmin and Lien Hongba were teleported to another place by the 7 stars curse array. Boom. And such an attack just failed to kill it, and the wielders of these demonic metal weapons now have no confidence. Evan frowned and glared at the dark medium of higher stature. This creature was hard to beat without killing it. The giant roared. He stretched out his hands to the nearest Lien Hongyang and caught him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A huge palm hit the ground, and the ground began to collapse instantly. This huge palm is not only powerful, but also has the characteristic of swallowing magic power. When the magic power of the earth is swallowed, the earth dies and collapses. Roar. Boom. 7 stars shift. Roll. The headless giant fell from the smoke and slammed into the ground of the city. Roar. People in the dark didn't know what it meant to be afraid, and a palm fell from the sky, ready to kill the 2 brothers. Lien Hongba, who was still treating Lien Hongyan, saw the man walking towards him in the dark without the slightest doubt. On the contrary, he turned around and looked at him with disgust. Damn it. They say the world is dangerous and complicated for a reason. This guy is just too hard to kill. Chapter 455. Mami Ulufus. This guy can absorb the magic around him to strengthen himself, even Earth's oceans. So, paratrooper, send him to the sky. Evan rushed forward with 7 demons. Paimon roared. With a wave of his hand, he lifted a huge black medium from the ground. Keep him away from that black sphere, Lyra King. Got it. 1,000. Heavy arrows. In addition to Lee Larkin's ability to manipulate gravity, his arrows are amazing too. A huge crossbow of light appeared in Lee Larkin's hands. Then, a purple arrow of light flew out. Puff. The light arrow of the giant crossbow pierced the chest of the man in the dark. The arrow itself was accelerated by gravity. Like being hit by a battering ram, the body of the man in the dark immediately flew to the no man's land, and away monsters in the clouds. Let's do it together, let's not give him a chance to breathe. Okay. Those who still have the strength to fight strike hard. All kinds of light fall on the dark medium. The aftermath of the various explosions even shook the surrounding mountains. Boom. Under such an attack, the dark medium was blown to pieces. He shattered to the ground like a rag. We can't let him fall to the ground, Paimon. If the dark medium falls, it is likely to absorb the magic power of the ground and recover again. Paimon raised his hand and wanted to cause a hurricane, but at this moment. Wind crack. Boom. A huge wind blade whizzed past. The man in the dark who was about to fall was lifted from the ground, and left a long scar on his body. What is that? Evan turned his head and saw that the first thing he saw was Sinbad in red rushing into the attack range. Behind them were 4 wielding demon metal weapons and several of their family members. This group of people walked over without a word. The group came over without a word. Sinbad. You are here after all. Evan smiled, and Sinbad's presence was both expected and unexpected. Humph. I see what I mean. This guy's name is Dark Medium, right? Anand says it's an omen of fate, must not save him. Sinbad took his alliance and his men to continue the attack. They were full of magic when they first came, after several attacks. Harala. Advertisement. The Dark Medium was left with only a black core hovering in the air, slowly absorbing the blackness that Rufus was trying to restore. That's the essence of it. Once the core is destroyed, the Dark Medium will disappear, and so will the guy above. Sinbad obviously knew a lot. He looked at the core, raised his head slightly, and then raised his hands high. Great magic. The abyss of wind. Whoosh. Sinbad released his great magic, and a thin column of wind rushed out. Wherever he passed, the space was cut. But bang dang. The wind hit the core, but it didn't split in two. Instead, it crunched. Only a thin slice of skin was cut. Well, so hard. Unable to break through even his own great magic, Sinbad looked at the core in front of him with a frown. Let me come, Barbados, you're in the middle this time. Zero. Evan has to try too. In his demon formation, in terms of his strongest attack power, it is naturally Barbados. So, the formation of the demon gods surfaced. The 6 demon gods fed back their power to Barbados. Barbados held a huge gun and sword in his hand. Aim at the core. What a full feeling. Take it. Great magic. Barbados' weapon sword. What? A silver light flashed across the sky. All the clouds were cut off. It was as if the sky had been split. Even the sky can be split open. Barbados' destructive power can be seen in Madara, but it still doesn't work, Shazad said impatiently. The strongest destructive force doesn't work. There's no way to destroy this core. Sinbad rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking in his mind how to destroy the core. Evan frowned. He put away all the magic gods, dispelled the magic clothes, changed back to the original appearance, then raised the wand and looked at the dwarf hanging on the wand. Evan had an idea, wanted to try. Hey, you don't look right, you know that. Yard felt something, and his body began to twist. Oh, don't be afraid, Mr. Yard, I just want to see if the legendary sacred artifact can penetrate this core. Katakana middle dot 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 advertisement. Evan smiled and called Yade. Sir. Which made Yade's sense of crisis even stronger. I said you weren't kidding. 99 looking at Evan's sinful hand reaching out to him. Yade panicked even more, and Yade felt that he would inevitably be called today. But only in that moment. Maybe we should try, a soft voice sounded, and everyone turned their heads to see that it was Jamleah and Aladdin of Sindria. At that moment, there was no seal on Aladdin's arm, and he flew with Yamria. What are you going to do, Jamleah? His partner Sinbad trusts his partner too much and asks directly what to do. Jamleah looked at the core with a sad face, turned his head to Evan, nodded and said. 0. I already know the general situation. I saw Dean's skeleton underground, but I know Dean's soul is still there, in this core. I have something to say to him, so please let me join Aladdin. Go in and have a look, okay? 59. Mr. 5 Leica said in a pleading tone, and the group of people around had different expressions when they heard it. This. I don't mind, there's no other way now anyway. Evan and Sinbad looked at each other and agreed. Thank you. The Jamleah alliance bowed in thanks, then wrapped Aladdin with his arms, and followed his magic into the middle of the core area. The wisdom of Solomon. 93. Aladdin and Jamleah fell silently, their souls entering the core. After Yard saw this scene, he breathed a sigh of relief and lamented that he had successfully escaped. The others stood guard in a circle, and Evan and Sinbad faced each other with intriguing smiles. 7 demon gods, puff puff, you really surprised me. Sinbad laughed, as did Evan. Friend, you are also 7. Like Sinbad, Evan is a person who has his own little secrets. These secrets cannot be revealed to the world. If these secrets are known, Sinbad will become the enemy of the world, and Evan will be regarded as the enemy of the world. As a foreigner, things can get very uncomfortable. 10, chapter 456. Integrating with heaven and earth. So these two people didn't like to keep diaries, just looked at each other, and finally smiled at each other, turned to look at the dark core in the air, and waited for the results of Aladdin and Jamler. A few minutes passed, and at the same time, the terrifying creature in the center of the cloud continued to descend. It had long tentacles, and at this speed, it would touch the ground in a few minutes. Evan stared at the tentacle monster and began to feel uneasy. Everything was unknown. He didn't know what kind of monster it was, only that it could destroy the world. If they attacked, they didn't know if it would cause irritation and make them fall faster, so the group was hesitant to act rashly. All this group has to do is stand there and wait for Aladdin to give the results. Crack. Just when Evan's heart was getting more and more anxious, a crisp voice caught the attention of everyone present. When everyone looked at 503, they found that the original indestructible core surface appeared. A crack. A white light seeped out from the inside. Several black loofahs flew out. but when it came into contact with the white light, it immediately turned white, merged with heaven and earth. Click, 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 click. The speed of the core fragmentation is getting faster and faster, and the sound is getting louder and louder. The magic power of the huge Rufus spewed out like a flood, and in the white light, everything turned white again. Aladdin and Yamlika also woke up in a burst of light. When they woke up, their eyes were full of tears and they were crying. Beep. The dark core finally collapsed and completely dissipated. There is no dark core. Then, the black monster in the air stopped descending, slowly shrank revolving heaven, and disappeared. Waiting for the dark clouds in the sky to dissipate. Nico, there was a crisp chirping in the sky, all the golden loofahs converged into a long river in the sky, and then, a huge golden bird spread its wings. That's it. Rufus bird. The bird of Rufus. The legendary incarnation of Rufus is also the divine bird that sent human souls into the sea of Rufus. With the appearance of Rufus birds, these Rufus streamers turned into humanoids in an instant, their souls, the souls of those who died in battle, whether they were ordinary people underground or soldiers who died on the battlefield. At that moment, they all returned their souls, returned to their relatives, friends and comrades in arms, and said their final farewell. Evan was a little stunned when he saw this amazing scene in front of him, his heart was trembling, and when he thought of the old dean, a line appeared on his face. Advertisement, Master, you are here too. Evan looked up at the sky, and as soon as he finished speaking, he let out a whisper. Yes, I am one of them now, and now I realize that whether you are a mage or an ordinary person, the essence is the same, and the weight of your soul is the same. A familiar voice startled Evan. Turning around, he saw a glowing yard appearing behind him, smiling at him. Dean, Evan shouted, but there was no following. He didn't know what to do. After all, it was he who destroyed the old dean's plan and finally made the old dean become like this. Ha ha ha, Lu Hai, don't think too much, I don't blame you, this is what I should end up with. You are a smart kid who has surpassed most people, and the academy needs your care in the future. The old dean seemed to have entrusted Magno Sutide to Evan. However, the message had already sounded in Evan's mind. His mission had been completed, he was going back, and he couldn't stay in this world for long. With a wry smile, Evan said in a voice only two people could hear. Dean, I don't belong to this world. My mission in this world has been completed, it's time to go back. The old dean was stunned for a moment, and then cast an admiring look at him. Oh, it turns out that there really are other worlds. Dragon Sea. What is your world like? Is there magic in there?
This, I don't think so, but if it's magic, then it's a more peaceful world than here.
Evan shook his head, and then noticed that the expression on the old dean's face had become a little excited. Ha ha ha. No magic. Well, Long Hai, since you can't stay here, I'm not forcing you, but I hope you can promise me one thing. The old dean opened his mouth and said, What is that? I can do it, I will do it, 99. Very well, my token is still with you, isn't it? Take my token and go to my office. There's a mural behind the desk. It's actually inside the space. That's what the college and I have collected over the years information about magic. It covers everything. Take them, go to your world, and transfer the power of magic for the good of the world. Advertisement. The old dean's tone was very soft, giving the impression that he could not bear the rejection. Evan smiled bitterly in his heart. In his own world, even a Luffy was unwilling to learn magic, but Evan did not refuse, but bowed his head and agreed. After the visit of Wayan, the vast majority of the soldiers were unwilling to fight. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As a result, all parties dispersed. Cinderia is there to protect both the world and Magnosi Udida with different but related goals. The reason why the Rem Empire launched the attack was because Sahad felt that Extinction 1.0 had appeared in Magnosida, and she was here to stop the old abbot. Okay, then I'm relieved. A meeting was held between the Lime Empire, the Wan Empire, the Academy, and Cinderia. Evan knew that Sinbad actually wanted to assimilate Magnositide to death, but he did not refuse, because Magnositide's current situation really needs the support of an ally like Sinbad. Now the situation is different. No matter who makes the shot, it may be forced back by several other troops. Hearing Evan's promise, the old dean nodded in relief, then his body flew up, looking at Yamleha who was still crying in the distance. His eyes showed reluctance. He sighed and flew to the sky. Evan represented the academy, and behind him stood a group of magic teachers with sad expressions on their faces. Sinbad said he was an ally of Magnositide's and would help Magnositides restore the situation afterwards. Evan's main quest also received the message of the end after the disappearance of the Black Monster. With 24 hours of preparation, Evan witnessed the final result of the battle. Well, Dean, I'll go back and get things, and when I'm back in my own world, I'll pass it on to the gifted. 17. And just like that, it's all over. With the exception of Cinderia, all troops involved in the war suffered heavy losses. The Brilliant Empire knew that the Rem Empire had made a move, so they planned to make a move together to get their share. The Rem Empire had already withdrawn its troops. After hearing the news, Lien Hongyan of the Huang Empire thought twice and decided to withdraw as well. Chapter 457 Deal with Mr. Chi. Magnositide's post-war recovery has passed Evan's sights. That's because there isn't enough time. After the four-way negotiation was completed, Magnosite was deemed safe for the time being, and Evan ordered all mages and commoners to begin follow-up work on the Dean's token. People had to be rescued. Since the big magic was still active, the casualties were kept to a minimum. Evan went back to the academy to have the magic removed, because otherwise these trees would occupy a lot of underground space, and the follow-up rescue work would not be easy. Expand. Finally, Evan came to the dean's office, saw the mural, put a token on it, and the magic appeared and opened, revealing the sealed space inside and a pile of scrolls. There are a lot of magic spells on these scrolls. Evan has already asked them. The magic teachers on these scrolls know that they have studied these magics before. The old dean just helped them put these magics together and see if they can be used. Then weave it into a scroll. Evan manipulated these scrolls and opened them one by one, which contained all kinds of magical knowledge. Of course, this knowledge can't be completely digested in -24 times, so Evan simply wrote them down, and with his great mental strength, just memorizing them is no problem. By the time Evan wrote down all the knowledge in his mind, most of the day had passed. Outside, after the battle, things continued. Evan put all the scrolls back in the confined space, closed the protection formation, and finally, he found Maya as his magic tutor who was rescuing the wounded, and solemnly handed the token to her. The college should still be managed by people who truly love the college. The group of magic teachers were surprised by Evan's decision, but they were not in a hurry to stop him. To them, Majas was more familiar and a more likable interlocutor. As for Evan, they said they were not familiar with it. After everything was entrusted to him, Evan was ready to return to the real world. Since the world already has a teleportation array installed, Evan doesn't plan to put another. To complete this quest, there is also a teleportation point to this world. There are other rewards, namely Human Soul Pill X3, Body Shape Pill X3, Demon Source Eye X1, Spirit Gathering Ring X1 and World Teleportation Point X. These two elixir are familiar to Evan, and he is going to go back and get some Human Soul Elixir to improve his soul. The Body Shaping Pill can be used by the family, and then there are two other bonuses. The Magical Eye of the Source advertisement. The Lingyuan Eye is a magical spring located on the ground, which can collect magical power and produce magical spiritual spring water. The output varies according to the strength of the surrounding magical power. Magic Fountain. After drinking, it can increase a person's overall magic power by a small amount, improve magic affinity, and restore magic power. The Magic Fountain looks like a colorless bead about the size of a fist, which is a bit puzzling since it's apparently just a bead that produces spring water. Then there's the Ring of Focus, which sounds like some sort of battery on top, but it's actually a little gold ring. Circle of Focus, an energy memory space that stores powerful electricity. Because of its own lightning protection function, wearing the ring on the body will automatically attract lightning to charge it. This is a powerful lightning ring that releases lightning to increase the strength of power attacks, the amount of which is controlled by the user. After reading the information about the energy gathering ring, Evan silently raised a gold ring and placed it on the index finger of his left hand. Lightning flashed in Evan's hand, deliberately letting the energy gathering ring absorb it, because it was empty inside. Just charge it and use it, just in case. Evan continued to amplify his power. His LV4 ability to create electric shock was turned on to the maximum, and finally the Thunderball glove on his hand began to charge. Ball's lightning flashed frantically, and was quickly absorbed by the energy gathering ring. At this time, the energy gathering ring, like a child who has been hungry for a long time, greedily devours the electricity it comes in contact with. It feels that the absorption capacity of the energy gathering ring will be very strong in a while, and its internal space can also be very large. The battery is still not fully charged. In the end, Evan did not continue to magnify the electricity. He pulled out his hand to dispel the electricity, and then stepped on the white light, returning to his own world in an instant. At this time, Evan realized that his hand was surrounded by the white light. Evan's adventure didn't last long, not even a month. After leaving the world of the magic flute, Yugo frowned in the holy palace, not knowing how the disappeared demon god reappeared. However, next, what the hell is going on here? Strange apparitions suddenly appear in every corner of the magic flute world. The Tower of the Demon God exists in every corner of the world. The labyrinth of various demon gods suddenly disappeared. Advertisement of the 72 demon gods, not counting the demon gods who had been raided. About half of the demon gods had not been raided. These remaining demons, together with their labyrinth of demons, all disappeared in an instant. Along with them, some monsters that existed all over the world also disappeared. On the other side is the present world. In the desert, thick sand snakes of yellow sand wriggling under the hot sand. No warning. White light falls into the desert. Then a giant pyramid appears in the sand. It's really big. In Rufus chirping, the golden magic rolls out of the tower. The same strange phenomenon has been observed in other parts of the world. The tower fell into the sea. The temple of the Mayan civilization fell into the rainforest. A boulder-like fortress crashed into the crater. An ice castle appeared in the snow. In an instant, dozens of mysterious buildings emerged all over the world, exuding such powerful magic and turmoil, that the whole world began to be filled with it. At the same time, a large number of warcraft came to this world again. The 503 difference from the last time is that these beasts felt the fluctuation of magic power, as if they were attracted by instinct. These beasts began to approach the maze of magic, the source of magic. In a very short period of time, a large number of demon beasts surrounded each maze of demon gods. These monsters are like the guardians of the magic palace guarding the labyrinth, and all creatures that approach them are crushed by the monsters. The eyes of all countries were instantly attracted by these labyrinths and monsters, and various actions followed. In the vast country of Daxia, there are also several labyrinths of demon gods, one of which is a palace built like a mirror just outside the capital. As soon as the demon god labyrinth appeared, it was discovered and surrounded by a group of people guarding the capital. Some beasts following down the mountain approached the labyrinth, but as soon as they emerged, they were overtaken by heavy artillery. Who are you? Destroy their capital. Security cannot be compromised. The general ordered the army to start blowing up these beasts. Fortunately, the beasts that appeared near the capital this time were not strong and their numbers were limited, and the army quickly stabilized the situation and killed all the beasts that approached. Immediately afterward, large armies began building fortifications outside the labyrinth to prevent anything from coming out of the labyrinth, as well as anything that might be approached by humans. At the same time, the military bosses contacted Lin Zhengji outside the observation station and informed him. If something goes wrong, we can't handle it, that Zhaolin, go and ask Mr. Qi immediately. Chapter 458 Is Mommy going to heaven defying? The military was worried that the sudden appearance of the Devil's Labyrinth would be somewhat dangerous, and was afraid that his own people would not be able to handle it, so he greeted Lin Zhengji in advance and asked him to prepare to invite Evan out. Lin Zhengji was also sweating profusely after hearing this. He was holding the document with the seal of Yudao in his hand, and he knew in his heart that this matter could not be delayed any longer. On the other hand, Evan still doesn't know what happened outside. It was a monster last time, and Evan guessed that it must be a monster this time. Handing the knife and wand to himself, he entered the room with trouble, and then, despite Yard's shouts, Evan walked out of the room. Stretching in the sun, this time off is another 15 days, so he can relax. He first went to say hello to his family. Key's father was very happy with Evan's return. He pulled him into the greenhouse, pointed to Evan and said that the bean had fallen off. Look, I planted the bean fairy, mouth proud. Father Qi had a bright smile on his face. We'll see, it's true, Dad, that's great, have you tried it? Yi Fan immediately squatted down to check the fairy beans. There were several bean seeds on each fairy bean. If the effect was the same, he would certainly be able to pick a lot. Haha. Actually, I'm not very good, come on Xiaoyang. Say hello to your brother. I saw Father Qi waved his hand, and then a sunflower jumped out from the middle of the flower bed next to him, waving its leaves to say hello to Evan. The type of sunflower seeds that the sunflower monster evolved must be the sunflower seeds that evolved at that time, but who is this Henry Zhang? What kind of brother is he? Fortunately, there is Xiao Yan's help, otherwise this fairy being will really go to heaven and earth, and the effect is still unknown. After a few days, I will give you Uncle Yan a taste. Father Qi said with a smile, stroking the head of the sunflower monster. 66 Give Uncle Yan a taste. How? By cutting yourself, and eating fairy beans. Cough. Okay, it's hard for Dad, and Xiaoyan, you guys should settle things first, I'll go see my mother. Advertisement scratching his head, Evan ran out the door. As soon as he went out, he saw the human-shaped wolf Yigan kneeling at the door, with his head lowered, holding the master's ball in his raised hands. Master, you are back. Lang Yigan was respectful as always. Evan took the master ball and helped Lang Yigan up. You have also worked hard, Wild Wolf. Your breathing has become stronger. It seems that you have absorbed the blood of the great demon king very well. This is also thanks to the cultivation of the master. I can't repay you. 11. Where did you learn it? You don't want to give me your life, do you? I don't like that. Haha, just kidding. Hard work for you, then. With a wave of Evan's hand, Wolf Yigan entered the pet space, which means that Evan has granted Wolf Yigan's pet status. Let's get acquainted there first. The pet space will not prevent pets from coming out. Lang Yigan obviously likes the environment inside and does not plan to come out for the time being. Later, Evan met with Mr. Tien. Mr. Tien was in good health recently with a long breath, and his strength had increased significantly. After thinking about it, Evan gave Tien Lao a body sculpting pill and told him the effect of the body sculpting pill. Tien Lao was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then went straight to his room, without thinking about whether the pills would be a problem. Then behind him, he met Yang Minghao who was practicing boxing. His hands were surrounded by green light. Every punch of his was full of murderous intent. Every punch is full of lethality, and it is obvious that the strength of the green bull has also become more. Evan also gave Yang Minghao a body sculpting pill, and the reaction was almost the same. Yang Minghao was stunned, and then ran away. Only Mother Qi and Naki were left. Evan wears his vision nemesis, but Natch is nowhere to be found in the villa complex. Well, what's on my mother's shoulder? In Evan's perception, Qi Mu is not drinking tea alone, but some unknown creatures are lying on her shoulders. A little curious, Yi Fan walked quickly to the attic where Qi's mother was drinking tea, and just climbed the stairs. Well, that's a cobweb. A stiff cobweb. At first, he thought, how could there be cobwebs here? Normal cleaning work is not allowed. When he reached out and touched it, he found that these cobwebs were not simple, but extremely stiff. For now, Xiaohai is back, come up, don't stay below, 99. Advertisement. Mother Qi's voice sounded. Evan put aside the spiderweb, went to the attic, and saw what was on Mother Qi's shoulder. A spider. A black spider the size of a sea bowl lay quietly on Mother Qi's shoulder. 8 black eyes looked at Yi Fan in unison, a little puzzled and a little wary. Mom, where did you find such a big spider? Yi Fan remembered giving the eggs to his mother, but he didn't expect Li's good, such a big spider to hatch inside. Mother Qi casually reached out and touched the spider's head, The spider narrowed her eyes and showed a happy expression. Don't ask how Evan saw it from the spider's face, he just felt it. Yifan approached slowly. He felt that this spider was not an ordinary spider, there was a strong power inside. It comes from the mystery of the magic weapon, that is, the magic soldier. In comics, it is a weapon, a celestial weapon with infinite evil power, while in anime, it is an incomparably powerful magical beast, which can be transformed into an infinitely powerful divine soldier and soul-eating beast in battle. Soul Eater. Mother Chi violated the rhythm of heaven? 66. The magic weapon eggs hatched inside. Hearing Mother Chi's words, Yifan opened his mouth wide. He suddenly thought of the origin of this spider. Soul Eater. The Soul Eater is a long stick, but it can be divided into 3 sections to become a 3-section stick, Chi Mu said. You gave me this baby, remember? You gave me the egg. It hatched when I held it in my arms a few days ago, and it hatched so small and slimy. It is both a magic weapon and a creature, a unique magic beast in the world. Yeah, after this child hatched, something suddenly popped into my mind, and when I sorted it out, I realized that it was Kung Fu, a kind of punishment rod called Soul Eater and Immortality. This sounds amazing. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. With that said, Mother Chi took a sip of tea calmly. But when Evan was so vigilant, Mother Chi acted casually. Evan wouldn't care if Mama Chi's shoulders were an elf, a spider-type elf, like a ball of thread, a small electric bead, or a spider drop, but it's a real spider. It's a real spider, but it's a real spider. You can guess it's a real spider just by looking at its legs, and there's an aura of danger emanating from it that makes Evan wary. Chapter 459 Magic Weapon. Soul Eater. No matter in manga or anime, Soul Eater is the representative of evil. Although he is classified as a heavenly soldier, he possesses powerful evil power. Now that Chi's mother has received it, Evan is a little worried that Chi's mother will change her mind. I was about to go to the tea table, pull a chair and sit down. She thought about it and said, Mom, you still don't want to practice that exercise, it's very evil, or you can give me this little spider too. I don't worry about you keeping it by your side. 1. Evan is going to help Chi Mu control the Soul Eater, but... No, you stinky brat, you're not at home all day, you gave me an egg and wanted to drive me away. Now that I finally hatched the egg, you still want to take it away? No way. Chi's mother was also firm and categorically refused. The little spider also seemed to sense Yifan's intention. Its 8 spider legs, which were on the cam, moved quickly and hid behind Chi's mother, not understanding why the cam legs didn't fall off. AB. Seeing that Chi's mother did not give face, Yifan was a little embarrassed, and he could not accept it casually. HMPH, I know what you mean, stinky boy. Do you think you're afraid of this little guy hurting me? Don't worry, the baby just hatched. You be *****D. I will train him well. You are not at home. I also have a company, how to take care of the child. If you don't want me to do it, then give me a grandson quickly. 99 I can also think about it. 503 Chi's mother asked to have a child in a short time. Mother Chi said, I don't know. 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 Evan didn't turn around, but returned to his room, ready to take out the human soul pill he carried with him. You leave the attic first. The effect of the human soul pill is very strong and the speed is very fast. Anyway, there is nothing to do now, just eat one. The first thing I did was eat it. The area under the tree is now the domain of Wolf Wild, and Sai has built a treehouse for him, where he usually rests. Seeing that Lang Yigan was about to leave the room, Evan thought of something, called Lang Yigan, and threw Lang Yigan's spring water eye to Lang Yigan. This thing can fountain spring water, put it under the tree, dig a hole, and bury it. Yes, master. Wolf Yi Gem took the spring demon eye in his hand, backed out, and closed the door with his hand. Adjusting the runes around him, Evan took out the elixir of human soul and swallowed it. Advertisement, The elixir melted in his mouth, the healing power spread, Evan felt his soul lifted, but the effect of the second is not even a third of the effect of the first, 99. Evan frowned, a thought flashed in his mind, relying on the potion can greatly increase the strength of his soul. In fact, the effect of 1/3 of the latter is already very good, Evan just feels a little better, and now I don't know that the effect of the second potion is too different. In this case, it would be a waste to eat more, and there are 3 more. Judging from the old mother situation, if you can strengthen the soul, it will be easier to save the heart. If there is a problem with the Soul Eater, you can also save the heart. Well, in the future one for the old mother. Then, I'll give one to my dad too, and if I don't give it to my mom, he'll say I'm partial, and this last one. The last elixir belonging to the human soul, Evan thought about it and decided to give it to Nasha. The first time he went to look for Nausea, Evan saw that the color expanded to cover the entire platform overlooking the sea. Even Lin Zhengji, who was hanging out at the door, seemed to be busy with something, but he didn't feel nausea. It's weird. Where did he go? Confused, Evan first went to Father Chi, gave him 2 human soul pills, and asked him to give one to Mother Chi, and also asked about Nazi's situation. Little Natsu, she should be at sea at this time, she is very busy now, she has a group of tyrannosaurs to take care of, 99. Learn from Chi's father that Natsu is at sea. The previously acquired Tyrannosaurus Rex is now at sea and is managed by Nashi. Got it, I'll go see her. Yifan smiled and ran to the beach, his evil eyes turned, and there was indeed a group of tyrannosaurs swimming in the sea in the distance. Beagle Eagle. With a cry, the big eagle flew down like a golden light, carrying Evan to the sea. Evan's shout echoed in all directions, not only the strange one in the sea, but Lin Zhengji outside the observation deck also raised his head. This voice belongs to Master Qi. 99 Hearing Evan's voice, Lin Zhengji hesitated again and again, then gritted his teeth and rang the doorbell to let the people in Guanhai know that he wanted to see Evan. On the sea, at the speed of the blue sky, he soon found himself in front of Natsu. At this moment, Natsu was standing on the back of the biggest Tyrannosaurus leader, using her superpower to control some brushes to clean up the Tyrannosaurus carcass. Natsu, you've worked hard to take care of these big guys so well. Advertisement. Evan could see that these tyrannosaurs were very well cared for. The scales were gleaming and the builds were strong. I can't help it, one of the masters doesn't work, so I have to do all the work. Natsu simply said, with such common sense. Evan was a little embarrassed. Well, this is really hard for you, is there anything else here? I'll help too. 93. Evan jumped straight from Bigger's back to the Tyrannosaurus leader's back. With a wave of Naziz's hand, various brushes spread out, forming a ladder in front of her, connecting with Picasso's steps. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Evan secretly gave Natsu a thumbs up for this exemplary behavior. They had already landed when a maid ran over to Evan and said that Lin Zhengji was looking for him in the hall. The Tyrannosaurus leader was a little unhappy and twisted, but Naki reached out and touched his back, and he was relieved. Big spread his wings and returned with people, and soon returned to the viewing platform. Yi Fan put the last body sculpting pill and the human soul pill into Natsu's hands, and then quickly walked to the living room without listening to Natsu's answer. Natsu walked towards him step by step, and Biju happily waited for Natsu to jump on Biju's back, rubbing his head affectionately. It's almost ready, I'm getting ready to go back. 99. That big guy, disturbing. Evan reached for the brush in Nazjit's hand, but Nazjit avoided it. Without appeasing Natsu, the Tyrannosaurus leader dived into the water and moved his tail, intending to give Evan a whip, but when he saw from the bottom that Evan had the ability to fly in the air, he opened his huge mouth and exhaled, then he turned his head and dived. Amazing, do you want to wipe their backs? Let me help you. Beagle Eagle. Roar. This guy will show up on time every time. Natsu, I'll go see what he's doing here, and then, there are 2 pills here, this is a body shaping pill, this is a human soul pill, take it back and eat it, should be of great help to your strength. 99. Evan looked at the disappearing Tyrannosaurus group, and then flew to the back of Beagle in one breath. Chapter 460 Supernatural Power, Colonel Lin, what's wrong with me? Evan saw Lin Zhengji, looked at Lin Zhengji who was a little worried. Evan realized that something happened again. Master Qi. This. You take a look first. Lin Zhengji handed the document to Evan, and Evan looked at it. It was a document for the right to use the island. Ahem, classmate Qi, after our discussion, we finally decided to grant you the right to use this path, which is Flying Fish Island. Lin Zhengji deliberately added a few more words to the words grant and use rights. What does that mean? Evan looked at the document and asked. Lin Zhengji straightened up and said, it is saying that although this Flying Fish Island is of little value to the development of the country's territory cannot be lost, no matter how big or small, the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, no matter what is missing, so after discussion, we decided to give the right to use this island to you, not sold to you. 33. It was rare for Lin Zhengji to be hard-hearted in front of Evan. Evan smiled when he heard it, but was not angry. So, if the country wants to take it back, it's not under my control? Evan looked at Lin Zhengji with a playful look and asked. It's not like this, no, it's not, you follow Mr. Qi, this has been written into the regulations, and your right to use will not be charged any fees. If you need it, you can go to the state, and the state will help you as much as possible. Deal with it, and then, before that, as long as you are alive, or your descendants are alive, as long as he is a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, he can always have the right to use this island. Lin Zhengji hurriedly explained that this is actually not much different from handing over the island to Evan. The difference is that the island still belongs to the country. Okay, very good, I can accept it, I got a big benefit, thank the country for me. Evan put the document aside, patted Lin Zhengji on the shoulder, and laughed after barely speaking. This is. Lin Zhengji looked embarrassed and seemed to have something to say. What's the matter? Just say what you want. Evan didn't like to beat around the bush, and gestured to let Lin Zhengji say what he wanted to say. Lin Zhengji nodded slightly, then, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, searched a little, and found some pictures of the Demon God's Labyrinth that he just took, and posted them on the internet. Advertisement, Mr. Qi, just recently, strange buildings have appeared all over the world. At the same time, some monsters have appeared, and here are their pictures, you can see. 99. Lin Zhengji turned the photo to Evan, and Evan's face became very strange as soon as he saw the first photo. Magic Labyrinth. My god, how did this thing appear? Are you kidding me? As soon as Evan saw these strange buildings, he thought of the maze of demons, and there were several monsters around, obviously this time to join in the fun. This time there are not as many monsters as last time, which is good for solving the problem, but these buildings are too mysterious. Our expert team is all guessing their origins. I think it will not take long before there are results. Lin Zhengji frowned. And when Yi Fan heard this, a picture instantly appeared in his mind. That is the picture of the older generation of experts and professors watching anime. The picture is too beautiful, people dare not look directly. Then, what should I do? Did something like this appear in our Dragon Kingdom? What do you want to do? Evan caught the key. Lin Zhengji nodded sharply after hearing this, and said in a hoarse voice. Several have appeared in our country, others have not yet been identified, but one has appeared on the outskirts of the capital, now fully staffed, but further action is unclear. The consequences of the above, the question is, if it occurs if we have an enemy we can't deal with, we can only ask Mr. Qi to take action. The capital is the capital, and the consciousness of the country is extremely important. Here, if faced with a powerful enemy, even a powerful weapon would not dare to be used, and the innocent people of the capital would be harmed immediately. Such a coincidence? Evan was also stunned. This kind of thing still happened. I don't think there will be too much trouble, but in any case, when the security of the country is threatened, I will not sit idly by, so if there is an accident, just contact me, at the speed of BG, I will be able to do it in a few minutes, to the capital. Provided I'm still here. Evan patted him on the chest and assured him he was serious, but if that was when Evan was away, sorry. Mr. Qi is really considerate, I would like to thank Mr. Qi in advance. Lin Zhengji finally smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. For Flowers Zero the moment Lin Zhengji's voice just fell. Boom. There was a loud explosion outside, everyone was stunned. What happened? Advertisement Evan disappeared in an instant, frowning. The next instant he was out the door. Turning his head, he looked at the place where the explosion occurred. When Evan saw the cause, his expression suddenly became a little strange. Nasi. Yes, the source of the explosion was Natsu. At that moment, Natsu was enveloped in purple superpowers. Her work library shattered into pieces, and the man was floating in the air as the powerful burst of energy continued to wreak havoc. 3 As Evan predicted, the usual psychic storms around Natsu gradually began to calm down and become mild. Noticing the change in his parents, Evan suddenly realized Nashi's situation. Xiaoqi's father and mother ran over, and they both had to take Soul Man Dan. When the two old men approached, Evan felt that their soul power had not yet subsided. When Natsu breaks through, he should also get a huge increase in strength. He really deserves to be the queen of superpowers. This power is too powerful. Colonel Lin, if you can't find me in the future, you can ask Naz. Now, I'm sure she won't let it go. What happened? What happened to the little Nazi?
Lin Zhengji. A large crowd gathered below, and many Pokemon came out of the forest to watch Natsu and cheer her on.
Lin Zhengji asked with a slight stammer and then took a photo with his hand. Lin Zhengji squeezed over, crouched beside Evan, and stared at the godlike Natsu with his mouth open. Evan can see that there are many supernatural abilities around Natsu, but they are not scattered. Obviously, after the first burst, Natsu has ensured that the energy will not overflow in all directions. Evan did not stop Lin Zhengji from taking pictures, but reached out to catch Lin Zhengji's shoulder and smiled at him. It shouldn't be a problem. Nashi took human soul pills like you, but Nashi was born with powerful superpowers. Now her soul has been strengthened, and her superpowers have also been strengthened. It can be seen that those powers are still under control. Among them, I think Nashi will be able to become a complete master after a while. 99. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Nah. What's wrong with Miss Natsu? 10 Chapter 461 The Daily Work of the Brothers. Natsu took the 2 elixir that Evan had stuffed into her and returned to the studio, which was also a warehouse. This is where Natsu spends most of his time, and no one else comes in casually. Looking at the pills in his hand, Nashi smiled slightly, shook his head, and swallowed 2 pills in one go. As soon as these 2 pills entered her stomach, they immediately turned into abundant healing power, overflowing her body. One helps Nashi cleanse her bones, and the other revives her soul. If a person is in good physical condition, she will be able to manipulate her power more easily. Conversely, if a person is in poor physical condition, she may not be able to use even basic strength. Natsu's body is getting stronger and stronger now. Originally from the elf world, her body shape is not in the best state. Now, after the strengthening of body shaping pills, her physique is stronger. With a stronger body and a larger container in the body, the soul power of Natsu's god, 507, is entering an explosive stage. Strengthened by the human soul pill, Nashi's divine power began to skyrocket. Soon it filled her entire body. Within a few minutes, it couldn't shrink enough to go in and out. This caused the studio's roof to collapse. Her will is clear, she can clearly feel the change in her power and is constantly trying to control it. Apparently, Naki did this. The surging force began to be controlled. Naki spread her arms, her hair fluttered behind her, feeling the power, controlling it. A few minutes later, Naki gathered his strength, slowly put himself on the ground, opened his eyes, and frowned slightly when he saw the people around him. At this time, Xiaoqi's mother walked out quickly and waved at the crowd. The servants stepped out cautiously. Xiaoqi grabbed Nachi's hand and said with a smile. Little Nashi, how are you feeling? Are you not feeling well? Natsu shook his head, raised his hand, and instantly a purple superpower emerged, calmly said. It feels so much better than before. Evan's promise was quickly delivered to the capital's bigwigs, along with a photo of Natsu. In the photo, Natsu's body is shrouded in superpower and looks extremely powerful. The group of bigwigs looked at the photo and immersed in silence. Until a lot of time has passed. Chiefs, the results of the investigation into the mysterious building have come out. Do you want to hear it? Duao walked into the conference room with some materials, and when he saw that the atmosphere was not right, he asked softly. Okay, let's hear it. The old chief who was sitting in the first place waved his hand and let Duao start. So. Advertisement, after investigation and statistics, there are a total of 5 mysterious buildings in our country. The nearest one is outside the capital city. The others are one in the center of Taihu Lake, one on the bank of Tianchi Lake, one on the top of Qingcheng Mountain, and the other one is on the west side of Gulongyu Island. Gulongyu Island is less than a nautical mile away. Oh, why Gulong Island again? Is there anything wrong with this island? Hearing Gulong Island, the big man's mouth twitched slightly. Forget it. Well, the development of the garrison on Gulong Island has already begun. It's so close, so it's time to do it together, and send another regiment over there. Just like the capital, guard the building and don't let anyone approach it. The big man spoke, and someone immediately went to execute the order. In addition, the other 3 places should do the same. We need to control these buildings. We don't know the origin of these buildings. If a monster runs out one day, we will be prepared. It's good to take precautions before it's too late. Actually, experts have basically confirmed the details of these buildings. Duao said with a bitter expression on his face. Well, what's the basic situation? The bosses continued to ask, and then Duao took out a USB flash drive, inserted it into the computer, and prepared to play the video. Seeing this action of Duao, the big guys suddenly changed their faces and realized that the latest USB flash drive contains more than 1,000 episodes of the Pokemon Go series of cartoons. Now some of them are dreaming at night. Maybe even shouting at Pikachu a few times. Cough. Not too much this time, not too much. Apparently sensing the expressions on the faces of the bosses, Duao hurriedly reminded with a smile, opened the USB flash drive, and a poster appeared on the screen. A blonde boy, a blue-haired boy and a red-haired girl are sitting on the flying magic carpet, and the painting style is simple. When a big man saw this poster, his eyes widened, and he muttered. A magic flute? After a while, a group of big men seemed to be staring at something incredible looking at him. Cough cough. Yes. I was bored and thought this cartoon was pretty good, so I rushed over and just saw this. The big man blushed slightly, but the lights in the conference room were so dim that he couldn't see it. Advertisement Duao also spoke at this time to distract everyone's attention. Yes, it's really the magic flute, look at the photos first. Duao took out the photos. The architectural styles in the photos are different, but they are all beautiful. If you look closely, you can find some similarities with the recent buildings. Could it be? Those buildings that just appeared are from this world, 59. The big man who had already started to enter the second-level world said in surprise, obviously guessing something. He smiled and did not reveal the secret directly, but signaled to Duao to start the broadcast, smiling at the big guys present. Looking at the posture of his comrades, the second-level boss suddenly felt a sense of pride and satisfaction. That being the case, in these buildings, 9, there's a demon in it. The big guys in binary are up, order the summoners to turn down. Shish, see for yourself, you won't understand the power of the devil inside unless you experience it yourself. The second big man frowned, but his eyes and tone revealed an uncontrollable excitement. If the buildings outside are really mazes of demons, then their significance is too great. I suggest that we strengthen our defenses more. Be sure to keep those mazes around. Feeling the seemingly spectacular scene around him, Lao Li pressed his black-faced body and rubbed his mouth a few times in a posture that no one could see. 1.0. Yes. If the identification result is correct, that means, these buildings are not a disaster, but a perfect opportunity. There are countless precious treasures and magical props inside. The most important thing. Demon God. The eldest brother surnamed Li seemed to remember something and let out a surprised sigh. He held his head high and was no longer ashamed that he liked watching anime. This is fighting for the country. He smiled and did not directly express his thoughts. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Duao nodded. Duao and the second uncle said in unison the names of the resources inside the building. That's right, the experts have determined that these buildings must be from this world, and so are those monsters. There were a few big men who didn't quite understand what was going on, but were also puzzled, looking like curious kids. Chapter 462. Visitors from the labyrinth. 3 days passed quickly, and after 2 days of rest, Evan did not stay on the observation deck, but sat on the sun deck, trying to spy on the maze of demons that had just appeared. Of course, there are only 5 labyrinths inside Daxia. As a commando already possessing 7 demon gods, Evan wanted to see if it was possible to once again attack the labyrinth that appeared at the center of his world. And the answer is negative. Even if the devil's labyrinth appeared in this world, Evan couldn't enter it. Going through this gate is like walking in water, being sent straight into the water. After several attempts, Evan gave up. In the past few days, the new labyrinths in Longguo have not shown any abnormality. The army of Longguo is preparing an army to destroy the demon beasts guarding outside the maze, and then the expedition team formed and entered the labyrinth to investigate. The military has learned about the maze of the devil, although they know there are many dangers inside. Opportunity often accompanied by danger. The military began picking candidates. There are quite a few criteria for selection. Loyalty to the country, outstanding strength, a clear mind and a clean background. Those who meet these criteria are allowed to explore the labyrinth and compete for the chance to acquire the demon god. This kind of selection is very cautious and should take a certain amount of time. Before there is no result, Ivan is not very worried about these things in the Army 24. He is thinking about other things now. Rufus gradually blends into the world. Looking at Rufus flying past him from time to time, Evan felt that his world was no longer the original one. Rufus, the source of mystical power, fly out of the labyrinth of the devil and merge into this world. They are sown all over the world like seeds, and soon a new Rufus will be born, and the whole world will be filled with magic in a blink of an eye. As soon as Evan raised his hand, several Rufus flew towards his hand, magic power emanated from them, and suddenly, lightning flashed from his hand. Much less power, but it's already working its magic. My god, when did this world start? It's gone crazy. Towards of course, from the very beginning, from the moment Evan received the mysterious system, the world was doomed to go wild. With Rufus and magic, it seems that the magic of Magno Shund can continue in this world. Old Dean, you are still the one with the foresight. Evan marveled at the way the old Dean walked away, as if in his heart he hoped that this would happen, that such an overall action that would change the world would happen in a few days. Advertisement. Evan never thought that he promised to spread magic in this world just to reassure the old Dean, but now. How about we test it in the house first? Still in the air, Evan is now in the middle of Taihu Lake, looking at the pavilions floating on the water. This maze of demons is smaller than other mazes, but it still floats on the water like a hill, surrounded by some monsters, whose attribute is water, their red eyes staring at Evan flying in the air. It seems that they want to eat people. Evan is not interested in these monsters. He already has a group of cats at home, and he is not interested in raising fish. Evan has finished reading 3 of the 5 mazes in the Longguo area, and only the capital and Gulongyu are left. Evan doesn't plan to go to the capital anymore. He's going to see the situation on Gulongyu Island, and then go back to Guanhailu. The laid-back Evan didn't know that just as he was walking towards the Guanay Terrace, the Devil's Labyrinth in the capital suddenly changed. Wow! On the outskirts of the capital, surrounded by heavily guarded state affairs, a huge mirror labyrinth suddenly began to collapse and spread from above. It turned into a white spot of light and dissipated in the air. What happened? The guard stared blankly at the disintegrating labyrinth. His superior had just given an order to guard the labyrinth for several days, and the labyrinth disappeared right under his eyes. He may be finished. Boss. Look. There's someone in there. The soldier noticed this and immediately reported to the head of the unit, who looked in the direction the soldier pointed. His expression changed in an instant. Sound the alarm. The whole army entered a state of high alert. The commander's voice was trembling and hoarse, but the order was conveyed to all the soldiers in an instant. It only took a few seconds. The whole regiment was on alert. All weapons. All weapons. All aimed at the big hole where the maze disappeared and appeared inside the cave. 2 teenagers are sitting on top of piles of gold and silver treasures, one with a smiley face, the other with an indifferent expression. In the Dragon Country, a country of etiquette, there has always been a tradition of ceremonies before soldiers. Although the entire army had entered a state of alert, the guns were aimed at the 2 teenagers who suddenly appeared, but neither shot. Guys. What's going on here? Why did you suddenly show up? Guys, you made the maze disappear. The head of the regiment obviously had not seen the magic flute, and did not know the 2 boys at all. He walked out with a trumpet, turned on the trumpet and asked where they came from. The 2 teenagers in the pit looked at each other, and then both saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Advertisement. What language they speak, I don't understand. The cold boy spoke, his face expressionless. I don't know, I've never heard the language. We should still be on Remus territory, but it's clearly not the language of Remus. The teasing teenager reached out and shook his hand, his expression slightly wrinkled as he noticed the subtleties of magic. Why is there so little magic here? There are not many Rufus, and this strange aura, like, we've come to another world. The teasing teenager had more doubts in his eyes. He pulled out a short ruby staff from his belt and saw it was thrown into the air in 507. After the ruthless young man grabbed the head of the regiment, the heavy armor on his body quickly disappeared, as if he did not exist at all. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The head of the regiment stared at this provocative boy with small eyes, with a displeased expression on his face, swallowed his saliva, and was about to give an order. Suddenly, a basketball-sized fireball appeared. Then it roared through the air and flew into the sky. Beep. But a sturdy arm in heavy armor quickly stretched out and grabbed the leader's head. The leader never thought of it. One day his head will be caught with diamonds. Clang clang clang. A golden mask. The cold enveloped them teenagers. Not a bullet can penetrate the mask, just jumped out a spark. Come on, let the principal go, snapped. Since you don't know the situation, let's control the surrounding situation first. What the hell? It's magic or fascination? The 2 guards quickly drew their pistols and fired several shots at the ruthless boy. They were both good shooters and knew that they could not hurt the chief. The cold boy suddenly appeared in front of the Legion commander. His figure flashed by. Flying more than 10 meters away, a pair of overweight armor was added to his body. It looked very heavy and stupid, but it shrank so fast. The fireball exploded in the sky. It looked like an extremely beautiful fireworks show, but no one thought it was beautiful at the time. Boom. Chapter 463 Capital Storm. Hey, what a strange weapon, so small but so powerful. I didn't feel the halo of magic, it didn't look like a magic tool. The provocative boy appeared behind the cold boy for a while, and he put his hand on the cold boy's neck very smoothly, and his movements were very intimate. Jorda, let go of my handiwork. The cold teenager looked at the provocative teenager, who shrugged and pulled his hand away. I mean, by long, we are all men, don't we just take shoulders, what's the big deal? HMPH, it's just because they're all men that I feel uncomfortable. Casting a wink at the provocative boy, the cold boy turned and left, continuing to deal with the army commander. Jodel, the white dragon. If Yi Fan was here, he would have recognized these two young people immediately. One was the master of the Huang Empire, the corrupted Jodar, and the other was the long-lost Lien Bailong. Bailong originally returned to the Huang Empire after obtaining the demon god, because the emperor of the Huang Empire had passed away, and the bad news of the Queen Lien Hongyan's ascension to the throne. He has always hated Lien Hongyan and wanted to kill her, even though she was his mother.
In the Imperial Garden, Lien Bailong attacked Lien Hongyan with this intention, but was defeated.
But he was defeated. The discouraged Lien Hongyan did not kill Lien Bailong, but left him and his injured body in the rain. Finally, they agreed to jointly raid the labyrinth to gain more power to fight against Lien Hongyan. The goal of their trip was the 68th pillar of the demon god Belial. Jodel used his magi ability to summon Belial's labyrinth, and the two of them entered the labyrinth to begin their quest. After many hardships and dangers, Lien Baiyun finally completed the raid and met Buria. Only at this time, the white dragon had begun to degenerate, and Belial noticed this and refused to recognize the identity of the white dragon host. But then Belial was attacked by Juldar, and was forcibly instilled with the infestation of Black Loof, and then forced he gave in. Belial, the demon god of spirit and illusion, merged with Lien Baiyun at this time. I saw Lien Baiyun's forehead suddenly open two crossed eyes, and an invisible wave spread. Head guards. The soldiers around lowered their heads and put down their weapons. Stand still and wait for the order. Advertisement, what a powerful force, now the life and death of these people depends on my whim. It feels very good, no wonder everyone is dependent on power and strength. Lien Bailong put down the leader. At this time, the leader had been controlled by Lien Bailong's mind and lost consciousness. Tell me where this is, what country is ruling it, and who is the strongest? Lien Bailong asked 3 questions in a row, but the chief didn't answer anything. I'm sorry, but I don't understand. Even if I'm being controlled, I don't understand, or I don't understand. In the math test, except for math questions, people were forced to do everything. Lien Bailong frowned and remained silent. Instead, he waved his hand. All the soldiers under management came out of the fortifications, lined up in 2 rows like a group of zombies, and swayed their bodies in place. There are so many people in this city, around us, so many people. What kind of country can have so many people in one city? Zhu Da had already sensed that there were so many people in the capital that the Huang Empire was at war, and the population was extremely limited. The total population of the entire country would probably not be much larger than that of the capital. Seeing that there were so many people in the city in an instant, Zhu Erdian couldn't believe it. I don't know, and don't want to know, this kind of boring thing. I just want to know where we are now, how Lien Hongyan's conspiracy unfolds, and when will we come back to kill her. When Lien Bailong mentioned Lien Hongyan, a murderous expression appeared on his face, and he wanted to cut off Lien Hongyan's head immediately. This place is very strange. I suggest you take your time, walk around first, inquire about it, look for news, and try to find out the strength of the people in this place. Cooter pointed to the nearby capital. Lien Bailong understood it, and waved his hand again. Then all the soldiers who were guided began to tremble and walk towards the capital. At this time, Evan was still on his way to Gulong Island, and before he arrived, the phone in his pocket rang. Evan took his mobile phone with him before going out, and still used the convenience of home contact. In fact, you will find that many people do not get much money from the internet. The phone just rang. Hey, Mr. Chi. I'm Mr. Chi. I'm Duao. Duao? Why did Duao call me? A trace of doubt appeared on Evan's face. What did Duao call to do? In fact, Evan's mobile phone number is only known to a few people in his hometown, but it is not so easy to find out Evan's mobile phone number with the power of the country. Advertisement. What's wrong? Rear Admiral. What's wrong? Master Chi. This can't be done. 39. The magic labyrinth outside the capital suddenly disappeared. Then 2 people appeared inside. It's Chowda and Lien Bailong. They're attacking the capital now. Kick. There seemed to be a real explosion on the phone, not too far away. Judar. Year of the White Dragon. Evan is also very puzzled. How can these 2 appear here? Yes, Mr. Chi. It's them. That white dragon controlled a lot of soldiers with his unknown power to attack. And we can't fight back. And Joda is wreaking havoc with magic. We are evacuating the crowd. Evacuate the crowd. The battle team already in place. We may be able to hold on for a while longer, Mr. Chi. Can you come up, protect the capital? Duao was about to cry. Before the capital of the Neon Kingdom was breached several times, he was a little overjoyed. Now it was his turn. It was a really uncomfortable mess. Okay. Hold on everyone. I'll be there soon. Evan didn't hesitate. He had to figure out how the White Dragon and Judah became. Hanging up the phone. Lee's Zhao. Evan patted Big on the back. Bigger immediately flapped his wings angrily. Eagle's wings flapped angrily. At the same time, Duao, who was far away in the capital, looked at the circling phone and felt a little confident. On the other hand, The task force found Bailong Kuderhi and attacked them without saying a word. Let's go. 6 warriors exuding green or golden light, stepping on the 7 stars, rushing towards the white dragon. The momentum is constantly increasing. There were many controlled soldiers in front of them, but these 6 people did no harm to them. They shot with measure, only knocked them down, and then continued to rush towards Lien Beiyun. Practice chi? Do people here also practice chi? Zero Bai Long thought that the light on these people was Huangdi's anger, and was slightly taken aback. 1 out of 6 saw an opportunity and took advantage of it. The flying knife shrouded in golden light shot in and out in an instant. It shot at Lien Bailong's throat. Chapter 464 The White Lotus is 1 in 100. Suddenly, the flying knife was as fast as lightning. This samurai's flying knife technique was obviously not practiced in a day or two. The knife was like a flying star. From a tricky angle, it instantly reached Lien Bailong's throat and then... He grabbed Lien Bailong's hair, flew out, and chopped off a few strands of blue silk. Seeing his flying knife fly to the side, the soldier bowed his head in confusion, and a soldier on the side shouted coldly. Li Balian, don't you boast that your flying knife is always perfect. This sentence made Li Balian's face flush red, and his flying knives reappeared in his hands. The 3 flying knives flew towards Li Balian in the shape of a Z. Then, hey, all 3 flying knives failed, but this time, Li Bailong was unscathed. Something's wrong. Something is interfering with the trajectory of my flying knife. Li Bailong took a step back and pulled away, as if he felt something. Li Balian is very confident in his own flying knife moves. He practiced flying swords since he was a child. Later, he brought his skills to the army and learned the golden light spell. Finally, he could fly the knife out of thin air, and his strength increased greatly. Interference? Humph, he can interfere with throwing knives, then try this? The big man who had just questioned Li Balian also stopped, snorted coldly, and waved his hand, sending a signal. Boom. The big man raised his hand and waved. A 507 circular pit burst out on the ground beside Li Bailong. A golden bullet slammed into the ground. The big man had black lines all over his head, stretched out his hand and held the communicator to his ear, and shouted again in a low voice. Zhang Byron. Where are you? Tien, shoot, boss, I shot in the head. The wind angle is normal, but the bullet still deviates from the target, obviously not my archer, the other party is very strange. The sniper's voice reached his ears, and the expression on the big man's face became even more ugly. On the other side, Lien Beiyun frowned and looked at the big pit that suddenly appeared around him. Soon, only the sniper who practiced Bailong felt the crisis. Before he could make a defensive action, there was a hole around him, and the solid ground could explode a big hole. If it fell on the body. Strange props, fortunately, there is Judar's intervention magic, otherwise, in his current state, it will be difficult to escape. Advertisement realizing that he was still in danger without changing his body, Lien Bailong raised the crescent blade in his hand and the blade flashed by. An armored Lien Bailong appeared in front of everyone with a knife in his hand. Huge hammer. Earth strike. Needless to say, even White Dragon's giant hammer smashed to the ground. The impact spread instantly in all directions. Stop it. Among the 6-person team, 2 golden light spell practitioners stepped forward immediately. The others hid behind them. The 2 of them shot golden light desperately at them, trying to block the attack. Boom. However, the magic form of the white dragon wearing lotus is very powerful, and the shock wave it emits can't resist the 2 little cultivators of the golden light spell. In an instant, the 6 people were swept away. Spitting blood, they fell to the ground. Lien Bailong is almost unstoppable. At this moment, he has an almost invincible crushing potential. Boom. At this moment, another sniper's bullet landed at Lien Bailong's feet. Lien Bailong's feet were smashed to pieces, trying to stop Lien Bailong's advance. The sniper Zhang Byron definitely wanted to kill Lien Bailong directly. Every shot was aimed at Lien Bailong's head, heart and other deadly places, but Lien Bailong still had the magic protection of interference, so the bullet was not controlled. Neither hit. Zhang Byron on the roof was sweating profusely as he watched Lien Bailong shoot at his teammates at the fastest speed. The same is true of his bullet. Seeing that Lien Bailong continued to advance unimpeded, he gritted his teeth and took out a magazine. He took out the magazine from the special box and put it on the gun. Crack. Zhang Byron's series of actions were very dexterous to change the magazine and reload. I don't know how many times it was repeated. In an instant, the magazine was loaded. Zhang Byron aimed the scope at Lien Bailong. He was about to shoot. Humph. Out of a sniper's keen intuition, a sense of crisis suddenly came from behind him. He didn't think much about it at all. Zhang Byron immediately rolled to the side. He just rolled around like this. Bake. A flame exploded where Zhang Byron was lying. The impact of the explosion made Zhang, Seba, Byron fly. Zhang Byron struggled to grab the hairpin so as not to damage the weapon. Haha, the little mouse that steals people has been discovered, and it is another powerful weapon. It is much more powerful than the little guy before. I am beginning to be interested in your technology. When everyone focused on practicing Bailong, Zhu Erdian silently walked to the back, preparing to be the first to grab a sniper. Cough cough. Zhang Byron was panting heavily under the high temperature of the flames, coughing and getting up quickly, holding a gun and running down the aisle quickly. Boom. A great fireball exploded in the aisle, and Zhu Erdian stared at Zhang Byron with a smile. with a playful expression on his face like a cat that caught a mouse. Advertisement, hum. When John Byron saw that the corridor behind him was bombed, he didn't hesitate at all, turned around and ran to the edge of the corridor. It seemed that he wanted to jump off the building. Well, what's the trick? According to Joda's observations, people in this place cannot fly by themselves at all, and everyone is weak and without a shred of magic. Since he can't fly, he is courting death at this height. Cooter first thought that John Byron was just acting, ready to win over himself, and then attacked, but... Wash. Seeing this scene, Nian Beiyun immediately put down the 6 people who had fallen, rose into the air with a sledgehammer, wrapped the slender waist of Yurdar with the diamond arm of his left hand, and shook a few times until he woke up. At the last moment, Juldar threw his magic shield, but due to the rapidity and subtlety of the surrounding magic, his magic shield broke in an instant. A powerful explosion blew Juldar away. His body was blown away by fried to smithereens. He threw a dog in the air and ate shit, and his flesh flew out. Jodal got furious, picked up his wand, and started squeezing the magic around him. But the magic around him was just beginning to gather. Running to the edge, John Byron jumped down without hesitation. A hole. Du picked up the OW radio and gave an order. Bailong and Chowda left the ground and flew into the air. This is the best opportunity to attack. The artillery support is ready to fall. They're wrapped up in an instant. Juda. 19. Boom 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 boom. Beep. There is an explosion of fire in the air. Jordal's body rises in the smoke. Boom. This scene took Joda by surprise. He frowned, swam to him quickly, stuck his head out and looked down, but just then. Juldar growled in a stunned manner, turned his head, and found the culprit was laughing at himself. Just as he turned around, he saw Henry Zhang shooting the hook with a small pistol. Take it nailed to the wall. Then the whole person smashed the window and crashed into the building. A large amount of artillery ammunition suddenly rushed from all directions. 16. The falling John Byron held the gun and waited for a long time. Juda's head was exposed like this. A deep red. The red bullet with scales suddenly came out. It shot into Juda's forehead. Bloody hell. Chapter 465 Home Run. From the moment Lien Bailong and Uncle Chu launched the attack, Duao did not order the use of powerful weapons to attack. The reason is simple: to worry about accidental injury. At this time, a considerable number of people have not had time to move, and the Guardian Legion has been controlled. Thanks to video surveillance, the high-level officials fully understand the situation of the garrison, so they can evacuate the crowd as soon as possible without causing too many casualties. Since then, when Lien Bailong manipulated the garrison to attack, the military never really fought back or attacked, for fear of accidental casualties. But now, these 2 attackers have left by themselves. With such a good opportunity, why are you being polite? Duao gave an order. Boom. 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 The attack lasted for half a minute before Duao gave the order to stop the attack. After receiving the order, all attacks stopped, and everyone looked at the situation in the air, wondering if Lien Bailong and Chowda had been reduced to ashes. But, according to the law that smoke is harmless, the situation is obviously not what the military thinks. Click, click, click. A charred stone fell from the smoke, hit the ground, and shattered. A gust of wind blew and the dust dissipated. Duao looked at the huge stone ball in the air, and his face turned red again. Only then did he realize that he was dreaming. He shouted into the walkie-talkie again. Keep attacking. Shoot everything. Shoot all the ammo. Duao shouted at the top of his voice. Just this time, just after Duao said this order. Beep. The stone ball in the air suddenly stretched out countless sharp stone thorns. The stone ball exploded immediately. The stone thorns exploded in all directions with a tearing sound. In an instant, there were large and small stone thorns all around. And these stone thorns also, they're all made up of stone balls. Even distant artillery positions were not spared. The steel barrels were smashed, and many soldiers fell to the ground in the attack. Since Duao was far away, there was nothing to do, but looking at the tragic situation in front of him, his eyes widened, and blood instantly drowned his eyes. Up in the air, Lien Bailong looked around with a cold face, while Zhu Erdian flew calmly beside him. It's time to end this. Advertisement. The White Dragon, who had obviously lost his patience, saw him raise the giant hammer in his hand, and then, a huge magic circle unfolded in the air. Great magic. Earth Ball. Lien Bailong unleashed great magic. The magic power around him was so subtle that it took a little time for Bailong practitioners to flesh out this magic circle. And as the light of the magic circle became more and more dazzling, Duao felt it. The ground under his feet was shaking. An earthquake. 2 familiar and unfamiliar words appeared in Duao's mind. The capital in the north was hardly affected by the earthquake. Duao had only heard of the earthquake, but had not felt it. As the tremors intensified, cracks began to appear on the ground, and cracks formed, the ground trembled, and the surrounding skyscrapers also trembled. Soon. Crack. Yesterday clap, 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 clap. A huge clod of earth or construction debris begins to rise into the air, pulled into the sky by an invisible force. They fuse together and compress into a giant stone ball in the air. The diameter of this stone ball is dozens of meters. The stone ball began to fall slowly, and the hammer was marked in both hands. When the stone ball fell to him. Go. Beep. A giant hammer pierced the side of the stone ball in one fell swoop. In a split second, the stone ball was blown away like a baseball. A huge shadow hit one of the capital's iconic buildings. Forbidden City. Perhaps because the building was a palace, similar to the Yellow Emperor's palace, Bailong thought it was a place where only the most honorable people could live, so he chose this place to attack. But who would have thought of that? The Forbidden City is now just a place for sightseeing or filming. It has long been uninhabited, but there are many tourists in the Forbidden City. At least 10,000 people are still in the Forbidden City, and they are all in the dark watch the giant stone balls fly by. The huge stone ball is about to fall. Great magic, Rui practice hammer. The pink light is dragging the huge magic circle forward at an extremely fast speed. The moment when the huge stone ball had to touch the Forbidden City building, the stone ball exploded. Boom. There was a deafening noise. The stone ball was lifted up by pink power. It took off several times faster than it appeared. It flew through the atmosphere. Finally, with a beautiful tail of fire, it was burned to pieces and flew into the universe. Ask for flowers 0 advertisement. What? He thought that he could defeat the royal family of this country in one fell swoop, but he did not expect that the other party also had a demon metal weapon caster. However, White Dragon. You are too much. Evan quickly flew to the White Dragon of practice, looking at the White Dragon in heavy armor. The expression on his face was not very happy. Master Chi. Lien Bailong was also surprised to see that it was Evan. He still respected Evan very much. He hadn't seen Evan for a long time, and he didn't expect to meet him here. Why are you attacking here? Give me a reason, Bailong, otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. 99. 0 Evan was very angry. The White Dragon practice changed, and he became a little cold-blooded and ruthless. A big magic happened just now. If it hadn't been stopped by Evan, the casualties might have been around 10,000. After the initial surprise, the expression on Lien Bailong's face became indifferent again. He said in a flat tone. The reason? There is no particular reason. I came here directly from the labyrinth. It may be that fate knew that my plan required a large number of people, so they sent them to me. 39. The words of the White Dragon cultivator seemed to add fuel to the fire, instantly making Yi Fan's heart even more angry. What a big breath. Guess what? There are more than 140 million people living in this land, several times as many as your empire won. You thought your plan could eat that many people. 1 in 4 million. Hearing this number, even Bailong was taken aback. What kind of magic number is this? But then he thought about it again. Good. So many people. One spit can drown Lien Hongyan. With so many people, I can definitely kill that BCH Lien Hongyan with my own hands. A crazy smile appeared on Lien Bailong's face, and Evan shook his head, realizing that Lien Bailong was crazy. So, Evan said no more, and threw a huge sickle, which turned into a gilded sword in his hand. He flew towards the White Dragon. White Dragon. It's time to wake up from your slumber, plus. Chapter 466 I wanted to wake you up. Lien Bailong was blinded by hatred, and even began to fall to kill Lien Hongyan. The power of darkness is corroding Lien Bailong's body and mind, and he cannot control the power of the fallen turn like Sinbad, so he can only choose to indulge. In his eyes, there are only two things around, one that can help him kill Lien Hongyan, and one that cannot help him. He wants revenge, for his father. Anyone who stands in his way is an enemy. You want to stop me? Do you want to stop me? Lien Bailong raised his hammer and blocked Evan's attack with a long handle, but his strength was a little weak. He found that he couldn't match Evan's strength, and his body was thrown back. Stop you? I was going to wake you up. Evan turned around and kicked Nien Bailon's chest. This blow made Nien Bailon fly backwards. There will definitely be a fight next, and Evan will try to stay out of town. May 10th, White Dragon. When Judar saw this scene, the expression on his face was very angry, and he was about to catch up with a bow. But Judar just took a step. Monster Eagle. A golden light came from the sky. As soon as he turned around, he saw a bird with claws as big as his body rushing towards his face. Boom. Zzz. There was a scratching sound. Juldar opened his magical shield, blocking the power of the golden claw. A powerful blow blew his body away. Juldar looked up with difficulty. Only then did he see that the giant golden bird is attacking him. Beetle. 99. Crack. Big's eyes are like torches. Golden flames burn in his pupils. The golden light outside his body is like flowing glass. Hold Juda's magic shield firmly. Finally. Boom. Juldar's magic shield is torn apart by the bird's claws. Advertisement. What? Without the magic shield, Bigger's claws fell directly into Judar's body, and the huge force hit Judar's uncomfortable body in the melee, and Judar's hand was pulled away. Take back his wand. He gathered fireballs and wanted to hit Beetle with the fireballs, but those fireballs couldn't even penetrate Beetle's golden protective light. Big Eagle. Untroubled by Juda's tickle attack, Bigger spreads his wings and leaves the city with Juda, whose mission is to control Juda, and when Evan has dealt with the White Dragon, he and the bird will be reunited. On the ground. Looking at Evan, one person and one bird, repelling the two villains who harmed the capital, Duao's fists clenched angrily because of his incompetence and powerlessness. Everyone get ready. CPR, medical team dispatched. Duao almost clenched his teeth and said this order, just when he heard a series of, received, yan, sounded. The radio in Duao's hand was shattered into pieces. On the outskirts of the capital, the White Dragon was pressed by Evan to the ground and shot out of the capital all the way. Evan showed no mercy at all. Every attack is filled with anger. Every attack is filled with anger. An avalanche rock. Even Bailong's heart, which had been beaten all the way, was also boiled with anger. With little mana left in his body, Lien Bailong clenched his teeth and used the remaining magic to release his magic. Boom. 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 A large number of stones appeared above them. Each one was bigger than a human body, and under Nien Bailong's manipulation, it quickly hit Evan. *7. And Evan didn't even notice the stones. Used Rylaken's special ability. Grab the scythe and make it countless times bigger. In the blink of an eye, the scythe in Evan's hand became enormous. Not only did he reflect all the flying stones, he also hit the white dragon. He smashed the white dragon to the ground. Ahem. This guy, is there really no end to his magic? The white dragon who practiced Qigong smashed the ground into a big hole and frowned as he looked at Evan, who was standing on one knee in the air. Since Morgus is a demon god with stone attributes, he can continue to recover his magic power even while standing on the ground, so at this time, practicing Bailong took advantage of the time to recover his magic power and looked at Evan, who came down from the air, his eyes full of vigilance. However, Evan did not continue to attack after flying down, but watched the white dragon for a while before finally speaking. Advertisement. Lien Bailong, do you know that you have gone too far? Even if I kill you now, it will only cause harm to people. Hearing Evan's words, a sneer appeared at the corner of Lien Bailong's mouth. He raised his body, continued to absorb the magic power of the earth calmly, and then answered Evan with a cold face. Kill me. You can do it if you have the ability. I don't think I'm too much. They're too weak. The weak are naturally dominated by the strong. I heard that there are so many people. I was happy for a while, but if they are all ordinary people like this, no matter how many they are, they're just cannon fodder. Practice the white dragon and now Ishin wants revenge, and everything revolves around it. Evan also heard the subtext in Bailong's dialect, and he couldn't help feeling a little dazed. The 1.4 billion people who practiced Bailong had the confidence to be a master. It seems that you haven't woken up just now, and you need to use some more force, but I'd still like to tell you one thing before that. Evan's thoughts were erratic, and suddenly he said to Lien Bailong. I don't know if you have noticed that the world you are in now is not the world you were in before. 46. Lien Bailong didn't say anything. In fact, he and Cooter had noticed something long ago, but it had not been confirmed. Now that he knew from Evan that this was a different world, Lien Bailong's brows gradually wrinkled. Yeah, what do you say? It's already another world. You long for revenge, but now you can't return to the world by yourself. You can't even see the face of practicing Hongyan. What revenge do you take? Think carefully. Evan grinned, first ignoring Lien Bailong's angry eyes, and then continued. Your purpose is revenge. In this world, you can never achieve this purpose. Even Hongyan is still the highest queen in your world, deciding everything, and you can only complain here, but you can't even touch one of her hair. Suddenly, I even feel a little sad for you. You're doomed 1.0 to be a loser no matter what world you're in. 59. In the past, Lien Bailong always led Lien Hongyan by the nose, and finally succeeded in counterattacking, but now, with Evan in the world, he didn't let Lien Bailong make a big wave, so Evan said that Lien Bailong was a waste. Not wrong either. To shut up. No one said it wrong, but no one could bear to hear this sentence. In an instant, he seemed to have lost his mind. He roared and smashed the sledgehammer in his hand at him. Evan raised his scythe and caught the attack with ease. What, are you angry? Are you angry? I'll tell you, I'm angry too. I'm angry too. What you've done is too much. In my opinion, we are still friends. We can help each other. Let me tell you one thing. I do have the ability to go to your world. If you don't do such an outrageous thing, I can send you back. But now, this exhibition of yours. Chapter 467. The captured white dragon. Evan smiled at Lien Bailong's face. Lien Bailong heard that Evan could travel through the world. The expression on his face froze suddenly, the strength in his hands suddenly dropped slightly, and then Evan was pinched his hands and feet in an instant. What did you say? You can send me back to my world. Lien Bailong was suppressed by Evan's counterattack and knelt on one knee. His knee slammed into the ground, and the ground shattered into several cracks, but Lien Bailong didn't care at all. On the contrary, he was a little impatient. When did I say I'd send you back? I tell you, the best place for you right now is a prison cell. Repent for your crimes. Buzz. As soon as Evan finished speaking, he kicked him, one kick to Lien Bailong's chest. He was about to knock Lien Bailong flying, but he let go of the hammer and stepped on Evan's leg. The heavy armor was gone, and then. Haha. It's not up to you. The white dragon let out a loud laugh. Belia flowed into his body and instantly possessed him. The power that can manipulate the mind is coming out. The power that can manipulate the mind is coming out. Although he can control 24 Evan, he is still worried that he will not be able to return to his own world. He understood what he said, so there was no problem controlling him. Only, crack. Belia's mental energy just approached Evan's head, and in an instant, countless electric lights exploded around Evan's head. Evan's head was blown to pieces. The white dragon cultivator only felt a pain in his head. The mental power he had just released was thrown back. Evan had an embarrassed expression on his face, but his spirit was not affected in the slightest. B*********. D. Now you're trying to control me. Gravity crushes. Beep. After a while, Evan was in it. Suddenly, a strong gravity appeared. Bailong groaned, and was directly pressed to the ground. The earth plummeted, and then plummeted to the ground. Seeing that Lien Bailong had lost consciousness, Evan paused gravity, dispelled the magic clothes, picked up the metal weapon, turned back into a crescent knife, and then lifted Lien Bailong's neck antelope. Originally, the demon god's metal weapon wielders could only transform when the metal weapon was in their hands. As long as the metal weapon was taken away, their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. But Lien Beiyun is a little different. Burya and Lien Beiyun's body are integrated and cannot be separated from it. Advertisement: it is useless to simply take away the crescent blade. Burya's ability alone is not something that ordinary people can resist. Only now, because Evan has the superpower of Electric Shock Ambassador, and has his own electromagnetic barrier, he can resist mental attacks, but the superpower level of LV4 is still lacking, and Evan has some headaches now. Shaking his head, Evan flew Nien Bailong to the capital. Some thoughts flashed in his eyes. Looking at the unconscious Nien Bailong, Evan sighed. Hey, let's go there first. It's still worthwhile. Let's see what the country has to say. Just as Evan's side settled the fight, Bichi and Jorda on the other side were fighting. Fire the ice cannon. Shish. Cooter summoned a large number of ice spears to attack Bigger. Bigger evaded nimbly, but he couldn't dodge in time, and smashed his wings at the ice spear. Judar, who was flying in the air, gritted his teeth, and the ice magic in his hand continued to attack Bigger. After flying out, several of Juda's attacks proved to be ineffective, and finally Juda stopped hiding her power and began to burst out with her decaying magic. A black scarf shrouded Juldar. On his body, we see a black hole. Feeling this disturbing breath, and the eagle loosened its claws. Thinking that the eagle was frightened, Juldar smiled arrogantly, and then started attacking the eagle with his best ice magic. Compared with other attributes of magic, Judal's ice magic is indeed much stronger than other types of magic. For example, the eagle wanted to eat something and found that the golden light was shaken, although it still did not break the defense, but at least it's better than scratching. At this time, Evan and White Dragon had not ended the battle, and Eagle did not intend to end the battle immediately, but played hide and seek beside Juda with a smile on his face. He tries to avoid the attacks that he can avoid, and uses his body to resist the attacks that he can't avoid. It seems passive, but in fact, he has nothing to do. Eventually, Jodal realizes that he has been cheated and becomes angry. His whole body is shrouded in a huge shadow. His entire body is covered in magic. Plenty of ice spears appear in the air in all directions. Get ready to kill beagles on all fronts. But, Big should? Although he couldn't see the details, he could already feel the message in his heart that Evan had finished the fight. So, strange response. Advertisement: the hawk has stopped running. Turn around and flap your wings. A storm has swept the sky. A golden storm has swept through the sky. The surrounding ice spears were swept away before they could be fired. The wind pressure of the explosion hit. He was sent flying. Stunned by the pressure of the wind, Juda used all her strength to straighten herself up, shook her head, and looked up. Beetle, in the capital, the chaos has gradually subsided. Duao's face was very sad. Such a loss is a bit big. Among the hundreds of wounded, there are also a few seriously wounded. There is little hope of surviving. That is to say, the number of deaths may increase in the future. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Duao turned around and saw that Evan grabbed Lien Bailong, stood up and saluted Evan, then shook his head and explained the situation. Bees should. The only real upset is the military. The golden bird's claws gripped Juda's body tightly again. A golden ripple vibrated in Juda's ears. The expression on Juda's face froze. Then he lowered his head and lost consciousness. Du Rear Admiral, what's the situation? After dealing with Judar, Bigger grabbed Judar and flew to the capital, ready to meet Evan. With the help of the army, the people evacuated ahead of schedule, and there were no casualties at all. Although some houses were destroyed, the state will compensate. This is much faster than demolition, and the amount of compensation is the same. Why are you unhappy? Nearly 100 artillerymen were wounded and 15 died on the spot. The battle was fought too suddenly, and due to the disparity in strength, the military suffered some casualties. The military did not stop these ordinary people. This time their movements were too big to hide. 510. Many people have already started to return to their homes, packing their belongings with happy faces. At this time, Yi Fan flew over with the white dragon practicing the exercises and landed on the ground. The people around were surprised at first, and then took out a cell phone and took a series of photos. At this time, the bee eagle flew in front of them, and the huge body exuded an astonishing aura, and the idle claws threw Uncle Zoo down. Happy? Why? Of course, they must be happy. Chapter 468 The Savior. Just as Beehawk lands, Evan tells him to go back to the observatory to find something. This time Evan didn't bring his pulse tai chi and thousand-bladed magic sword, and he didn't bring the dwarf with the broken tongue, otherwise he would have already started treatment. He went back and got the pulse tai chi chart, and then called Father Chi to ask him to take some freshly harvested fairy beans while preparing the pulse tai chi chart. These fairy beans have just been harvested, and there are 46 of them, so they have not been tested. It takes more than 10 to 20 minutes for the eagle to fly at full speed and return. During this time, it is very important not to let the wounded soldier's injuries worsen. It's worth noting that the state has developed a drug similar to what Evan offers, which is slightly less effective, but not by much, and has released a lot of it. In this incident, the state also generously provided medical personnel to use these drugs to save the lives of the victims as much as possible. Yi Fan followed Duao and inspected the medical area. Some of the wounded were unable to move, their bodies were smashed, and they were temporarily supported by medical rescue. Medicines and bandages were sprinkled all over the body of the lightly wounded, and there was no movement. The seriously wounded lay down with weak signs of life. Since the white dragon and Judah were still awake, Evan took the wand from Judah, then found a strong dragon tendon to bind their hands and feet, and finally let Shaka seal their facial features. When Evan saw the casualties of the soldiers, he felt guilty. He has a direct or indirect relationship with himself. Seeing the expression on Evan's face, Du Zhao thought that Evan was crying, so he stepped forward, stood side by side with Evan, and said in the same mood. It's really fortunate that Mr. Qi was there this time. If you didn't arrive in time, Mr. Qi, the consequences would be disastrous. Indeed, if Evan was one step late, the Forbidden City might be in ruins, and few people inside could be rescued. But, there are so many wounded and sacrificed. If I could have come earlier. Evan clenched his fists, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He raised his foot and stomped it hard. The ground cracked open in an instant. Master Qi, don't be angry. There were a large number of monsters last time, and there were more casualties than this time. Now there are only these casualties, which is the result of your timely arrival. Although Du Ao was also very heartbroken, to be honest, the number of casualties this time was indeed very different from before, especially compared with the situation in other countries. Du Ao wanted to comfort Evan kindly, but the casualties are even worse. 20 minutes later, the Kitty Hawk is back advertisement. Evan has an impulsive Tai Chi drawing. He goes to where the wounded is lying, put the knife on the ground behind, and then a huge flower emerged from the ground, wrapped around the wounded, releasing a lot of life energy, and began to treat the wounded. After releasing Pulse Taijiquan, Evan took another small bag of Shendao beans. Father Qi kept 2 for seeds, and took the rest himself. Evan took the bean, opened the flower bud. Inside was a soldier with a half-body beaten to pieces. The wound had been treated slightly. Evan put the fairy bean into his mouth, gave him air, helped him swallow, and then the unconscious soldier let out a low moan, and his shattered body immediately began to repair and heal, eventually becoming whole. Where am I? The soldier woke up, still in a trance, apparently still recovering after returning from the gate of hell. It works. Do Rear Admiral. Go get those undead beans. Heal the badly wounded. 93. Seeing the effect of Shendu, Evan gave the remaining Shendu to Du Ao and asked Du Ao to organize the rescue. What? These are fairy beans. Du Ao opened the small bag and saw the emerald green beans inside. His hand trembled slightly. If it wasn't for Yi Fan who had just saved a person in front of him, he would not have believed that this little bean could have such a big effect. What are you doing? Keep going. Seeing that Du Ao didn't move, Evan grinned slightly. Under Evan's urging, Du Ao reacted. His expression was a little flustered. He picked up the bag and went to the doctor. Hey, good. Someone, doctor, come over here. While the treatment was proceeding in an orderly manner, Evan found a chair, sat down beside the Pulse Tai Chi chart, reached out and pressed the handle of the Pulse Tai Chi chart, and channeled his magic into Nishinomaya. In fact, even if Evan didn't channel his magic, Saigon's own magic was enough, but Evan did it anyway, because then Evan's guilt would be less. After a while, someone came over. Evan looked up and saw a group of reporters. Advertisement, hello, sir, we're a reporter from Channel 1. Do you want me to interview you? A female reporter came over with a microphone, and behind her various devices had been on for a while. No, I'm busy and I'm not free. Fortunately, this guess is justified. The strength of the enemy is obvious to all. With a sweep of the hand, the ground swayed, and stone balls like a hill exploded. Now, the whole country, connected to the internet, is watching videos or pictures of Evan defending the capital. This is Evan. So, superheroes really exist. The professionalism of the reporter kept her smiling, said thank you, and left with the team. Evan looked at them and categorically refused. This is impossible to surpass. In the past 6 months, strange things have happened all over the world, although people are not affected, but every time they see a video of foreign countries being affected, they think, if it happened in their own country something like that, what will happen? What will happen? Evan looked at the group of reporters who had left, sighed, and continued to channel the magical power. The capital was attacked, and only 2 of them are *D. This time, Evan's appearance was neither hidden nor concealed. The video of him hitting the flying stone ball, hitting the white dragon who was running and practicing, and finally catching the stone ball has been circulated on the internet. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The entire incident was broadcast live, and people watched the attack from all directions with various cameras, and they all came to the same conclusion. This time, the state did not try to hide it, just let it spread. After all, so many eyes are watching it, it is impossible to hide it. The expression on the female reporter's face was a little embarrassed, and she secretly scolded Evan for being stupid. Everyone around is busy. What are you talking about? Only you are not busy. Just sit and be busy. The presence of magic and demons makes the defense of the army seem fictional. Everyone is desperate, thinking that this is the end of the world. A terrible destroyer, White Dragon, has come to this world. To destroy it, the Forbidden City is about to be destroyed by the stone ball attack. At this time, Evan appears. Little did anyone know that, in just an hour from the start to the end of the event, Evan became a household name, so eager to channel his magic, he didn't know it. Chapter 469 Go to Hell. My god, what's wrong with the world? Has the sky changed? 99. Change? I haven't packed my clothes yet. Go. Have you seen those videos of the capital? It's scary. Such a big ball. At first I thought it was the earth exploding. 0. How many layers does a bag of rice take? Look, although the video is a bit blurry and the distance is far away, look at the mage who cast the fireball. He's all waist high. That twisted braid. That person can't be Joda, right? Who? My god. The more you look at him, the more he looks like a baby. If you say so. Don't you think he looks like a little white dragon even though the guy playing the ball is wearing a helmet? 99. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. If he is really practicing White Dragon, then the armor on his body must be a magic costume. But the two magic gods who practice White Dragon are not similar. You think too much. Last video. The savior catches the return of the warrior. Look, who was caught? Nani. Is the son of the 4 emperors. How is it possible? What a lifesaver. How dare you be so rude to the little white dragon? Go to hell. You be ******D. 11. The people upstairs are sick and are very uncomfortable. Who is this savior? Who is this savior? Look closely. He's been there before. With a lot of demons in Neon before 510. My friend made a video and he's there. Looks like he's helping Neon fight demons. 9. 0. Fight the monsters for Neon? Traitor. Die the virgin? Go. The troll is kicking people. We are a regular group. He just saved the entire capital. What a hero. When a monster appears in your house one day, you may need him to rescue you. That's right. This guy also looks like a magical costume. Look at that braid. It's a bit like Lee Larkin's braid in The Red Detachment of Women. My god. This world is really different from what I know. Anime stuff may be over. 11. The people upstairs are so outdated. Do you know poker fishing? I saw a war eagle flying into the mountains the other day, and I heard that the neon in Inuyasha appeared. Why are you talking about neon lights again? This time our capital is in trouble. Talk about the capital. It has been verified that the arrested person is really a white dragon, so he is really wearing a magic suit. Then those strange buildings that appeared on the news, it's the labyrinth of the devil. Maze 4, missing tanks, nurses, DPS, advertisement. Don't be stupid, these mazes are full of monsters, you can't get close at all, you can only why. Then what should I do? I also want to have a powerful force to protect the family and the country, Seba. But the maze can't be walked, is there any way to go? It's not easy, just use the palm of the Buddha. N. Don't make trouble, you don't even know the Buddha's palm, you don't even know the eagle's palm. This young lady is about to take off? Didn't the country announce a set of exercises to strengthen the body some time ago? I have practiced it, and the results are very good. I don't have back pain, my legs don't hurt anymore, and it doesn't matter if I breathe 8 layers. Now I think about it, it may be that the state has given us benefits. With the foundation to build the value of the exercises, we should strengthen our bodies first, and there may be better exercises released in the future. Huh? Why didn't you speak? Hello? Where have everyone gone? Damn it. Did they all go to training? Shit, I'm going to train too. The above is a small chat group conversation about the attack in a software chat room, and similar conversations have happened everywhere. In fact, a set of exercises for strengthening the body has long been produced in Daxia. Some simple movements can play a role in exercising the body and enhancing physical fitness. Mr. Tien also participated in the editing of the Venn diagram corresponding to the people of Longguo. The exercises are simple, but the creation is very difficult, most of it is attributed to Tien Lao. The effect of this set of exercises to strengthen the body is obvious after long-term practice. Strengthening the body is a trivial matter, and it is a very rare fitness method for the whole people. The state is discussing with major schools the issue of replacing gymnastics with gymnastics between classes. No concrete measures have been taken yet. As one of the originators of national fitness, Evan still doesn't know what happened outside. The injuries of the soldiers have basically recovered, and no one left any sequelae, and everyone has returned to their best condition. A group of soldiers walked in and thanked Evan for his help. If it weren't for Evan, less than half of the more than 100 people who were injured in the back might have survived. Afterwards, the group took Lien Bailong and Judah for questioning, and Evan went with them, because they didn't have an interpreter. Evan had some ideas to tell both parties. In the conference room, Bailong and Expression were sitting on one side, and on the other side were some large military officials. The two sides didn't go to the interrogation room or elsewhere, as Evan suggested. The bigwigs don't yet know what Evan's intentions are, but they give him permission to sit in a conference room. When both parties were seated, Evan snapped his fingers and released the seal on Lien Bailong's facial features. Humph. Lien Bailong opened his eyes and found that there were several people sitting across from him. Practice the white dragon. Don't move. 99 Evan warned Lien Bailong that the gilded dagger fell on Lien Bailong's shoulder, and the sharp blade was pressed against Lien Bailong's neck. As long as Lien Bailong made even the slightest movement, Lien Bailong's head would be hit in an instant. Separate. It's the military leader of the kingdom under your feet, and the admiral army around you. I hope you can talk and agree with the situation behind you. Everyone, this is a royal child from another world, called Lien Bailong. Advertisement. Evan introduced the situation of the two sides, and several soldiers nodded, indicating that they knew how to practice Bailong. The 4 emperors of the Huang Empire, the holder of the demon god's metal weapon, we know. A big man smiled and said to Evan. Evan was speechless. When did these old generals stop watching The Art of War? Watch the animation now? Since everyone is clear, then I will talk about my suggestion. Evan first solicited the opinions of several bigwigs. A few of you must have seen the power of the demon god when he wears the magic outfit. What do you think? Powerful, incredibly powerful. The expressions on the faces of several bigwigs became tense, and some people clenched their fists. It's a really powerful force, so you're interested in getting one or more of it, and the success rate is very high, 19. Evan said. This? A few big guys, look at me, I look at you, a little bit do not understand what Evan means. That's right, since you know the identity of the White Dragon practitioners, you should also know about the maze of the devil. There's no reason not to eat such greasy meat. I think the military should already be preparing candidates to explore the maze, already. Several bigwigs did not deny it. Evan continued. What I said, the demon god's labyrinth must be explored, but the labyrinth is very dangerous, and people who enter the labyrinth will most likely die, and it is very dangerous to enter without any training. It is best to be led by an experienced person, who has once raided the maze, then everyone's success rate will be higher, and if the team leader is stronger, the success rate will be even greater. After listening to Evan's words, the group of bigwigs turned their attention to Evan's direction. They also saw Evan in a magic outfit. If according to what Evan said, Evan is definitely the best candidate, but... I'm sorry, I have too many devil gods, I have been rejected by the devil god labyrinth, I can't go in. Evan said these shocking words, and several bigwigs were surprised, and doubts and disbelief flooded their hearts. The person I want to recommend is the White Dragon Cultivator. He has 2 demon gods and is very experienced in the maze. As long as he does it, the chance of a successful raid is very high. At this time, Evan finally stated his goal. He hopes to practice Bylong to lead the team and help the assault enter the maze. Chapter 470 Bodyguard White Dragon. After letting Lien Bylong lead the team into the maze, the faces of the bigwigs changed, and they seemed to be very tangled. Master Chi, we have lost more than 100 soldiers because of him. I understand what you mean. Do you plan to let him go through labor reform to atone for his sins? The elder brother said with a grim expression. Yes, I am also incensed by this sacrifice, but not by monsters, not by disasters, but simply by the frivolity of a young boy. Evan cast a glance at Lien Bylong, who did not reply. I know I can't let him go so easily, we can kill him at any time, want revenge, do it all the time, but I don't, really, because he's still useful.
The maze is dangerous, it's really not something a powerless person can traverse for no reason. I can think that the military is preparing people to try to raid the maze, but if there are no clues, more warriors may die here, not today. 99.
Evan didn't lie. As early as in the first maze, Duke Dora and a team of more than 100 people persisted for no more than 5 minutes. No one could predict the danger in the maze. The elder brothers fell silent one by one side symbolizing the power of the demon god, and the other side was the sacrificial warrior. This time, I thought about whether it was for the country to have a strong power to protect the country in the future, or to kill Long for liberation. Several people thought hard, then exchanged opinions. The last one. Hey, you're right, I'm sorry for the dead soldier, but the security of the country comes first. We agree with your idea, as long as you can convince him to lead a team to raid the maze, and then ensure the safety of the other team members, we can't just kill him. The big man took off his hat and sighed. He was not young at all. Hearing these words, he suddenly became a lot older. Okay, I'll talk to him next time. Evan turned his head and asked the White Dragon practitioner. Actually, what Evan asked was very simple. You want to go back? Yes. Pay the price, any price, as long as you let me back. Advertisement. Okay, it's a deal. 5 words, simple and rude. Evan turned his head to agree. A few big faces looked at each other in dismay, and inwardly scolded the White Dragon Cultivator for being spineless, and gave up with 2 words, alas. Next, we have to choose the labyrinth to raid. In fact, the 5 labyrinths in our country are best not to move for the time being, because I think their magic will be integrated into this world. If we raid the labyrinth now, the magic of our dragon kingdom will definitely be thin in the future. A lot, so. I suggest we go somewhere else to raid the maze. Now is the period when Luffy and magic power are integrated to one side, and the labyrinth is the center. If the maze of the domestic demon gods is hurriedly raided, it may affect the concentration of magic power in the future Daxia region. Several bosses fell into silence again, and after a few seconds, one boss raised his head and said, the news just came that a labyrinth was also found on the top of the north slope of Mount Everest. What is it? The north slope of Everest? That's a bit far, so I don't think it matters much. Yi Fan thought about it. The environment there is very bad, the impact should not be too big. Well then, we'll choose there. You guys are preparing for the sequel, I'll send the martyrs home. The big man who had just made up his mind stood up, buttoned his hat, and left with the Viscount. The soldiers acted very quickly. Now that they had decided, they used the fastest time to decide. A day later, a group of people were ready to board the plane to leave, and a group of elder brothers and Evan came to see them off. The remaining 7 were the same people who had tried unsuccessfully to stop them from traversing the maze. Evan still had a few words to say as the team was about to leave. Lien Bylong, this time you will lead the team, because you don't understand the language, so you just need to protect them. They let them successfully get the metal weapon of the devil. There are 7 representing 7 lives. You and Cooter killed 10 last time. 5 lives must be paid, and 7 are 7. When you all pay, I will send you back. To put it bluntly, Lien Bylong is a bodyguard who protects the other 7 people. HMPH, I hope you remember your promise. With a cold snort, Lien Bailong boarded the plane with his crescent knife, and Cooter followed Lien Bailong without saying a word. None of them knew what kind of plane it was, but since it was a vehicle prepared by the military, it was no problem to enter it and board the plane. Then I will definitely keep my promise, you 7. Evan looked at the other 7, who immediately stood up again, looking at Evan with a twinkle in their eyes. Advertisement: after entering, you should be safe. Don't go against anything that Lien Bailong or Zooter won't let you touch, and don't go to places they won't let you go. Just be obedient, and finally decide who can get it according to the choice of the devil. Metal weapons: even the dragon has fallen and changed. The devil will not choose him. Even more impossible for Judar. Ask for flowers. 0. This time when we leave, BB and Ghost Rock will stay to defend the home, and then Wolf Egan will also stay, if possible. Evan bent down energetically, and finally took out the purple master ball. The powerful sea god Lugia is still here. Plus, all these problems have been solved by Evan. I understand. After that, the big man said a few more polite words, and the 7 people entered the plane, put away the cockpit, turned the propeller, and flew into the sky under the blank expression on Lien Bailong's face. Of course, Natsu has always been by his side, and now Natsu's superpower has increased a lot, and he has no problem dealing with Juldar, and his magic is still very subtle. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Then, if any of you have got the devil and have metal weapons, remember not to use it yourself. Now you have too little magic in your body. When you come out, ask the devil how to meditate on the magic. Only with strong magic can you use the devil better, to make better use of the power of the devil's metal weapon, you know. Soon after, Evan said goodbye to everyone and returned to the observatory in his Kitty Hawk. 0. What if it happens that White Dragon and Judah change their minds and decide to conquer the current world and Evan is not there? If you are practicing White Dragons, it will be a bit difficult to deal with them, but they are not invincible. We still need to keep some fighting power in the house that can resist Bailong and Juldar. The next departure time is 10 days, and Evan is not sure whether Lien Baiyun can complete the maze before that, and one more thing is uncertain. The expedition left. Evan has no reason to stay in the capital. He believes that Lien Bailong will try his best to help Li Bailong and the others to raid the maze and return to their own world. Cooter is an uncertain point, but he believes that Lien Bailong will handle it well. If the raid on the labyrinth had an accident, Evan would not be merciful. At this moment, Evan feels like a nanny, taking care of a group of children who haven't grown up yet. Chapter 471 Pokemon Eggs. If Lugia could help guard the observatory, Evan would feel much more at ease. Back at the observatory, the Kitty Hawk landed on the coastal sand, and Evan dropped the cue ball and released Lugia. Lugia appeared in a white light, and she was curled up there, eyes closed, as if she was sleeping. Lugia, wake up! Evan cried, and Lugia opened one eye, followed Evan, and turned her head away. The only bad thing about this elf is that he is so arrogant. No, Lugia, I want to talk to you about something. I don't know if I'm going to say anything, but I'm going to say something nice. I know that you were very depressed, angry, and uncooperative after you gave in, but the matter has come to this point. You were defeated by me and subdued by me. This is a fact. You? May 13th? Can't deny it, right? You are a legendary elf, but you are still an elf, and when an elf is subdued, it must obey orders. Do you still want to argue with me? As soon as Evan's voice fell, Lugia looked at Evan with glowing eyes, seemingly in a daze. Dude, if you want me to recognize you, it's impossible. I especially hate your human race. Did you hear that? Do you really think I'll recognize you as a sea god? Lugia raised her head and glanced at Evan coldly, her eyes cold. Destroy the sea. That's not what I've been doing. I've even been to the sea a few times. Evan is telling the truth, although his house is on the observation deck with a large stretch of coastline behind it. Evan goes to the beach very rarely. HMPH, I'm talking about millions of people. Lugia turned her head away, ready to stop talking to Evan, but the rest is none of my business. Come on, let's make a deal. Evan laughed, spinning the cue ball on his fingers. As for me, I will no longer take you to the Master Ball, and you will still live at sea and continue to be your sea god, and I will not interfere with your life. Advertisement. Lugia looked at Evan with puzzled eyes. She didn't know what trick Evan was playing. What's the price? Just don't tell me no, then I'll think you're hypocritical. 33. Roja asked, looking at Evan. Of course there is a price. It means to come forward when necessary to help me defend the observatory and protect my family. This should be okay, right? Roxia stated her purpose, hoping that Roxia could protect the observatory. Let me protect the people. Roja hesitated for a moment, lowered her head and thought, and finally looked up at Evan. Well, I agree to your terms. If you allow me to go back to sea when the observatory is under attack, I will show up and help the observatory through the crisis. When Roja spoke, he stood up, his broad wings opened, and a gust of air came from below. There was no sign of Roja's flapping, but Roja was already flying. Well, I hope you won't forget your promise. Evan said with a smile that he was still practicing the words of the White Dragon before, and it didn't take long for Evan to use it. I'm not you human. I will keep my promise, even if 100 years have passed. You are not a bad person. I hope you don't disturb the ocean. Let's go. 99. Lugia finally admonished Evan, then turned and flew to the sea, making a wave, and then disappearing behind the wave. Evan watched Lugia walk away. The Master Ball was still in his hand. Although the Master Ball was there, it meant that Lugia was still Evan's elf. Putting away the master ball, Evan turned around and walked towards the villa. It has been 10 days, and there is still time to make good use of it. Fairy beans are good, and Evan has 6 left. Only the first mission reward. Father Chi planted 2 pots and got 46 seeds, leaving only 2 seeds. This time, Evan had already determined that the effect of the fairy beans was still there and could be used with confidence, so he gave Chi Fu 4 more pieces, and he only kept 2 pieces for him to plant again. Then, Evan looked at Hai Wang's fighting power now. The golden light spell that his father cultivated seems to be showing signs of breaking through recently. It is obvious that the children are so old, and the speed of cultivation is so fast. Moreover, the elixir is inseparable from the teachings of Tian Lao, and he is usually accompanied by the sunflower monster, which is also considered a good skill. Advertisement Mother Chi seems to have made great achievements in golden light magic, and now she has Soul Eater, so her strength is far behind that of Father Chi. Tian Lao's strength is already the highest among ordinary people in Wanghailu. With the golden light mantra, thunder technique, etc., plus taking the body shape pill a few days ago, the old man now feels that he is getting younger and younger, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Yang Minghao also took the adult body pill. Now that his Qingyu Gong has been completed, he is also learning other martial arts from Yu Lao. The others are waiters, servants and bodyguards. They all grew up in the Lu family, and most of them have no parents to rely on. The observatory is their home. And most of the maids practice kung fu, but they usually have a lot of things to do, and they don't have much effect. After talking about normal people, let's talk about abnormal people. Evan didn't say it himself, then Natsu, Lang Yigan, and Konishi's co-workers, and finally some Pokemon and purple-winged cats. After just half a year's breeding period, the number of Pokemon in the forest is increasing. In the grass and tree holes, I don't know if there are any Pokemon eggs. Little Pokemon hatched from these eggs. It is said that Lin Zhengji came here several times and said that he could buy some Pokemon eggs at a high price. Nashi didn't refuse, because she also understood that too many pork eggs would be unbearable, so she agreed to Lin Zhengji's request, asked him to prepare the money, and planned to collect some pork eggs for him in a few days. When Evan found out about this, he didn't try to stop it, just whispered to Natsu that he should only sell the eggs of Pokemon such as Green Moth and Little Rad, whose 1.0 will be discussed later. Such behavior drew sharp jeers from Nashi, who rolled his eyes at Evan and ignored him completely. In the end, Lin Zhengji took a few boxes of banknotes and exchanged them for the 5 elf eggs prepared by Naki. Watching Lin Zhengji leave, happily and cautiously handling the boxes of eggs in his hand, Evan walked over to Natsi and asked, "Natsi, what kind of eggs did you give him, little green Rada caterpillars?" Natsu cast a blank look at Evan again, and, "The green caterpillar and the little Rada are actually quite powerful, but it's not good, they're very powerful after evolution, and the forest ecology cannot be separated from these little guys. I gave him 5 belated eggs." "What kind of eggs?" 3 king carp and 2 ugly fish. Hearing Natsu's words, Yifan suddenly felt that Natsu was more ruthless than himself. Chapter 472 Evil Ghost Haunts and Changes Master. Speaking of which, Carp King and Ugly Fish are indeed powerful late-stage Pokemon, and Natsu's words are not wrong. The Carp King can evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a complete bully in the water, and then the Ugly Fish can evolve into Minos, known as the most beautiful Pokemon, and very strong. If you evolve into either of these Pokemon, they'll both be very rare and powerful, though. In the real world, evolving into a Pokemon is quite difficult. After all, there is no learning machine to exchange experience and no magic candy to level up. There is also the country exploring Gulong Island, where the beach is the spawning ground of Tyrannosaurus Rex, where the eggs have not yet hatched, so it is useless to have so many king carp, they are too meatless to make soup. Then there is the Ugly Fish, which is not much stronger than the Carp King, and evolves by wearing the special item Link, or increasing its beauty and level. Link's evolution is not yet possible. Evan also wants to evolve Phantom Stone 24 into Zhangjia, and increasing his beauty level is also a tricky way. In short, Lin Zhengji happily escaped with 5 elf eggs, and now these elf eggs are completely useless. Evan's stomach hurts from laughing when he finds out. Nashi looked at Evan, who was laughed to tears by herself. She was speechless. She believed all these nonsense. She was too innocent. The eggs Nashi chose were all very good elf eggs. 1 Goo egg, 2 Iron Rhino eggs and 2 Lola eggs. These eggs are from Pokemon that Natsu takes good care of, and because they are so numerous, the Pokemon's parents can't take care of them, so Natsu keeps them for himself. In fact, there were still quite a few elf eggs in this state in the forest, and Natsu was already thinking about what to do with them. I heard that there is a shopping program called Hibao. You can buy things online. Natsu was also researching this program recently. Maybe the first online store to sell elf eggs online will open soon. As soon as the door opened, I thought of this scene. "Sir, please sign for the elf egg you ordered, cute picture." Evan walked out of Natsu's small warehouse with a belly. The warehouse has been renovated, like new. He walked under a big magic tree. There was already a spring under the tree. The faint golden magic power gathered in the spring, and then the spring water flowed out, crystal clear, and some golden rays of light. Advertisement: this is the source of magic power, which is transformed from the eye of the source of magic. Evan sucked some spring water into his mouth, and the spring water in his body quickly transformed into magic power. The limit of increasing magic power is already minimal. Evan's magic power is too terrifying. It's not bad for the family to drink often in the future, and they can acquire magic talent faster, and then they can use magic. He asked Lang Yigan and Saigau's stand-in to observe the spring water carefully, and there was nothing to be missed, and then Evan remembered that he seemed to have props that were useless. The stone statue of the demon god. A rough sculpted demon god, the size of his palm. The demon god is the kind of demon god in the world of the magic flute. It is a human figure, just wearing a hood and exercising in the gym. The effect is to summon the devil. Of course, the summoned devil is also a stone, just like a stone statue. It can release flame magic, and the power is huge, but the speed is not very high. This stone demon puppet can summon 2 demon puppets, and after all demon puppets are eliminated, the stone puppet will also be destroyed. After playing with this charming stone sculpture, Evan considered leaving it to Wolf Wild. He can hold this stone sculpture and call for help when he encounters something, and he can also summon his own wolf pack. The rest of the Evans and some useless props were thrown into the warehouse, and then the corpse of the evil ghost that was not used for a long time was taken out. Actually, there are many people who don't know how to use this kind of equipment. Since I can't use it myself, I'll give it to someone else. Who? For Chi Fu. No, the body of the evil spirit is very dangerous, and he needs to have good physical conditions, otherwise he will not be able to bear it and will be swallowed. Moreover, Father Chi doesn't like to fight, so the entanglement of evil spirits is not suitable for him. After thinking about it, Yi Fan decided to give the dagger to Yang Minghao instead of being haunted by evil spirits. Yang Mingwu has followed Chi's father for many years, so he doesn't need to worry about anything. He was born in the military, and after practicing Qingyu Gong, his physique has greatly improved. Soon, Evan found Yang Minghao and put a short sword in front of him. Yang Minghao looked at the short sword that Evan gave him. It was tattered and had no sword body, so he reached out and tried it in his hand. Advertisement: good sword, it is 1 foot 3 inches long, and it weighs 8 armors and 8 tails. The material is invisible, it looks like steel but not steel. It is very warm in the hand, and it seems to have ripples. Although the blade is not exposed, if the material is exposed. Come, it must be a magic weapon, young master, I have found your darling. Yang Minghao's remarks made Evan stunned. This is professional. This is professional. Reflecting on the time when he was haunted by evil spirits, he only said one sentence. Cough, Uncle Yan, be careful. Evan took the short sword, held it in his hand, and let out a low shout. Evil haunted. Roar. The blade's body changed 513 in an instant. Yang Minhao was stunned. The well-rounded blade turned into a freak, turned around Evan, and turned into a beautiful armor again. Underscore. Yang Mingwu asked, what about this knife? After blowing the bull for a long time, how could it become armor? Tassel brush 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 brush. It didn't take long for Evan to cancel his transformation and hand over the evil ghost to Yang Minghao. Uncle Yang, this sword is called Devil Haunted. It is a weapon made of monster's flesh and magic steel. Once transformed, it can be transformed into armor like I just did. It has been greatly improved in all aspects. It is also equipped with got a spear called Red-backed Shrike. Didn't you see it when you were in the neon? That's what I use. Have a look. Yang Minghao picked up the dagger, his eyes changed, he reached out and touched the blade of the dagger, feeling the ripples on the blade, and then... Evil haunted. Yang Minghao let out a low whisper, and then... Roar. The evil dragon ghost Tyrad roared. He didn't care that Evan, the original owner, was still there. It instantly attached to Yang Minghao's entire body. He became more beautiful armor than the armor on Evan's body. The cloak behind him burst out. The flames. The cloak behind him burst. Chapter 473. Evolution of the Phantom Stone. Looking at Yang Minghao, who pulled out his red buttocks and began to show tricks, Evan touched his chest, feeling a little blocked. However, Yang Minghao's performance also shows that the ghost chase is more suitable for him, and he believes that he can show more power in the future. After telling Yang Mingwu that the evil ghost chaser was for him, Evan continued to strengthen the construction of the observation station. The strongest and most powerful fighting force in the observatory right now is Pokemon, which has surpassed 200, and this number will continue to grow as Pokemon hatch from eggs. There are some water-type Pokemon guarding the sea, and the area further back is the Tyrannosaurus Rex's territory. As long as it is not as strong as Lugia, the problem on the sea is not big. There are also 2 special places where the forest and the beach meet, a small patch of dry sand guarded by fangtooth sharks, a playground for some rocky or land-based pixies. Nearby, next to the villa, there is a place that used to be the observatory's garbage disposal site, but now it is occupied by a few stinky Lola and stinky slugs that digest garbage, and all the domestic garbage produced by the observatory is sent here for harmless treatment, decomposition and cleanup without contamination. A few slugs living comfortably, already starting to warm, thinking. Natsu found some eggs. Then, behind these 2 special areas, there is a big forest. There are various Pokemon in the forest. They have gradually formed an ecology, and the game begins. There are many powerful Pokemon here, and their combat power is very strong, so the general danger can't pass them. Just like the previous batch of purple-winged cats, they were eliminated in a few minutes. There are many ways to increase the power of a Pokemon, such as leveling up, learning skills, evolving to higher levels, and various medicines or props to improve traits. These things don't exist in this world, and the skill learning machine that Evan got was given to Natsu, so it doesn't make sense for him to keep it, but these machines are not particularly powerful. It seems that it's time to go to the Pokemon world, and Ghost Stone needs to carry out communication evolution. Go to Miss Joy to help, see if it can be successful. After making up his mind, Evan prepares to travel to the world of elves. He first asked Nashi if he wanted to go back and have a look. Nashi's body trembled for no apparent reason and then shook his head vigorously. In fact, you can only go alone. The teleportation array leading to the Pokemon world was full. Evan returned to his room and entered the Pokemon world through the teleportation array. 39 As soon as he walked out of the teleportation array, Evan came face to face with Father Natsu. Evan was slightly embarrassed and forced himself to greet him with a smile. Humph. Hello uncle, long time no see, advertisement. Hey. Why didn't Natsu come back? Natsu's father was cleaning with a mop, and when he saw that Natsu didn't come, a slightly dissatisfied expression appeared on his face. Ahem, that's. I'm too busy to leave, Evan said, trying not to step on the floor that has been mopped. There is no thought of helping out at all. Busy. Very busy. How about you? What can I do for you? If you need help, just speak up. Father Natsu, an empty nester, shook his head and asked Evan why he was here. Well, I want to buy some powerful skill machines, preferably ones that can destroy the light of death, as well as special props, energy cubes, mysterious candies and the like. The more the better, not bad. Evan came out with the money and bluntly said what he wanted to buy. And Father Natsu's eyes are wide open. Automata and skill blocks are fine, but special items and mystery candies are rare. Well, I'll contact you and try to collect some for you, but I can't guarantee how many. The empty nest was safe. He threw the mop to Evan and went to prepare it himself. Evan secretly gave Father Natsu a thumbs up, then hurriedly cleaned the room quickly, and then went outside the Golden Dojo to find Miss Joy. Ghost Stone is a kind of Pokemon that can evolve, and the evolved type is Gengar. Compared with Ghost Stone, Gengar's power is not much better, but Ghost Stone cannot evolve in the usual way. It needs a method called evolution of communication. It's actually quite simple. In the world of Pokemon, there is a Pokemon exchange mechanism. Two people put their Pokemon in a ball, put them in the machine, open the exchange, and the Pokemon in the ball will go to the other ball and become each other's Pokemon. Ghost Stones are the kind of Pokemon that are incorporated into evolution once swapped. All it takes is a trusted friend, so Evan finds Miss Joy, catches up with her, talks to her about helping her develop Gengar, and she agrees. There is a switch at the Pokemon Center where Miss Joy takes out her Gilly Egg and puts the Pokemon ball on the tray on the side of the machine, while Evan takes out a Gengar and puts it there too. Turning on the machine, he lets the current flow, the exchange is complete, and Evan's Pokemon ball is now inside Gilly's egg. Okay, switch back now. Advertisement. Miss Joy did not open the Pokeball to check, she turned the machine back on and swapped the Pokemon. This funny look made Miss Joy hold her stomach and laugh until tears came out. Jang Guy, how do you feel? Evan understood what Nasi's father meant, and he hoped Nasi would come back to see him. Evan took this sentence to heart, and left a box of gold coins to Naki's father. He opened the teleportation circle and returned. The light dissipated, the evolution ended, and Jang Jia became Jang Jia, about half a meter tall, looking like a ball. Check, check, check. With the change of light, Ghost Stone's original body shrunk again, the fluttering tail disappeared, and it became two short legs. Shaston. Evan picked up the Pokeball, opened it, and a white light fell on the ground, still the Ghost Stone. Evan and Jang Jie bowed to each other and thanked each other. Jie, Li Dahao. This guy is too round and has no waist at all, so he had to put his head down silently, but since he had just grown his legs, he seemed a little unfamiliar. Put it down. The balance behind his head was a little unstable, he fell to the ground in a hurry, and rolled out with a grunt. White light pierces Ghost Stone's body. Evolution has begun. Ghost Stone cast a somewhat suspicious look at Evan, and then, my child, with my ability, I can only get so much. I will observe it later to see if I can get some more. You take this away first, and next time you come. 11. He stuffed Evan with some big boxes, but Nachi's father was silent and shook his head. Kashi. In the afternoon, Evan returned to the Golden Dojo, and Father Natsu had already prepared a lot. Evan asked, leaning down, while Jang Jia shook his hand, raised his leg, and finally closed his mouth and let out a mean laugh, as if to amuse him. Looks lovely. Thank you, Miss Joy. Thank you very much. 99. Chapter 474. If you don't obey, you will be beaten. Nachi's father was always generous and gave things of absolute quality. Evan went to Nashi again and put away what he brought. She's an expert on this stuff, and Evan's just messing around. He picked up the light of destruction skill, and he felt that he could already see hundreds of golden beams of light piercing the air from the observation deck. There are other props, not many, a dozen or so, all very common. But as common as it is, collecting so much in one day must have taken Nashi's father a lot of energy. Even Evan finds this old B***** da a little pathetic, although he has a wife, so. Natsi, if you want, how about coming back together next time? 9. Natsu's movements paused for a second, then continued to organize after a 2-second pause. Yuan thought Nazi didn't hear him, but who knows? Well, I remember that I didn't take something in my room. Take me back next time. The arrogant Natsu turned to leave. Evan listened to her, then smiled weakly. 5 more days passed, during which time there were occasional bursts of explosions from the platform overlooking the sea. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Zhengji is a numb 517. He knows that this kind of action from the elf releasing his skills has long been accustomed to. But habit is habit, but he can't turn a blind eye to such a movement, and suddenly he didn't notice it for other reasons, causing the Guanhaidai to suffer losses. He can't bear it. At this time, a soldier ran over and saluted, the report said. Sir. A call from the capital. The commando has returned successfully. Please contact Mr. Chi immediately. Please come to the capital of Mr. Chi. Back. Yeah. I'm going to call people now. Hearing this news, Lin Zhengji cheered up, took out his mobile phone, dialed Yang Minhao anxiously, and then. Colonel Lin? Really? Yang Minghao's voice trembled a little. That was because there was an evil spirit entangled in him? Uncle Yang. Mr. Chi has gone into seclusion. Rumors came from the capital that the commando had returned and asked Mr. Chi to visit. Lin Zhengji did know Evan's phone number, but he didn't call it directly, for fear of disturbing Evan's rest. Duao also had it, but he did not take credit and asked Lin Zhengji to deliver the news. Yes, for them, even if it is news, as long as Evan responds, the merits are boundless. Okay, I understand, I'll report it. Advertisement. After Yang Minghao understood it, he hung up the phone 3 minutes later. Strange response. A golden light came out from the platform overlooking the sea and flew towards the capital at an extremely fast speed. Lin Zhengji realized that this must be Evan's departure. Check out his mighty Hockey Hawk bee, and his own Stinger bee. Hey, nothing compares. After receiving the news, I set off in a hurry and arrived near the capital in less than 10 minutes. The practice of White Dragon should also be to come back early without leaving the slightest effort to attack the maze. The person of the 9 commandos, that is, the captain, was slightly injured. When he arrived at the military station, Evan found that someone was already waiting for him. Are you back? Is everything okay? A few big men walked in front and greeted them. Lien Bailong and a team of 7 people were there, and Chowda didn't know where to play. Don't worry, Mr. Chi, everyone is just hurt a little bit, it's fine. Everyone is very happy. The metal weapon of the devil. This is definitely a good weapon. I didn't expect it to go so well. Practicing Bailong, you have done a good job, you have worked hard. There was still time to praise. Evan jumped off the beagle, landed on the ground, and said to Lien Bailong with a smile. And Lien Bailong snorted coldly. HMPH, I just don't want you to make excuses. 7 people, 7 lives, and 8 more. Afraid that Evan didn't know how to calculate, Lien Bailong turned around and left after emphasizing the number. Evan smiled without saying a word, turned his head to look at the 7-member team, swept his eyes, and finally felt Zhang Byron's demon spirit. Seba. Show me that metal weapon. Evan stretched out his hand, wanting to see Zhang Byron's metal weapon. He was stunned when he heard it, turned his head to look at several senior brothers, and looked for guidance in his eyes. Ah, Bailey, young Master Chi wants to see this, just show it to him, let's go. One of the bosses laughed. Zhang Byron replied hurriedly, took off the hairpin from his back, and handed it to Evan with both hands. 66 Seeing the magic circle on the gun, Evan was attracted by the combination of technology and magic. Touching the gun, feeling the metallic luster and weight of the weapon, Evan's eyes gradually became fond of it. Advertisement boys just like this kind of iron, as if Gundam is a man's romance. Evan activated his own magic power and began to instill in the magic circle. Humph. Under the influence of Evan's powerful magic, a huge demon god with feathers on his body and a pair of wings on his back came out of the muzzle, holding hands, looking down at all the creatures. I don't believe you can summon me, you are amazing. The demon god sighed and looked at Evan with admiration, his expression still arrogant. What kind of devil are you? Evan ignored the arrogant words of the demon god and directly asked the identity of the demon god. Almost everyone looked at this huge demon god with surprise and envy. This kind of eyes moved Monokabe. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Obey, or I'll hit you. Understand? What the hell is this? Am I not in another world? How can there be such a terrible person? Monokurabe spread his wings and arms and laughed, and the entire military district looked up at him. Do you want to know who I am? Humph. Then listen carefully. I am the demon of the 69th pillar, Mon Calabi. A spirit created by birds and aurora. I am the embodiment of the sky. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Evan's question, the demon god became more arrogant, raised his body, and said proudly. Come back, Ball. Bar was simple and stern, and Mon Calabi's head nodded like a piledriver, not at all calm. Excepting Bar, Menkala relaxed a little, but Evan's eyes were already full of contempt. As soon as Mon Calabi saw Bar, he immediately lost his arrogance, bowed his head, bent down, and humbled himself like a child. There was a thunder in the sky. Everyone was stunned, waiting for the dazzling thunder to end. Standing in front of Mon Calabi, Ball watched calmly. At first, he didn't pay much attention to his arrogance, but now, looking closely, there is more than one devil on Evan. It makes him very uncomfortable. There are also divisions of labor and titles among the demon gods. As the demon god of the first pillar, Ball is also the strongest of the 4 pillars. He has the title of Grand Duke. Number 69 is still so arrogant. Bal, Bar, Archduke Bar. Meng Calabi immediately took a breath, his face was ugly. Boom. Chapter 475 New Dungeon. When Monokabe was back in the metal container, Evan reached out and used his magic to engrave a formation on the butt of the gun to store the magic power. With your current magic power, it is difficult to use simple magic, let alone magic suits. That is not acceptable. There may be some crises in the future, and you need to give it a try. 93. Channel the magic into a spell, Evan said. I have carved an entity on your weapon to store my magic power. This magic power is pure magic power. If you encounter danger that you cannot handle, you can use your own magic power to extract my magic power. It is enough to unleash great magic behind your magic suit. After delivering a certain amount of magic power, Evan returned the gun to Jong Byron. Thank you, Mr. Chi. Jong Byron was very happy. He was still worried about this matter, but now with Evan's magical support, he can feel relieved for the time being. You're welcome. What are you going to do next? Continue to raid the labyrinth? Evan turned his head and asked a few big men. Well, we also found a labyrinth in the desert, and we went there for 2 days off. 33. After tasting the sweetness, the bosses also want to raid a few more mazes. Well, you can arrange this, as long as it is safe, then. What's next? Evan is a little worried. System, the White Dragon Cultivator and the others came together from the Demon God's Labyrinth. Is this considered a smuggling? You should also be considered a stowaways. Can you give me a relatively simple customs clearance mission and let me send them back? The system won't perform day tasks, so you'd better haggle shamelessly. However, Evan was stunned by the system's answer, and he secretly said that such operations still exist. The system has already discovered it, and did not stop it, nor did it send Gao away to the Well of White Bones. The system has found that the target White Dragon and Jodar are hostile to host and are considered dangerous. Eviction and sabotage missions. The target is even Bailong and Cooter. The host can attack these two and destroy or defeat them, but if they are defeated, the host can open the channel of exile on his own, sending them back to his own world. Advertisement: there is no penalty or reward for completing the quest, nor will it change after placement. Banish or destroy. So when Evan is hitting these two, he can send them back, which is convenient and gives more initiative. With this method, Evan's heart became much clearer. After thinking about it, he said goodbye to several eldest brothers and 7 special forces members, jumped on the back of the berg, and returned to Guane Terrace. The reason why he was in such a hurry to look back at Haidai was because Evan planned to go to another world earlier. Only then did he realize that he was dreaming. There are still 5 days to rest, but looking at the enthusiasm of the White Dragon practitioners, it should not take long to pay off the debt. Evan wants to go to another world as soon as possible, but also to return to the real world as soon as possible. Arrangements were made at the observatory, and then, after finishing his efforts, Zhang Jia was left behind by Evan, with only Su Function by his side. Werewolves and werewolves continued to guard on the platform overlooking the sea, and the metal weapons of the devil could not be used by others, so they naturally took them away. After a few chats with the family, Evan turned on the teleportation array, ahead of time, enter a new world. The teleportation lasted only a split second, and Evan, wand in his hand, draped in a wide cloak, dressed as a wizard, slowly landed on the ground. After landing, Evan looked around. Everything around was stones, and there were caves as far as the eye could see, and this time he finally really entered the ground. Bang-dang, he tapped the ground with his wand, released the halo of knowledge, and felt a distant echo, which indicated that he was in a huge underground space surrounded by complex passages lit by crystals of various colors. Fortunately, the mess-loving system quickly provided clues and quests. Dungeon level detection, warning, high danger level. Mission. Main quest released, smash the floor master. Host is now on the 1st floor of the underground space. Please go to the Great Wall of Sighs, on the 17th floor of the underground space, and smash Goliath, the Lord of the Floor, for 3 days. There will be rewards after the task is completed. If your mission fails, all monsters above the 20th floor of the dungeon will go into a frenzy, doubling their strength and increasing their numbers. For Flowers. 0 advertisement: the Underground Palace, the Great Wall of Sighs on the 17th floor, Goliath, the Lord of each floor. Evan seemed to know which world he entered, mistaken for a dungeon encounter? A fictional anime with a somewhat long title. As the title suggests, it's a dungeon-centric story about a teenager who grows stronger, and opens a harem in a dungeon. Yulari is the name of this dungeon, which has existed for centuries and has been preserved since ancient times. Later, gods, mortals and major races built a city around the underground palace, which eventually became the only labyrinth city in the world, attracting countless adventurers. There are gods in this world, and there are many gods, but they do not fight directly because they are limited by their origin and rely on their kin rather than fighting on their own. Gods sign contracts with their relatives, after which these relatives can obtain the blessings of the gods, and awaken certain skills or magic. Their own attributes can be seen and controlled, and the growth rate of their power is not comparable to that of ordinary humans. All in all, this is a great chapter revolving around the gods and the people who depend on them. 3 days, 17th floor, I don't know the way, I don't know if this time is enough. This is the first time Evan has descended into the dungeon, and there are not even signs around, so finding the right exit is not easy. Luckily, Evan has a navigation tool compass that can give you directions, although it can only be used 3 times a day. Guide the compass, help me navigate, where is Goliath? Evan took out the compass and went directly to the right person. The compass in his hand began to spin, and it kept spinning. Evan thought the compass was broken at first, but eventually thought of something and put it down. Ha ha ha. Of course, the compass instantly pointed to a diagonal direction and did not move, because this is a dungeon and the 17th floor is downstairs, so the needle cannot point when it is parallel. This, Forget it, let's find the entrance to the next floor first. It's useless to find the target directly, so Evan turned around to find the entrance to the next floor, and the pointer turned again, this time pointing in the direction of the passage. 10. Chapter 476. Ferocious. When you think of dungeons, what comes to your mind? N. Monster. Boom. Evan hit a rabbit-sized red-eyed rat with a stick, dusting it, leaving only a stone the size of a peanut. The magic stone is the treasure bred in these monsters. Every monster has it in the body. The stronger the monster, the bigger the magic stone. Like the red-eyed mouse on the first floor, it is only the size of peanuts. These magic stones contain pure magic and can be used to do many things. In the labyrinthine city outside the dungeon, even street lamps use magic stones as energy, not to mention other items. Here, magic stones are hard currency and the main source of income for adventurers. Evan didn't even look at the magic stone that fell on the ground, but the magic imperial object had been activated, and he took the dropped magic stone and put it into the system space. May 17th. The magic stone can be mined and absorbed by itself, because its purity is very high, and it is easily absorbed and digested by its own magic power, which is very useful. After walking along the sign for half an hour, Evan finally came to an entrance, with a stone staircase leading down, apparently to the second floor. Going down, the needle stopped moving after he had led the way. Look for the entrance to the next floor. Evan didn't stop, opened the last pointer, and continued to walk to the next level of space. By the time they reach the second floor, the monsters are noticeably stronger, but to Evan, they're still little monsters with a bat. After smashing a few small monsters along the way, Evan has almost reached the entrance of the third floor, when he encountered a few adventurers wearing function clothes hurried towards him. Well, that's... Can I ask for directions? Only then did Evan notice that the man in the lead was carrying a young girl with an axe on her back, who might have been attacked and was rushing to save her. Only. I remember. These people are the family members of the fairy sword Jay Lei, and this scene, it seems that Shaoxin is already in danger. Yi Fan looked at the few people running at full speed and muttered to himself, this scene seemed familiar. If he remembered correctly, the protagonist of this world is suffering now. Advertisement. Regardless of this, the lives of the protagonists will be fine, so I'd better find the entrance first. Walking in the direction he ran from the past few days, he did not immediately find the entrance to the third floor. On the way, Evan also picked up some beautiful magic stones, which they didn't have time to pick up after killing the monsters in the way, and finally just happened to be put into the pocket by Evan. When he entered the third floor, Evan found that someone had already pointed him to the bottom, and it was still the Philosopher's Stone. Evan picked them up as he went, and every so often, monsters would appear on the walls. All the monsters in the underground palace are new, from the walls or the dirt, and there is no end. Tens of thousands of 10,000 years have never stopped. Evan continued to walk with the Philosopher's Stone. Today's compass has been used up, he must find his way. Only. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Evan watched the magic stone in front of him being absorbed by the ground. In this underground palace, if there is a magic stone that is dropped and not picked up, it will be recycled in less than half an hour and will not be wasted. There were no clues, only the general direction that Evan already knew, leaned forward and finally found the entrance to the fourth floor. When he reached the fourth floor, Evan met the adventurer who was about to return. It was 3 people, they were talking and laughing, and they seemed to be having a good time. Hey guys. Evan immediately walked over to greet them, ready to ask for directions. Wow, who is Lord Wizard? Why are you here alone? Is there something wrong? 33. As soon as they saw Evan, the 3 were also polite, because Evan in a wizard costume was obviously not easy to mess with. Well, I'm a little embarrassed to say I'm lost. Can you show me the way to the 17th floor? It had better have a map or something, and I can pay for it. 99. Evan bluntly stated that his goal was the 17th floor, and when they heard Evan's words, the expressions of the 3 immediately changed. 10. The 17th floor. Ahem. I'm sorry, my lord, we adventurers don't have the strength to go that far. It's getting dark outside. We have to go back quickly. You can go all the way from this passage to the 7th floor. This is already our research, the limit is gone. Sorry, we can only help you here. 39. Advertisement. The host shouted respectfully, and Evan could actually hear the apology in his words. Then. Thank you very much. These magic stones are for you. You picked them up on the road, you're welcome. Evan took out a handful of magic stones and stuffed it into the host's hand, then walked to the aisle he pointed to, ignoring the 3 people's refusal. The leader shook his head, he looked at the direction Ivan was walking, took out the magic stone and continued to walk back with the 2 of them. It was too late. The monsters in the underground palace at night would not only become more ferocious, but also the speed of upgrading would be accelerated. Better leave early. The Minotaur is a 2-legged, tauren-shaped monster, holding a stone axe, with infinite strength, tough skin, and considerable resistance to physical and magical attacks. On the other side, Evan went all the way down the route, and actually broke through from the 5th and 6th floors to the 7th floor one by one. In addition to the overwhelming man-eating ants on the 7th floor, there's a monster, the Minotaur, that terrifies new adventurers. Chain lightning. Brother, what did you say? Isn't this wizard a little too natural? He doesn't know the way, and he still wants to go to the 17th floor? Wouldn't it be a big lie? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Crack. It was once a nightmare for new adventurers, and many came home full of it, right down to their necks. He only dared to speak when people were leaving, and if Evan was there, he wouldn't dare to say a few cheeky words to him. The three watched Evan walk away, and when he was out of sight, one of them asked. Although Evan still does not pose a threat to Evan without a 1.0 guide can only continue to fumble. Magic stones the size of ping-pong balls kept falling, and Evan guided them into his arms, collected them, and moved on. Big talk. I don't think so. I've never seen someone who dares to walk into a dungeon alone and say outright that they are going to the 17th floor. Do you dare to say such a big thing? Anyway, I don't dare. Point 99. A chain of lightning erupted from him, and a dozen ogre ants turned into fly ash. On the 7th floor, the monsters are no longer weak. The huge red man-eating ants are numerous, their bodies are half a meter long, and their heads are bigger than a football. After wandering around the 7th floor for an hour, Evan finally encountered such a monster, 3 at a time. Chapter 477. The Fireworks of the World. The three Tauren were clearly intimidated, but instead of learning to wheeze, they piled together and rushed towards Evan like kids seeing a delicious snack. A scramble for the top spot. Thunderstorm. 19. Boom. A lightning ball as tall as a person whizzed past him, pushing the bodies of the three Tauren against the wall and exploding. 3 egg-sized magic stones fell, and the Tauren's proud magical defense became useless in Evan's eyes. Ha ha ha. And with the death of the three Tauren, the 2 red horns also fell to the ground together with the magic stone. Materials. Sometimes some materials will be dropped when destroying monsters, teeth, horns, claws, eyes, bones, etc. But the frequency of falling is very low. Ivan did not collect all the way. Now the 3 minotaurs gave 2 horns. Ivan does not know whether he is lucky or unfortunate. After solving the 3 Tauren, Ivan did not move on, he preferred to repair in place. After walking for 5 or 6 hours straight, Evan crouched on a large rock to rest. Holding some food and water, just after eating, Evan suddenly remembered something, with a wry smile on his face. Wind dog. Ow. At this time, Evan remembered that he still has the wind speed dog 24, and with his sense of smell, he can find a further way. Okay. Well done wind speed dog, I'm going deep underground, can you help me find a way down? Holding the wind speed dog's head, Evan tried to let the wind speed dog find a way out. With a low growl and confident eyes, the wind speed dog turned his head and began to sniff the ground tightly with his nose. Each level of the dungeon is vast and has many passages, and the passage to the next level is not unique. Many people came to the underground palace and developed their own unique routes. Although there are many people in the underground palace, there is no conflict, and everyone does not interfere with each other, so as not to take away the spoils of the other side or be stolen by the other side. Proud. The dog sniffed in the wind for a while, then turned its head up and let out a low growl at Evan, seemingly finding a way. Evan put the water bottle away, stuffed the unfinished food into the wind speed dog's mouth, and rolled to the dog's side. Advertisement. Let's go. The wind dog let out a long beak, and jumped out with its 4 feet in the sky. The flow of the air, the smell in the air, and the wind speed confirmed the route, and without hesitation, Earth Coiling gusted a gust of wind and moved forward quickly. Sure enough, the wind speed found the correct route. Within half an hour after the wind speed appeared, the 7th level was over. Then came the 8th level. Wind Dog and Evan were attacked as soon as they entered the 8th level. They were attacked by a group of gray-skinned little monsters, similar to goblins. Of course, in this dungeon environment, it's impossible to defeat the goblins. These little gray-skinned guys jump up and attack with their bone spurs, and then burned to death by the flamethrower going in and out of the dog at the speed of the wind. The monsters in the dungeon don't know what fear is. Their eyes are only killing, and even if their companions are burned in an instant, they will scream and stand up. Wind speed dogs. Don't mess with them, fantastic speed. There is no point in dealing with these little monsters. The magic stones they throw are small in size, but in large numbers. Evan waved his hand and took the dropped magic stone in his hand, and the wind speed dog had already emitted a red light. Who are you? Take Evan. One person and one dog suddenly turned red and flashed. The monster was smashed to pieces. The speed of the dog continued. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. The 8th and 9th floors, Evan and the wind dog pushed over one by one. It didn't take much time at all, plus the time just now, just 1 day passed. Evan still suffers from being unfamiliar with the route. Otherwise, if his strength allows, a familiar person will have no problem going down to the 15th floor in 1 day. A day later, the compass was ready to use again, but Evan didn't use it immediately and was ready to stay. Goozy has found the entrance to the 10th floor at a rapid speed. When he entered, the environment changed instantly. Only then did he realize that he had entered the 10th floor. The original cave environment has become a vast plain, with a high ceiling, a gray-white environment, dense fog, and dead trees everywhere. It is true that a place like the underground palace cannot be described by common sense. It is obviously underground, but there is still such a space. Crack clap. As Evan and the wind speed dog stepped in, the monsters in this space also began to wake up. A half-orc little monster jumped out of the ground, followed by heavy footsteps. 3-meter-high big orcs picked up a tree. The big tree came towards him as a weapon. Fung speed dog, the old rule is not to fight, Evan said, sitting down on the back of the wind speed dog. The wind speed dog nodded, and then opened his mouth angrily. Beautiful. Advertisement. A torrent of flame erupted all around. The little demons howled and scattered among the flames, and the big orcs also howled. but they did not die immediately, but picked up a burning tree and threw it at the wind speed dog. Go. Wind speed dog. Bravely bursting flames. Proud. 99. Hear Evan's orders. The wind speed dog is even more excited. He opens his mouth wide. A huge flame bursts out. It's getting bigger and bigger in the wind. Stop the advancing trees. Go there. Beep. A mass of flames swept across the ground, and in an instant, a huge calm appeared around. Pick up the magic stone and move on, because it is a plane. Guzi ran desperately at the speed of the wind. Although 517 did not know the direction, he would definitely find the entrance as long as he kept walking. Evan has discovered that each level has many entrances to the next level, just to see if you can't find them. After the dog ran at wind speed for a while, the trees in front disappeared and a rocky area appeared. After entering this area, the first thing Evan saw was the entrance to the next level, embedded in the rock. It's there, wind dog. The wind dog started hopping on the rocks, approaching the entrance quickly, just. Rumble. As he got closer, the rocks around him began to shake, and then, heads of king dragons came in and out of the rocks. Earth dragon heads came out of the rocks one by one and climbed out. There were 5 of them. They are called young dragons. They are powerful and rarely combined with them. They are 5 or 6 meters tall, just like the brontosaurus and the dinosaurs. They will be even more frightening when they are adults. This is only. If it were other adventurers, seeing so many young dragons would have run away, but Evan and the wind dog are not in a hurry. The spell of golden light. The color of arms. Evan lowered his body to the back of the speed wind dog, and the golden light and weapon-colored spells were fully activated. And the speed wind dog's body started to turn black. Blazing lightning burst out from the wind speed dog's body. In an instant, the dog turned into lightning and flames. It rushed straight to the young dragon, blocking the way. Charge of lightning flame. Chapter 478. Encountering the gods. Boom 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 boom. The dog rushed over like lightning. Yifan was on the back of the wind speed dog, and the wind speed dog also merged with him. A bright golden light also enveloped the wind speed dog. The crimson flame turned golden. With the wind speed the dog's powerful energy marches on. The long flame of light pierces 5 young dragons in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. 5 young dragons turned to ashes with their howls, and the basketball-sized magic stone fell to the ground. The wind speed dog stood firm. He raised his head high and let out a loud roar into the air. Evan put away the stone, patted the wind speed dog on the back, and let it enter the exit, but at this moment, it entered the exit. The earth is shaking. Evan and the wind dog are still paying attention to their surroundings at first, then. Boom. Roar. 2 gigantic dragons burst through the rock and roared out of them. They looked a lot like young dragons, only bigger. They must be adult dragons. Let's go. Evan didn't decide to provoke these 2 big guys. The dog jumped from the hole in reverse at the speed of lightning. He just jumped into the entrance. 2 beams of light crashed down. The entrance was instantly blasted and filled up, blocking Evan's ability to return from the entrance. It's only the 10th floor. There are such powerful monsters here. Considering the danger of this underground palace, it can't be said because of the floor. Evan and the Fengshengo had long avoided the falling rocks. Evan frowned slightly, remembering the clues of the system at the beginning. This world is very advanced and very dangerous. Evan originally thought that the world was dangerous for the gods, but after thinking about it, the gods were not dangerous, but the monsters were. Legend has it that the black dragon that killed the gods, the dungeon is so deep, the further down you go, the more difficult and dangerous it must be. Who knows what danger is lurking in the deepest part of the underground palace? Maybe there is a kind of extinction there, just like the magic flute in The Great Calamity of Extinction. Advertisement: the monster in the 11th floor has turned into a rabbit-shaped monster. A white rabbit less than 1 meter long with a horn on its head and a small stone axe in its hand. This stone axe looks familiar. It must be the stone axe that injured Zhang Yulei's family yesterday. In this case, they were also injured when fighting on the 11th floor or below. This kind of unicorn rabbit's combat effectiveness is not strong, and its strength is average when fighting alone, but its speed is faster. However, they were numerous. A dozen of them appeared at once. After a few seconds, dozens of rabbits gathered around them. Guided by the principle of not being entangled, the dog ran straight to the road and was chased by a pack of rabbits on all 4s with axes in their mouths, barely keeping up with the dog in this narrow space. Sure enough, with the great rabbit spirit that never tires and never gives up, hundreds of rabbits soon gather behind the swift-winged dog. Each one has red eyes and presses every step of the way. When they walked into a relatively narrow space and the rabbits curled up into a long dragon, the wind dog turned back, its mouth opened, a flame erupted. A fire burst out. The characteristic of the wind dog, which is more powerful in the enclosed space, roars from all directions, and when the flames end, the ground has been covered with ash and magic stone. Well done. Evan was only in charge of harvesting, and several hundred magic stones flew into his hands, and then 3 rabbit unicorns appeared, which was also a pleasant surprise. In the past day or so, Evan's system space has stored a large amount of magic stones, so many people should see red eyes. If they are pulled out, it will definitely scare some people's teeth. Proud. After the rabbit comes the Cerberus, which is said to be a Cerberus. In fact, it is more like a wolf, about the size of a wolf, covered in blackness, and can breathe fire. This is the Cerberus. Due to the sudden increase of monsters that can use fire magic from this level, adventurers who reach this level usually buy a fire spirit cloak, which can resist some of the power of flames and has a bonus to physical protection. The flames from the Cerberus are blocked by the wind speed dog, the ignition feature is activated, and the return stream of flames can burn the Cerberus to death in the blink of an eye. In contrast, the wind speed dog is more like a hellhound, fierce and strong. After that, Evan took another half day or so to reach the 13th floor, getting closer and closer to the target. Evan had planned to use the compass to guide the way and find the 17th floor in advance, but... The dog noticed the fast-paced situation, turned his head to look behind him, and saw a group of people running fast. Advertisement: most of the people in this group are girls. The men only have a green satyr and an inch head. This inch head Evan knows. He is the man from Fengguo whom he met yesterday, and he is the one carrying the wounded. Others, including the one from yesterday, are all there, apparently recuperating. It's them. Just in time. Evan recognized the team looking for this little newcomer, and one of the short but tall girls was the real goddess Hestia. Well, then if that's the case, what do you want to do? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. There are safe areas in the dungeon, and the 18th floor is one of them. Monsters will not attack adventurers, and adventurers can rest and replenish here. Sakura asked, stopping and looking at the clockwork dog with wary eyes. Evan took the lead and asked, well, it's the person from yesterday. Li Dezhou. Zero and Evan jumped off the dog's back at the speed of the wind and landed on the ground, said. Who are you? How do you know what we're doing? A monk named Sakurako, whose name is a bit girly, but a pure human, noticed Evan yesterday, but ignored him because his companion was injured. Hestia is one of the 12 gods of Mount Olympus, an incomparably powerful but pitifully weak being in this world. A girl without power, in fact, she cannot be without the release of her divine will. Fighting. I just want to find a team to lead the way, if you don't mind. Can I follow you? Don't worry, there is no need to disturb your schedule, but I think it is impolite to follow you quietly. She is the chief god of little hands and is now looking for little hands. Zero. I guess you're walking in such a hurry, obviously not to take risks, then maybe to find someone or something, and if you're looking for someone, the safe area on the 18th floor is a good place. 9. Everyone, are you going to the 18th floor? Sakura dubiously believed Evan's words and continued to question Evan's intentions. Chapter 479: Goliath's Attack. In the end, Evan also joined the group, followed at the back of the group, and soon reached the 18th floor. Hearing that Evan's goal is to find someone to lead him before Sakura opens his mouth, Hestia stands up and asks Evan to join. Now, the world is going on urgently, and for this little newcomer, every second delay is more dangerous. Hestia doesn't want to be distracted by trivial matters, and agrees to Evan to follow the team and move on. With a team, progress is much faster. Evan rode on the back of the windspeed dog and followed the group, and when he encountered the monster he was the first to catch it. Seeing Evan's powerful lightning magic and windspeed dog's powerful flame, everyone can't help but wonder who Evan is. The 14th floor, the 15th floor, and the 16th floor, the group crossed 3 floors in a row for half a day, and finally reached the 17th floor. The 17th floor is very small, just a large circular room, which is pitifully small compared to the other floors. Above the wall of the room stood a high wall, shimmering with colorful rays of light and sighing the Great Wall, and Goliath, the lord of the floor, was sealed in and nurtured. The entire 17th floor did not change because of the arrival of the crowd, and the Great Wall of Sighs did not react at all, and stood calmly in place. What is this doing? Didn't it say there was a landlord? Is there anything strange? 520 Evan came to the 17th floor and looked at the Great Wall of Sighs with a questioning expression on his face. It shouldn't have been upgraded, it must have just been crushed. The female samurai Yamato Yuan walked over and said a few words to Evan, and then walked to the 18th floor with everyone. The opening to the 18th floor was directly opposite. Hestia rushed over with a worried look on his face, and the others followed her. Yamato asked curiously when Evan saw that Evan did not continue to follow them. Mr. Chi, why didn't you come? You're going to the 18th floor soon. Yamato Margin asked. Evan shook his head, first took a blanket and spread it on the ground, then with the help of the wind, he stood on it and sat down by himself. This is my destination, I'm going to wait here, when it's fresh, you don't have to worry about me, go. Evan sat down on the blanket, and the wind dog leaned over behind him, yawned heavily, and fell asleep on the blanket. That is. What a strange person. Well, please take care of yourself, if you feel unsafe come to the 18th floor, it is safe there. Yamato stopped talking, nodded slightly, turned and ran to the 18th floor, where only Evan and Saikaze waited on the 17th floor. Seba. Evan put his wand on his lap, looked around at the huge wall of sighs, and started closing his eyes, regaining his strength. Advertisement: the breath in his body continued to circulate, forming a perfect circle, and with each passing week, Evan's breath became stronger and stronger. There are still more than 24 hours. Evan does not know whether the master of the stage can recharge his energy in the last hour. If not, the entire upper dungeon may be thrown into chaos due to the rampage of monsters. Time passed slowly, and on the third day, less than an hour before the task time, Evan sat there, expressionless, but very worried in his heart. Within the time specified in the task, the landlord was not selected, and the task was not completed. For Evan, the reward is secondary, the key is the punishment of the task. The monster broke out, and the punishment of doubling the number of monsters did not frighten Evan, but many other ordinary adventurers might die because of this, which Evan did not want to see. The time to see the ladder was running out, and Evan had not been seen for a day, and a slightly worried Yamato brought 2 rice balls to check on him to make sure he was still there. He had just gone up from the entrance on the 18th floor and saw that Evan was still there, ready to greet him. Crack. Huh? 39 Yamato turned his head to look at the Great Wall of Sighs and found it. The originally intact Great Wall of Sighs suddenly gave a crack. A violent aura appeared from behind the wall. At this time, Yamato still realized that it was a person who was dreaming. Oops. It's the new owner, Master Chi. Come on, Da Hua Yuan knows the power of the Floor Master, which is far from being able to be dealt with by 1 or 2 people, unless it is a high-level adventurer, and for an LV2 adventurer like her, finding the Floor Master to fight alone only means court death. Roar. As soon as Yamato's words fell, the Great Wall of Sighs began to collapse rapidly. There was a giant's roar from behind the wall, and it climbed out. Mr. Chi. Come on. The rice ball was thrown away by Yamato, and she called out to Evan anxiously. Evan was still sitting there, watching Goliath, the Lord of the Floor, crawling out of the Great Wall. Reach out a huge hand to grab Evan. Yamato gritted his teeth and reached for the tachi from his waist. He's about to shoot. Moment. A sword light flashed. The roof and ground of the building. Roar. Goliath roared and took a step back, just reached out and grabbed Evan's right arm. His shoulder was cut off. He fell to the ground, blood splashing everywhere. Yamato opened his mouth wide in surprise. He looked at Evan again, and found that both Evan and Sufunction had already stood up. Ah! Advertisement. The wind dog opened his mouth and spewed out a torrent of flames. The spring water hit Goliath and pushed his huge body back against the wall. At this time, Evan was already holding a golden sword in his hand, and his face under the cloak was full of ecstasy. Yes. That's a good abacus. You came out in the last 10 minutes, days and 4 hours. You made me wait so long. Should we splurge? Ashtaroth, come on. Beep. With a shout, Evan. In the eyes of Fate Yamato, Evan was suddenly enveloped by a spontaneously flaming ball of fire. Beep. Sorry for making me wait so long. If I don't give you a big one, very big magic. Looking at the huge skeleton and the Philosopher's Stone, which is a good thing, Evan just wanted to put away the Philosopher's Stone. Ang. The signal of the completion of the mission sounded in his ears. Evan dispelled the flames, raised his long sword with his hand, his magic suit dissipated, and he returned to his original appearance as a magician. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A white magic circle unfolds behind Evan. It only took less than a minute. A charred skeleton on one side, it suddenly moved. The fire dragon roared. The temperature of the entire 17th floor rose suddenly. The fire dragon roared. She slammed her head into Goliath's chest. Without pausing, it whizzed through his body. Then the tornado quickly engulfed the song Leah. The endless flames came from Goliath and merged with the flames of the windspeed dog within a minute. Almost instantly, Evan stood there with the white dragon sword in his hand. His long snake-like hair was fluttering, and a white dragon of fire hovered behind him. Yamato's life on the side was so hot that she was sweating profusely, and she didn't even notice that her clothes were soaking wet. She just stood there with her mouth closed in surprise. The soaring purgatory dragon white lightning. No trace of Goliath's body was left, but a huge charred skeleton and a magic stone more than half human high. Evan points the longsword at Goliath. The magic gathers, and then... crack. Finally, after completing the task within the allotted time, Evan was released. Chapter 480 Little Rookie. Card. The scorched skull moved again. A huge magic stone also flew up and landed on the belly of the skull. Then it started to glow. What exactly is going on? Evan frowned at the way Goliath was cheating, and he hurriedly glanced at the task. It was done. Yamato is very peaceful. He has seen enough strange things today. Don't forget a few more. Roar. Flesh. New flesh is spreading through Goliath's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, the whole body is fully recovered. Even the broken arm is growing. The resurrected Goliath is flying. Goliath's body changed from Aaron's previous color to black. Instead of attacking Evan, he retracted and raised his arms. 2 hands folded into a hammer. In the look of consternation that suddenly appeared on Evan's face, the hammer hit his foot under. Boom. A powerful explosion. Dust fell from the shockwave. A gust of wind blew the dust off Evan's ear, but after it dissipated, Goliath was gone, leaving a large hole where he was standing. One leads to the 18th floor, the big hole. Roar. Higolia went down to the top floor, opened her own passage, stood up, looked at Hestia, let out a roar, and rushed towards Hestia. Not only Goliath, but some monsters on the 19th floor also came to the 18th floor through the passage and began to attack the adventurers in front of them. Still confused, they fended off the adventurers until some veterans banded together and began to fend off the attack. There are more than 500 adventurers on the 18th floor. As an important safe area, transit area and dungeon shelter, most of them know how to fight, and as long as they respond, they will have no problem dealing with these little monsters. 105. All that matters now is the big, black Goliath. Roar. Black Goliath is unstoppable. His mouth is open. He even has a ranged attack. Beep. 59. A blue ripple appeared in Goliath's mouth. With a roar, it was fired. No small amount of energy. Several powerful adventurers began to surround Goliath and hit him with various blows, causing damage, but he was cured in the blink of an eye, and he has an amazing self-healing ability. Fire. Someone ordered a team of magicians to launch the long-awaited attack. All kinds of magic descended on Goliath. Instantly dyed Goliath blood and flesh. Advertisement, but, in less than 3 seconds, a torrent of white gas erupted from him, and Goliath appeared unharmed. What to do? This guy can't beat it. Don't hold back. Stop messing with us. There are so many people here. If we can't stop him, we can't live in a dungeon. Wizards keep amassing their magic. Warriors, take command. A strong man is commanding the group. He just finished speaking. Boom. Goliath's long-range strike landed right at his feet. It just blew the man away. Luckily the man had a shield and the mage cast the shield urgently, so he didn't take much damage. B********. D. What a big shot. Shooter, shoot him in the eye for me. The man continued to command in great strides, his shield clenched in his hand to prevent Goliath from taking another shot. And in the heat of the discussion, great magic. Hurrah! A huge magic circle appeared in the air. Evan was flying in the air holding a silver sword cannon. The rays of light converge. Roar! Goliath found Evan. He seemed to remember his fear of being burned, and when the long-range blue light cannons were fired one after another, he roared at Evan. Face the attack. Evan is not afraid. The sword in his hand slowly slips. Cut it off, Barbados. The weapon sword. Ah, noisy. Evan inserted the sword into Goliath's body, and the huge sword body was cut into gaps from head to toe, including the surrounding ground. Goliath's movements stopped abruptly. Who is this man? Who is he among the gods? All eyes were on Evan. He was so powerful and shocking. And after Evan unleashes the attack, he finds that Goliath didn't just disappear, on the contrary. Roar. Goliath's body actually split in two. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into 2 smaller black Goliaths. Evan is also at a loss. The ability to split is too strong. I wonder if another slash can separate the new body? Advertisement for flowers 0. Roar. X2. 2 Gorios roared. One stared at Evan, the other kept pushing towards Hestia. Evan glanced at Hestia and found that the young man was dragging a big sword longer than him towards Goliath. Knowing that this was the role of the protagonist's halo, Evan did not take the monster away and focused on look at the people in front of you. You can't use a sword. Do you need a flame? Dang dang dang. Evan has a plan, and at the same time, the whole body of the newcomer is glowing. The bells are ringing in all directions, indicating that the power of the newcomer is increasing and the restrictions are lifted. The newcomer is accumulating strength, and Goliath, who is causing trouble for Hestia, has found him and is preparing to attack. The huge magic stone fell to the ground, and Goliath's body disappeared. Everyone stared at this little newcomer in amazement, surprised that he actually killed Goliath. Wind of light. Great magic. The white flash of the purgatory dragon soars in the air. 99. Close your eyes. And the young rookie is also very competitive, and his strength has greatly increased. Then a diagonal kick. A powerful burst of energy burst out, instantly grabbed half of Goliath's upper body. Even the magic stone in his stomach was exposed. With the shattering of the Philosopher's Stone, Goliath could not be resurrected. No matter how powerful he was, it exploded on the spot, leaving only a large piece of Philosopher's Stone 10. On the other hand, Zero, seeing that the Philosopher's Stone is about to be wrapped in flesh, the little newcomer jumped up. His figure is in front of him. With a shake of the god-forged knife in his hand, Goliath's magic stone was inserted. The handle of the knife turned. The stone was broken. Fighting Soul. 99 instantly dissipated the magic suit. Evan raised the magic sword, 1,000 blades, and the electromagnetic strike created a 40-meter-long blade. Instantly pierced the magic stone. Countless blows back and forth. The magic stone was cut into pieces. Beep. It's you. Thunder's Wrath. Several beauties released their abilities, attacked, sealed, poached eyes, and restricted Goliath's actions in various ways to buy time for the little newcomer. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Asteros in disguise. Great magic reappears. The fire dragon roars and roars. Wrap yourself in Goliath. Burn Goliath's flesh and blood at great speed. Unleash the magic stone within. Boom. Chapter 481. The beginning of divinity. The rampage of the ground lord was over, and 2 huge magic stones were placed on the skin. This was done to prevent the underground palace from automatically absorbing the magic stones. This battle made the little rookie famous and became the fastest rookie adventurer to advance to level 2. At first, many people knew him, but they didn't trust him. They think the fastest cut is a lie, think the new guy is a rookie, and he should still be a rookie. But today, this little novice used his faith and strength to show everyone that he is not a novice, he really is. The other person, Evan, is also famous, known as a mysterious and powerful wizard. Although some warriors thought Evan was a swordsman, didn't they see that sword pierced Goliath? With such a powerful swordsmanship, he must be a swordsman. Then, a group of mages said, when Chi put his skills on himself, people were clamoring that it was magic. And you said it was 520, swordsmanship. You are so shameless. This sentence surprised the heroes, but at the moment there is a problem of face. The reason is not direct, nor is it tough. A group of people immediately felt a countercurrent. Then a group of people quarreled there, attracting a lot of onlookers. This group of people is arguing, and the object of their discussion, Evan, is sitting by the fire at this time, chatting and relaxing with the people next to him, and Evan has left to check his new task and previous task rewards. Mission. The main task, smash the landlord, complete, the reward will be issued. Award. Alchemy Skill Scroll X1, Inscription Skill Scroll X1, Earth Soul Pill X1. The main quest will be released at a later date. The power of the gods. There are gods in this world. The master must kill any of them for an indefinite period of time. There will be rewards after the task is completed. If unsuccessful, there is no penalty. 93 What the hell? This is Evan's first reaction after seeing the new mission. Gods, although the gods in this world are incarnate bodies, their own divine power is limited and cannot be used, so they are not very powerful, but even if the incarnation body is killed, only the gods will return to the realm of the gods. Advertisement. If it's one-on-one, it's not that hard to kill a deity, but the deities of this world are very good at self-defense. They recruit enough powerful addicted Kunzi to protect them, while trying to kill a deity, you facing an entire addiction Kunzi family. If you think about it, whoever has the fewest dependents is the most easily killed god. It seems that the one next to you is the easiest to kill. Let me kill a god who is not hostile. Although the gods of this world only return to the heaven after death. But this is problematic. Besides, it is not easy to kill a god. Really all you think are all gods like Hestia? Evan glanced at Hestia, who was entangled in this little newcomer, and shook his head. If he wanted to, now was the best chance to complete the new main quest. Master Chi. Which Protoss are you from? This is too much, your level must be no lower than LV5. 0 The newcomer dragged Hestia's shoulders and asked Evan, with envy in his eyes. Level. The level of this world is a bit simple, starting from LV1 and then going up. Now the strongest among the adventurers is the pig warrior LV7, and LV5 is already very strong. This little rookie is still LV2, and he has just been promoted, so he is a typical little rookie. I don't actually depend on any god, I'm a free man, so I don't know what level I'm at. Evan didn't hide it, because this kind of thing is impossible to hide, the gods can feel it. No, this is not a family member, not a relative, but still so strong. 0 Shaoxin was startled. Hestia looked up at Evan, and Hermes, who came with her, also looked at Evan with a wide smile. You're such a strong man, aren't you addicted? No, do you want to go to me? I'll pay you a lot? Hestia took the lead in extending an olive branch, trying to win over Evan. Haha, the Lord God is joking, even I have heard about your situation, and the treatment is a bit high. Evan replied with a smile. Hestia's addiction. Kuns are notoriously poor, and the number is still small, and now only this little newcomer is alone. Humph. In the future, my family will be the largest in the entire labyrinth city. Hestia roared, jumped off the young man's back, and ran to sit down. The little newcomer scratched his cheeks, nodded slightly embarrassedly, and then ran over to comfort Zheng Ji. Advertisement. At this time, Hermes spoke, and it was the same sentence, which brought Evan. Hestia's acquaintance is really not good, so what do you think of my acquaintance? Hermes said with a smile, those squinting eyes were monsters. I'm sorry, I'm a person who likes to be unrestrained, and when your ambitions are so grand, I won't interfere with your modest plans. Evan knew that Hermes was far from weak as he appeared, and many of his cronies were strong, but they all hid their power in their lives, unaware of those grand conspiracies. Yes, so, you don't seem to be a simple person, I hope I won't mess with you again in the future. Hermes narrowed his eyes and smiled, and then he too fell silent. Then, after a night's rest, everyone returned to the ground. Evan's mission to the underground palace was completed, so naturally he came back together, and returned to the surface with everyone. On the way, Hestia also asked Evan where the wind speed dog went. He didn't answer, just smiled, and without answering, Hestia opened her mouth again and approached the little newcomer. The little newcomer's full name is Baylor. He is the rightful grandson of the god Zeus, and despite the tough circumstances, he has a strong background. He is a very good person. A day passed, and the group returned to Labyrinth City. Evan and Baylor first went to the guild to exchange some loose magic stones for some money. As the most prosperous city in the world, there must be a lot of good things to buy here. Evan separates himself from Belle and the others, and they return to their residence, while Evan wanders around, asking for information and seeing what they can buy. Except for the larger ones, Evan sold most of the smaller ones for 120,000 francs. Fari is the currency of this world. Evan now has 120,000, he thinks it's not too small, but that's 11.02 W mana for the pure gold sword, 13 W mana for the stone shield, and 15 W mana for the cypress staff. What are these hypocritical prices? This is a money grab. Evan walked into this shiny-looking gun shop and his eyelids twitched just seeing the price of the weapon. The waiter next to him was still laughing when he heard this, obviously he was used to it and came over to explain. These are not ordinary equipment, they are all made by the Hephaestus family. Hephaestus has always been synonymous with fine products. Even magic swords can be made. It should be more expensive, can't buy it. Hephaestus, the god who made 200 million swords, seems good, ruled out a mission. Evan thought of a red-haired goddess with a blindfold, a nice person, and a hairpin. The clerk sitting next to him heard Evan muttering to himself, and a series of question marks flashed in his mind. Chapter 482 The Biting Rabbit. After scrolling for a day, Evan realized one thing. The amount of funds he masters cannot be considered large in this town, but it is not too small either. High-end weapons are expensive, but regular weapons are more affordable and easier to buy. Evan found a gun shop in an alley, looked around, and found that the quality was good and the prices were fair. In the end, instead of buying fake weapons, Evan just spent half the money on potions and materials. For the last mission, Evan got 2 scrolls and a potion. Alchemy skill scroll. After use, you can gain a lot of alchemical skills and knowledge, which can be used to practice or fight according to the formula. Skill scroll used to obtain a lot of inscription knowledge. You can use your own power to inscribe, and you can endow things with magical power. Earth Soul Pill, an enhanced version of the human soul pill, which can purify the soul and increase the power of the soul. All 3 rewards are good, there is no doubt about that. Alchemy reminds Evan of the alchemy in Alchemy of Steel. It can also be used in combat, but the alchemy here is more comprehensive. It can not only refine things, but also refine medicine. 24 Originally, alchemy was a technique used to refine exotic medicines, and medicine was its main function. Evan found an inn, paid for 2 days, and sat on the bed studying the scrolls. What followed was a volume of inscriptions. Inscriptions are similar to spellcasting skills, and different inscriptions will have different effects. After mastering these 2 skills, Evan took out a thumb-sized magic stone. Putting the Philosopher's Stone in the palm of his hand, Evan unleashed his power to create an alchemical circle in his hand, in the palm of his hand. Analyze, destroy, rearrange. Advertisement. These steps are completed in the blink of an eye. The Philosopher's Stone is special because it's the source of energy for monsters, but when it falls out, it's just a magic stone. The Philosopher's Stone in Evan's hand disintegrated and turned into a pendant with a facet pendant, crystal clear, with a beautiful lavender magic glow inside. Try this inscription again. Evan chose a protective inscription and tapped his finger on the pendant with a magical energy source. At this time, a white inscription appeared on his finger. White inscription spread from Evan's fingertips, on his fingertips. Finally, it covers the entire pendant. Finished. Inscription completed. The entire pendant suddenly radiated light, and several bound runes appeared on the pendant, which disappeared after a while. Ah, a broad and profound magic skill. A few words can really form a magic-like effect. When this pendant with a shield inscription is attacked, it can form an armor film on the surface of the body to defend, but I don't know the effect. How? Evan doesn't have the habit of using himself as an experiment, so he needs someone with a loyal spirit to help him at this time. That's a good thing. Evan is going to give it to this guy after the experiment. Guide the compass, guide the little novice, Bella, to his place. The compass was taken out and Belle's location was found. Evan can't eat Earth Soul Pill now. He plans to wait for a while before taking it. First try the strength of the inscription. Following the directions of the compass, Evan traveled a few blocks to the door of the tavern, where the pointer showed Shaoxin inside. Putting the compass away, Evan walked in with the pendant. As Evan's first job, Evan felt a little bit wanting to brag and let his friends see how good I am, you see. Pushing open the door, the Catwoman in the maid costume gave a cheerful glance. Evan looked around, and saw Belle at a glance. She was talking to a few people. Lily Luca, nicknamed Lily, Welf, Cluzo, they and Belle are a trio, exploring the labyrinth together. After seeing the 3, Evan nodded to Catwoman, indicating that someone was coming, and then walked towards Belle and the others. As soon as he walked to Belle's table, Belle found Evan and was about to stand up to say hello, but then. What is this LV3? I don't care if you are the fastest white rabbit, there is a limit to lying. A boy with a small face and a stinky face walked towards them, apparently overhearing their previous conversation with Belle, and then taunted them with a defiant expression. Evan glanced at him and saw that there were quite a few people sitting around a large table on the other side, with the family crest on their shoulders, and in the center of the sun pattern was the bow and arrow, the symbol of the Apollo family. Advertisement, Apollo. How could I forget about this guy? It's disgusting, or he'll do the task himself. I am reminded of some plots in which distaste for Apollo is expressed. Rabbit is good, sure, this is the fastest way to run. Running around in the monsters to level up. If this method of escaping and upgrading is spread out, if I feel a little embarrassed, it would be too embarrassing. After doing this, Evan said that watching the play was not enough, and smiled and reached out and tapped Bella's shoulder. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Evan instantly appeared behind Belle, and the shield pendant slammed into his waist. At the same moment, Alchemy split the clothes on Belle's waist and wrapped the pendant with silk thread. Puff puff, what a crappy team, goddamn foreman, rude supporter, 520 is very suitable for a lying rookie like you, no way, the helper with the whole foot only takes the camp foot, you master god, there are no dignified and great people, just a few big gangsters who can proudly keep performing. Welf finally couldn't listen anymore, and threw the glass on the schoolboy before Belle shot. Moment. The people on both tables were on the tip of the sword. And Belle was still a little confused, he didn't care what others said about him, and another boy's provocation had no effect on Belle. Boom. 10. Jump, rabbit, and let these people know that rabbits will bite when they're in a hurry. The young man continued to laugh, and the man of the same race behind him just looked at it and smiled arrogantly, apparently condoning the behavior of the young man. Welf shook his head, as if he was used to this kind of thing. Lily reassured Belle and told him not to worry. Oh, the show has begun. This kid intensified, and even Hestia joined in and touched Bella's scales. What did you say? Evan is still very happy to watch this fight. It turns out that Bell was beaten badly, but since Evan is here, he will not let this happen. Wash, take it back. Bell patted the table and stood up, startled the boy, but knowing his partner was behind him, he tensed up and said more. Chapter 483. The goal is Apollo. Hit him, beat him, good job. La la la. This kick is really good. There was already chaos in the tavern, and the sound of battle was accompanied by cheers and applause. Bell and Welf were already fighting the Apollonians, not many in numbers, but not many weapons. Bell Welf and outnumbered them in numbers and weapons. The other adventurers in the tavern were cheering for Bell. Evan and Lily were sitting together, watching the battle with interest, while Lily was cheering for Bell. The tooth is knocked out. Welf is really a savage. Wow, Lord Bell is playing well. Lord Bell, come on. Hey, maiden. Your favoritism is so obvious. Welf will cry. Hearing Lily's shout, Evan shook his head with a smile, and turned to look at the table where the Apollo family was sitting just now. There was another person who didn't move on the seat. Ha ha ha. Who else? Welf shouted and knocked an opponent to the ground, his fists raised high, but then. Whoosh. The last man of the Apollo family came running, with great speed. He lunged at Welf in an instant, knocking him off with a punch. Villefort. Bell was a little worried when he saw Welf was knocked out, and stepped back to check, but. Wash. The man appeared in front of Bella again. The punch went out. A punch hit Bell's face without mercy. Before Bell could react, it was too late for his body to dodge, and he saw his fist land on his face. Then. Bang dang. There was a crisp sound. Bell spun and was thrown away. He hit the table, but nothing seemed to happen. His face didn't hurt at all. Instead, the attacker. Nana. Aha. Tick-tock, 99. His fist was injured, some blood fell to the ground, and his eyes were a little surprised, obviously surprised by Bell's defense. Ming. Isn't this the leader of the Apollo clan, Jenkins? I heard that it is already LV3. LV3 is laughing at LV2, are all members of the Apollo family so shameless? Shish. What nonsense, shut up, advertisement, don't be afraid, didn't you see that this person was injured by a vile attack? Is it LV3? 9. The expression on Jenkins' face grew colder, and he ignored the wound on his arm, reached into his clothes, and pulled out his dagger. Get ready to keep attacking. Boom, hey, a group of stray fish, shut up. The stool was knocked over, attracting everyone's attention, and everyone looked at the werewolf boy sitting there with an impatient expression. Ah, ferocious werewolf Bert. Roka. Seeing this man talking, contempt flashed in Jacinto's eyes. It is impossible not to despise, he is LV3, he is LV5, could it be that the ruler of the party is LV5 everywhere? Go away. Listen to your quarrels. The wine has changed, get out of here. Bert's eyes widened, and Jacinto's put away the dagger and said, what a nuisance, and left with his men. Bell stood up, looked at Bert, and wanted to thank him. Humph. Don't get carried away. Bert got up and left without a word. Seeing that the battle no longer appeared, the people around returned to their table with great interest and continued to drink, as if nothing had happened. Master Bell. Are you all right? Lily ran up to help Bell up, and Welf lay there unattended. I'm fine, Lily, it's weird. I was beaten, why nothing? Bella touched her face, she didn't feel any pain. What are you talking about, Lord Bell? Wouldn't it hurt more if it didn't hurt? Lily complained a little when she said this, when Evan unconsciously walked behind D. Bell, stretched his hand to her waist, and took out a pendant. Well, the energy didn't run out much, it still worked regularly and was very successful. Evan checked the remaining energy of the pendant and said, Master Chi? What is it? Did you take it off my back? Bell felt a slight sensation, realizing that the pendant had been removed from his back. Haha, I just made a gadget and put it on when you were about to fight, it didn't seem to hurt you, 93. Advertisement, Evan said with a grin, and Baylor heard it and realized it. You won. It was you, Mr. Chi, who helped me. Can this prop block the attack? It's amazing, it must be expensive. Bell looked at Evan with admiration, he was tall, handsome, malleable, strong in combat, and made magic props, how beautiful. Haha, I just wanted to try it out on a whim. Here, as a reward for helping you, this pendant is for you. Oh, by the way, don't wear it while training, just use steel on the tip of the knife on 29. Evan was very happy and shoved the pendant into Bella's hand, who was puzzled. It's too expensive, Mr. Z. I can't have it, how naive. This kind of naive heart is hard to see under normal conditions. Take it, if you don't want it, throw it away, if you tell me again, I'll be angry. From ancient times to the present, gods are everywhere, but now the number of gods in the underworld is not small, but not many, compared with the past, it is too small. Where have all the gods gone? In this world, Apollo's character was too bad. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked, no matter what the master, such a subordinate will not have a good end. But in the city, the opportunities are much less, and it is easy to be targeted by other gods. After drinking, eating, paying the bill, and paying for the loss of the tavern, Evan said goodbye to the three and returned to his residence. Of course, they returned to heaven after death. Through today's events, Evan's mission has a goal, and that is Apollo. Evan didn't have the idea of taking it back. Ignoring Bella's suspicious eyes, he walked back to the table and called the waiter to start ordering. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Preferably, Lees, it is possible to get Apollo out of the city. The gods of this world are so weak that they can't even use their divine powers after they descend, and although they are defenseless, they are still fish on the chopping block. Their lives are so hard. They are just at the mercy of others. Evan laughed at the thought, his laughter echoing in the alley, sending chills all over those who heard it. The plot I remember. It seems that Apollo is about to die and be banished from the city. Just in time. Wait a few more days and he will leave the city. Hee. 99. Apollo was accustomed to his arrogance and domineering, and his family began to do so too. Although there are more than 100 people in all the vassals, their quality is uneven. The strongest vassal is Iakinto's, he is only LV3. Lord Bell. Put it all away now, you can't hurt someone's kindness. This world is not without gods who have gone to heaven. There are many such people. Olympians. Norse gods. Ancient Egyptian gods. Ancient Indian gods. Neon gods. Ancient Roman gods. Lily frowned and looked at Bella. Bella smiled awkwardly, and finally took the pendant. To be honest, if he wasn't in the city, Evan might have hit Apollo territory by now. Chapter 484 There is a devil. With purpose, Evan didn't do anything else. He knew that Apollo would come out and make a fool of himself, so he should have a chance to show up in a few days, so. Evan just spent 2 days alone in the room, in his small bag, looking through the materials and herbs he bought. Alchemy and pharmacy, because he already has a lot of alchemy formulas in his mind, it is not particularly difficult for Evan to make medicines, and he quickly adapts to being able to make medicines. Recovering stamina, recovering injuries, recovering magic power, increasing strength in the short term, increasing speed, increasing protection, and all that mess. Well, alchemy is meow fun. Mouth the greatness of alchemy does not lie in the formula of alchemy, but in the fun of groping. Then, Evan used a moon herb from this world, as well as toad poison, to create a potion of transformation that, if sprinkled on a person, would turn a person into a toad for a period of time. There are similar recipes for this potion, but not the same ones that Evan uses, so this is a new result. Strange potion Evan prepares many bottles until she runs out of herbal ingredients. Other ores or monster materials were also consumed, processed by Evan's alchemy in various styles, engraved with various runes, and turned into precious and troublesome items. Well, 520, this flame tube looks pretty good. It is engraved with inscriptions of hot and various enhancements, so it shouldn't be too powerful. 99. Evan said with satisfaction, picking up the last prop with an inscription he made. The flame barrel, a dungeon-themed magic flame crystal, is filled with magic stones, with words scribbled on it, and now it has become a powerful lettering prop, with the appearance of a red RPG. I don't know how powerful the props I made are compared to the magic swords in this world. There are magic swords in this world, and the magic sword here is not an item like the sword of the Demon Clan or the sword of the Demon King, but a magic sword, I said. Some blacksmiths can add magical properties to weapons, and they don't need to sing, and they don't need to accumulate power when wielding the magic sword, and they can inspire magic on the sword. It has always been a sought-after item among adventurers, and it is usually priceless. He secretly compared the magic sword with his own inscription props, and his pride made him always feel that his inscription props were better. Advertisement, beep. Just as Evan was secretly comparing, there was an explosion outside. Evan was slightly taken aback, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Coming, last night, at Apollo's invitation, Hestia took Bella to Apollo's reception. Although Bella and his vassal Apollo fought, but in the end they did not cause more losses, and the two god tiers still had to fight back. Hestia brought Baelor, originally just wanting to have a meal, but Apollo publicly announced his identity at the reception. Baelor is wanted. Mind you, Apollo is a man, Belle is a man, and as cute as Belle is, she's still a man. The gods are really a little distorted in their long life. Apollo basically takes all men and women. As long as he likes a person, he will send his subordinates out to arrest people until the other party is in the bag. Obviously, the previous actions in the tavern must have been instigated by Apollo, just to stir up controversy. For Apollo's twisted actions, Hestia naturally refused, but Apollo did not give up, and proposed the war game of the gods to Hestia. Hestia said, I don't know. A war game is a way of playing games among the gods to decide the winner or loser, and the loser obeys each other's conditions unconditionally. Hestia refused again, knowing how weak her clan was to compete with Apollo's larger clan, so Hestia was enraged and pulled Bella away. However, Apollo, who did not give up until he achieved his goal, sent his family to attack Bella and Hestia the next day. Just now, the contradiction between Hestia and Bella was completely resolved. Seba, bottom solved. To force Hestia to agree to a wargame, a ruthless and cruel act. Evan suddenly opened the window and flew directly to the roof. There was another explosion in the distance. Evan's eagle eyes and keen eyesight opened, and he quickly spotted Baelor and Hestia. The two fled every day, and there was no way to do it. The other party was numerous and well prepared. There were magicians, archers and low-level magic swords. They showed no mercy. Puff, even among the gods, there are scumbags, it's too shameless to bully the less. If it weren't for the distance, Evan might have hit the ball. Advertisement at this distance, some of Evan's skills could not be used, and the skills he could hit were too flexible, so he didn't wrap his arms. Little can't bear to make big plans. Evan knows that Belle will be fine, plus he still has a pendant for himself. But, although Evan himself couldn't put his arm out to alert the Apollo men, but Damn, it's still possible to get you into trouble. Evan jumped into the deserted alley behind the hotel, took out a book, flipped the pages, black light entered from the book and landed on the ground. The first black light turned into a black-haired short-haired beauty kneeling on one knee. Behind him, various demons spread to nearly 50 people. Master, Kira, the late striker, is at your service. The black-haired beauty is Kira with reverse hair. This is the first time Evan has officially used the 100 Magic Atlas. Go out in the future, go out with the patterns on your shoulders to cause trouble for people, don't hurt anyone, this is your first attack, let me see your abilities. Evan used his magic to create the design of the Apollo badge. The demons remembered it in their minds, and when Evan pointed it, quickly, popped out of the alley. Oh, what a monster. Oh my gosh, how ugly. Are those monsters chasing the girl? Run. The monsters are coming. Huh? Why are they ignoring me? These monsters startled the pedestrians on the road. As soon as they appeared, everyone screamed to avoid them. Some adventurers drew their weapons and prepared to meet them, and then some adventurers draw their weapons to meet them, and they discover that these monsters don't care about them. What's their goal? The target of the monsters is only Apollo's family. At this time, Apollo's family is still standing arrogantly on the roof of the house, chasing Bella and Hestia, and suddenly they hear some commotion below, so they look down. What they saw were rows of monsters. The demons roared and rushed out, attacking. Chapter 485. Hold on. Ah, help, Peeved. What monsters are those? Don't panic, hold on. Watch out. There, in an instant, the scene became chaotic, and before departure, Evan forgot to say, leave life, so to show, the monsters attacked mercilessly. All of them attacked with deadly force. Many members of the Apollo family were injured first, blood spilled on the roof of the house, on B********D. Where did the monster come from? Beep. The beast-eared man held a dagger-like green magic knife and released a strong wind, knocking the monster into the wall. Then, the demon was chopped into pieces by several people. It's just that these demons are composed of real spiritual particles, not flesh and blood. They are all good, even if they are scarred, they are all reckless. Such opponents gradually forced Apollonia's family to retreat. Don't hold back. We are the family of the Lord Apollonian. We cannot disgrace the Lord God. Don't hold back. Kill these monsters. At this time, an elf swordsman with good strength and estimated position jumped out and led his men to start to resist the demons and block their attacks. Although these monsters were not afraid of death, they were seriously injured and fell into terror again. Under the leadership of the Apollo family, magic and bows and arrows began to suppress cooperation, and the monsters were gradually defeated. In fact, this was also what Evan had expected. The monsters he summoned were not too strong monsters. If Evan really wanted to crush them, a dragonbone soul would be enough. The real power of these monsters is only in emoji law. When it comes to reverse hair J-Law, at this time reverse hair Gialuo has already found his strongest opponent. Clang. Clang. Reverse Gyro attacked Iagintos with his small sword, but all the blows were blocked by Iagintos, and he was inferior to reverse Gyro in physical swordsmanship. Belle and Hestia were very close. Iagintos shot just now. He drew his sword to kill and was about to attack Belle, but the cut on Belle's arm was blocked by an invisible force. Quintos already knew that Belle was being protected by a strange energy, and he flew up and knocked them both down, and just as he was about to attack Hestia, Anti-Maujiro appeared. Rip. Nemojiro and Iagintos fought a few times, and when he was not careful, the sword cut through his chest and his clothes were cut open. Before Belle had time to see anything, Hestia's eyes were pierced by Hestia. Brace tightly. Advertisement, Aia. No one knows how to be merciful. It seems that I won't be able to take advantage of me and you in melee combat. Covering her injured but not bleeding chest with one hand, Kira, who was back, smiled, looked at Baylor and Hestia, and said, You still haven't left? My master won't let me hurt passers-by, but if you don't leave, I can't go around. He's not the type to dump his teammates and run away himself, even if he's never seen them before. However, although Belle did not want to leave, Hestia realized that staying here would only hinder the work of Nuodong, so she picked up Belle and turned to leave. Humph. You want to leave, you ask me? Jacinthus is about to chase Belle and Hestia with a sword in hand, but... Wow, 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 99, boom. All sorts of cracks erupted, terrified Jagintos ducked. First, Jagintos dodged 3 arrows in a row. These arrows came from the nearby clock tower. Jagintos stepped back, dodging the swarms of hair that swept through everything. It was a reverse attack on the knots. Finally, it's an energy arrow. A white blast of energy blasts off the ground. A burst of light falls on the knotted hair, which immediately partially cleans it. Hey, witch's purifying power. The reverse-haired Yui felt the power of the light arrow with some disgust, but thinking about it carefully, this light arrow must have come from the witch's hand. On the far edge of the roof, on Evan's left shoulder, stood a tiny little witch, none other than Laxter. No. That arrow you just fired was crooked, Rustum. It removed some of Kira's hair. Did you send it to the other side? Evan joked. Advertisement, HMPH. Fortunately I can help you with that arrow. If I hadn't felt the devil's halo appear, I wouldn't have gone out. Since you don't like it, I'll go to bed. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel like it was in the flesh. So Kira took a step back, alert, and then, "Ah, I'm so happy. That feeling of letting go is really good. You were very strong, but it's a pity that I met you. I'm sorry, I took your hair away." Taking out the exorcism arrow, Rustam, who had just woken up, pulled back Irvine's body with a look of indifference. This time the volume increased greatly, indicating that Rustam's soul was recovering and regenerating. Zero Kiro's body, which was split in half, fell to the ground, then shattered into countless pieces and disappeared. The guild, a guild composed of adventurers, even the god family dare not spread out in the guild, so as long as Bella and Hestia run into the guild, she will be safe. 10. My name is Love, beloved of the light. Give this body to my son. Unleash galloping flames. Blow the winds of the west. Ring of Zephyros. Without further disturbing Rustam, Irvine looked at the back-haired robe in the fight against Jacintos, who was wearing a wad of hair. Iagintos got out from under the rapidly disappearing hair, glanced in the direction Baelor was going, and continued to chase. In the process of chasing, he discovered a problem. Evan watched the fight between Gyro and Akintos, and Gyro collapsed, which meant that all the demons Evan had summoned were destroyed. With a hint of joy, and too lazy to cover his chest, Kiro took out his knife and inserted it into the cocoon smoothly with a smooth movement. Kiro's reverse hair released a sea of hair, and the surrounding space was completely submerged by the hair, and Jagintos was no exception. He was shrouded in the hair, as if wrapped by a big black seedling. Countless rays of light bloomed from the black seedlings. A golden light wheel broke through the seedlings. The speed was unbelievable. In an instant, Kira, who was attacking, was split in half from the middle. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The situation of Apollo's family was not very good either. About 30 people were killed and wounded. The important thing was that Baelor's pursuit was delayed, so that Baelor and Hestia had time to run into the guild and find a shelter. Chapter 486. Times have changed. Only. Bella and Hestia did not hide in the guild directly, but ran to Apollo's residence. Hestia threw her white gloves on Apollo's face, in front of many of Apollo's acquaintances, announcing her intention to challenge Apollo's acquaintances. With a game of War of the Gods, it was not until Hestia walked out of Apollo's residence angrily that Evan turned and left. Planning has begun and is well underway, and the next step is to wait for the outcome of the war game. Planning has started and is well underway, and the next step is to wait for the outcome of the war game. Speaking of this, Evan was still a little worried. Although he already knew the final result, he was not afraid of what might happen. Evan returned to his residence, thought for a while, and finally took a bunch of engraved props to Hess. Tia, May 20. S residence went to War Game of Gods. Said to be a game, in fact, there is diversity, it can be a battle, it can also be a game. Hestia suggested a one-on-one battle, but Apollo refused. Hestia's retinue is lonely, and the best way to fight is naturally one-on-one. But the two sides argued endlessly, and finally decided that all the gods would write the object, and Hermes would draw it. In the end, it was decided that the battle would be both offensive and defensive. Those who rely on Hestia are completely at a disadvantage. There is only one Baelor, whether to defend or attack the city, but there is no way. This is decided by lottery and cannot be changed. Naturally, it is impossible for a person to have fun, because of the disparity in power, there is nothing to see. Apollo chose himself as the protector and gave Hestia the right to call for outside help, but there was only one person, and it could not be the family of the gods in the labyrinth city. A little mess. But something is better than nothing, and the war game is organized. These days, the whole labyrinth city is immersed in a joyous atmosphere. The war game is a battle show between the gods, but the whole labyrinth city can be watched. It can be said to serve everyone. In this world, entertainment is not as abundant as it is today, and war games are rare, so such ready-made war games immediately attracted the attention and talk of countless people. Advertisement. Many people are already betting on who will win, Hestia or Apollo. But anyone with common sense would in principle choose the Apollo side. Just, at that time, the banker's office was upside down, the villa was by the sea, and it was up to him to make a fortune. As Evan walked past the pub, he saw someone open a handicap betting all his money on Belle's victory. It's a joke, why not play for free money? At that time, someone scoffed at Evan, saying that Evan's 60,000 fiat was just a waste of money. Evan didn't reply, just smiled. I spent a lot of money to buy equipment. If I can't win again, it is a pity. On the day the game started, Evan ignored these mortals, went to the tavern, ordered ale and food, and waited for the game to start. Buzz, at noon, the game finally started. Jacintus sits in the atrium, and if someone defeats Jacintus, it means the Apollo side's defeat. But if the whole Hestia side is defeated, it means Apollo wins and Baelor belongs to him from now on. It's on, it's just getting started. I don't think there's going to be any movement. What do you say? Hestians aren't stupid enough to attack without reconnaissance. Boom. 6,633. Someone in the tavern was analyzing the battle situation, but after 2 sentences, his face split open and he stopped talking. Photo. A flame hit the wall. The force was huge. It shook the wall and many cracks appeared. Enemy attack. The Apollonian tribe was stunned by the bells and gongs, as they too thought Hestia would not attack so soon. At this time, a masked elf swordswoman appeared outside the castle. Her face was ugly. In both hands, she holds the magic swords that Welf gave. One can make fire and the other can summon strong winds. And with the sack on her back, the female elf dashes forward like a moving tower. Advertisement magic sword. This is a magic sword. Stop her. Several archers on the city wall began to shoot arrows, but they couldn't hit the female elf's body, and were used back by the hurricane of the magic sword flame. At the same time, explosions broke out on the city wall. Soon, the city wall was broken. A crack through which one can climb. At the same time, in the castle, Lily used transformation magic to transform into a young boy, the same boy who provoked Belle at the beginning. He found an elf swordsman from his family, and pretended to send a military order to let the elf swordsman, with 50 people, half the strength, rushed out of the castle to attack the elf woman. The female elf stood facing her opponent, exhausting the last energy of her magic sword. Seeing that the female elf had lost her magic sword, the Apollo people rushed forward in anger immediately, and they saw the female elf untie the sack on her back and take out a red tube from it. And said this from her mouth. Hold the handle, hold your shoulder, aim and pull the trigger. Beep. A flame erupted from it, far more powerful than the magic sword. The elf woman only felt her body tremble. Her weapon almost fell from her hand due to the force of the reaction. It took a lot of effort for her to grab the barrel, and on the other side. Boom. A dozen people flew into the air. More people were blown away by the shockwave. A huge crater appeared on the ground. The energy was amazing. What the hell is this? Where did you comrades get these 1.0 weapons, magic swords and these strange magic props? The gods have their own viewing platforms, and Apollo, who has always been calm, is now in a panic, feeling. I feel like I'm trapped. Hee, don't look at Apollo so surprised. You should know that I have several family members these days. One of them is an expert in making magic swords. Are you familiar with the name Clouseau? You can't be jealous. Hestia's smug face made Apollo's body tremble with anger. Coincidentally, in the past few days, not only Welf has joined Hestia's clan, but Lily and Yamato have also joined to help Belle and Hestia. 59. A magic item is a magic item, after all. There is only one person. Most of my people are still here. Let's see how you throw. Chapter 487 Friends Who Need Help. Apollo sat there, frowning, and continued to watch the battle. On the battlefield, Yamato entered the castle through a gap in the wall while the female elves diverted fire. As soon as she enters the castle, Yamato is discovered, but that's exactly what she's aiming for. Someone's breaking in. Hurry up and stop her. Lily stirred the cauldron again, letting the others go after Yamato Faith, and seeing that all the gatekeepers were running out, Lily secretly opened the front door to let Belle and Welf in. 99 Apollo froze in place with his mouth open. He didn't know that the little boys were pretending to be Lily too, thinking that there were traitors inside. The others fainted, and Belle and Welf rushed unhindered to where Iagentos was. Apollo was already furious. He already felt bad, but the last boss was his best subordinate. Apollo suppressed his panic and decided to believe in Iagentos. In addition, there are wizard troops around Jacintos, and they have started to accumulate magic, ready to blow Belle to pieces when he appears at the gate, but unfortunately, 24 Belle did not intend to walk through the main entrance. Welf has gone to intercept another member of Apollo, and now only Bella is left under the tower of the central palace. He has reached the middle of the tower below. Raise your right hand. Restrictions have been lifted. Path of Heroes has begun to strengthen. It only took a few seconds. Flame lightning. Boom. A pillar of fire rose into the sky. Across the tower. The wizards who made Apollo so proud were instantly sent flying. They didn't even see the enemy. They didn't even see the enemy's face, and they fell in shame. This may be the fastest battle ending in a wargame ever. Advertisement, and with such a disparity in strength, more than 100 people fought against 5 people, and then they were eliminated in less than an hour. Yes. Great reunion. Outside the castle, the bazooka in the elf's hands finally exhausted its energy and lost its luster. The elf's hand trembled slightly, and she could no longer hold it, letting it fall to the ground and shatter. The elf didn't know how many shots she had fired, but in any case, she hadn't heard anything else for a few minutes. She was consumed by the joy of cannon shooting, as if a strange door had been opened, but there was still some unreal feeling inside her. Inside the castle, Yamato Marin stood there, surrounded by a group of animals. Toads, rabbits, sheep, mice. He seemed to have entered a zoo, watching a rabbit whose body suddenly swelled and turned back into a human form. Yamato smashed a potion on it, and the rabbit turned into a frog. Looking further back, Welf also beats his opponent, a swordswoman, Erectus, who thinks only of his main god, Hephaestus, has no sympathy for other girls, and wears a protective gold ornament, hit the wall like a savage, knocking people unconscious. And the last and most important battle was the battle between Belle and Jacintos. They obviously only had a few days without seeing each other. Under the full guidance of the two LV5s, they made great progress, and they had no chance. Rebellious, but now their combat effectiveness has been improved. Bang bang. Belle pierced Jacintos' weapon. Seeing Jacintos retreating, ready to release magic, Belle's armor flashed a light. The man has rushed out to cut Jacintos. A punch while Jacintos fell to the ground. A quick end to the fight, final victory in this wargame. Seeing this result, Apollo's face became extremely ugly. Hestia stood up carelessly, turned around and left, declaring his victory. Ha ha ha, ha, You're morally ready, aren't you, Apollo? Wait. Hestia. I'm just on a whim. Just because your kin is so cute. I'm getting carried away. 99. Apollo seems to be struggling, but he is interrupted by Hestia. Shut up. You said that if you lose, you have to agree to all my demands, right? All property confiscated. Dissolution from family members. You will be banished forever. You are not allowed to step into this town again. When it was over, Evan smiled, took a sip from his glass, and walked over to the betting shop owner with a look of regret to collect his bet and money. Advertisement, Buffalo, 60,000, and then 600,000, making a lot of money. Evan smiled and put the money in the leather bag, took out one, threw it directly to the bartender, and said loudly. The people in the hotel didn't stop Evan from doing 523, and the people in the hotel didn't stop Evan. Hestia was there, with the arrogance of a mistress. Ignoring Apollo's angry gaze, he walked into Apollo's palace and began pointing, as if thinking about how to decorate it while he lived there. Apollo almost collapsed, and his business for many years was ruined today. He couldn't return to the labyrinth city even if he wanted to take revenge. Apollo, who couldn't hold his breath, kicked Jacinto's, scolded a few words, and then the blood dripped on Jacinto's back, breaking the pact between them. Come on, it's a party. I'm so happy today. Get everyone a bar, boss. That bag of money until it runs out. Evan didn't play with them, but left the hotel after paying the money. The people in the hotel didn't stop Evan. The drink money was already given, and it didn't matter whether Evan left or not. When Evan arrives, he finds that Apollo is freeing his retinue. Apollo has lost everything, property, family, everything, and it is believed that he will soon be banished from the labyrinth city. You could say war games are very bad for losers, but only because Apollo asked for it. The retinues all have the gifts of the gods on their backs, and they need the blood of the gods to change and release. Apollo has more than 100 retinues, and they are all gathered in Apollo's residence now, waiting for the release of Apollo's treaty. Apollo. Stop hanging around. Get to work. Big deal, boss. What a man. Ah. The atmosphere in the tavern instantly warmed up, and even the gamblers had smiles on their faces. It is impossible to walk by the river without getting wet shoes. Don't think too much about it, this time wine is more important. Oh, that's great, my friend. At this time, the expression on Apollo's face was distorted. He kicked Iogens, who was kneeling in front of him. This was not enough to relieve his anger. Chapter 488 Walking with the Gods. Afterwards, Apollo took an hour to release the contracts of all his vassals, at which time Apollo's face was already pale, and it was obvious that a lot of blood had been shed. Okay, Apollo, I did take your things. You are going to leave here soon. As an old acquaintance, I have generously prepared a gift for you. Hestia clapped her hands, and Lily came to them in a very luxurious carriage. How about the transportation prepared for you, isn't it cute? Hestia said triumphantly, and raised her waist. Apollo's face turned whiter with anger. That carriage was supposed to be mine, Apollo shouted, but no. Ah, what do you mean, yours? Everything is mine. What, you don't want it anymore? Well, Lily, take him back. Hestia waved to Lily to take the horse back. Apollo's expression changed after hearing this. It's better to have him than not. A good man doesn't need him. Yes, thank you so much. Apollo almost gritted his teeth and said thanks, took the reins, jumped into the carriage, and drove away from this sad place. Apollo also rides a horse, and his position among the gods is to ride on the sun chariot, flying from the east to the west, just as the sun rises and sets. Apollo gave Hestia one last look, tightened the reins, and rode away, ready to fulfill his last bet, to leave the city and never return. Master Apollo. Lakinthus got up from the ground, and although he was kicked a lot by Apollo, he didn't hate Apollo at all. Jabintos realized that he was also to blame for the failure, because he was too gullible and was led by the nose from beginning to end. The result could not be changed. He no longer depended on Apollo, but he still decided to follow Apollo. Hestia didn't try to stop Jacintus because it wasn't necessary. A fallen swordsman and a fallen god is just that. Now she's more concerned with what to do with Apollo's possessions. Evan watched the carriage drive away, followed without a word, left the city together, and the labyrinth of the city together. Apollo's carriage drove out of the labyrinth city, and Jacinto was the driver. Although he still resented Eucenes in his heart, Apollo was still a little moved, because Eucenes was the only one who could follow him at this time. It's a long walk. Apollo sat in the carriage, and all the luxurious decorations in the carriage were gone, apparently looted by Hestia. He cursed in his heart, but at this moment, the carriage suddenly shook and stopped. Huh? What's the matter, Jacinto? Are you so tired that you can't even drive the carriage? Apollo pushed open the curtain angrily, walked out, and... Advertisement, Who are you? Apollo realized that it was not Jacintos who stopped on purpose, but someone else blocking his way. Evan stood silent, actually groping his surroundings to see if anyone else was there. Lord Apollo, please retreat inside. I'll kill him and we'll keep going. 99. Jacintos drew his dagger, jumped out of the carriage, and charged towards Evan. Oh, don't reckless Jacintos. Zero like a god. The sight is still there, and the instinct tells Apollo that Evan standing in the way is not an easy man to deal with. Thunder and lightning. Evan raised his wand blankly. Lightning exploded on the tip of his wand. Jacintos narrowly dodged with a donkey roll, about to get up and attack. Thunder. Boom. There was a thunderous explosion in Jacinto's ears. Jacintos felt his eardrums ring. the whole person was knocked to the ground. The combination of thunder magic and sound magic, thunder sound, was extremely fast, and Jagantos was hit by a blow, and his ears and nose were bleeding when he landed. Jagantos. Apollo's eyes flicked, and when he looked at Evan again, the expression on his face became a little grim. Angry. Angry in Apollo's view, he had never been so angry in his life as he is today. After losing everything in the Labyrinth City, he never thought that he would be bullied after leaving the Labyrinth City. He had had enough. The experience in the lower world gave him a new understanding of the lower world. That experience in the lower world was enough for him. Who the hell are you? What the hell are you doing? Apollo jumped out of the carriage and approached Evan with clenched fists. Just a passerby who provided Hestia with a lot of magic props and transformation potions. What? Magic items, transformation potions. So, you gave all the gear and potions to Hestia's family members. You be *****D. The blood vessels in Apollo's neck emerged, and golden power appeared on the surface of Apollo's body. A-hole. Y'all are framing me, one by one. Do you all think I'll be easily intimidated by Apollo? Uranus, please let me use my powers. Advertisement, Apollo shouted, raising his hands to the sky. Then, a thick voice rang out. With permission, beep. The steady voice just sounded. A golden light pierced the world. Apollo was bathed in golden light. He was as bright and dazzling as the sun in the sky, and the temperature around him was rising rapidly. Ha ha ha. Divine power. What a familiar thrill, mortal. Are you ready for the wrath of the gods? Apollo emerged from the light in the sky, his figure and clothes changed. His emaciated body became muscular, his clothes turned into golden armor, and in his hand he held a sun-shaped greatsword pointed at Evan, and then... boom. Lee's good. A golden beam of light rushed towards Evan. He was going to give Evan a good time, but... shaved. Wash. 99 Evan disappeared on the spot. Ignore the beam of light that melted the ground and got hit by Apollo. Electric radio. Bang. 9 silver-white lightning shot just... it was shattered by Apollo's sword. Haha, can't do anything. So powerless. Apollo burst out laughing, raise his great sword and fly towards Evan. Boom. Evan took a step back and Apollo's sword hit the ground, splitting it in half. At this point, Evan raised his wand. Thundervine. 93. Shish. 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 A large number of lightning vines and thorns emerged from the cracks and quickly coiled around Apollo's body, releasing electrical energy, trying to hurt him, but... the ring of the sun.